Chapter 481 on Night and Stars. A perfect combination. The news in today's newspapers did not contain the latest news about the war between the Lone Kingdom and the Fasak Empire. Most of them were about romances between nobles, cases happening somewhere, and recent scientific research progress. There is no major news finale, which makes today's newspaper particularly difficult to sell. The young men riding a bicycle and carrying a gray bag only sold a total of 12 newspapers from the time of dawn in the early morning until the sun was high in the sky at noon. According to the salary of 1 penny for every 4 newspapers, he earned 3 pence in total, which could only be used to buy a little bread for lunch. This is exactly what the young man did. He went to a bakery and took out 3 pence from his pocket to buy a lemon cake. "Sir, if you want to satisfy your hunger, this black bread is the most suitable choice for you." The female clerk in the bakery declined politely. "But I just want to try its taste." "Sorry, 3p is not enough to buy it. You should choose other more realistic foods." "All right." The young man took back the 3 pence with some regret, stretched out his hand to push the monocle on his eye socket, took a look at the bakery, then turned around and rode his bicycle, humming a tune, and left. He held the handlebar with one hand to control the forward path of the bicycle, and with the other hand, he took out the exquisite lemon-flavored cake from nowhere and tasted it slowly. The bicycle passed through the streets and alleys and past the door of the Church of Storms. It made a special turn and murmured, "Next time, I have to steal this church." As night falls, people who go out to work fly back like birds returning to their nests. The young man selling newspapers on a bicycle also returned to the place where he lived, with the 8 pence he earned today in his pocket. Berkland Street. This place is very nice. The young man leaned his bicycle against the corner and thoughtfully locked his bicycle before leaving with satisfaction. He was like a homeless man, wandering alone on the street, occasionally squatting down to observe the ants crawling slowly on the ground. He stretched out a finger to tease the little ant that was panicking because of the puddle in front of him. Soon, the ant became his shape, and the eyes of the birds returning to their nests in the trees also changed, as if they were also wearing a piece of same as a monocle. This place seems to have good prey. The young man seemed to smell something interesting and looked up at house No. 39. Congressman Mock's home. He picked a blooming rose from nowhere and was breaking it off petal by petal, while muttering to himself, "Let him go. Eat him. Let him go. Eat him." When he finished counting the last rose petal, he happened to read the words "let him go." This was obviously not the result the young man wanted. He frowned slightly. Soon, a petal of a flower blew in the wind from a distance, and a smile appeared on his face. "Eat him." At night, on the second-floor balcony of Congressman Mock's house, Hazel was feeding cheese and sausage to her teacher, and also prepared an extra small dish of milk to quench her thirst. "Teacher, please eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll get it again. I'll make sure you're full." "Humph. These foods," the mouse, who was respectfully called the teacher, said in disgust. Suddenly, his body froze, as if sensing some incredible change, and a small piece of yellow cheese fell from its 2 front paws. Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Hazel shouted anxiously. But her teacher suddenly rushed under the table, then ran along the floor and along the sewer pipe from the balcony to the first floor, running at a very fast speed. It looked like some terrible predator was chasing it. "Teacher, wait for me." Hazel hurriedly followed her teacher, fearing that something would go wrong with it. 1 person and 1 mouse left the balcony, left the garden, came to the street, and ran into the woods not far away. At this time, Hazel saw that a black cat had appeared on the roof of a 4-story building in front of her. It was moving leisurely on the roof of the house, but its eyes were always looking towards the direction in which his teacher fled. It turns out that a cat appeared. No wonder it caused the teacher's stress reaction. Hazel wanted to climb up to the roof and drive the black cat away, but this was obviously unrealistic. She followed her teacher closely and entered the grove. She was shocked to find that her teacher had turned from a mouse into a tree. There were many gray mice gathered nearby, as if they were guarding the tree. "Cat! Cat! Cat!" The tree was trembling, its branches and leaves constantly swaying. The fear of natural enemies deeply embedded in its genes suddenly swallowed up its little remaining sanity. "Teacher, don't worry. I'm here to guard you, and I will never let any cat hurt you." Hazel's kind and caring words helped the teacher, who turned into a tree, gradually regain his sanity. "I shouldn't have been parasitic in a mouse in the first place." The bark of the big tree in front of him fell off, revealing a pair of shining red eyes. when its gaze swept over Hazel in front of it. Deep greed flashed deep in its eyes. My time may be running out. No, teacher. You will be fine. I'm not as optimistic as you are. But it's better to be optimistic. If you are too desperate, it would be too pitiful. A voice came from nowhere, making Hazel instantly alert. Although her legs were a little trembling, she still stood in front of her teacher. Really? In the big tree with its peeling skin. The previously resentful and angry voice became calmer, with a bit of confusion, as if it was about to be persuaded. At this time, Hazel saw a figure slowly walking in from outside the bushes. He chuckled and said, "Relax. I have a way to stop your loss of control, as long as you do what I tell you." The visitor was wearing a robe-like black trench coat, paired with black pants and black leather shoes. He had a thin face, a tall top hat, and a distinctive monocle. He looked very elegant. Hazel, who was blocking the way in front of the big tree, wanted to ask, "Who are you?" But a trembling fear came from deep in her brain, making her unable to say a word, and even took the initiative to get out of the way. "Let your teacher face the visitor." The visitor just glanced at Hazel briefly, then focused on the big tree in front of him, and said with a smile, "Are you a descendant of the Jacob family?" "Yes. Yes. Do you know my ancestor?" Inside the big tree, the mouse asked in a weak and hopeful tone. The visitor touched his chin, as if recalling something, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "Of course. They taste pretty good." The descendants of the Jacob family in the big tree were silent for a while, and after several seconds they shouted in horror, You are the blasphemer Amon." A strange insect with only 7 or 8 links crawled out of the hole in the tree. There are many three-dimensional patterns floating in the translucent parts of the insects, and time seems to be passing through the links. But soon, they became very stiff and frozen in place. Even the group of gray rats around them were prostrate on the ground, daring not to move. Amon pinched the upper and lower ends of the monocle, smiled and said, "It's too late, isn't it? If you had struggled and resisted at the beginning, it might have had some effect. But now, you don't think I'm the only one here, do you?" As he spoke, the surrounding bushes swayed, the leaves on different trees swayed slightly, and birds jumped onto the branches, making crisp sounds. At this moment, a meow sounded, piercing the atmosphere that was about to solidify. A group of cats, in various colors including black, floral, maroon, and white, came nearby at some point. They stood on the canopy of the tree and were rushing towards the birds. In the starry sky above our heads, the light of the crimson moon and stars broke through the clouds, spreading their own light onto the earth. Seeing that things have changed, the descendants of the Jacob family, who were about to despair, burst out with an astonishing desire to survive. Translucent strange insects emerged from the tree holes again, and the surrounding time paused briefly at this moment. Taking advantage of this time difference, the descendant of the Jacob family, who had turned into a big tree, returned to the appearance of a mouse again, spread out his feet, and ran deeper into the woods. Amon raised his brows slightly, looked up at the starry sky above his head, with an unclear expression on his face. He glanced at the prey that had fled in panic, and did not choose to pursue it. He just chuckled. The night and the stars are really a perfect combination. The group of cats that suddenly appeared also slipped away at this time, and soon everything here returned to calm. Hazel and Amon were left in the same space as they were left, stunned in place, not knowing what to do. "It seems that your teacher doesn't love you as much as you think." Amon returned to his usual smiling face, but this smile made Hazel feel scared in her heart. She subconsciously took a step back. Her legs became weak, and she fell to the ground, her eyes full of fear. "Tell me, what should I do with you?" You? Hazel was so frightened that she couldn't even say a complete sentence. "Since your teacher has escaped, then you can consider me your teacher. I am very good at teaching and educating people." Amon chuckled lightly, after Hazel's eyes were blurred for a while. When she looked at Amon again, she said urgently, "Teacher, let's get out of here quickly. I know a relatively safe place." "Okay." Amon pushed up his monocle and followed Hazel naturally. At No. 160 Berklund Street, Klein had already left here in a carriage. Just now, he suddenly realized something was wrong, and at the same time, a black cat brought him a note with only the word "coming" written on it. Although the words were concise, Klein still clearly understood that these words meant that Amon had arrived in Berklund and was very close to him. Chapter 482 Dream Gathering. The only person who could send this note at this point in time was Mr. Haster. And the cat that sent the letter was the black cat named Azhara next to him. Although Amon may not be aware of the secrets he hides, Klein does not want to be in the same area as Amon. It's more reassuring to stay away. As for where to go so late at night, St. Samuel's church was a good choice. It was not far away, and since I had a good relationship with the bishop there, no one would suspect anything. In St. Samuel's church, there is also a prayer at night. Night is the kingdom of the goddess of the night. Praying at this time is more atmospheric than during the day. What surprised Klein was that Leonard was also here tonight. Could it be that he also came here to avoid Amon? Klein glanced at Leonard as if nothing had happened. And Leonard was also observing him, as if he wanted to understand the purpose of his appearance here tonight. After looking at each other for a few times, the two of them looked away in a tacit understanding. One went to talk to the archbishop, and the other went to chat with the bishop. Late at night, in the Hall of Stars, Hastur is overlooking Birklund Street. In his field of vision, Amon had many incarnations lurking near Hazel's house. There were ants crawling on the ground, branches, birds resting on street lamps, and tiny dust in the air. They all became look like Amon. It is certain that Amon who came to Birklund was just a clone, and was not very strong. He was estimated to be between sequence 3 and sequence 4. Otherwise, the descendant of the house of Jacob, who became a mouse, would not be able to escape from his hand. This is not a power that is difficult to defeat. Even the star container alone can defeat him. However, it will easily attract the attention of Amon's body. Although he is still playing hide-and-seek with the high-dimensional overlooker, he still needs a little time. Beware of him. The attitude of the goddess of the night was also very subtle tonight. She obviously also provided Klein with a certain degree of secret protection, so that he would not be easily exposed by Amon. It is better to deal with these clones of Amon earlier. His existence adds Amon to Birklund's already gray weather. On the streets late at night, the members of the yellow-clad monks were still bathed in the light of the stars, devoutly following the unknown figure in yellow in their hearts. The dim light of the street lamps on both sides could not penetrate the thick gray fog, and could only illuminate a small area around him. Along the shore, cutting through the clouds, the twin suns sank toward the lake, and long shadows fell. There, it was a wonderful night with black stars rising. Amon appeared out of nowhere, replaced the last member of the yellow monks, and hummed the song in Children of the Star. But he did not finish singing in full. He just hummed a few lines along with it. Rumbling, there seemed to be a burst of thunder in the sky. Amon raised his head and looked up, pushed up his monocle, and stared at the stars seriously. The king in yellow. The stars? It is indeed so. A blazing yellow thunder struck straight at him, easily smashing Amon's incarnation into pieces, leaving only a translucent insect of time. The monks in yellow who saw this scene were briefly surprised and became more devout in their belief in the king in yellow. The leader put the time insect into a glass case and put it away. They turned from the streets to walking along the river. The stars on the river were even more dazzling than last night. Amon in Hazel's house stood on the balcony, looking up at the thunder that had just sounded not far away, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was very satisfied with the result. He looked up at the starry sky again. In this dark night world, the light of the crimson moon seemed to be much inferior to the light of the stars. Stars? His expression was much more solemn. At this time, another muffled thunder sounded in the sky. But strangely, there were no black clouds where the thunder came from, only bright stars. Then, thunderbolts descended from the sky and struck each of Amon's clones accurately. A bird that was only responsible for monitoring the surroundings was chopped until no feathers were left, leaving only a translucent insect of time. Even the ants crawling on the ground were picked out one by one and chopped into powder. Oh! You are so cruel. You just pretended to be your believer and got so angry. You have thrown a big trouble into the land abandoned by God. Amon complained rather sadly, and then just sat back and watched as his clones were dealt with. As long as the main clone is fine, these small clones can be created at any time. The secret of this extraordinary path for thieves can only be understood by extraordinary people on the same path. Even with the stars overlooking everything, his thunder cannot really threaten him. But under the gaze of the stars, it was not easy for him to do anything. Moreover, his time in Birklund is limited. If he stays in Birklund for a long time, the trouble will definitely come to Birklund. It's troublesome. Late at night, Leonard was sleeping soundly, but suddenly he felt himself being pulled into a dream. And Klein once again entrusted him with a dream. What happened again? There is something I want to invite you to do together. What's the matter? Deal with Amon's clone in Backland. You are crazy. That is the blasphemer Amon. How can we deal with him? Leonard became anxious as soon as he heard this. If he had the ability to deal with Amon, he wouldn't have to take refuge in St. Samuel's church so often. The old man was in very bad shape and could not possibly compete with Amon. It's just a clone. I believe this is not too difficult. The Klein in the dream was more confident than the Klein Leonard originally knew. Even if it's just a clone, his body can still sense what's happening here. Do you think the two of us can stop Amon? It's enough to cut off his body's induction. Another voice came in, and Leonard subconsciously turned his head and looked over. Good guy. It's Hastur. Why did Hastur come to his dream? Judging from the tone of his voice, it seemed that he had already discussed this with Klein. Wrong. Why should the plan to deal with the blasphemer Amon be discussed in his own dream? Could they have come here deliberately to make themselves take the blame? When Leonard asked his doubts out loud, Hastur and Klein naturally changed the subject and did not answer directly. The two of them hide too many secrets. Even in the dream controlled by will, they don't want their dreams to be spied on by others. Leonard is the most suitable middle party. And there is an angel in his body who is on the same path as Amon. You don't need my help at all. The voice of the old man pale Zoroaster came from Leonard's body. Old man, why did you appear in my dream? Leonard exclaimed. I've always been able to. But I just didn't have to in the past. What about those dreams I had before? I'm too lazy to look. Leonard wanted to end his dream now and fall asleep. The sad thing is that he can't control his dream at all. Even if he is the nominal owner of this dream. With your participation, we will be better able to deal with Amon, Klein said. Alas. Pales just sighed. During the time when he was parasitizing Leonard's body, he only encountered two people who were difficult to fully understand. One was Klein, and the other was Hastur. What's even more coincidental is that one of them is a fool, and the other is a believer in the stars. Now, they joined forces to deal with Amon. He never thought that Amon's clone would have a chance to win. Even if Amon's true form comes to Backland and faces the stars and the fool, he will have to flee. Oh! And we have to add Leonard, a believer in the goddess of the night. Originally, he was still a little confused as to why Leonard could attract the attention of the fool and the stars. Now it seems that Leonard is thanks to his two good friends. Amon is now at the house Mott was talking about at No. 39. Berkland Street. Hastur gave the most important information. Klein was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he walked quickly. Otherwise tonight would have been dangerous. Leonard can be asked to pray to the goddess of the night, asking for secret protection to prevent Amon's body from knowing what happened to Backland. Although Hastur and Klein both have authority in this regard, their strength cannot compare with the goddess of the night. The safest way is to let the goddess of the night come forward. Okay. Count me in this matter. Although Pale sighed, he still chose to join the plan. Let's set the time for tomorrow. The sooner the better. Lest things change later. Hastur, Klein, and Pales discussed the details of tomorrow's action. After they finished discussing everything, Hastur and Klein left the dream very consciously, leaving Leonard alone in a daze and speechless. There was no room for him to intervene just now. He was just a bridge connecting all parties, and he was the most suitable candidate to take the blame. Old man, my heart hurts so much. Oh, what then? Leonard was speechless for a moment. Pale stopped talking nonsense to him. He had to consider the specific actions against Amon tomorrow to avoid letting Amon's clone escape. It's a long night. I don't want to sleep. Leonard was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After a long time, he sighed heavily and lamented that he was really not a kind person. Chapter 483. You have to pet your own cat. In the early morning, Leonard opened his eyes that had been closed for a short time, rubbed them, and patted his cheeks, then got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, and then took a carriage to St. Samuel's Church. The best way to request the help of the Lady of the Night is through Archbishop Anthony at St. Samuel's Church. Otherwise, how could a deity like the night goddess set her sights on an insignificant believer like him? When Leonard came to a quiet room where Archbishop Anthony was alone, Archbishop Anthony seemed to have spied on his purpose. Are you here to seek help from the goddess? Yes. Leonard nodded sheepishly. I need help from the goddess. Only the goddess can help me tide over the difficulties. Perhaps you are not the one who needs the goddess's help. Leonard couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. Anthony just smiled and said, the goddess always cares for her believers. Go back and tell your friends this sentence. Leonard didn't know what mood he was in when he left St. Samuel's Church. But it was crucial to seek the secret asylum of the goddess of the night. And he had no time to delay it any longer. Old man, what did Archbishop Anthony mean by what he just said? Oh, you're disgusted. Not everyone is worthy of the help of the night goddess. Then the friend Archbishop Anthony is referring to. Is it Hastur or Klein? What do you think? It seemed that thinking about this issue was too difficult for Leonard. And another voice came from his body, always caring. So that's it. Leonard understood instantly. And so? He urgently contacted Klein through the method agreed upon last night, and told him about the problem he encountered. Klein just remained silent for a while, and said that he would handle the matter. Beloved of the goddess. He had always thought that his belief in the goddess was not too firm. But he was just lucky enough to be a nighthawk and have done some things. After he faked his death and escaped, his belief in the goddess became weaker and weaker. In order to facilitate his travels on the sea, he successively believed in the Lord of Storms, the eternal sun, and the god of steam and machinery. Faith is not so indispensable to him. Not to mention that this time, he even wanted to sneak into the depths of St. Samuel's Church. Channy's Gate came into contact with the Antigonus family notebook that led him to join the Nighthawks. Such behavior is simply blaspheming the goddess of the night. Facing herself like this, the goddess of the night is still willing to help, and even expresses her attitude through Leonard. This is clearly his intention to become the favored one of the night. Could it be that the goddess of the night already knows the secrets she hides, and is even willing to provide herself with a little help for this? But why? Moreover, he sensed the urgency of the night goddess from this behavior, and she seemed to be worried about something. Klein had many thoughts in his mind, and finally sighed and began to prepare the altar and pray to the goddess of the night through rituals. He had prayed to the goddess of the night before under the guidance of old Neil, so setting up the altar was not too difficult for him. After completing the preparations, Klein raised his hand and wiped his face, transforming into Gehrman Sparrow with stern features, and his height was unknowingly shorter by a few centimeters. After lighting the 2 candles in front of him, Klein made the ordinary candle representing the glow with a yellow flame. The 2 candles at the front symbolize the dark night and are made of night vanilla and sleep flower. The other is a candle made of white cornflower, wild rose, and other materials that symbolizes secrets. Immediately afterwards, he created a spiritual wall, sprinkled the full moon essential oil, burned the herbal powder to please the gods, and then completed the required ritual steps step by step. At the end, Klein took 2 steps back, turned on his spiritual vision, and recited in a low voice, I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the protection of secrets. I pray for the goddess's favor. I met the clone of the blasphemer Amon in Backland. He was collecting the extraordinary characteristics of the demigods, who were thieves. I pray for secret protection, and to complete the task of eliminating the clone of Amon, the blasphemer. Night herbs. Herbs belonging to the red moon. Please pass my prayers to the goddess. Moonflower. The herb belonging to the red moon. Please pass my prayers to the goddess. After finishing reciting, Klein waited patiently for a while. But nothing happened. Not even a single response. Klein's mood was much more relaxed. It seemed that Leonard had made a mistake. He was not the favored person that the goddess of the night wanted to protect. Mr. Hastur is the devout believer that the goddess of the night wants. That's right. There are believers who want to sneak into the church and commit theft every day. That's fine. I tried it myself. Now it's time for Mr. Hastur to try it. Just as he was about to clean up the arrangements for the ceremony in front of him, a figure suddenly jumped into his eyes. The figure was wearing a simple linen robe with traces of sewing, and a brown belt made of twisted bark was tied around the waist. The long black hair was hanging down wantonly, and his feet were not wearing shoes and socks, and were covered with dust and scars. This is a lady. Her facial features are extremely ordinary, and her dark eyes are no different from those of ordinary people. But just looking at her like this, peace naturally arises deep in her heart, as if the violent waves have encountered a season that is enough to stop. Pian Xinhai then regained peace, tranquility, and beauty. Who are you? Klein's mood was very complicated at this time. He didn't hope that this person was sent by the goddess of the night, but he also hoped that this was the goddess of the night's response to him. Among these gods, his belief in the goddess of the night has always been the deepest. The lady in a simple linen robe nodded gently and said, Ariana, servant of the secret. Servant of the secret Ariana. This is a very resounding title and name, especially within the church of the goddess of the night. Klein's eyes were focused, showing an expression of surprise and shock. Although his belief in the goddess of the night is not that firm, as a night watcher, He knows the name Ariana very well, the abbot of the Night Monastery, and the head of the 13 archbishops. If nothing else happens, he will be the future pope of the Church of the Night Goddess. An existence with such a terrifying identity actually appeared in front of him at this moment. It seemed that the goddess really valued him. A not very devout believer. Well, it's also possible that the other party came for Amon. After all, Amon is the king of angels. And even if his clone appears in Backland, that would be a big deal. Oh, why do I make the goddess of the night care so much? Klein no longer deceived himself. The other party specified that he was here because of him. If it was purely for Amon, then Leonard, a member of the Red Gloves, should be able to get the response from the goddess more easily than himself. Klein was in a complicated mood and was silent for a moment before solemnly saluting. Good morning, Your Highness Ariana. In major churches, if there is a being of angelic rank walking on the ground, the suffix Your Highness should be added when meeting them to show respect. Ariana tapped her chest 4 times clockwise and responded piously, May the goddess bless you. Klein also quickly tapped his chest 4 times clockwise to draw a crimson moon, and said in a pious tone, Praise the goddess. Seeing this scene, Ariana's expression became much more relaxed than before. I am an ascetic monk. You can just call me madam. Yes. MS. Ariana. Do you want to deal with the blasphemer Amon's clone in Backland? Yes. I wish for privacy. I can provide hidden power so that everything will not be seen. But I cannot guarantee that I can completely clean up all Amon's clones in Backland. In Queens, watching the sun gradually approach noon, Hastur was sitting on the balcony on the 2nd floor, softly calling Azhara, who was lying on the edge of the balcony. But Azhara seemed to be angry with him. No matter how he shouted, it remained unmoved and even quietly moved its position. Seeing this, Hastur could only take out the dried fish he had prepared, put the fragrant dried fish on the table on the right, and waited for Azhara to take the bait. After waiting for a while, Azhara couldn't bear the temptation and slowly moved her body over, when it jumped on the table and was about to bite a small dried fish. It was caught by Hastur, who was waiting for the opportunity. Hold it in your arms. Azhara mewed a few times in protest, then let Hastur pet her little head obediently. Asta lamented, You have to pet your own cat. There are too many temptations out there. If it is lured away, it will be difficult. Meow? Azhara didn't quite understand this sentence, but it probably meant that the master was worried that she would leave him one day. Its head rubbed against Hastur's palm, indicating that it would always stay by his side. Hastur smiled, picked up a small dried fish and placed it in front of Azhara. Seeing it happily enjoying the food, he chuckled and said, Raising a cat is really an interesting thing. Chapter 484 Amon, found you. The sun was shining warmly at noon, and its golden light made people drowsy. Even the gray fog covering Backland was much weaker than before. Azhara curled up in Hastur's arms, eating half of the dried fish in her mouth. The palm of her master's hand that was stroking her head stopped. She looked up and found that her master's eyes were closed, as if he was sleeping. Same as before. Meow? Azhara called out softly, but received no response. At this time, Sharon came out of the mirror and waved to Azhara. Azhara gently jumped down from Hastur's arms, for fear of disturbing her master's sleep. Meow. Sharon bent down and reached out to pick up Azhara, stretching out a finger to gently tease her. In the dream, Hastur reunited with Klein and Leonard again. Klein stated that he had sought secret asylum from the goddess of the night, and could start preparing for action. It is not difficult to fish out Amon's main clone, the descendant of the Jacob family. A demigod-level thief and an extraordinary person is a good choice. The reason why Hastur intervened at that time was to save him for later use. At the same time, he also did not want Amon's clone to swallow the extraordinary characteristics and increase his strength. Klein, you are indeed the goddess's favored one. Klein heard the undisguised jealousy in Leonard's tone. He smiled and nodded, tapping his chest 4 times to draw a crimson moon. Let us praise the goddess. Leonard just watched Klein's trick of changing the topic quietly. You should really praise the goddess. Otherwise your piety will not be worth the goddess's love for you. Everything is the will of the goddess. Klein showed a pious expression like that of a church bishop, making Leonard unable to find fault even if he wanted to. Hastur looked at the friendly interaction between Leonard and Klein with a smile on his face. After hearing Leonard's message to Klein before, he knew that the goddess of the night was stepping up to intervene in Klein's affairs, forcing Klein to seek help from her, just like she was teasing Azhara with dried fish. The goddess also didn't want her fat and white cat to be abducted by the stars. if Klein turns to the stars for help. Haster is also capable of cutting off the connection between Amon's main body and his clone. Haster looked at it for a while, and said, "Let's take action at night. That is the most suitable time." Is Mr. Haster planning to take action personally? Klein and Leonard are both curious about this question. They have not seen Haster's abilities yet, but Haster knows them very well. I will call in a suitable helper, who is also skilled in the extraordinary abilities of the thief path. Okay. Leonard felt a little pity. After ending the dream created through will, Haster opened his eyes and woke up. Azhara, who was originally curled up in his arms, was now lying on Sharon's shoulder, and Sharon was standing a few steps ahead. The balcony overlooks the scenery of Backland in the distance. Haster folded his hands behind his head, leaned against the back of the armchair, and looked at Sharon in silence. In recent times, he has been trying to help Sharon further act as a puppet. Unfortunately, Sharon is shy and thin-skinned. She always likes to hide in the mirror and deliberately avoid him. "Are you going out tonight?" "No. I'll stay home." Sharon turned back curiously. Curiosity revealed in her beautiful eyes. There are always some things that can be done by others. It's not good to be too tired. Asta added with a smile, "I have to help you learn more restraint." "Need not. Only by following your heart can you go further on the extraordinary road. That's what I'm about." "Hey, Azhara, don't just listen and eavesdrop. Occasionally, you should also say a few nice words to your master." Meow. After a few more jokes with Sharon, Haster got up and left the balcony. He came to his study room on the second floor and opened the pinned box containing 008. "Wow, dear master, you finally remembered me." 008 was very happy and was spinning around on the blank paper. "Maybe someone misses you more than I do. That is someone else's business. I only care about the master's attitude." 008 wrote another line on the paper. "Of course, I am also willing to listen to the instructions from Miss Sharon." TSK. That's really smart. I just care about everything around the master. What the master likes is what I want to please, protect. Haster looked at the very wise 008 slowly and nodded gently. "For the sake of your sincerity, I will help you again." Late at night, at the house where Mocht was talking on Birkeland Street, Hazel is in a good mood. Not only has her teacher not gone crazy recently, but she has also taught her a lot of occult knowledge. This allowed her to understand the nature of potions, master the method of digesting potions, and get the opportunity to be promoted to a decryption scholar. Now she is already a Sequence 7 Beyonder. She is moving step by step towards becoming a Sequence 4 demigod, going deep into the gate of the mysterious world. Thinking of this, she saw the teacher on the fur cushion of the sofa. The gray mouse was raising his right paw, pressing the monocle of his right eye, and then continued to flip through a large newspaper recording the latest news. Hazel didn't think there was anything wrong with the scene before her. As the time on the wall clock ticked by, a squeaking mouse sounded outside the window. Hazel frowned slightly, and was about to open the window to drive away the other annoying mice. This could only be a resting place for her teacher. But he saw his teacher put down the newspaper in his hand, and seemed to murmur, "Such a delicious bait is really exciting. Unfortunately, I am not alone." Hazel opened the window, and saw a gray mouse about the same size as her teacher standing outside the window. Her eyes hesitated for a while, looking at the gray mouse outside, and then secretly looking at her teacher. After comparing back and forth, she seemed to feel something breaking inside her body, and there were many more memories about this period in her mind. But soon, her eyes became confused again, and then she picked up a small pot of flowers placed by the window and threw it at the gray mouse, making it furious and its eyes red. But before it could do anything, Hazel had already started to drive the bodyguards attracted by the flower pot to the ground, asking them to drive away the gray mouse that was exactly the same as her teacher. The gray mouse wearing a monocle on the sofa raised his eyebrows and glanced. Just when he was about to look away, he suddenly found that the eyeliners he had placed outside the window were disappearing one by one. To be more precise, they were replaced one by one. He tried to deduce something, but found that he could not get any useful information from the death of the clone outside. "The secret of the night," Amon chuckled softly, which seemed to be mocking, but also seemed to be afraid of something. "In that case, let me see what you have prepared." Transparent worms emerged from his body, swam in all directions, and then disappeared. At this time, the confusion in Hazel's eyes gradually receded, and the memory of that night was returned, and she clearly remembered what happened that night. When she looked at the sofa, her teacher, and the gray mouse again, her eyes were horrified. She saw the terrifying figure wearing a monocle, which was a nightmare that would linger throughout her life. Ah! She let out a cry of extreme fear, ran to the door, pulled the door handle and escaped. Outside the room, the maid who was carrying the food put down the food, took out a pair of black-framed monocle eyes from her coat pocket, took a breath, wiped the mirror surface with the corner of her clothes, and then put it on the eye socket. Superior. Seeing this scene, Hazel's pupils suddenly dilated. Her body became weak. She pressed against the cold wall and staggered away. She came to the room where her mother was resting and wanted to remind her to leave here with her quickly. But he saw his mother, Lady Liana, looking at her with a smile, and then slowly put on a pair of monocles with a gold rim and a watch chain. Hazel was so frightened that she took a few steps back and broke a vase placed at the door. The sound of cracking and breaking attracted her father. Representative mocked. He also wore a monocle made of crystal on his right eye, and looked at himself with a smile. And this is just a simple beginning. With this place as the center, all the maids, bodyguards, and chefs in the house have all turned into the shape of Amon. Even the bugs in the flower pots, the cockroaches passing by, and the mice searching for food have all turned into Amon at this moment. And it is still spreading outwards. From house 39 on Birkeland Street, it gradually spreads to other houses. It was like a highly contagious plague that began to spread under the cover of night. Klein, who came to investigate as a secret puppet and observed the situation here through the gray fog, could not hide the look of shock in his eyes. The blasphemer Amon is so terrifying that he can easily replace other people's identities silently and spread at an extremely fast speed. Poor Hazel, such a simple and kind-hearted girl, has to suffer such horrific suffering. After observing for a while, Klein returned to the real world and walked out of the bathroom, holding a metal card from black gemstones in his right hand. This is the secret shelter provided by Lady Ariana for him. At critical moments, he can also pray to this metal to ask for Lady Ariana's help. At this moment, Klein suddenly felt that his marionette responsible for observation had been taken away by someone. The thread of his spiritual body was cut off, and he completely lost his senses. Klein was not panicked at all, because they had already anticipated this. At this time, the door of the master bedroom at No. 160 Birkeland Street opened with a creak. The person who opened the door was none other than Inuni, the marionette winner that Klein had just lost. He walked in step by step, then slowly took out a crystal-like monocle from his pocket, and slowly placed it on the socket of his right eye. He looked at Dawn Downstat in the room, and the corners of his mouth turned up a little. I found you. Chapter 485 Duel of Destiny. Tonight will be darker than ever, more secretive, and more difficult to spy on. Dim yellow lights dotted the small bedroom. Dawn downstairs was standing in front of the windowsill. When she heard the sound, she stopped looking outside and turned to look at Amon, who was wearing a monocle. The corners of his mouth turned up a little bit. I found you too. I have to admire your courage for deliberately leading me here through marionette. And you are only a sequence 5 marionette master. There was a bit of curiosity in Amon's eyes, and he looked at it carefully for a few more times. His expression became more solemn, and he said softly, It turns out that I made a mistake. You are a monk in yellow. Dawn Downstat nodded slightly. Amon the blasphemer, the life stealer who likes to play pranks. What is your own fate? Dawn Downstat, Mrs. Lisa, arranged by Hastur, had long followed the oracle and came here, waiting for Amon's arrival as Dawn Downstat. A glimmer of light appeared in her palm, and under such calm illumination, the translucent insects of time on the ground that were originally crawling towards her were frozen in place, as if they were struggling in some way. Soon, their shape had changed from Amon to that of Gawain downstairs. Lady Lisa successfully stole his clone from Amon and turned it into her own puppet. This is the equivalent of taking the property that a skilled thief has just stolen from his pocket. Amon calmly watched this scene happen, gently pushed the monocle on his right eye socket, clapped his hands and said, You are also an unexpected life stealer. It's a pity that my real body is not here. Otherwise he would be very happy. It is not easy to have such a colleague who can compare and exchange stealing skills. The extraordinary path of the monk in yellow and the king in yellow is really interesting. Facing Amon's praise and hospitality, Mrs. Lisa still faced him as Dawn Downstat. She had no idea of exchanging theft experience with Amon. She came here tonight, and it was the gods who gave her another revelation. She closed her eyes slightly, and starlight, endless starlight poured out of her body, like a tide, washing and wrapping everything around her at an extremely fast speed. She couldn't steal Amon's body, but the clone of Amon in front of her couldn't stop her from stealing. Unless he absorbs all the clones in Backland to let his strength enter sequence 2. This is already the limit of his clone. Oh, I'm so impatient. Originally, I wanted to chat with you a few more words. Amon sighed with emotion and raised the corner of his mouth. How do you know that the person who came to Backland must be a clone of me? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge ancient modeled shadow rose behind Amon. It was an ancient object that looked like a wall clock. It was divided into 12 grids. Each grid had clear boundaries and had different symbols. When the hands on it started to rotate, time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everything around him slowed down. In the living room of No. 39 Berkland Street, Senator mocked, Mrs. Liana and the family's valets, maids, bodyguards, etc., in the sight of Hazel, who had collapsed, put away the monocle on her face, transformed one after another into rays of light. In the light, a small translucent insect was vaguely visible crawling. Immediately afterwards, all the nearby creatures parasitized by Amon turned into balls of light and gathered towards the clone of Amon in the master bedroom of No. 160. In terms of destiny stealing, there are always only 0 and 1. Failure and success. If his main clone is successfully stolen, the other party will follow the fate of the main clone and easily eliminate all his other clones in Backland. He could only gather the clones around him to fight, although this would require him to face another risk. Once this clone is destroyed, he will no longer have an eye in Backland. Due to secret reasons, his body will not be able to know what really happened in Backland. The prerequisite for being able to spy on destiny fluctuations is that there are destiny fluctuations. The opponent's arrangement is so strict that all destiny fluctuations here will be hidden and cannot be spied on. As Amon's clones gathered together, the aura exuding from his body became stronger and stronger. Mrs. Lisa's expression also became serious, but she was more excited in her heart. This is the clone of the King of Angels, and it also has the ability to steal destiny. Outside Berkland Street, Leonard had already arrived nearby, but he did not blindly walk into this range. In his body, the old man Pauls has noticed the unusual fluctuations in destiny in this area. The blasphemer Amon is here at the moment, and as planned, he is constantly gathering clones to temporarily enhance the strength of his clone. It has been promoted to sequence 2, which is almost the limit of Amon's clone. If it continues to be promoted to sequence 1, then there may be no need for outsiders to take action, and the two Amon will fight on their own. Sequence 2 is the most stable state of Amon's clone. Obviously, Amon encountered a difficult opponent this time. For this descendant of the ancient sun god, this was an extremely rare situation. In his impression, except for Amon's defeat at the hands of the night goddess. Other times, other people were helpless to him. And now, the two angels are dueling in Backland, and they are still under the gaze of the stars, the Fool, and the goddess of the night. It feels crazy just thinking about it. Amon, what are you thinking about? Why did he come to Backland this time? Is it just a coincidence? Pales murmured. He couldn't understand Amon's perverse behavior. It was clear that the stars, the Fool, and the goddess of the night all expressed that they did not welcome him to come near Backland. So why did he stay here at the risk of offending them? It shouldn't be his own fault. Otherwise, it would be Amon's true body that came to Backland. Pales thought seriously for a while, and his tone suddenly became panicked. Get out of here quickly, and never come closer again in a short time. Klein and Hastur are dealing with Amon. Why don't we just leave like this? Leonard was startled. Amon's true form may have also come to Backland. Pale's tone was full of urgency. The longer you stay here, the more likely it is that Amon will notice it. Klein and Hastur have the support of the Fool and the stars respectively, so there will be no accidents. But if you are targeted by Amon, you will become Amon's plaything. Old man, where did you come to this conclusion? Leave first. All right. Leonard could only choose to follow the old man's advice and leave here first. Not long after Leonard left here, in the outer area of Berkland Street, a young man wearing a crystal monocle passed by on a bicycle. He just glanced at Berkland Street shrouded in darkness, before humming a tune and heading towards Queens. Outside the house at No. 160 Berkland Street, another of Klein's marionettes appeared here. A delicate and small paper crane appeared in the marionette's hand. When the fateful showdown between Lady Lisa and Amon's clone reached a critical moment, the paper crane in the marionette's hand suddenly flew into the air, solidified in the air and burned. One after another, Mercury complex symbols jumped out of the paper crane's body. And then these complex symbols condensed into a huge scaleless snake of nothingness. The silver-white giant snake's body surface is densely covered with patterns and symbols, forming wheels connected to each other. Each wheel has its own different logo near it. Its bright red eyes glanced sharply, soared into the air, hovered over the entire Birkelund street, bent up and bit its tail. The huge figure enveloped the entire Birkelund street like a huge black cloud, shaped like a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. When this huge wheel started to rotate, the entire Birkelund street seemed to be swallowed silently by a huge abyss. And a huge attraction came from the center of the wheel. Amon's clones, which had been gathered together, now split again, splitting into a main clone and many smaller clones. Divine enlightenment. Steal fate. Mrs. Lisa shouted loudly and finally succeeded in stealing Amon's main clone. The monocle in his right eye also burst out with dazzling light and shattered at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the other clones were stolen one by one and became the puppets of Mrs. Lisa's destiny. But she only controlled all the clones of Amon to disintegrate themselves and analyze the translucent insects of time. There are 13 in total, and one of them is a particularly large time worm with 12 rings. Time around it seems to be much slower than elsewhere. People living on Birkelund Street were not aware of this bizarre scene, and were still doing their own things as usual. It's finally over. The real Klein held the black gemstone medal from MS. Ariana, with an expression of relief on his face. That guy will seems to be recovering well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to successfully intervene in this battle with just a paper crane. Just when Klein was relaxing, Leonard contacted him through a dream. Klein? Haster. The old man suddenly told me just now that Amon's true form may have also come to Birkelund. The eager, nervous tone proved Leonard wasn't kidding. Klein felt like he was standing on his head, with chills all over his body. He looked around with alert eyes, and found no trace of Amon. He quickly cut off the connection with the marionette, and left the place at high speed through flame jumping. On the other side, Haster, who also received Leonard's reminder, was sitting in the study, holding his hands in front of him, leaning back on the chair. On the desk, 008 was restlessly lying in the pencil case. In front of the desk, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a black classical robe, a soft pointed hat of the same color, black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, a thin face, and a monocle made of crystal carvings. Amon the Blasphemer. Chapter 486. Theft is prohibited here. Amon is indeed here. Haster looked at Amon, who appeared in front of him. A little surprised, but not very surprised. He once deliberately tested Amon as the stars. At that time, he dropped thunder and smashed Amon's clone to show the attitude of the stars towards him. But Amon did not leave Birkelund because of this, and even stayed there on Birkelund Street. This made Asta begin to doubt Amon's true purpose of coming to Birkelund this time. The high-dimensional overlooker is indeed chasing Amon, but it is not difficult to avoid it for a short period of time, especially since Amon is Adam's brother. Therefore, there is a possibility that Amon's true form will come to Birkelund. So why did Amon come to Birkelund? Now he has no idea that Pales is hiding in Birkelund, let alone coming in his true form. After thinking about it, Haster still felt that the other party was more likely to come for 008. Adam made some kind of deal with Amon. He helped Amon delay the high-dimensional overlooker and asked Amon to come to Birkelund to help him steal 008. This is very possible. After all, if Adam comes to Birkelund in person, 008 will have a certain reaction, thus reminding Haster to be wary of Adam. So tonight, Haster chose to ask Mrs. Lisa to rush back to deal with Amon's clone left in Birkelund Street, while he stayed in the study and personally guarded 008. Unexpectedly, Amon really came. That clone was deliberately placed on Birkelund Street to attract the attention of the stars, the fool, and the goddess of the night. Asta Campbell, you are really a little guy who is not easy to deal with. No wonder that paranoid asked me to do him a small favor. Amon naturally sat opposite Haster, and his expression did not look anxious at all. What should I call you? Earl Campbell of the Lone Kingdom? The beloved of the stars? Or the monk in yellow? The envoy of God? Of course, you may have other new identities that need to be discovered, such as being the spokesperson of the stars in the human world, and the legend of the king in yellow that has been widely circulated recently. I'm really interested in you. With a faint smile on his face, Amon used relaxed words to reveal Haster's hidden identity one by one. Time-delaying tactics have no effect on me. Stars flashed around Haster. The time zero talisman rotated, and the surrounding time and space restarted and returned to zero. There were 3 more time worms on the ground. One of the time worms was larger and had 12 links. A relatively high-end insect of time. When Amon was slightly surprised, Hastur naturally collected the 3 worms of time and regarded them as his trophies. Can't waste it. During the chat, Hastur had already been prepared for this move through the hidden invasion of the worm of time. He thought more than once about how to drain the worm of time out of Amon's body. It's just the beginning now. Amazing authority. The stars are really interesting existences. If one day I go to the stars, I really hope to visit this existence. It will happen one day. This sentence made Amon's expression become a little more solemn. At this moment, when Hastur answered this sentence, he felt the ups and downs of future destiny for no reason. It seems that he will really go to the stars one day in the future. Did the stars peek into the future? Or did they arrange the future? Or maybe what he said happened to trigger some kind of change in the future? Facing me with only an empty SHL as one of the stars. Do you need to be so afraid? Through the little attempt just now, Amon has understood that Hastur in front of him is just an empty SHL made of starlight. He can't see any destiny in him. Nor can he detect any past or future. Not to mention stealing anything from him. Aren't you also used to using your clones to confuse people? For example, are you a clone or your true self when you appear in front of me? The stars are watching everything. Didn't he give you relevant revelations? The stars have no additional revelations. They can only prove that this matter is not important at all. That's a very reasonable sentence. Amon nodded slightly and turned to look at 008, who was lying quietly in the pencil case. This thing is not of much use to you. When 008 heard Amon speak, his body suddenly trembled. And then he quickly jumped up from the pen box and wrote on the blank paper in front of Hastur, "Master. He just wanted to steal me." "Don't worry." Hastur comforted 008. And then said, "It has given its loyalty to me. I am not used to giving away my belongings to others. It can be traded. You don't have what I need in your hands." Hastur smiled. "I don't need anything else either. It's really troublesome." Amon sighed, looked at Hastur, and then looked up again. He knew that the stars were watching here. It is quite difficult to steal 008 under the watchful eye of such a mysterious being. But it's worth the challenge. The 12 ancient shadows that looked like a wall clock appeared behind Amon. And the huge aura shook the entire house, making the entire queens tremble. But at this moment, everything around him was disillusioned. There was no house, no queens, and no study. Only Hastur quietly held 008 in his hand, standing in a void and empty world. This is the spiritual world. In the spirit world, the shadow of the ancient wall clock behind Amon became increasingly mottled. There was no need to worry that the aura of the King of Angels was also fully blooming at this moment. When the hands on the 12-digit clock began to rotate, and time was reshaped at this moment, Amon gently reached out and grabbed 008. But the 008 he held in his hand soon became illusory, and finally disappeared into thin air. Also disappearing were Hastur and the real 008 in front of him. This is not a simple spiritual world. This is the underworld deep in the spiritual world. This is the kingdom of God opened up by the ancient phoenix. A place of death. Although it was once broken, it has now been gradually repaired and improved. The gods should stay away from the earth and return to the stars, Amon whispered. And the model pointer of the ancient shadow behind him quickly turned around in a circle. He stretched out his hand to explore. And when he pulled it back, a 008 appeared on his hand again. His stealing does not just stop at the inherent destiny. The moment Hastur and 008 disappeared, he used his authority to steal this time. Hastur is indeed an empty concept that is not affected by fate and cannot be stolen. But 008 does not have this ability. It is a concrete existence. And what exists can naturally be stolen. No stealing here. 008 started to save himself crazily. At this time, a pair of eyes rose from the depths of the underworld. The eyes glowing with golden flames just glanced lightly. Amon's body and 008 were on fire. Well, Amon sighed. And when he wanted to hold 008 tightly and leave, the surrounding space and time suddenly solidified. Even Amon was frozen in place in an instant. The golden eyes became brighter and brighter, and the entire underworld formed a huge prison, completely confining Amon here and unable to go out. Amon noticed an abnormality in the time and space around him, and the phantom hands of the ancient wall clock behind him reversed again, returning to the time when the golden eyes had just risen. He opened a crack and threw 008 out, wanting to send 008 away from here. It's back to its original owner. It seems you can't take it away yet. Outside the crack, Haster caught 008 easily, glanced at Amon, and blocked the crack. At the same time, he held 008 in the air and wrote, "Those who steal will be punished by prison. Those who steal will be punished by thunder." Thunder struck down violently. Amon, this young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat of the same color, was chopped into powder by thunder, leaving only 3 worms of time in place. In the study, 008 was still lying in the pencil case, and Haster was still sitting in the armchair. There was a ripple in the space in front of him, and Amon's figure appeared here again, without any depression on his face. When he was sucked into the spirit world just now, he changed his position and let a clone of himself enter it. "How many clones do you have?" Haster whispered. The surrounding stars flashed, and the world changed again. This time, what appeared in front of us was no longer the spiritual world, but the starry sky. Amon didn't hesitate at all. Turned around and left here. Even so, he once again left behind 4 worms of time. A false starry sky can make Amon retreat quickly. It can be seen that the starry sky is still extremely terrifying for existences like them, Haster whispered, and put away the 4 worms of time. As for Amon, no matter whether the person appearing in front of him tonight is his true body or a clone, he needs to be peeled off before he can leave here. In order to prevent Amon from accidentally injuring innocent people, Haster had already remodeled his study to form a space similar to multiple spaces. Unfortunately, the authority he learned from the high-dimensional overlooker was limited. Even with the blessing of the Palace of Stars, it was still unable to compare with the real multiple dimensions. Otherwise, he could make Amon fall into a world of illusion forever, unable to distinguish reality from fiction. When Amon left completely, Haster had 3 more translucent time worms in his hand. Tonight, his spoils were quite rich, especially the process of peeling off the time worm layer by layer from Amon's body, which was really stress-relieving and satisfying. As for Amon, who knows where his true form is hiding? Maybe he is staying with Adam and being a good baby. In the real world, 008 is writing on a blank piece of paper, "Master, my master, you are so witty and brave. You have protected me again." Woo-woo. On Haster's shoulder, Phoenix Grey Carey was standing quietly. In order to prevent any accidents, Grey Carey has been guarding this study, regardless of whether Amon comes in person or not. He cannot snatch 008 away from Grey Carey. Chapter 487 Trophies. The night was still silent. Only a black cloud enveloped it. When he saw a figure that did not belong to Backland sneaking out of the Queen's district, a furious thunder fell, splitting the remaining clone of Amon into pieces. The slag left only 4 translucent insects of time in place. Boom! Several more thunderbolts came, burning the 4 insects of time into powder and scattering them in the wind. The dark clouds dispersed again, and the starry sky returned to its former calm and brilliance. In the study room, faced with 008's flattery, Haster admitted that he felt comfortable listening to it. But it was a trouble after all. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days. But there is no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. Both Adam and Amon already know what 008 is doing in their hands, and they will definitely come to snatch him in the future. Although it is not too difficult to protect 008, Amon's temperament is too changeable. The lack of protection will one day implicate innocent people, such as the housekeeper and maid at home, and friends like Sharon and Audrey, Greg, and Merrick who care. With Amon's ability, it is easy to investigate his interpersonal relationships, and it is also easy to deal with them. For a born mythical creature like Amon, these emotions that he cares about are all places that he can make use of. When he fails once, Amon may still regard it as a difficult game challenge. But if he keeps failing, sooner or later he will take actions that affect other people. Because in his eyes, there is no concept of innocence in the life and death of these people. In comparison, Adam was easier to deal with. He knows human nature well, and will not push this matter to extremes unless forced to do so. But Amon is different. I'm afraid this is Adam's real intention in asking Amon to help him visit Backland. He is telling himself that when you have concerns in your heart, don't hold on to 008. Otherwise, there is no guarantee of what will happen next time. Admittedly, this is a threat. But I have to admit that it is very effective. After all, I still can't protect Sharon, Audrey and others at the same time, even if I have the stars to rely on. Master, are you considering handing me over? 008 is very smart. When it saw Haster's silence, it roughly guessed what Haster was thinking. Use it to conduct a suitable transaction, which is the most reasonable choice. What do you think? I want to get rid of this fate. Maybe the master can separate me from this extraordinary characteristic of a writer, and let me become the new 008. 008 felt frustrated, and slowly wrote his answer on the blank paper. It's indeed a good idea. Hastur nodded. But it's not that time yet. He also has something that makes Adam afraid. If he really wants to mess up, he will directly send 008 to the stars, so that Adam will never become a god. But as the end approaches, this deterrent will become smaller and smaller. 008's suggestion is actually the best solution. All Adam needs is the writer's extraordinary characteristics. It is not difficult to separate the extraordinary characteristics and retain 008's complete consciousness. But if he wants to compromise, Adam must show enough sincerity. Perhaps because he had predicted his final outcome. 008's interest was always low, and he randomly drew undulating and twisted lines on the blank paper. How about combining you with that yellow document? 008's brush strokes suddenly stopped, and after a while, it scrawled and wrote in the blank space, "Everything depends on the owner." This scene gave Hastur a sense of déjà vu, as if he had dreamed that the landowner rewarded his servant to the girl he liked. Outside Birkeland Street, Leonard had arrived at a safe area and felt that Amon's aura had disappeared, and the abnormalities in Birkeland Street had completely returned to normal. Pales asked Leonard to contact Klein and Hastur. In the dream, the three of them reunited again. "Are you all okay?" Leonard asked worriedly. "It's okay," Klein responded, looking at Hastur. "Amon didn't come to see me." "Well, he came to see me. Fortunately, I made some preparations in advance." Hastur did not hide this matter. Leonard exclaimed, "Isn't that dangerous? It's just a clone, not the main body. It's still within the processing range." Hastur's calm words shocked both Leonard and Klein. No matter how weak Amon's clone is, it should still be in sequence 3. Right? Judging from what happened tonight, the battle on Birkeland Street may have been a decoy. And what Amon really wanted to do was pin on another clone. Then the strength of this clone cannot be too low. And there is a high probability that it is also a sequence 2. And Hastur can survive in the hands of an angel, and even gain an advantage. There are too many things worth studying in this. But they were all smart people. And Hastur didn't go into details, so they didn't ask further questions. After a brief chat, Hastur began to distribute tonight's spoils. A total of 13 worms of time were obtained in the battle on Birkeland Street. One of them is relatively large, and the other 12 are about the same size. I only want the largest one, and the other 12 will be divided equally between the two of you. As for the one who came to me, that Amon, all the time worms on him belong to me. What do you think?" Leonard and Klein looked at each other, both feeling that they were taking too much advantage. In tonight's battle, the two of them basically didn't contribute much. The one who made the plan was Paul's, and the one who contributed a little was Will. They basically just watched. Of the 13 left in Birkeland Street, most of them should belong to Hastur. It would be a very good reward for the two of them to have 3 worms of time each. You have no objections. It's settled. Hastur sent the 12 worms of time directly to Leonard and Klein through Will's dream. Amon, as the mischievous king of angels, even if he cannot know what happened to Birkeland from the secret tonight, he will definitely pay special attention to Birkeland afterwards. You should be careful. After giving a reminder, Hastur left the dreamland created by Will. Leonard and Klein have a close relationship. The blasphemer Amon, a king of angels, may be guarding outside Birkeland. Just thinking about it makes people feel scared. Especially Leonard, since he learned about the food chain relationship between the old man and Amon. He was afraid that Amon would look at him among the crowd when he walked on the street. After the dream ended, Hastur checked the time. It was after 11 o'clock. He took a bath first, and then took a carriage to the new stronghold of the Temperance sect, preparing to pick up Sharon and Azhara. In order to avoid accidents tonight, he had already asked Sharon and Azhara to leave the house first, so as not to run into Amon, who appeared from nowhere. Hastur, who closed his eyes for a while in the carriage, was soon pulled into Will's dream. In this dream, there was only Will and himself. "Where's my share of the loot?" Will pouted slightly, as if he was angry that Hastur didn't give him the worm of time. "Oh, do you need the worm of time too?" "Of course. I am growing and need to absorb a lot of nutrients," Will said very rationally, "and that is the worm of time on Amon, which can be used for many things. For the sake of the dream you provided tonight, there can't be more than 2 worms of time. It was a big harvest tonight." Hastur generously gave away 2 small worms of time. Will blinked, not too little, waved his hand, and left the dreamland. Then, Will use the same reason to ask for 3 worms of time from Klein. And Leonard asked for 2 worms of time as a reward for providing tonight's dream communication. The harvest of 7 worms of time made Will the biggest winner tonight besides Haster. On Leonard's side, Pales was still feeling distressed about the 2 worms of time he had sent out. To him, these were the real nourishing food and life-saving medicine. It's a pity that his role tonight is limited. Otherwise he could shamelessly ask for a few more worms of time to restore his condition. In Pulitzer Harbor, a young man with black hair, dark eyes, a thin face, and a monocle rode a bicycle and returned to his home leisurely, humming a little tune. With an obvious smile, he took out newspapers and letters from the mailbox. After entering the house, the young man opened the unsigned letter as he walked. If we all lose contact in Backland, this means that this game is getting more and more interesting. Asta Campbell. What is his true identity? If he is just a pure believer in the stars, he will not be able to solve all of us. What kind of terrifying truth is hidden behind his powerful power and rapid rise? I believe you will also be very interested in this issue. After all, we also like to take risks and explore the truth. As for the deal with that paranoid, keeping one's word is not our traditional good character. Oh, there is also a favored person of the night participating in it. He is also very interesting. It should be said that everything here is very interesting. If you have time, you can come here in person. You will definitely gain a lot. The young man slowly burned the letter to ashes, came to the window, tapped the edge of the window with his fingers, hummed a tune, and looked in the direction of Backland. After a while, the young man frowned slightly and left the spot instantly, leaving only one sentence. It's really annoying. Chapter 488 Amon Sequeli. Are you here to see Sharon? Well, to be more precise, I'm taking her back. Are you Lord Haster Campbell? I think there should be no younger and more handsome earl than me in the kingdom of Lone. The last heir of the Campbell family? Perhaps you should call me the Shongshing patriarch of the Campbell family. Under the bright starry sky, Asta looked around at some of the elderly people in the yard with faces full of vicissitudes of life, and said with a smile, I am 20 years old, not yet married, and have no bad history in my life. I met Sharon 2 years ago. I spent the New Year's with Sharon. I was in good health, had no hidden diseases, and had considerable wealth. I could live a life without worries about food and clothing. Is there anything else you want to ask? Faced with Haster's sudden calmness and a series of speeches, the temperance elders present looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. There were many questions that they wanted to ask, but had not yet had time to ask. But Haster himself asked them first, which made them feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, Sharon, who heard the commotion in the yard outside, walked out of the room, took a look at the awkward atmosphere in the yard that was so thick that it was almost caked, and knew that it must be related to Asta. Her calm eyes fell on Haster, and before she could say anything, Haster came over and naturally held her hand in front of these temperance old people. Let's go back. Meow. Azhara, who was squatting on Sharon's shoulder, also echoed. Sharon was silent for a while, then nodded and said Lo. After a few words of instructions, she followed Haster out of the courtyard, got into the 4-wheeled luxury carriage, and left the temperance stronghold. In the carriage, Sharon finally couldn't help but ask what happened just now. They just cared about us and nothing else happened. Haster smiled and said what he just said to Sharon again. Sharon resisted the urge to glare at him, took a deep breath, and pretended that what just happened had never happened. Many of those temperance elders risked their lives to escort her out of the southern continent. In recent years, she gathered them in Backland's stronghold. Unless their teacher comes out again, they will live a peaceful retirement life in Backland. I understand that elderly people are most concerned about whether their children and grandchildren are happy. I just show them my advantages in all aspects so that they can trust you to me. Sharon didn't say anything else. She knew that Haster came to pick her up so late just to expose the relationship between the two in front of everyone in the temperance party. Haster didn't say anything else. What he was really worried about was that he was afraid that Amon and his clone were hiding in Backland, so it would be safer to bring Sharon to him. After returning to the villa, Haster went to the study again and gave 3 worms of time to Mrs. Lisa, who had worked hard tonight, and asked her to send some members of the Yellow Monks to monitor any disturbance around them, especially if they see people wearing monocles. They must be vigilant. On Berklund Street, Klein stood in front of the windowsill, looking at Hazel's house at No. 39, which was surrounded by night watchers and police, and sighed silently. This time when Amon appeared, the most innocent and pitiful people were Hazel's family. Hazel even saw her dear parents and familiar people transform into a mon one by one. Especially the image of wearing a monocle. From a long distance away, Klein could hear the cries coming from Hazel's complete breakdown. If it weren't for the Beyonders of the Nighthawks, who helped stabilize her emotions and put her into a coma, she would have gone insane. For this kind-hearted little girl, Klein still sympathized with her plight. And at the same time, he had a clearer understanding of the bad nature of Amon, the blasphemer. I should be promoted as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't want to wear a monocle when I meet Amon again. Seeing that the Nighthawks were cooperating with the police to control the situation in Hazel, Klein lowered the curtains and lay down on the bed, thinking about which day would be more suitable to sneak into the depths of St. Samuel's church. After thinking for a while, he suddenly sat upright. He is now the favored one of the goddess of the night. If he wants the magician's potion formula, does he still need to steal it by sneaking into St. Samuel's church? Can't I directly seek the blessings from the goddess of the night? Moreover, I had just received the help of the night goddess tonight, and I was thinking of sneaking into the church dedicated to her. No matter how I thought about it, it was not suitable. And Ms. Ariana, she must still be staying in Backland, maybe temporarily living at St. Samuel's church. In this case, it is basically impossible to sneak in and complete the theft. Klein, who had been thinking for a long time, looked at the time. It was around 1:30 late at night. The night has not faded away and is still dark and gloomy. It is a good time to pray to the goddess of the night. Well, it's time to report the results of tonight's battle again. Klein got up from the bed and lit the candles symbolizing the goddess of night and mystery, as he had done before when setting up the altar. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the protection of secrets. I pray for the goddess's favor. In order to express his piety, Klein used the 3 insects of time he got tonight as sacrifices to the goddess of the night. But after waiting for a long time, the goddess of the night did not respond to his ritual. In the end, Klein only waited for Ms. Ariana, who was wearing a simple linen robe. Klein glanced at the other party sheepishly and said with a hint of respect, Ms. Ariana, good evening. Good evening. Ariana nodded slightly and glanced at the altar and the 3 worms of time sacrificed by Klein. The goddess likes the tranquility of the night, although she is very willing to respond to the prayers of believers. Klein nodded, indicating that he understood this. You handled Amon's matter well tonight, but it wasn't enough for the goddess to give the magician the magic potion formula. Ariana saw at a glance what Klein was asking for. If you want to change your destiny, you need to work hard for it yourself. The goddess will only give you guidance when you are confused. Klein understood what this lady Ariana was saying. She was letting herself continue to act according to her previous plan. Sure enough, the Antigonus family notebook carries his future destiny. I understand. Thank you, Ms. Ariana, for your answer. Ariana just nodded calmly and glanced at the 3 worms of time. It's best to use the worm of time from Amon as soon as possible. As time goes by, the extraordinary characteristics contained in it will gradually decrease. Thank you, Ms. Ariana, for letting me know. I really appreciate it. Ariana did not stay here for long, and her figure seemed to disappear into the dark night. With Ms. Ariana's reminder tonight, Klein became much more confident about sneaking into St. Samuel's church. He planned to try out St. Samuel's church this Sunday. Klein, who already had an idea in mind, looked at the altar he had set up tonight. Since the goddess looked down on these 3 insects of time, he could use them to create a time spell himself. I believe it would have different extraordinary effects. Amon's arrival did not cause much trouble in Backland. Instead, the experiences of Hazel's family, woven and exaggerated by the police authorities, attracted the sympathy of most people. The truth given by the police is large-scale food poisoning. Hazel also woke up from the hospital. Although the Nighthawks had helped her erase her memories of last night, she was still easily irritated. For example, when she met someone who liked to wear a monocle, especially someone with dark eyes and black hair. Young people, her parents, servants, bodyguards, and others also woke up one after another. Amon's worm of time was no longer in their bodies, and they looked no different from ordinary people. I just have a little habit. I like to wear monocle occasionally. As expected, Hazel was frightened again and was sent to the hospital. Klein thought about helping this poor girl. After thinking for a while, he thought of Miss Justice, who was good at psychology. Miss Audrey, who is also currently in Backland, is the most suitable psychiatrist to treat the sequelae of Hazel Amon. In order not to reveal his identity, Klein used the identity of the world to send a separate commission to Audrey. The righteous Miss Audrey naturally accepted this treatment task. Accompanying her was a large golden retriever dog. In order not to attract attention, Klein only used a marionette to guide Audrey and briefly introduce Hazel's situation. What Klein didn't expect was that after Miss Audrey completed her treatment, the big golden retriever dog also followed suit and gave Hazel a visit. The most incredible thing is that Hazel's condition improved significantly under the psychological treatment of the big golden retriever dog. Also shocked was Audrey. Her mouth opened slightly, as if she was surprised by Susie's behavior this time. After sending Audrey and the golden retriever Susie away, Klein glanced at Hazel, who was still lying on the hospital bed, and thought that he might as well not tell her the truth in the future. If Hazel knew that her psychological problems were cured by a golden retriever, new psychological problems might arise. Well, that's a white lie. Chapter 489: Klein's Infiltration Operation. On Saturday night, at 160 Birkeland Street, Klein was preparing what he would need for tomorrow's operation. In addition to the 3-time charms, he worked on overnight using the Worm of Time. He also cut out a stack of paper figurines and got 2 more paper cranes from Will at the cost of a Worm of Time. In order to prevent accidents, he carefully checked the status of his marionette, fearing that his marionette would suddenly put on a monocle in front of him. He didn't want to experience the same horrific incident as Hazel. Amon's sequelae were really terrifying. After finishing all preparations, Klein took a comfortable bath and went back to bed to rest at around 9 o'clock to recharge his batteries. Not long after he closed his eyes, he was pulled into Will's dream. There was no trace of Will in the dream. Only Hastur. He just stood quietly in a layer of mist, making it impossible for people to see clearly. But his existence could be truly felt. Mr. Hastur, why did you come to see me so late? Klein said politely. You recently wanted to sneak into St. Samuel's church? Klein was taken aback, but quickly smiled and said, I really can't hide anything from Mr. Hastur. This is a very reasonable conjecture. From your previous abnormal behavior in St. Samuel's church, it is easy to draw this conclusion. Klein didn't say anything, but just looked at Hastur, wanting to hear why he came to see him tonight. Your journey will not be too smooth. If you believe me, you can bring this charm with you. What exactly does Mr. Hastur want to do? Klein's tone sounded wary, even though they had just cooperated to solve the Amon incident. I guess you may encounter Zeratul, and he has offended me. Zeratul? Klein's expression was much more solemn. He had seen records about this mysterious soothsayer many times in Russell's diary. Even people like Russell thought that Zeratul was an old Inbi, and it was because of him that he made the bold statement of fighting. But he quickly put away these thoughts and asked puzzledly, That's it? It's also a good thing for you, because after all you are the one who is on the same extraordinary path as him. Klein was silent, then laughed. It seems that we need to trouble Mr. Hastur this time. As long as you don't think that I'm using your hand to test Zareth. You know what? I really think the same thing. Klein smiled in his heart. I just want to believe in Mr. Hastur's kindness. After ending his dream, a silver talisman with a starry sky on the back lay quietly in the palm of Klein's hand. The smooth twisted lines on the front and the faint aura proved that this was not a simple talisman. What made him even more curious was that the aura on the surface of the spell was very similar to the metal of the night that Ms. Ariana gave him that night. Does it also have secret authority? Klein looked at the talisman for a while, then lay on the bed for a while, then got up and placed the talisman in the bedroom, then went to the bathroom, came above the gray fog, and began to divine the risks of sneaking into St. Samuel's church tomorrow night, and the changes that may be caused by Mr. Hastur sending this charm. Believe it or believe it, but verification is still needed. The results of the divination were similar to what Hastur told him. Tomorrow night's trip was quite turbulent, but the final outcome was for the better, and this charm could indeed help him. Hastur has no ill will toward him, but goodwill. On the contrary, if he rejects Hastur's goodwill, the future direction will be even more turbulent. Speaking of Zeratul, could he be imprisoned underground in St. Samuel's church, at the deepest part of the Channy's Gate? A ridiculous thought came to Klein's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Zeratul, the secret order to which he belongs, is still actively searching for the relics of the Antigonus family. This proves that Zeratul has a deep understanding of this matter. The organization still has absolute control. He should be free, not in a state of imprisonment. It seems that the answer can only be known when he comes into contact with the Antigonus family notebook again. On Sunday morning, Leonard was in a good mood and went to St. Samuel's church to thank the goddess of the night for her protection. When leaving, he saw the figure of Dawn downstairs again, thinking of the Amon incident that happened on Berklund Street some time ago. This Dawn downstairs obviously has an unclear relationship with Klein. Most likely, he is also a believer in the fool. Thinking of Klein, Leonard's attitude towards this old guy with ancient aura softened a lot. He didn't talk, but he nodded. Dawn Downstead also greeted with a smile, and then left St. Samuel's church under Leonard's strange eyes. Old man, do you see anything? He has no animosity toward you. Only in this way? Isn't it enough? Yes. Leonard nodded, and did not delve into the issue further. He took a carriage to the Chiawood district for work. Klein went out to hang out in the square outside for a while, walked around in a circle, and then returned to St. Samuel's church to reconfirm his course of action tonight. Late at night, Klein drew the mysterious runes to summon Arids on the mirror in his bedroom. Tonight is the day he starts taking action. He needs someone to help him stay at home and create evidence of alibi. His marionette can disguise himself as Dawn downstairs, but he can't speak freely and talk to people freely. Letting a role help with the acting is a good choice. Master, please rest assured that everything will be taken care of by your loyal servant Adros. I will not let you down. Arodes was also very excited to see a row of villains waving their winning fists on the mirror. Well, it's your turn to ask questions. Great master. Do you have any other instructions? Remember, don't cause any mess for me. Adros hurriedly began to pack his ticket, and blew another wave of rainbow farts. Klein let the dummy Dawn downstairs lie on the bed, and he turned into the adventurer Gehrman Sparrow and left Berklund Street through the window. Head to the North District. The mirror was silent for a while, then burst into colorful lights, which were fireworks of celebration. Soon, Klein came to the square outside the gate of St. Samuel's church. He followed the route he had planned before, and hid in a dark corner. After the people attending Mass at night left the church, he disguised himself as St. Samuel. Muir's church servant enters the door of St. Samuel's church. Then he disguised himself as someone else, and kept approaching the depths of St. Samuel's church. After he overcame many difficulties, and entered the underground with a nervous and excited mood. When he saw the Channy's gate, he heard the call from the Antigonus family notes calling him. Hornakis, Fredra, Hornakis, Fredra. The ethereal voice penetrated into Klein's ears, making him very sure that he had found the right direction. Now he only needs to touch the Antigonus family notebook to teleport it away from here, and what he wants tonight will be fulfilled. At this moment, a figure wearing a hood and a classical robe stood in front of him. Her face was delicate but expressionless, and her black eyes were deep but lacked spirituality. She looked more like a puppet than her own. Klein only had time to think about it for a moment. Soon, he found that his body was quickly erased like a blackboard drawing wiped by an eraser, and he hadn't had time to touch the Antigonus family notebook. When Klein entered the town to explore Queens, Hastur was sitting on the balcony of his home, looking up at the dark night in the distance. The night is a place of secrecy. That town can be regarded as a prison built by the goddess of the night. It is located on the main peak of Honakis, and its hidden power is very strong. The general method is that you cannot hide from the goddess of the night. If you enter there, even Klein's biggest plugin, Source Castle, will be cut off by the hidden power. With his current strength, he is also unable to pass through that hidden layer of shelter and follow Klein to the town. Fortunately, he also has some of the powers of the night goddess, and is also good at keeping things secret. Therefore, he used a more tricky method. He cast a layer of the hidden power of the goddess of the night on the surface of the spell to see if he could cross the sea and enter the hidden town. In addition to helping Klein, his spell can, most importantly, mark Zeradol. Well, this guy once predicted himself. Audrey and Greco, trying to get the lone royal family to target him. This guy needs to improve his memory. Moreover, John Gien De is a glorious tradition. Meow. Azhara emerged from the shadows and landed on Hastur's lap. You are such a worry-free little kitty. Meow. No need to understand. You just need to stay like this. Meow. Azhara glanced very guilty, not daring to raise her head to look at Hastur, and just lay quietly on Hastur's lap. Chapter 490. A surprise attack on the old man Zeradol. In the foggy town, Klein has overcome his suspicion when he first arrived and began to explore the town carefully. Apart from him, no other normal people have been found here so far, but judging from some traces of life left here, this place has been intermittently active. And the architectural style here is very similar to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Honakis Mountains. It was ancient, mysterious, weird, and had an aura that made him excited. Here, there is definitely a deep connection with the diviner path. What is the relationship between the Honakis Mountains and the goddess? According to textual historical records, there once was a kingdom of night here, and the being who dominated it was revered as the Mother of Heaven. Could it be that the Mother of Heaven was once the avatar of the night goddess walking on earth? Is this the former site of the kingdom of God abandoned by the night goddess? Klein continued to explore everything here with many questions. Although he encountered some dangers in the process, he was able to overcome them one by one. During this period, he gradually understood the role of this foggy town. It should be a prison built by the goddess of the night. Some enemies of the Church of the Night, or those who offended the goddess of the night, were imprisoned in this small town by the figure with dull eyes, using an ability similar to the power of an eraser. If you want to survive here, the only feasible way is to eat people. Whether it is due to the need for spiritual exhaustion or the madness accumulated from being imprisoned for a long time, the people who are still alive here are already alienated monsters in a sense. Until he came to the old church in the center of the foggy town. The vague call comes from this. Klein finally understood why the goddess of the night teleported him here. Probably just to let him explore this church. But from the reactions of those who survived, it was obvious that this was the most dangerous place in the entire foggy town. Klein did not enter the church immediately. He first took out Will's paper crane and the time charm given to him by Haster from his coat pocket. Will's paper crane has lost its function here. It is impossible to communicate with Will through the paper crane. And it is impossible to borrow the power of the Mercury snake. On the other hand, the time charm with the starry sky on the back that Haster gave me was still flashing with a thin layer of starlight. It only needs to be lightly stimulated with spirituality to exert its original function. This calmed Klein's mood a little. He put Will's paper crane back into his pocket and stuck the time charm in the palm of his right hand so that he could activate it at any time. He looked up at this ancient dilapidated church. According to Haster's previous reminder, Zareth should be inside. Is Zeratul really imprisoned here by the goddess of the night? If that were the case, wouldn't the goddess of the night already have firm control over the entire diviner path? No matter which extraordinary person is on the diviner path. As long as he wants to be promoted to a higher order, he must obtain the permission of the goddess of the night. A fortune teller fed by the night. Why does it feel like raising a cat? Klein muttered a few words, and his fear of the goddess of the night deepened. At this time, around the steeple of the ancient church, flying crows opened their mouths and made a wah-wah-wah sound. It sounds like a group of babies crying, which makes people feel hairy deep in their hearts. The crimson moon in the sky became very dark, and the surrounding buildings, including the shadows they cast, seemed to come alive. A terrifying and weird aura instantly filled the entire foggy town, and Klein had the illusion that he was in the mouth of some kind of monster, and that only the church in front of him was a safe house. The door of the church was closed. He gently pushed open the door of the church with both hands, and walked in as if his steps were uncontrollable. The light of the crimson moon was blocked by the church. Everything here seemed to be back to normal, but not quite normal. In the middle of the church, in the area as far as the eye can see, there are figures hanging one after another. All are human. Some of them were wearing black classical robes. Some were wearing brown jackets. And some were wearing fluffy skirts. Among them were men and women, old and young. If they really have anything in common, they are all like dried bacon, hanging from a high place. Their heads drooped, their eyes rolled white, and their withered bodies swayed in the breeze. This scene made Klein's scalp tingle, his back pressed against the wall, and his eyes full of weariness. When a cold wind blew inside the church, the swaying and hanging bodies turned at the same time, with their faces all facing Klein. Their mouths opened, and they made sounds that were almost gibbering. Honakis. Pragra. Honakis. Pragra. Honakis. Pragra. These murmurs surged back and forth in the internal space of the church, which was not too big to begin with, like waves crashing layer by layer on the sea. Gradually, a touching melody was added, causing Klein's heart to tremble slightly. Every time he took the potion to be promoted, he would vaguely hear this murmur. He originally thought it might be a part of the broken knowledge left in the potion, or a high-sequence extraordinary person versus a low-sequence extraordinary person. Influence exerted. It's like Mr. Min's full moon rants. Only now did he understand that the source of all this nonsense was the corpses in this ancient church. This is not just a numb scalp, but also a trembling throughout the body. Klein took a few deep breaths to stabilize his mind, and prevent himself from losing control due to these gibberings. He first made a simple divination with gold coins, then tapped his teeth, turned on his spiritual vision, and looked at the corpses in the sky. I saw illusory black lines extending behind them, extending towards the highest point of the ancient church. They are like puppets suspended by spiritual threads. The thread of my own spiritual body is also floating in that direction, as if that is the destination of all the threads of the spiritual body. A black hole that swallows everything. Are these people all extraordinary people in the diviner path? If I can't get out from here, will I end up becoming another bunch of dried bacon? Klein was shocked and bit the tip of his tongue. The slight pain brought him back to his senses, and he hurriedly began to control the threads of his spiritual body to prevent himself from becoming the next dried bacon to be hung up. After controlling his spiritual body's thread, Klein continued walking deeper into the church. He saw the deity worshipped in this church. It was a dark altar, and on the altar stood a statue carved in stone. It looks like a human female as a whole, but two animal legs grow out of its ribs and waist, which are covered with short, thick, hard black hair. The stone statue is surrounded by thin black ribbons, and there are sleeping souls at its feet. They seem to be surrounding their mothers, guarding the stone statue. When Klein's eyes swept across the face of the stone statue, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart, because the face of the stone statue is exactly the same as the eraser angel who sent himself to this place before. Honaki's Kingdom of Night, Mother of Heaven, Eraser Angel, Goddess of Night. Klein suddenly felt that the Goddess of the Night was the big boss behind all the coincidences he had experienced. No way. On the way of growing up, the Goddess of the Night has always provided help to herself, and even regarded herself as the one favored by the night, and asked Ms. Ariana to come to help her. But excessive attention and help often means some kind of plan that you can't figure out yet. I can't believe in the goodness of the gods. After a moment of silence, Klein discovered that there was a figure that was not suspended in midair diagonally behind the stone statue. It was an old man wearing a black robe. He wore a hood. His head was lowered. His eyes were closed, and the white beard on his face was long and thick, as if it had not been modified for decades. At a glance, this old man looks a bit like the legendary mage Gandalf. Klein also discovered that the reason why the other party was not hung up and turned into air-dried bacon was because the thread of his spiritual body circled around his body and connected end to end. What a great way to combat the dangers of this place. Klein also tried to control his spiritual body thread to form a circle outside his body. When the end and end were connected, he deliberately tied a knot. Sure enough, his spiritual body thread no longer floated upward. Suddenly, he saw a pair of dark eyes slowly opening in front of him. This old man who looked like Gandalf was actually still alive. Klein subconsciously took a step back and clenched the time charm in his hand. He had a hunch that the old man in front of him was Zeradal, whom Hastur reminded him to be careful. Finally, another fortune teller is here, the old man wearing a black hood said in a low and muffled voice. He was like a living fossil, now dispersing from the stone surface outside his body and beginning to revive. At the same time, Klein felt that the palm of his right hand was heating up. Then, as if his right hand was out of control, he suddenly swung forward. Obviously, he was still quite far away from the old man, at least 3 positions away, but his slap actually hit the old man's cheek and made a very clear sound. Even the old man's head was stunned. He turned to the other side. Klein was stunned. Zeradal, who was preparing his words in front of him, was also stunned, seeing the bright red slap mark gradually creeping up on Zeradal's face, as well as the still trembling cheek flesh. Klein swallowed with trembling heart, subconsciously hid his right palm behind his back, and stepped back a few steps. Silence. Silence is the silence after the slap. The heat in the palm of Klein's right hand has dissipated. It is the time charm given to him by Hastur. What kind of time spell is this? It's simply a space spell. Otherwise, how could it be possible to slap Zeradal in the face so easily? Zeradal, the leader of the Secret Order, a descendant of the great nobles of the Solomon Empire in the 4th Age, the previous owner of the Antigonus family notes, the leader of the extraordinary path of Emperor Russell, a true high-sequence diviner. 200 years ago, there was the secret existence of the Sequence 2 Miracle Master. Such a person was suddenly slapped hard by himself without any precautions. Until now, Klein still felt that the palm of his hand was still aching, and that slap was too hard. Mr. Hastur is such a wicked person. Zeradal, who was sitting behind the stone statue, became silent. His eyes gradually became sharper. and he glanced at Klein's right hand hidden behind his back. When Klein suddenly rushed over just now, he suddenly felt that time and space were imprisoned by some kind of force. And the slap seemed to span the distance of space and hit his old face hard. Although he did not feel any pain from it. But I felt really uncomfortable. The main reason was that he was unprepared and was attacked by surprise. Otherwise, the slap would not have been successful on his old face. Could it be him? Amon the blasphemer? Among the people he knew, only Amon, who had a family of one, liked such pranks the most. Maybe Amon deliberately hit his hand on this young man, and then slapped him unexpectedly while he wasn't paying attention. Oh! What an extremely bad behavior. Please forgive me for my offensive behavior just now. It was beyond my control, let alone my original intention. Klein apologized proactively, breaking the silence here. Young man, I believe you are not that kind of person. But should you tell the matter to me? An old man? Before I came in here, I met a young man with black hair wearing a monocle. He said that my destiny would have great ups and downs recently. When I asked him about the solution, he handed me the spell is said to protect me at critical moments. It was natural for Klein to throw the blame on Amon. Otherwise he couldn't just betray Hastur like this. Right? Oh! It is indeed him. Amon the blasphemer. After hearing this, Zeradal showed a kind smile. It seems that this is really just a misunderstanding. Can you let me help you look at the spell? An old man like me who has experienced the baptism of time may be able to see it. The true use of that talisman to prevent you from losing control and causing unnecessary misunderstandings next time. Klein originally wanted to find a reason to refuse, but the talisman in his palm suddenly heated up again, as if to indicate that he would hand the talisman to Zareth in front of him. This behavior made Klein reasonably suspect that Hastur was watching every move happening here through a screen. All right, Klein reluctantly agreed, stretched out his right hand hidden behind his back, and took off the time charm attached to his palm. Zeradal did not ask Klein to hand the talisman to him immediately. Instead, he looked at the talisman that suddenly slapped him from a certain distance. With hidden power. No wonder it can be hidden. Zeradal murmured and carefully observed the twisted lines on this spell. Let me see the back of this charm. He couldn't tell much just from the twisted lines on the front. Klein was very obedient and turned the spell over. And the starry sky was glowing slightly. The starry sky, the goddess of the night? Zeradal seemed to be caught in some doubt. When Klein heard this murmur, he had a general understanding of the state of Zeradal in front of him. The old man in front of him should be a clone of Zeradal. And this clone has been here for a long time, under the authority of the goddess of the night. He cannot contact the outside world at all. Therefore, when it came to interpreting the starry sky, he could only guess the goddess of night, and could not think of the stars that had just appeared recently. Did Hastur anticipate this and allowed himself to show the talisman in front of Zeradal with confidence? Your generosity and honesty make me believe that you are not the type to do the rude thing you just did. Chara Image had a certain answer and looked back. Klein also reattached this charm to the palm of his right hand. This spell does contain some magical power. Secrets, time, order, starry sky. It should be able to separate a starry sky and protect the holder. Zeradal first affirmed the function of this talisman, then slightly raised his low tone. But this talisman also contains tracking and positioning effects. It can be seen that the person who gave you this talisman is not so kind. He is I want to achieve something through you. At this point, Zeradal's eyes lit up, and his expression changed slightly. Positioning and tracking. Is this specifically for your own body? But is such an obvious trick really the work of Amon? Moreover, Amon should not have found Pales yet, and he is still some distance away from becoming a god, let alone dealing with him first. Marked prey? Zeradal thought of a possibility. With Amon's mischievous mentality, he might want to scare and disgust himself in this way. Seeing that Zeradal didn't say anything for a long time, Klein took the initiative to ask, after talking so much, I still don't know what to call you. Zeradal paused, then smiled vaguely. You can call me. Zareth. Chapter 491 The Fool's Tarot Card. Sure enough, it was Zeradal. It seemed that Hastur's slap was not the wrong person. Klein's originally a little guilty mood suddenly felt much lighter. If this person was not Zeradal, it would be really bad to slap an old man for no reason. If it was Zeradal, there would be no problem. Just think of it as fighting for Emperor Russell. He really wanted to beat Zeradal. You know me? Zeradal's calm gaze, like a lake that has been silent for countless years, can easily reflect Klein's mental state. Know that his emotions fluctuate when he hears his name. I've heard that last name before. In the historical materials of the Fourth Age Empire, It is a very remarkable surname. Klein tried to keep himself as normal as possible to prevent Zeradel from easily seeing through his thoughts. The fourth age has passed so far away. Are today's young people also interested in that dusty history? When I was in college, I majored in history. So I was involved in these ancient pasts. If you want to ask about the history of the fourth age, I may be able to give you some answers, which may subvert your understanding of existing history. At this moment, Zeradel was like a kind and enthusiastic old teacher, with the light of recalling history in his eyes. Of course it's great. Klein himself is indeed interested in the myth-like history. Since Zeradel is determined to pretend to be an enthusiastic old man, he will naturally not miss this good opportunity to ask questions. He talked from the rise to the fall of the Solomon Empire, and asked some questions about the history of the Third Age. Zeradel was very patient, and he basically gave answers to these questions. I don't know whether it's out of professional habits or intentional. When answering questions, I always have reservations. Just like when I take off my pants, I always only take them off halfway. Not crisp and refreshing at all. After chatting for 20 or 30 minutes, Klein gained a lot from Zeradel's narration of history, and he confirmed it with the knowledge he had. Do you want to leave here? The image of Chara is a cunning devil who will choose to throw out a tempting bait at the right time when the conversation is harmonious. Think. Then maybe I can help you. Why don't you get out of here yourself? I am already dead. The me standing in front of you is just a historical image intercepted a long time ago. Zeradel said this very easily, but it gave people a very pretentious feeling, which was more subtle and quiet than Russell's pretentiousness. If you have the opportunity to reach the peak of this extraordinary path, you will naturally understand that history is our best friend. I wish I could get that far and see it with my own eyes. Seeing that Klein seemed to recognize him, Zeradel told him how to leave here. At the end, he sighed and said, I just hope that my ashes can be scattered in the Salenzo River near Trier, the capital of Intis. That is my hometown and the place where I was born. Gee, this acting is so good. I almost believe it. If Zeradel is really dead, Hastur will never come in specifically to deal with him. And the secret order is still active in the mysterious world and has been pursuing the Antigonus family notes. As for the Zeradel in front of him being a historical image, it is also very doubtful. Being locked up here by the goddess of the night cannot be a random historical image. It should be a clone. And a very important clone. Klein agreed while thinking about the next countermeasures. I can also tell you the magician's potion formula as a reward for asking you to take my ashes back to my hometown. This reward is really generous, Klein complained, and then accepted the matter with a smile. The sequence for Conspiracy Mage was originally his target for this adventure to sneak into St. Samuel's Church. You have such a high status. If the ashes you left behind were dumped into the Sarenzo River, wouldn't it cause mutations in the creatures in the river? Zeradel smiled and said, This is not something to worry about. My ashes have lost their extraordinary properties, and will not cause any changes. That puts me at ease. Klein felt that before he tried to leave, he could squeeze some more useful knowledge from Zeradel. What is the origin of this stone statue? He is a descendant of an ancient god. Zeradel chuckled and said, He also has a brother, who should be familiar to you. Antigonus. Antigonus, the kingdom of the night, Hornakis, Phredra. Klein began to piece together these fragmented pieces of intelligence, and piece together a rough outline of what happened. After squeezing out a pile of extraordinary knowledge from Zeradel, Klein briefly left the church, and went to search for the obsidian in Zeradel's mouth. This object is necessary to open the door here, in this foggy town. After some searching, Klein finally found the piece of obsidian. He returned to the church and faced Zeradel again, finding that he seemed to be very sure that he could retrieve the obsidian he needed. Can he see my future? With doubts, Klein handed the obsidian to Zeradel for a look. Zeradel nodded and said, You are a very lucky person. I've always thought so. It's good. The lucky ones go further down this path. Thank you for your kind words. After a few words of greeting, Zeradel told Klein the door opening symbol and the magician's potion formula, and even said in a joking tone, You can try to divine whether this potion formula is true. I believe in your character, Klein said with a smile. Believing too much in one person is not a quality that a qualified extraordinary should possess. Yes, so I don't believe what you say in my heart. The smile on Klein's face is still there. This opening symbol taught to him by Zeradel is generally consistent with the complex symbols provided by the Antigonus family notes through the Ragdoll of Doom. However, there are still slight differences in the details between the two. The meniscus pattern and a fold line logo have swapped positions. As the first owner of the Antigonus family notebook, It is absolutely impossible for Zeradol to remember this symbol incorrectly. The reason for the difference must be that Zeradol has some conspiracy. Fortunately, I knew this complex symbol in the Antigonus family notes in advance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to clearly see Zaratha's calculation in this regard. All the conditions have been met. You can open the door to escape. Having said this, Zeradol looked at Klein again and chuckled. Young man, don't forget to take my urn. As the words fell, his entire body disintegrated into countless tiny light spots, spreading around and then blending into the void. Where Zarath was sitting just now, a tin white jar was left. The pattern on it was very simple, but there was nothing special about it. Klein controlled his marionette to pick up the urn and gently open the lid. It was filled with gray-white powder and particles. It was really ordinary ashes. Who cremated Zarath? Cremate yourself? Then how do you put it into the jar after cremation? Klein speculated in amusement as he came to the wall behind the stone statue of Mother of Heaven. There was a depression there that seemed to more or less match the shape of the obsidian. Klein stared at it for a while, then placed the obsidian into the depression and began to draw the complex symbols that Zeradol taught him just now. When he came to the place where the difference appeared at the end, when he was thinking about whether to believe Zeradol or the Antigonus family notes, the time charm in the palm of his right hand began to heat up again. The twisted symbols above were glowing, then floating at the height of a finger, and began to reorganize into a new complex symbol. New complex symbols are imprinted into the spell, and the entire time spell is in a semi-activated state, and can be fully activated with just a light touch. Now, the third choice is now in front of Klein, and it depends on how he chooses. Maybe I didn't have a choice in the beginning, Klein murmured, feeling that such an idea was too negative. In the end, he chose to believe Hastur. Not a crescent moon symbol, not a twisted line, but 3 stars. When the complete symbol was completed, the time spell attached to Klein's palm was completely activated, forming a bright starry sky that enveloped everything around it, illuminating the entire dark church. A portal with flashing light also opened at this time, but it was blocked by the starry sky that lit up first. As the light in the starry sky gradually grew stronger, an illusory figure appeared from behind Klein. Klein felt a bit creepy. He immediately changed positions with his puppet, stepped back a certain distance, and entered the light emanating from the starry sky. Then he looked back at where he was standing just now. Zeradol, who claimed to be dead, appeared in front of him like this. Dear Mr. Zeradol, aren't you already dead? You even put your ashes into the jar yourself. Why do you appear in front of me now? Are you worried that I won't take away your urn as promised? So you followed me silently like that? Or maybe you had bad intentions from the beginning? Klein mocked mercilessly. If this starry sky hadn't forced Zeradol's figure out of nothingness, God knows how he planned to deal with him later. Young man, didn't you believe me from the beginning? Zeradol's face did not show the embarrassment of having his true identity revealed, and remained calm. However, his gaze towards the starry sky seemed a little uncertain. He seemed to be suspicious of something. Cautious, but afraid to confirm directly. I think I should leave. As for your ashes, since you are still alive, it is more meaningful for you to take it back to your hometown and scatter your ashes with your own hands. Isn't it? Klein realized that the starry sky could not last for long, and he did not dare to delay any longer. While it could still block Zeradol, he hurriedly left through the portal. Leave? Zeradol's eyes flashed, and the shadows of history around him turned into torrents, distorting the surrounding time and space, and began to wash away the starry sky in front of him. Klein didn't hesitate any longer, blended into the starry sky, went to open the door of light, and escaped from here. His departure also took away this bright starry sky, and in the end, only a piece of talisman paper that had lost all its extraordinary power was left, burning in front of Zeradol. The not-so-bright firelight reflected on Zeradol's face, seeming to mock him for having made many calculations in vain. Zeradol didn't feel angry because of this, but stared deeply at the place where the starry sky disappeared. Amon, do you really have such ability? The starry sky has different authority from the goddess of the night. Which existence will this be? Could it be an old friend I know? After muttering a few words, Zeradol reached out and pulled into the void, and a portal-emitting light reappeared in front of him. Although this portal pulled from past history can only exist for a short time, it is enough for him to pass through. Countless transparent maggots huddled together and sat on the huge chair, slowly squirming and growing wantonly, spreading out nearly invisible tentacles. At the bottom of the ancient chair, there is a tarot card lying quietly. It also showed rustle on the surface. The emperor wore a gorgeous headdress, colorful clothes, and was carrying a cane with luggage. He seemed to be about to travel a long distance. His expression is full of longing for poetry and the distance. And there is a puppy beside him. In the top corner are words outlined by bright stars. Sequence 0. The Fool. This is Sequence 0 of the fortune teller path. Fool. Klein was shocked. He now calls himself the Fool, and happens to be on the path of a diviner. Is this really just a coincidence? A sense of fate came to his mind. And he felt that everything was arranged from the beginning. Just like 008 did. During Klein's silence, the star shone brilliantly, seemingly connecting to the starlight on the Fool card under the ancient chair in the distance. Wait a minute. What does Mr. Hastur want to do? Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take away the Fool's card? Although this is a bit ridiculous, Klein feels that this is something that Mr. Hastur would do. Thinking of this, his heart began to beat fiercely. If it could really succeed, then I don't need to search hard for the next Sequence 3. Sequence 2. Sequence 1, or even Sequence 0 potion formulas and promotion rituals. All he needs to do is make a deal with Mr. Hastur and use the appropriate chips in exchange. Hope it works. Klein was looking forward to this in his heart. And the hazy starlight did not disappoint him. The Fool's tarot card under the ancient chair began to tremble slightly, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of restraint, and moved in his direction. Come flying. At this time, the group of transparent maggots entrenched on the ancient chair seemed to be disturbed. Each maggot formed a vertical eye and looked in this direction. It did not stop the movement of the Fool's tarot card. It just looked in that direction. It was thinking. And its confused mind began to have the concept of clarity. But just when the Fool's tarot card was about to fly over wrapped in that starlight, darkness descended from the sky, covering up the starlight and everything in front of it. A ball of squirming transparent maggots. The ancient chair and the Fool's tarot cards were just hidden in front of them, disappearing, never to be seen again. Failed. Mr. Hastur's plan to steal the Fool's tarot failed. Klein felt sorry for this from the bottom of his heart. It would be great if Mr. Hastur could succeed. Then his future would be much more convenient. That dark night that suddenly fell, was it the goddess of the night who stopped Mr. Hastur's plan? The last piece of darkness came so timely and accurately, as if it had been waiting here for a long time. It seems that his actions are under the watchful eye of the goddess of the night from beginning to end. Klein sighed, and didn't dwell on the matter anymore. In a world where darkness spreads, the starry sky is still brilliant. In the study room of a luxurious villa in Queen's District, 008 began to write on the blank paper. From Sequence 9 Seer to Sequence 0 Fool. Chapter 492 The Almost Delayed Tarot Session. Backland. The home of Earl Hall. The sun's rays gradually setting in the west were projected from the other end of the mountain, shrouding the beech trees, glowing with golden color, like a piece of gold waving in front of the eyes. Susie, who had her books confiscated and was lying on the grass taking a nap out of boredom, glanced at Audrey, who occasionally looked at her asking for help. It knows what Audrey wants to do now. Monday afternoon is an extremely mysterious day for Audrey. She always makes excuses to hide alone in her room or the bathroom. Unfortunately, today, Mr. Hastur came, and the two of them were chatting happily. The time gradually pointed to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Audrey wanted to get up and leave in the middle of the day, heading to the bathroom, but she felt that it would take such a long time to dry Hastur. Mr. Ta's behavior was too rude, and she didn't want to pretend to faint in front of Mr. Hastur, so she could only ask for her help. It did not start to act immediately, but still lay lazily on the grass. It was not until Audrey gave it a promise to return the collected books that it lazily turned over and stood up. It walked towards Hastur's feet with elegant steps, raised its hind legs, and prepared to pour a little less elegant liquid on Hastur's feet. This behavior is very rude, especially for him, but it is a very effective method. Once successful, Mr. Asta will definitely leave and end today's talks. Originally, it was intended to pretend that it accidentally bumped the corner of the table, causing the table to tilt, so that the cup of hot tea would fall on Mr. Hastur's clothes. But it knew very well that with Mr. Hastur's ability, it would be able to avoid such a small accident. Audrey's cheeks were red. She knew Susie's intention, but she did not remind Mr. Hastur. Such willful behavior made her feel that her conscience was being slightly condemned. But to Susie and Audrey's dismay, Hastur just stood up from his position and took 2 steps in Audrey's direction. He reached out and caressed Audrey's head, brushing away the yellowed leaves that had fallen from her hairpin at some point. This move was a bit intimate, And Audrey just sat quietly, her face blushing a little more. And she let Haster's fingers gently brush her ears. "Oh, Susie, how could you be so rude in front of Mr. Haster?" When Haster looked away and looked at the golden pool of water under his seat, Audrey spoke first, scolded Susie, and asked the maid to take Susie down. "Mr. Haster, let's leave here first." "Well, okay." Austin nodded and looked at Susie, who lowered her head and twitched her ears. "Susie, I believe you didn't mean it. It was just an accident, wasn't it?" Susie's head hung lower, and she knew that Mr. Haster had noticed that her rude behavior just now was intentional. "Isn't Mr. Haster busy this afternoon?" "I'm not busy. I just want to come and talk to you more." The corners of Audrey's mouth raised slightly, but when she thought that the time was almost approaching the start of the tarot club, she began to feel secretly anxious. Although Mr. Fool said that if you happen to encounter something, you can postpone your response and go to Grey Mist to attend the tarot club later. Miss Justice has always been a role model in the tarot club. Being late is a very rude thing for her, but she couldn't think of any good way to reject Mr. Haster. "Alas, if that doesn't work, I can only choose between pretending to go to the bathroom or deliberately wetting my clothes." In fact, Susie should have bumped into the corner of the table on her side just now, and she would not dodge the cup of hot tea. Although this seems a bit embarrassing, it can at least buy yourself time to participate in the tarot club. The good times always fly by very quickly. It should be 3 o'clock now, right? As the two were walking along the path, Haster suddenly spoke, and the maid accompanying them reported the accurate time, which was only a quarter of an hour before 3 o'clock. There was almost no time. Audrey rarely felt anxious in her heart. "Audrey, are you still thinking about what happened to Susie just now?" Yes. It was so rude just now. It used to be very well behaved. We should allow it to make a few mistakes." "Mr. Haster, I also want to make some mistakes in moderation. You should also understand my difficulties." "Right?" Audrey thought quietly in her heart. Asta looked at Audrey's inadvertent little expression with great interest. Seeing that she was in trouble, he couldn't bear to tease her anymore. "I'm feeling a little tired. Can I rest here for a while?" "Of course." Audrey's eyes lit up instantly, twinkling. Maybe she felt that her words contained too obvious a pleasant tone. So Audrey added with slightly red cheeks, "I'm also a little tired." Soon, under the leadership of the maid, Audrey returned to her room, while Haster went to the guest room. Countess Hall had already prepared a special guest room for him at home. As soon as she returned to her room, Audrey quickly made an excuse and asked the maids to guard the door. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Fortunately, the hands just pointed to 3 o'clock. She had just laid down on the bed, without even pulling up the quilt, when she heard the familiar voice of Mr. Fool? "Mr. Fool, good afternoon. Today's Miss Justice is also so perfect." Audrey glanced at everyone in the tarot club with a guilty conscience. She almost delayed the tarot club because of her love just now. Fortunately, everything was resolved perfectly. After finishing this week's tarot session, Audrey hummed a little tune, got up from the bed, turned in a beautiful circle in front of the full-length mirror, and then opened the door, but did not see Susie. The maid said, "Susie is in Mr. Haster's room." She thought for a while, then went to the kitchen to order a dessert that Mr. Haster liked better, and then went to Mr. Haster's room. Before she opened the door and went in, she heard Mr. Haster and Susie talking quietly. "Oh, Susie, we should be considerate of Audrey. Everyone should have their own thoughts. This is a legal right. Woof. Do you want to say whether the promise Audrey just made to you can be fulfilled?" "Woof. I think so. She won't be so harsh on you, even if you really messed up just now." Hearing this, Audrey's face turned red. She almost covered her face with her hands, and turned around to leave. What he had instructed Susie to do was actually known to Mr. Haster. How should he face him? At least not today. Audrey glanced at the desserts that had been served, took a few deep breaths, and then asked the maid to knock on the door and enter. The maid put down the desserts and left. Susie also showed an expression that I understood very well, voluntarily left the room, and even urged the maids to close the door. "Mr. Haster." Audrey was like a little girl who had done something wrong, feeling uneasy. If Susie was in the room, she could open up the conversation and break the silence by scolding Susie. But Susie has already eliminated this possibility, and now it is getting smarter and smarter. It almost made her wonder Was Susie's mistake just now a real mistake? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Hastur left Earl Hall's house satisfied. Audrey, who was shy and guilty, finally sat on his lap and fed him the bowl of sweet soup as apology. This made Asta couldn't help but wonder whether he would specifically choose Monday afternoons to visit in the future. After all, teasing Audrey like this was a very interesting thing. It's just that this seems a bit sorry for Audrey, but thinking of Audrey's shy and cute look just now, this can be regarded as a kind of fun. At night, Hastur sat in his study and began to look through the spoils he got last night. All the contents of the Fool's Tarot card. From the sequence 9 Seer to the sequence 0 Fool. He originally just wanted to make an attempt to see if he could use that time spell to locate the foggy town so that he could observe it from the Hall of Stars. The result of the attempt was very vague. The goddess of the night had great power there and attracted a lot of attention. He could only roughly perceive what happened to Klein, and other aspects were covered by the darkness. When he sensed that Klein saw Banu sitting on the ancient chair, before the power of the spell disappeared, he tried to take away the Fool's Tarot card to satisfy his desire to combine the 22 tarot cards. Collecting sets of cards is an addiction. After all, I've come here, and if I don't take something away, I always feel a little bit shortchanged. But in the end, he was intercepted by the goddess of the night. Otherwise Banu would not have stopped his actions, and his condition was really bad. After reading the contents of the Fool's Tarot card, Hastur tapped his fingers on the table. He was thinking about whether to reveal the information about these contents to Klein. But the goddess of the night let herself enter the foggy town last night, and her attitude towards herself and the Yellow Monk organization was pretty good in the past. Do you want to interfere with his overtures and wooing of Klein? Don't worry yet. Just collecting the extraordinary materials of the magician and digesting them will be enough for Klein to keep him busy for a while. After solving this matter, there is only one other thing left. Zareth, his clone, also left the foggy town, successfully merged with his own body, regained consciousness, and was no longer crazy. You should also find a better time to beat or scare him. How about dressing up as a Mon? Hastur was thinking. Azhara slipped in from the window, jumped on Hastur's lap and smelled it, her small nose twitching. It smells like that big yellow dog again. Meow? Azhara raised her eyes pitifully, and gently rubbed her cheek against Hastur's thigh. What's wrong? I haven't restricted you from eating dried fish recently. Meow? Azhara made an aggrieved voice. This problem is much more serious than eating small dried fish. It feels that its status is being threatened. At first, it thought the big yellow dog was quite stupid. But after actually getting in contact with it for a while, it realized that it was no ordinary dog. It is an extraordinary dog. And he has taken the magic potion just like himself. Not only can he talk, but he also likes to read books and is diligent and enterprising. He is also very good at observing people's emotions and trying to please his master. In comparison, it is very lazy. Of course, it is impossible to work hard. The most you can do is act cute to maintain your life. Don't think too much. I only raised you as a kitten. Hastur petted Azhara's head lovingly. Meow. Azhara happily rubbed her head against Hastur's palm. But soon, its eyes widened slightly. The owner only has one cat, but he also only has one dog. Meow. It lay on its owner's lap and fell into melancholy thought. Azhara, are you missing Sharon? Hastur said to himself. It's been a long time since I last saw her. You know, she always likes to be shy, and then hides in the mirror alone and doesn't come out. Meow. Azhara really wants to tell her master that she doesn't miss Miss Sharon that much now. And it's been less than 3 days since Miss Sharon last left. Right? Okay. I listen to you. We will pick her up tomorrow, and then take you to the spirit world. Meow. Azhara fell into even more melancholy contemplation. Backlund is still very quiet today. Just like the grey weather above his head. Silent. Leonard was sitting in his office in Chiaowood district. Just like the grey weather outside. He was struggling with one thing. 2 days ago, someone secretly broke into St. Samuel's church and touched the inside of Channy's gate. However, the church did not notice anything. This was a serious dereliction of duty, and it disturbed the goddess's sleep. Archbishop Anthony was furious about this, and sent many people to start a careful investigation of the surrounding area. When he learned about this incident, his first reaction was that it must have been done by an old guy named Don downstairs. He went to St. Samuel's church every day when he had nothing to do. He must not be holding back any good ideas. It stands to reason that he should report this suspicious person to his superiors. But the relationship between Dawn downstairs and Klein is very delicate. And he is worried about Dawn downstairs' strength. So he has been struggling. Old man, what do you think I should do? What do you think distinguishes curly baboons from humans? Looks like. No. Thinking. Leonard sighed. Old man, I'm just afraid that after reporting him, he will report you back. I don't need to worry about this. Before Leonard could say anything, another old man's voice came out. Do you think the goddess of the night really knows nothing about my existence? So that's it. Leonard thought for a while, and decided to talk to Klein first before talking. However, he could only passively wait for Klein to come to him in his dream. He no longer had the insect of time to pay for the way he entered the dreamland before. Asta should know Klein's specific contact information. In the afternoon, Leonard wore a black coat and took a carriage to Queens. You want to report Shane Downstadt? After hearing Leonard's purpose, Hastur almost couldn't help laughing. Going to Klein to ask if he should report Shane Downstadt. Doesn't this mean that Klein is asking him to report himself? Asta, do you also know that Dawn downstairs? No. Are you familiar? Quite familiar. Then do you think I should report him? I think this issue should be left to Klein to worry about. After all, you are so troubled because of him. At night, the familiar dream appeared again. Leonard got his wish and saw Klein. The complete Klein. Chapter 493 Demon Oil Painting. Dwayne downstairs. This is just a superficial identity. He can be Dwayne downstairs. And sometimes I can be Dwayne downstairs. Klein still felt that it was necessary to make it clear to Leonard to prevent him from actually reporting him. Klein, you are hiding very deep. Leonard smiled. I think it's better to report you to prevent you from hiding in the dark. How much reward is the church offering? Are you still concerned about this? Leonard recalled, this matter was searched in secret, and no reward was offered in a big way. That's such a shame. You still want to report yourself? Since you are already going to report me, why not report myself first? Maybe there will be a chance of surrendering and getting a reduced sentence. Klein shrugged. Don't talk nonsense with me. I just want to ask you one thing. Will you do such a thing again in the future? Including your companion. Klein took a deep look at Leonard and sighed. Between the two of us, who is the favored one of the goddess of the night? Leonard's old face almost turned red. And he knew that his actions today were too abrupt. From the last incident with Amon, Klein was the favored one of the night goddess. And his actions might have been approved by the night goddess. Was it the goddess of the night who asked Klein to hide in the dark? Leonard figured out a lot of messy things in his mind at once. Next time if you have something to ask me for, just send a letter to the mailbox of the house at 160 Birkeland Street. After speaking, Klein left the dreamland, got up from the bed, walked to the windowsill, and looked at the dark night and starry sky above his head. The beloved of the goddess of night. What exactly does he need from himself? Or is it just a simple investment? Under the same starry sky, in different histories, different scenes appear. Zeradal, who escaped from the foggy town and returned to his true form, after regaining his complete sanity, stared at the starry sky for a night, and then entered a hidden history of the Fourth Age, hiding there to avoid being followed by the possible positioning of the stars. Find yourself. As long as they were not together under the same starry sky at the same time, he would probably be able to escape the gaze of the stars. The starry sky of the Quaternary period was significantly dimmer than the current starry sky. At that time, the gods were still on the ground, and the sky was not as clean as it is now. It was blood-red and pale. The earth is full of traces of war. Compared with the wars of the Fourth Age, the current war is like the difference between a small stream and the vast ocean. There was so much killing that the sky was stained with blood. Zeradal, hiding in the hidden history, recalled his past experiences while looking for traces belonging to the stars. But he found no relevant traces about the stars in the entire history of the Fourth Age. Even when he took the risk to read the historical books about the Third Age, he found no records about the stars. Some are just a lot of old days of outer gods that exist in the starry sky. But even he does not dare to read this knowledge easily. Ancient forbidden knowledge will attract attention from beyond the stars. This is a saying that is almost true. It seems that the stars only came to the real world in this era. But the ancient aura on his body proves that he has existed for a long time. Is it an ancient existence that has been sleeping since the first and second eras? Until this era has just woken up. The end of the world is really coming. Worry flashed in Zeradal's eyes. He wanted to go further. But the former goddess of the night did not take the initiative to give him a chance, and even imprisoned an important clone of him in the foggy town. However, The goddess of the night has recently changed her mind and deliberately let people release her clone. It seems that the appearance of the stars made the goddess of the night want to cultivate a fool who could open the western continent earlier. Now if he wants to go further, he has only two choices. One is Antigonus at the top of Hornaki's Peak. He is half a fool, possessing a copy of the extraordinary characteristics of the sequence 1 mysterious attendant and containing uniqueness. The second is to go to the land abandoned by the gods to find the last extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious servant. Both paths are very difficult. Now he has not faced Antigonus's strength directly. Only by first finding the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious waiter left in the land abandoned by God can he have a chance to meet Antigonus. Fight for the fool's throne. The God-forsaken land is the home base of Adam and Ammon. Especially Ammon, who wanders around the God-forsaken land all year round in order to share the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious waiter. He also had no chance of winning against Ammon, especially now that he has provoked the stars. Zeradal took a look at this hidden history and decided to continue hiding here, and first take a clear look at the current situation. As Zeradal fell silent and disappeared, people within the entire esoteric order were panicking. Coupled with the infiltration and oppression of the Yellow-Robed Monk organization, the esoteric order without Zeradal was gradually turning into the shape of the Yellow-Robed Monks. Some members of the secret order have already converted to believe in the King in Yellow. The fortune teller path is also an extraordinary path related to destiny. In front of the Yellow-Clothed Monk organization with sequence 3 life-stealing powers, their destiny has no way to hide. But despite this, the monk in yellow still did not learn about Zarathul from the members of the secret order. Hastur is not in a hurry about this. Knowing all the contents of the Fool's Tarot card, he has a very good understanding of the extraordinary path of the diviner. He also knows what kind of extraordinary abilities Zeradal possesses. I roughly guessed that Zeradal was hiding in a hidden history. He was not in a hurry to find Zeradal, so he let Zeradal worry for a while. Baklan's life is dull and warm, which is in sharp contrast to the chaotic battle situation on the front line. Although the current strength of the Lone Kingdom is better than that of the Fuzak Empire on the frontal battlefield. The Fuzak Empire, which has the support of the outer gods and the southern continent, is not something that the Lone Kingdom can conquer in a short time. This is the instruction from the ancient Phoenix. Now the ancient god Grey Carey. He wanted to use this method to delay the Lone Kingdom's conquest of the Fuzak Empire, thereby making it difficult for the Night Goddess to quickly digest the authority that originally belonged to the God of War. At the same time, they also want to buy some time for the recovery of the southern continent, and then start a more massive war from south to north. Regarding the battle between Grey Carey and the Night Goddess, Hastur was naturally more partial to Grey Carey, so he did not stop Grey Carey's plan, and even guided the believers of the Mother Tree of Desire to the Fuzak Empire, so that the situation is even more chaotic. The Witch Cult and Aurora Society also sent many members to the Fuzak Empire. There are also external gods such as the Fallen Mother Goddess, and the Ring of Fate hidden outside the starry sky. They seem to be secretly developing followers. The Fuzak Empire, whose God of War has fallen and has chaotic beliefs, is undoubtedly a good choice. The combination of various factors has made the situation in the Fuzak Empire very complex and changeable. Even if the Kingdom of Lone and the Republic of Intis join forces, it will be difficult to take down the Fuzak Empire in a short time. Hastur currently lives in Bakland, and occasionally passes through the portal to return to South Wales to do some things. Except for the mysterious legend of the King in Yellow that he left behind in various places at night to digest. On weekdays, he was not much different from other lone nobles. Sometimes he teased Sharon. Sometimes he went to Audrey's house as a guest. Sometimes he studied law with Professor Wayne and Lecturer Fallen. And the peaceful days passed like this for a month. It wasn't until Forsey came to ask for help that there was any trouble. Mr. Hastur, I think only you can help us with this matter. In the study, the gradually setting sun cast orange light, which shone on Forsey's long brown hair, adding a bit of tranquility and softness. If you ignore the nervous and uneasy look on Forsey's face at this moment, Forsey really looks like a literary and quiet female scholar with a temperament. It would be my honor if I could help you. But what you need to do now is to drink hot tea first. Then sit down, calm down, and then tell me the whole story. Asta, he motioned to Forsey to sit on the sofa and drink hot tea, in order to calm Forsey's mood as soon as possible. Hastur also winked at Azhara, making her appear cute in front of Forsey. Azhara reluctantly performed her belly-turning talent, and as expected, Forsey gradually relaxed. She took a sip of hot tea, was silent for a while, and then took another sip of hot tea before she began to talk about what she had encountered recently. Just 3 days ago, a man who claimed to be a member of the Abraham family, Dorian Gray Abraham, came to back London, found her, wanting to accept her as a student and tell her about the current situation of the Abraham family. The Abraham family, in Dorian's words, is simply that many members of the Abraham family who did not become extraordinary people and lived a peaceful life suddenly became extraordinary people one after another. And it's not the initial sequence 9. Some people go from an ordinary person to sequence 9, sequence 8, and become a sequence 7 extraordinary person overnight. This kind of promotion method is really terrifying. Because of this, many members of the Abraham family went crazy, fell into chaos, or turned into terrifying monsters while being promoted successfully. Only a few lucky ones can maintain their sanity while being promoted successfully. But even so, their mentality has undergone tremendous changes, and they began to abandon the faith of the Abraham family and instead believe in a terrifying existence whose name cannot be mentioned. In his limited extraordinary knowledge, this was the first time he had seen such an outrageous and mysterious phenomenon. As there were more and more people like this, Dorian and a few people who could still maintain their sanity quickly left the family and took away several key sealed artifacts inherited from the Abraham family. Dorian, who was disappointed and frightened by the current situation of his family, came to back London, found her. Forsey depicts these things vividly and vividly, especially the situation that the Abraham family is facing now. After her artistic processing, it makes people feel really creepy. After briefly telling the first half of the story, Forsey stopped, took 2 sips of hot tea, and cleared his throat before continuing. Last night, the specific time was 6:23 p.m. I haven't called you how long. The teacher, right in front of me, suddenly lost control and turned into a monster because of the full moon's gibbering. Finally, he used his remaining sanity to end his life in front of me. If it weren't for Zio's ability to deal with and purify corpses, I would have been targeted by the Nighthawks and taken away for questioning. But I didn't have time to indulge in the sadness of losing my teacher. The teacher who passed away suddenly did not tell me the sealing methods of the 2 sealed objects he carried with him. At around 7:30 this morning, there was a sealed object that seemed to be affected by the whispers of the full moon last night. The seal on its body cracked, revealing some extraordinary abilities. It has caused a lot of impact, and the seal power is still losing, has seriously affected our lives. And it has only been less than half a day. Get in the carriage first. When Asta heard this, he stopped Forsey from continuing and took her downstairs in a carriage and rushed to the place where Forsey and Zio lived. On the carriage, seeing Hastur's serious expression, Forsey's bad premonition deepened, fearing that something bad might happen to him if he stayed at home alone. Don't worry. It's probably still too late. Hastur's comfort did not achieve good results. But Forsey became even more worried. In order not to waste time, first began to introduce the sealed object and its current impact. The name of the sealed object is the Devil's Oil Painting. This painting depicts one after another quite abstract and incomprehensible patterns, and it has the ability to seal and imprison. Its current impact is that it will continuously suck everything around it into the oil painting, and then solidify into symbols, patterns, twisted lines, etc., that are difficult to see and understand on the Devil's Oil Painting. When Forsey left home, the area affected by the Devil's Oil Painting had gradually grown from a small opening to the size of a wash basin. Hastur just listened quietly to Forsey's description and did not express his own opinion on it. He had heard about the sealed artifact called the Devil's Oil Painting. Although he was not very familiar with it, he was still confident of solving the problems faced by Forsey and Zio. The carriage drove for about 20 minutes and arrived at the downstairs of Forsey and Zio's rented house. As soon as the carriage stopped, Forsey couldn't wait to jump out of the carriage. Asta followed her, listening to the mixed footsteps go upstairs. Audrey originally lent a villa for Forsey and Zio to live in, but the two felt that it was not a problem to live in it forever. In addition, they each made a lot of money on the sea, so they came out to rent a villa together. A house with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. When the door opened, Forsey heard Zio's excited voice. Forsey, have you invited Mr. Hastur? Hearing Zio's still strong and energetic voice, Forsey breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I have invited Mr. Hastur. He can definitely help us solve this problem. Forsey quickly walked around the living room and came to the outside of the unoccupied house. She stepped forward to open the door, but found that the door was locked from the inside and could not be opened from the outside. Hugh, open the door quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Forsey patted the door as he spoke. But strangely, no more Zio's voice came from the room. The deathly silence made Force's little heart beat uneasily, fearing that something unexpected might happen to Zio inside. "Step aside," Asta shouted, and before Force subconsciously left the door, Asta raised his right foot and kicked the door lock off, causing the door to dent. Force didn't have time to feel sorry for the door that cost 10 Sulers, so he hurriedly passed Haster and entered the room first. Zio's figure was not seen in the room. It was empty. The only thing that came into view was the colorful demon oil painting. It was opening its demonic mouth that swallowed most of the room, waiting for the next visitor. Chapter 494. "Stop!" Force exclaimed, and first leaned forward, trying to see clearly whether Zio was really swallowed into this demonic oil painting. After taking 2 steps, she hurriedly retreated to Haster's side, looking at the demon oil painting in front of her with fear in her eyes. "Mr. Haster, you couldn't have really been swallowed into the devil's oil painting, right?" Force nervously clutched a corner of Haster's clothes, his eyes filled with crystal tears. "Not sure yet." Haster signaled Force to calm down and stay where he was, while he took 2 steps forward to take a closer look at the demonic oil painting. Those twisted lines, symbols, and patterns that were difficult to see and understand had a completely different appearance in his eyes. Those patterns are all devoured objects, and the twisted lines are people and other intelligent creatures. As for the symbols, they are the most essential true face of this demon oil painting. There is its authority and power, and there is also a way to seal it. But if you want to identify it clearly, you have to look deeper. "Ah," Haster chuckled. His eyes regained clarity, and the symbols on the demon painting in front of him also turned into simple symbols. "The scene just now was deliberately revealed to me by the devil's oil painting, in order to lure me closer to its current devouring range, and then swallow me into it. Maybe that's why he fell in love with it." Haster observed the power contained in this demon oil painting for a while, and then asked Force to step back a little. Sushur saw that the visitor did not take the bait, and a picture of Zio's suffering appeared in the devil's oil painting. In the picture, she is suffering various punishments from the demons. It was a heavy taste in every sense of the word. Force only glanced at it a few times, took a sip with red cheeks, and then looked away, not daring to look at it again. Even though she was worried about Zio's specific situation at the moment, she still didn't have the courage to continue reading. It was too shameful. Asta observed carefully for a while, and compared the Zio in the picture with the Zio in his own impression. He could only say that this devil oil painting is really good at playing. When the observation was almost complete, Haster pretended to be worried about Zio, and took a few steps forward recklessly, just entering the devouring range of the devil's oil painting at the moment. I saw that the entire demon oil painting was glowing with black and red light, and the symbols, lines, and patterns on it were scurrying around, swallowing Haster into the demon oil painting. This scene frightened Force for a while. She wanted to believe that Mr. Haster did it deliberately to save Zio, who accidentally entered it, but she still felt panic in her heart. Just when she was thinking about asking the stars for help, the entire demon oil painting began to tremble, shaking up and down, and almost fell off the wall. It looked like those patients suffering from epilepsy. After a while, it seemed as if it had eaten something it shouldn't have eaten, and began to retching in large mouthfuls. Soon, the items in the room that were swallowed up by it, such as tables, chairs, stools, wall clocks, wardrobes, etc., including Haster and Zio, were all vomited out. Zio fell into a coma and was taken out by Haster. His whole body was wet and looked like it had been smeared with oil paint. After vomiting, the demon oil painting seemed to be frightened. It hurriedly closed its big mouth, curled up, and hung it quietly on the wall, consciously sealing itself. Force then hurried forward and took Zio from Asta's hand. Looking at Zio, who was covered in colorful paint and in a mess, she was both distressed and amused. Finally, she reached out and patted Zio's right cheek, which was still intact. "Of tender meat," he said rather disgustedly. "It's so dirty. I really want to throw you on the ground and ignore you. When you wake up, you have to give me a new set of clothes." After handing Zio to Force, Asta gave Force a few more instructions and asked her to take Zio down to wash up before sending him back to bed to rest. In the room, only Haster and the devil oil painting were left alone. "Oh, swallowing everything in your stomach will only harm you." Haster came closer, and the light of the stars reappeared all over his body. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched the devil's oil painting, drawing out its little consciousness. That little light of consciousness soon turned into a devil the size of a thumb. If the pair of horns on its head were replaced with a pure white halo, it would not look much different from the image of an angel in a church. At this moment, it was trembling all over, and it didn't even dare to look at Hastur. It could only lower its head. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Just now, when it was greedily swallowing the visitor into the painting, a dimension that exceeded the limit it could bear suddenly pressed on it, almost suffocating it. It had the intention to lift up this uninvited guest. But the difference in personality and the other party's strange extraordinary ability meant that it was pulled out without even reacting. Then it was severely beaten, and it honestly vomited out what it had swallowed. In the end, he took the initiative to seal himself to avoid greater danger. Your ability is quite good when used as a prison where you can walk freely. The little devil slowly raised his head with a shy face, preparing to take this opportunity to get close. Did I give you permission to look up? The calm tone caused the little devil's head, which had just raised a slight angle, to drop heavily again, making his whole body tremble. 2 hours later, Zio woke up from her big bed after being unconscious. She was stunned at first, and then her face became pale and bloodless, as if she was recalling something terrible. Fortunately, Forsey noticed her abnormality in time, grabbed her palm with his left hand, and gently patted Zio's back with his right hand to let her regain consciousness first, and then told her what happened after Hastur's arrival. Zio's face was finally not as pale as it was at the beginning, and a lot of color had recovered, but he still leaned sideways and reached out to hug Forsey's waist tightly, burying his head on her belly. After half an hour, she finally regained her composure and asked uneasily, "Just now, did you see anything on that devil oil painting?" "No." Forsey lied as much as possible, but his eyes were turned away. "Don't lie to me." Zio's tone contained a hint of crying. "I saw it myself." "Well, how come you saw it yourself? Shouldn't it be personal experience?" Forsey couldn't help but ask curiously. "No way." Zio suddenly became anxious and quickly told her what happened in the devil's oil painting. In addition to being able to include people or objects in this demonic oil painting, another feature is that it is easy to peek into the inner fears of intelligent creatures and then use this to alienate them. Once successfully alienated, you can no longer escape from the devil's oil painting. In the devil oil painting, she faced various spiritual tests many times. In that last scene, she also saw herself being tortured in the spiritual world. Although none of that was true, it really scared her so much that she almost lost her mind completely. Fortunately, Mr. Hastur appeared in time and took her out of the coma. That devil oil painting is so abominable. I must burn it with fire. Burn it completely, Zio expressed angrily. Forsey just said leisurely, that devil's oil painting is a fairly powerful sealed object. It can be sold for at least several thousand gold pounds. Are you willing to burn it? Zio remained silent and finally gave up the idea, but hugged Forsey's waist tighter. Didn't I tell you to be careful? How did you get swallowed up by that demonic oil painting? It bewitched my mind, manipulated my body, and walked step by step into the area it devoured. Zio paused for a moment. It's because we don't have enough understanding of its capabilities. Otherwise it could have been avoided. The two stayed in the room for another 20 minutes before they came out of the room, and came to the room where the devil's oil painting was hung. They saw Hastur, who had not left yet. At this moment, the devil's oil painting is hanging on the wall obediently. The twisted lines and symbols on the painting no longer have the power to confuse people's hearts. It is just an ordinary abstract painting. Mr. Hastur, thank you very much for your life-saving kindness. If you hadn't appeared in time, I would have become a part of this devil's oil painting. Zio bowed deeply in the direction of Hastur. Next time you encounter this kind of incident, and you are unable to solve it, remember to avoid it immediately, and let people from major churches solve it. I will. Zio's head was lowered. He almost died this time. The fundamental reason was that he lacked enough awe for such mysterious events. Do you want to vent your anger? Taking it out? Zio looked at Hastur blankly, not understanding the true meaning of his words. When she watched Hastur pull out a little devil with horns and paint all over it from the devil's oil painting, she immediately became angry. Okay. Zio almost said the word through gritted teeth. The little devil looked at Hastur with pleading eyes, only to receive an order of no resistance. It lowered its head silently, waiting for the cruel torture from Zio. As a demon, because it knows too many weaknesses of intelligent life, while torturing them, it itself gradually becomes timid, fearful, and weak. Hugh, don't lose your mind again. Forsey gave a worried reminder, and then left the house with Hastur. heading to another location where the sealed artifact was stored. This place was left to Zio for the time being, so that she could vent to her heart's content. The other sealed object is the box of the old age. A silver-black 3-layer jewelry box. It was formed by a planeswalker from the Abraham family after the starry sky was polluted. It has abilities that are a bit stronger than the Devil's Oil painting. But the negative effects are also more terrifying than the Devil's Oil painting. If it was the box of the old ones that had a leaky seal this time, then Forsey and Zio probably wouldn't even have a chance to ask for help. Chapter 495 Box of the Old Days. Sealed Artifact 0 to 61 Box of the Old Days. The first layer can swap the internal space with the target area, and toy scale the corresponding scene. The body of the toy turn target is stiff, and the head can barely move. But it is like a wind-up toy. The toy turn creature must be released within 24 hours. Otherwise it will be permanently transformed, and even the spirit body will not be able to sleep. Release is very simple. Just designate an area, as small as an area with almost no living things, and swap it with the inner space. The ultimate range covered by this ability is no more than a city as big as Backland. The second layer records different locations, including the abyss, the starry sky, and various places, which allow the holder and creatures within a certain range to be transferred directly to the target area. The transfer is random. A small part of the time, you can designate the corresponding location by yourself. Most of the time, the selected location will change, and the final destination is unpredictable. As for when the designation is effective and when changes occur, it is impossible to know. So you need to use it with caution, and it is best to use it when you are lucky. The third floor contains pollution from the stars and must not be opened. Absolutely not. Otherwise there will be great terror. Negative effects. The holder will randomly disappear, die suddenly, or mutate. If there is no holder, the creatures in the surrounding area will encounter such terrible things one after another according to their distance and individual size. The maximum range is similar to the first level. This is all the information Haster knows about the sealed artifact box of the old. Compared to the Devil Oil painting just now, this box of the past is more suitable for him to use. His luck value is very high, and with the authority of the stars, he can also open the third level if necessary. Forsey, who was on the side, saw Haster's fondness for the box of the old age and whispered, "Mr. Haster, why don't this sealed object be temporarily stored with you first? If there are any members of the Abraham family, come and ask for it, and then come and discuss the whereabouts of this sealed item." Although this is a level 0 sealed object, Forsey is not tempted at all. She cannot control a sealed object of this level, and Zio does not have the ability. Once something goes wrong, it will definitely be a disaster for her and Zio. Moreover, this time Haster helped them solve the trouble, and they also needed to pay a certain amount of remuneration. They couldn't keep using friendship to default on the debt. It was safer to leave this sealed artifact with Haster, and the subsequent matters related to the Abraham family were not something she and Zio could handle alone. Those members who successfully survived the alienation will definitely find the lost sealed artifacts of the Abraham family. Haster did not refuse this kindness. The box of the old is indeed very suitable for him to use, and the meaning of the name is also very good. The box of the past. A box that contains the past. Maybe one day, I can really use it to house an old person. If there is really a member of the Abraham family looking for this box of the past, you can blame this matter on me. Okay, I'll trouble you, Mr. Haster. Forsey breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Can that Devil Oil painting still be hung at home in the future? It is very obedient now, and will not resist your use. However, every time you use it, you need to feed it with an intelligent creature to devour. Smart creatures? Mouses are also very smart." After Haster explained everything, he left first. Forsey came to the door of the room where the Devil's Oil painting was hung, and Zio's proud and happy voice could be vaguely heard from inside. As for the little devil, he can't speak human language yet. Forsey only listened for a while, but was not interested in listening anymore, and did not want to disturb Zio's interest. When Zio came out of the room, his expression was completely different from when he first woke up. Forsey vaguely saw the little devil in the Devil's Oil painting curled up in the corner of the painting, shivering, and his body was covered with traces of Zio's torture. Just choose this place. In a desolate and rarely visited seaside area, Haster chose a raised island in the sea, in order to prevent accidents. The star container was also here. Haster took out the box of the old ones, pointed the box towards the island in front of him, and then gently opened the first layer. I saw that the surrounding space seemed to slow down a lot, and even the sea breeze that happened to pass by suddenly became difficult and impassable. Then following the raised island not far away and the nearby seafloor rocks, the seagulls flying past shrank in size and flew into the small body of the box of the past. At the same time, the space originally stored in the box of the past was released. It was an empty room, and when it was released, it all fell into the sea. It's like a model-making machine. Hastur looked at the island in the first layer of the box of the old. The island, which was large enough to allow thousands of people to land, now became a small island model, lying quietly inside the box of the old. The creatures on the island, as well as the seagulls and swimming fish that were inadvertently sucked in, were like parts that were fully wound, but difficult to move. Every time they moved, they had to wait for a long time. Hastur observed for a while, and then closed the first layer of the old box. He held a time zero talisman in his hand, quietly waiting for the negative effects of the box of the old days, without directly opening the second layer. About 3/4 of an hour later, Hastur's body suddenly disappeared from the same place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in the southern continent. The place where he was just now was the kingdom of Feniport. When he disappeared, he directly crossed the entire sea area. The distance was very large, definitely more than the size of Backland. The silver-black jewelry box was still lying quietly on Asta's palm. It looked exquisite and full of simplicity, and looked like an antique with a long history. Hastur continued to check the box of the old ones, and then under the gaze of the star containers, he opened the second layer of the box of the old ones, and found the location of Backland. The second floor of the box of the old days flickered with light. He successfully arrived at Backland and took a look at his surroundings. He was in the St. George district. This time, Hastur waited for a long time, and the negative effects of the box of the old days did not appear on him. After confirming this, Hastur opened a travel portal in a deserted place, returned to the study room in his home, and temporarily placed the box of the old on the desk. 008 inside the pinned box rubbed against the ground, turned the pinned box upright, and wanted to get out. Asta opened the pinned box and got a blank piece of paper for 008. 008 quickly wrote a long paragraph on it. Dear Master, this is a good thing. The box of the old days is an important sealed object of the Abraham family. It contains pollution from the starry sky, but it cannot have too negative impact on the owner at all, because everything in it, the authority and ability, come from the starry sky, and the owner can cut off the connection between it and the starry sky at any time. This can be said to be one of the most suitable sealed objects for the owner. You do know a lot. I also know how to further transform the box of the past. 008 continued to write very excitedly. If the owner can completely shut a real past into the box of the past, he can make the past the box forms the fourth level of space. As he wrote this, 008 rubbed Hastur's arm on the table, as if he was taking credit. You dare to think about imprisoning the old days. Asta's heart also moved. The method 008 mentioned was similar to the birth of the wishing magic lamp. The reason why the wishing magic lamp became a powerful level 0 sealed object is because half of the past was imprisoned inside it. Because Master will be able to conquer the stars sooner or later. After enjoying 008's praises for a while, Hastur put it into the pencil case. He came to the spirit world with the box of the old days. There is a simple way to seal the box of the old days. Just put it into a twisted and hidden space in the spiritual world. Then fill it with ordinary water regularly, and let the box of the old ones play with microorganisms every day, so that it can calm down. This sealing method is very simple for Hastur. You can put it with Great Carrie or Teacher Sharon, and take it out at any time when you want to use it. After thinking briefly, Hastur came to Teacher Sharon's castle. Rionette Tentacle, whose 4 heads have merged into one, is in much better condition than before. The trauma he suffered before has basically returned to normal. The reason why he has not left the spiritual world yet is simply because he does not want to attract the attention of the Rose School's indulgent lineage so quickly. After hearing Hastur's request, Rionette Tentacle expressed her willingness to help. In the spiritual world, there are too many spaces to hide distortions, and it is easy to keep the box of the old. Why didn't you bring Sharon with you? After the official conversation, Rionette Tentacle asked about the private affairs between Hastur and Sharon. Sharon is too shy. Hastur smiled. It's his fault, because he wanted to tease Sharon, so he deliberately said some inappropriate things. Sharon was led to mistakenly believe that once she came to the castle to visit Rionette Tentacle again, it would be equivalent to meeting her parents before getting married. Has there been anything unusual in the spiritual world recently? Asta suddenly changed the subject without revealing too much about the little fun he had with Sharon. The biggest change comes from the depths of the spiritual world. The god of death, who once dominated the spiritual world, is constantly recovering his power. The day when he fully controls his authority is not far away. Hastur chatted with Rionette Tentacle for a while, handed her the box of the old ones, and left the spiritual world and returned to the real world. After sitting in the study for a while, he got up and went to Sharon's room. He happened to visit the spirit world today and teased Sharon again. The weather today is not bad, and the fog over Backland has been blown away a lot. Sharon rarely came out of the mirror and was feeding Azhara a small dried fish while silently admiring the scenery outside. Chapter 496 The Moon. The Crimson Moon in full bloom. Sharon, I just went to the spirit world, and your teacher has agreed to my request. Hastur came to Sharon and said words that simulated a dilemma. Sharon's expression was as usual, but a hint of surprise and shyness flashed deep in her eyes. I'm not kidding you. Just now, I went to the spiritual world to see your teacher. I did make my request in front of him, and he did give me a promise. I didn't agree. Sharon just said this lightly, but her slightly trembling eyelashes showed her inner peace at the moment. But your teacher agreed. Hastur deliberately teased Sharon again. He grabbed Azhara, who was lying in Sharon's arms, put it in his arms, and stretched out a finger to tease the animal. Greedy cat. Sharon didn't speak. Asta just looked at her like this for a while. Sharon couldn't bear the pressure. She took a deep breath and thought about going back into the mirror. Seeing this, Hastur had no choice but to tell her the real purpose of going to the spirit world to prevent Sharon from hiding for several days again. The peaceful days are still going on. 2 months have passed since Zeradal escaped from the foggy town. Hastur feels that the time is almost up to start uncovering this soothsayer who likes to make predictions everywhere. If you want to find Zareth, you must have the ability to go back to the past history. The star container of Sequence 2 involves many extraordinary paths, and also has the extraordinary ability to roam history. It is still very difficult to defeat Zeradal with just the star container, but it is not difficult to scare him. But before that, he had one more thing to do. Late at night, in the Hall of Stars, Hastur had already thought about which extraordinary path his chain of stars would involve after he was promoted to Sequence for Homeless Man. The moon is the extraordinary path where the medicine man and the vampire are, because the moon itself is one of the stars. He has dealt with the sun path, the night path, and if he adds a lunar path, then the entire night, including the day, will be within his authority. He believes that the authority of the stars will be greatly enhanced, and the power of the Star Palace will be further improved. Moreover, this also involves a guess by Hastur, or an almost crazy ambition. The appearance of the box of the old this time made him feel that this ambition was more likely to become a reality. Perhaps, this is also a revelation given to him by fate at this time. Now distributed within the entire initial barrier, there are 9 major sources of matter, which are the key to becoming the past. In addition to the star path where Hastur is currently located, he has used the chain of stars to reach the night path, the sun path, the apprentice path, the destiny path, and the arbiter path. Now he is adding a 6th moon path. The end point of the night path is the source of the river of eternal darkness, where the night death god of war resides. The end of the sun's path is the sea of chaos, where the omniscience and omnipotence of the ancient sun god resides. The end point of the apprentice path is Source Castle, where the fortune teller, thief, and apprentice are located. The path of destiny can lead to the Sephiroth of the key of light. The arbitrator path leads to the realm of disorder. The newly added moon path can lead to the brood of the fallen mother goddess. The existing 6 chains of stars correspond to the 6 Sephiroths. When he is promoted to Sequence 1, they can correspond to the 9 Sephiroths within the initial barrier. In this way, when you become Sequence 0 or the old one, you don't need to devour other Sephiroth and face the risk of losing control and going crazy. But you can affect the other 9 Sephiroth to a certain extent. For the old beings, this was scary enough. There is no doubt that this is an ambition that borders on delusion and even madness. But there may not be any chance of success. And the appearance of the box of the past seems to herald something. And even if it fails, it seems that I have nothing to lose. It's better to follow this step. Maybe there will be a bright future in the future. It is precisely because of this that Hastur did not choose to add the fortune teller path. Otherwise, this path can greatly enhance his ability to predict the future. And at the same time, he has excellent life-saving capabilities, and even has resurrection coins such as resurrection from the dead. Hastur, who had a clear idea, stretched out his hand, and the new chain of stars came to him from behind the chair, lying on the table, waiting for him to inscribe relevant descriptions and rules on it. The eye-catching crimson moon is the ruby shining in the dark night. It is the collection of the dark and corrupt nature of all living beings. And it is exactly the opposite of the golden sun. You are the carrier of darkness. You are the incarnation of the moon that spreads disaster. You are the filter among the stars. This is a descriptive sentence that Hastur thought of when referring to the authority of the sun before. It can help the chain of stars accurately correspond to the crimson moon in the sky, allowing him to successfully involve the authority of the moon. After Hastur engraved this descriptive sentence on the chain of stars, the chain that originally emitted bright starlight began to converge. The entire chain of stars began to darken and deepen, becoming like a black chain dyed with ink. When the entire chain of stars completely changed, it began to melt, then condensed together, turning into two dark eyes, and flew into his own eyes. From then on, a moon lived in Hastur's eyes. The authority of the moon. Hastur silently felt the changes in his body, different from the light and warmth brought by the power of the sun. This time, what he felt was coldness and suffocation. The cold breath seemed to start flowing around his body from his eyes, which made him close his eyes involuntarily. What also changed at the same time was the hall of stars. The aura here was getting older and thicker, like a layer of cloud that couldn't be pushed away. The moon. The crimson moon. When Hastur opened his eyes, there seemed to be two crimson rays of light projected from his eyes. The two crimson moon rays of light seemed to pass through the palace of stars, penetrate the initial barrier, and penetrate beyond the starry sky. In the dark starry sky, the fallen mother goddess seemed to have noticed something, and the entire starry sky began to become turbulent. He poked his eyes out from the endless abyss of corruption, and glanced at the crimson moon in the starry sky that shone in the real world. He could feel that in addition to himself, the mother tree of desire, and the earth mother goddess Lilith, there was also an aura belonging to the stars on this crimson moon. Although this breath is extremely weak, it also proves that the stars have begun to erode the authority of the crimson moon. And he also wants this moon. Even in the Roselle incident last time, he was not so angry after losing. Tonight, the crimson moon shines particularly brightly. Pay attention to the existence of this change. The fallen mother goddess was just the first one. Then the desire tree and the earth mother goddess also noticed the unusualness of tonight's crimson moon. The mother tree of desire is a little better, and she doesn't care too much about it. The stars are originally from the same camp as him. Moreover, the impact of this problem on the fallen mother goddess is even more terrifying and far-reaching than that of her. The mother earth goddess sighed quietly in the kingdom of the night goddess. It was already difficult for him to win in this battle for the crimson moon. Now that there is another star, it becomes even more hopeless for him. We can only hope that the goddess of the night can go further and prevent the end from coming. The crimson moon shines brightly, even more dazzling than the full moon. Forsey suddenly woke up from her sleep. The familiar severe pain began to tear through her body. A scream seemed to come from the crimson moon in the sky. Come! Mess with her mind and make her reason gradually go crazy. While he still had some sense left, Forsey rolled off the bed, put his palms together, and prayed devoutly to the stars. After a while, the starry sky carrying hope appeared in her room again. The wisps of starlight protected her from the terrifying whispers from the crimson moon, helping her survive the inexplicable night tonight. It was clear that tonight was not a full moon. So why did she still have such terrible symptoms? Fortunately, it's not a full moon tonight. Otherwise, I would have completely lost my mind just now, and wouldn't even have time to pray to the stars. Tonight's strange phenomenon dissipated just as quickly as it appeared. About 10 minutes later, the crimson moon in the sky converged its light and fell into silence. Forsey finally felt that her sanity was back, and she could control her body. But the severe pain just now still made her break into cold sweats. After she expressed her gratitude to the stars, she collapsed on the ground to rest for a while, then took a new set of clothes from the closet and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked incomprehensible. He did not expect that his simple attempt tonight could trigger such a violent phenomenon. Even Forsey suffered so much from it. It can be seen that the changes in the crimson moon tonight must not be hidden from the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire. Why exactly is this happening? In the past, when the chain of stars involved the authority of other extraordinary pathways, there was no obvious change. Hastur thought for a long time before gradually finding a more reasonable explanation. Perhaps because he is now a demigod in the sequence. The power of awakening in the Palace of Stars is stronger, and the impact he has on the real world through the Palace of Stars is greater. Even if it is just a small symbol, it is an extremely clear signal to the entire world. A cough from a superior person is like a hurricane that can destroy an entire world. High status. Haster's understanding of this vocabulary has deepened. If I wait until sequence 1 before involving the authority of the moon, the impact on the Crimson Moon will definitely be greater, and a divine war may directly break out. The stars, the night, the moon, the nights from now on will all have their own shapes. Haster thought about it for a while, and felt that it was still too early. He had only been involved and influenced the night and the moon, but he was still far from controlling them. He still needs time. Chapter 497 Lost History. Leaving the Hall of Stars, Haster stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bedroom. With the starlight projected from the window, he could clearly see himself in the mirror, with a moon in his eyes. The crimson moon turned into a small round and curled up inside his pupils. It makes Haster's whole temperament a little more sinister. Haster stared for a moment, then blinked, and everything returned to normal. There's almost no room left, Asta murmured, and went to the bathroom to take a comfortable bath to relieve the fatigue of tonight. As soon as she put on her bath towel and walked out of the room, she saw Azhara lying on a large chandelier in the corridor, swaying gently, making the light falling crookedly as if she was drunk. Are you going to stay with Sharon tonight? Meow. Azhara poked half of her head out of the large chandelier, her eyes filled with entanglement, hesitation and other emotions. Is your greedy cat worried? Haster stepped forward and stretched out his hand to wave. Azhara jumped down from the large chandelier and landed accurately on Haster's shoulder. It turned over and lay its head towards Haster's neck. Meow. Don't you always like to discuss matters with Sharon? Asta touched its little head. Did Sharon hide in the mirror early tonight? Meow. Azhara just meowed meaninglessly. It's already very late. If anything happens, I'll come back tomorrow morning to listen to your complaint. Haster took Azhara back to his room and let her sleep there tonight. When Haster went to bed to rest, Azhara lay in her exclusive cat house, still not sleepy at all. When Haster woke up the next day, Azhara had disappeared, and he didn't pay too much attention. Azhara liked to wander around, and maybe she had gone to harm those small fish. When Haster finished washing and enjoying breakfast, Azhara had not appeared yet. He frowned slightly and came to Sharon's room. He only saw Sharon, not Azhara. It seems that something big happened. Haster came to Sharon and stood side by side with her. What happened to that little guy? The role is successful, but I don't want to be promoted to the Witch of Joy. Sharon briefly explained the reason for Azhara's recent bad mood. The pleasure witch is quite tricky, and it's easy to lose yourself. This should be the sequence in the entire witch path where one is most likely to fall into depravity. Although happiness is not limited to the bed-related matters between men and women, this is the fastest way to perform. There are not many witches that Haster knows, but every pleasure witch is addicted to pleasure in this sequence, regardless of body and mind. If you are a man, this sequence is simply the most painful sequence. Watching yourself sink into pleasure under each man is simply a torture. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some men are born to enjoy it. As a temperance group, do you have any different opinions on this sequence? Asta asked Sharon the question. Control your desires. Pleasure is also a desire. Like you? Asta pointed out. Don't interrupt. Sharon reached out and patted Haster's arm, then remained silent, as if she was annoyed that Haster had interrupted her conversation just now. I'll tell you for you. Do you think I am right or not? Asta took over Sharon's broken words and continued. Enjoying pleasure is not necessarily limited to that thing. You like to play by nature, so you can do the same. Get pleasure from all kinds of play. I like delicious food and enjoy eating delicious food. That's what you meant to say, right? Sharon just nodded, agreeing with Haster's statement. But have you ever thought about it? Happiness and happiness are not the same thing. Otherwise the witch sect wouldn't be the messy mess it is now. Sharon was silent for a while, and then said calmly, So, their paths have gone astray. These words were said very domineeringly. Asta smiled and said, I think so too. Happiness can also be pure joy and joy. The reason why the witch cult has always followed the current path of acting is just to better experience the pain and despair that will follow. Sharon raised her head slightly and glanced at Haster, as if she was curious about his change of tone so quickly. I think for Azhara, pain and despair are the more difficult hurdles for it to overcome. After all, it has always been used to being careless. Haster gave his own answer. When meeting Azhara, just enlighten it like this. As for the magic potion it needs, it's not difficult, and you can get it together within a week. What if you had taken the assassin path? Sharon was a little curious about what it would be like for Hastur to embark on this extraordinary path from male to female. Hastur turned sideways, stared into Sharon's slightly evasive eyes, and said in a rough tone, "Do you really want to know the answer to this question?" Something seemed a little bad. Sharon raised her head and glanced at Hastur. But she was still curious about what Hastur would do when she became a pleasure witch. So she just stood there without moving. "Come closer and I'll tell you." "Don't want." Sharon subconsciously refused, and stepped back to distance herself from Hastur. But Hastur had already hugged her around the waist. "I will come to you every day for a happy performance, no matter night or day." Sharon's cheeks and earlobes were as red as clouds in an instant. With a hiss, she got into the mirror on the table next to her, hiding and refusing to come out. "It seems that you haven't completely restrained your curiosity," Hastur joked in the mirror before turning and leaving the room. In a hidden history of the Fourth Age, Zeradal has been here for almost 2 months. He feels it is time to leave here and go out to explore the situation in the outside world, in order to prevent the stars from following his clones to find his real body. Except for one clone that had been secretly hidden and could be used to resurrect him at a critical moment. He did not send any more clones out. This made him ignorant of the world happening outside. If you keep pretending to be blind, you will be ruthlessly eliminated by history. When Zeradal came out of that hidden history, he left a key clone here to avoid any accidents later. In the starry sky of the Fourth Era, there are still no traces of stars. He came along the torrent of history, rushing through history to return to the current era. When he was about to return, he felt that a fog appeared in the history ahead, covering all directions from front to back, left, and right. In this sudden historical fog, even he couldn't see clearly where the real history was for a while, and he didn't know whether to move forward or retreat. Zeradal stopped walking through history, stayed where he was, and carefully observed the historical fog surrounding him for no reason. Some people want to lose themselves in the past history. After just observing for a while, Zeradal guessed the purpose of this mist. But what he didn't understand was that Antigonus had gone crazy on the path of fortune-telling. He should be the first person on this extraordinary path who has the confidence to deal with himself through history. He sneered, not caring about the scene in front of him. After observing for a while, he recognized that his current location should be about 50 years ago in the real world. The front and rear positions have not changed, which means we only need to move forward another 50 years or so. When he moved forward about 50 years in history, he found himself back in his original position. Interesting. The image of Chara is a scholar who encountered a complex and interesting problem. He began to sit cross-legged and thought about ways to solve this historical fog. He has tried many changes, but it is difficult to escape from the fog of history. There is a power hidden in this historical fog that makes people get lost unconsciously. Which extraordinary path does it belong to? Zeradal was once an ancient scholar. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is knowledgeable. He quickly analyzed the existing 22 extraordinary paths one by one. In his view, the possible paths and sequences for possessing the ability to get lost are Audience Pathway Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, Destiny Pathway Sequence 3 Chaos Walker, Judgment Pathway Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. They all involve chaos. And it makes sense that people tend to get lost in chaos. Why are they all Sequence 3? Because the power contained in this historical fog is not too strong. At most it is Sequence 2. But it was this kind of authority that made it impossible for him to leave in a short time. Maybe it's not among these 22 extraordinary paths. Zeradal thought for a while, and came up with a new guess. The existing 22 extraordinary paths, the extraordinary abilities contained in Sequence 3 and Sequence 2, could not stop him from moving forward. Comes from beyond the stars, and is a subordinate of the stars. Zeradal locked his target, and finally understood in his heart why the stars did not come to find him. It turned out that people had been waiting for him here, in the vast torrent of history. It is not a simple matter to find the right point in time, coupled with the fog of history. Even he would need some time to solve this problem. And at the same time, he would have to guard against followers from the stars looking for him. After thinking about this, Zeradal is not so eager to break through the historical fog in front of him. Maybe if you get anxious after walking through, what will appear in front of you is the stars in the starry sky. In this current situation, it is obviously more of a warning. When Zeradal was daydreaming, the stars in the historical sky suddenly shone brightly, and the light belonging to the stars fell down. Zeradal was so frightened that he turned around, jumped into a historical fragment, and left. The starry sky dimmed again, as if the falling stars just now were just an accident. The fog of history came in, covering the location where Zerath was just now. and began to slowly continue to swim upstream along this period of history. It seems that he wants to seal Zareth into the history of the Fourth Age. Chapter 498 Zarathupales Amon. Do you want to seal me in the history of the Fourth Age? It's too whimsical. Zareth will return to the history of the Fourth Age, looking at the slowly, but extremely clear approaching fog of history, with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Only a Sequence Zero fool can completely seal himself in history. This historical fog alone does not have that ability. What he fears is not the fog of history, but the stars hidden outside the fog of history. Even if the stars have their own favored ones, they cannot be stronger than Sequence 2. It would be too much of a joke to use the strength of Sequence 2 to block oneself, who is proficient in history. If you want to seal it, I'll let you seal it. Zaradul's thoughts turned, and he already had the answer in his heart. Since the stars wanted to block his door, and he did not dare to take risks at will, let the stars seal this part of history. He then set clones and puppets to bypass the historical fog and go to the godforsaken land in the real world to secretly investigate the last extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious waiter. In this way, the seal from the stars has indirectly become his first protective barrier. Zaradul had an idea, and he quickly split out a Sequence 2 clone and a Sequence 3 silent disciple puppet. Under his cover, the clones and puppets successfully bypassed the fog of history and returned to the real world. It was dark at that time, and the clone Zaradul changed his clothes and his original appearance. For him, such a change was only a matter of an instant. It was just the twinkling stars in the sky and the crimson moon that made him feel sad as he walked on the road, never raising his head to look directly at the starry sky above his head. I don't know if it was his illusion, but since he left last time, the power of the stars in the sky seems to have increased. This feeling was intensified when he chanced upon a team of yellow monks who were praying to the king in yellow. After he returned to the real world, he learned about the recent status of the secret order from the secret information channel he left behind. The infiltration from the yellow-robed monks has left the secret order riddled with holes. But at the same time, he also learned an important piece of news. Amon's true body was not in a place abandoned by God. He was driven out of a place abandoned by God by a mysterious figure. It's a good opportunity. But Amon has always been cunning. Maybe he deliberately released this news to mislead me and Pauls. Zaradul did not go to the god's abandoned land immediately, but first confirmed the truth of the matter, and then secretly went to the god's abandoned land. If you want to find out whether Amon's true form is in the land abandoned by God, there is a very simple way to release the news about Pales. Although he did not know where Pales was hiding, it was not difficult for him to release a piece of news that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. The best place to deceive Amon is where the night provides privacy. Backland is a very good choice. And there are also those favored by the stars there. The little fortune teller who broke into the foggy town last time and released himself should also be in Backland. Just let out the news that Pales Zoroastrian is in Backland. Zaradul had an idea in his mind, looked at his puppet, and handed the matter over to him. He went to stay near the god's abandoned land, waiting for the right time to enter it. Backland. The news that Pales Zoroaster was hiding in Backland soon secretly spread to the Church of the Night. When Leonard learned the news from Archbishop Anthony of St. Samuel's Church, he was completely blinded. Didn't the old man say that he was hiding very secretly? Why did people suddenly guess where he was hiding? After leaving St. Samuel's Church, Leonard tried to discuss countermeasures with the old man many times, but he never received a response from the old man. It seems that we really can't escape this time. After a long time, Pale's voice with emotion came out of Leonard's body. Old man, please relax first. It is said that this news came from the Rose School of Thought. It is not yet certain whether it is true or not. And how could Amon's body come to Backland so easily? Leonard could only comfort him as much as possible, even though he was also panicked. You don't understand. It doesn't matter if the news is true or false. What's important is the symbolic meaning. Pale sighed. Amon will definitely come, and it must be his true form. But we don't know when he will come. Symbolism? At this point in time, the appearance of such a news is a symbol that my destiny is about to change. Maybe he felt that Leonard couldn't understand such profound words. So Pales gave a simple example. For example, a passerby was walking on the street. He didn't talk to anyone or do anything along the way. But at this moment, a passerby suddenly shouted, "The person who stole things is passerby A." Do you think the fate of passerby A will change slightly as a result? How wicked. Leonard cursed with a dark face. I don't know why those lunatics from the Rose School suddenly sent out this news. It can't be the Rose School of Thought. Pales was sure of this. Maybe it's Adam or other surviving old guys who want to use me to attract Amon's attention. Or to fish for Amon. If it were Adam, I would definitely not be able to escape from Amon's hands. Pales said worriedly. What's the difference? Oh, he claims to be able to see the currents of the times. Perhaps he has seen through the destiny of my life from future history. So he used the Rose School to send out these words at this time. Why are these brothers so difficult to get along with? Leonard had a headache and toothache. The two brothers have always been enviable. So, old man, are you planning to leave Backland? What are you thinking? At this time, as soon as I leave Backland, my back foot will be caught by Amon who is waiting outside. You don't think that Amon will receive this news later than your night goddess church? Right? Leonard thought about this and had to ask weakly, then what should we do now? Old man, I don't want you to become Amon's dinner. What else can we do? Take the time to find someone to support you. Isn't the goddess enough to protect you? If you are a favored person recognized by the goddess of the night, maybe she will still be able to protect me. Leonard was silent. Unfortunately, he was not Klein. From this point of view, he was the one who dragged the old man down. Don't believe in the mercy of the gods. Remember this sentence? It will definitely be right. Old man, who are you going to find as a backer? The stars and the fool. Pale said simply. The last time we worked together to deal with Amon. It shows that they at least don't like Amon. But why should they help you? What a good question. Leonard, who felt like he had stabbed the old man in the heart, chose to keep silent all the way. In Queens, in the study, Hastur personally received Leonard. After listening to Leonard's story, Hastur's first reaction was that the person who deliberately released this news was definitely Zeradal. Because in the Palace of Stars, he saw with his own eyes Zeradal secretly sent his clone and a puppet to bypass the historical fog arranged by the star container and return to the real world. At that time, the star container needed to block the portal to the history of the Fourth Age and was unable to deal with the clone and puppet. So Hastur let them leave. Now it seems that Pales has obviously suffered a disaster that affects the fish in the pond. But Hastur will not reveal this situation to Pales. Now Pales needs the help of the stars and the fool. And he is asking for it from himself. And in this way, it can also help him catch Amon. I believe that the high-dimensional overlooker, who has been playing hide and seek with Amon, will definitely return to Backland for the final showdown with Amon. If you had been hiding in St. Samuel's church, would Amon have been able to find you easily? Hastur did not immediately agree to Leonard and Paul's request for help, but first raised his own questions. If the goddess of the night is willing to keep me, it will be difficult for Amon to find me, because the matter was so important. Pales did not use Leonard as the microphone this time, but directly communicated with Hastur. It seems that you have been abandoned. Hastur glanced at Leonard thoughtfully and said, no wonder an important clone of Zeradal was able to leave the misty town of the night goddess last time. Zareth. Pales muttered a few words. His tone instantly turned cold. This damn guy must be deliberately using my news to attract Amon's attention. Haha. He wants to sneak into the land abandoned by God. I can't wait to find the last extraordinary attribute of the secret attendant. It seems that the pressure he faces to survive is also very high. With Hastur's reminder, Pales easily guessed the true nature of the whole thing. Leonard's eyes lit up, and he said, Amon is not the kind of being who can be easily plotted. Right? No. Amon will definitely give Zeradal the opportunity to enter the land abandoned by gods. Leonard's eyes dimmed instantly again. It's the general trend. That's all. It seems I can't avoid this disaster. Pales, who saw through the truth behind it, felt even more that the future was irreversible. The three of Zeradal, Adam, and Amon have joined forces. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, premeditated, or coincidentally, the situation has become a success. Apart from staying in Backland, there may be a glimmer of hope, and the rest of the future is his fate of being swallowed by Amon. Old man, don't be so desperate. Aren't there still fools and stars who can help you? Leonard was a little anxious. Pales sighed. You don't understand. This symbolic meaning is more accurate than what is actually going to happen. I have already seen my future. Faced with Paul's almost desperate tone, Hastur just smiled and said, do you know what Backland is also called? It's a city of hope. Chapter 499, A Glimmer of Hope. Backland. The City of Hope. This sentence was originally meant for outsiders outside of Backland, because this place has the most advanced technology, art, industry, and banks in the entire Lone Kingdom. As long as you have enough ability, this is a city of hope filled with gold. containing infinite possibilities. Backland, the city of hope. Leonard chanted twice, and his expression became excited. Where is the old man's hope? Hope is in Backland. Some people can change their already fixed destiny just by saying a few words. I really hope you are such a person. There was a profound meaning in Pale's tone. At that moment, when Asta said that he hoped to be in Backland, he seemed to have really captured a corner of the future. In that future, he successfully avoided being devoured by Amon. However, such similar abilities should not come from the believers of the stars, but rather the followers of the fool, because there is a sign of destiny. That is, one word can reveal destiny. I also hope that I am such a person. At least, I gave you a hope. Hastur just smiled. Thank you. This is what I need most right now. After a brief chat, Hastur asked Leonard why he didn't go to find Klein first and seek help from the fool. I don't know where Klein went. I haven't seen him for a long time. Leonard sighed. At the beginning, he went to Birkeland Street to look for Klein. But he did not see Klein. Nor did he see Dawn Downstad. In the end, he could only leave a letter and took a carriage to Queens. Tonight, he should be able to give you a dream. Hearing what Asta said, Leonard's mouth twitched. He actually hated being disturbed in his sleep in the middle of the night, even though he didn't really need rest. After Leonard left, Hastur sat in the study, thinking about how to help Pale survive this disaster. It is not difficult to survive. After all, in the original work, Pales relied on his years of exploration to lower his status from Sequence 1 to Sequence 2 and successfully survived. What he needs to do is how to preserve the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 1 Worm of Time in Pales, and how to target Amon. With the experience of Backland last time, if Amon comes again, he will definitely be fully prepared and even ask Adam to help him. After all, the last time, Amon came to ask for 008 because of Adam. If you were Amon, when would you choose to take action? After Hastur thought for a moment, he quickly sent 2 attendants to recover Leonard. At the same time, he called Grey Carrie from the spirit world and retrieved the sealed artifact old box. Then he went to the Palace of Stars and asked Mrs. Saw is back, ready to take action at any time. If he is Amon, then now is the best time to take action. After the failure of asking for 008 last time, even if Amon's clone did not send any news back to the main body, Amon must know that there is something fishy here. When Pales did not provide help from the goddess of the night, the only ones who could really stop Amon were the fool in the stars. He could only come to ask for help, and he was the contact point of the stars. If Amon was hiding quietly nearby, then after Leonard left a certain distance, it would be the best time to take action. Queens, on King's Avenue. The carriage Leonard was riding in had just left Hastur about 500 meters away, when he heard the call of Hastur's attendant behind him. Leonard was about to lift the curtain of the carriage and take a look. It's too late. Amon is here. Pales inside Leonard couldn't help but exclaimed. The surrounding space was stagnant. The carriage stopped moving, and 2 well-trained horses were lying on the ground, trembling. A gust of wind blew away the wooden frame of the carriage, exposing Leonard to the outside. The visitor was wearing a robe-like black trench coat, paired with black pants and black leather shoes. He had a thin face, a tall top hat, and a distinctive monocle. He looked very elegant. Amon! Amon the blasphemer. Even though he had never actually met the blasphemer Amon, Leonard still guessed his identity at the first sight. His eyes filled with horror. It was so fast. He didn't even have time to ask the fool for help. By the way, you can go directly through Tarot Club. Only then did Leonard remember that he could contact the fool in this way. Previously, he only thought that Klein was the favored one of the fool, and was more suitable to be a middleman. When the thought of asking the fool for help flashed through Leonard's mind, it disappeared in the next second. He was in a daze, as if his entire brain had been emptied. Pales, I really want to catch up with you, but I don't have much time. When Amon said these words, the sky outside was covered with dark clouds, and a violent lightning was brewing. The stars are already watching here. Amon, there is no way you can leave Backland. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Knowing that he could not delay time, Amon stretched out his hand and threw a bone church. The bone church swelled in the wind, and soon turned into a bone palace as huge as a giant living inn. Every dark pillar, every arch, and every dome in the palace is inlaid with white bones of different races. They are densely packed and chaotically crowded together, staring at the slightly smaller target in the center of the hall with empty eyes, like on trial. This is the Church of Bones from Adam. which has the ability to block all prying eyes. Just when the Church of Bones was about to be completed, Pale sighed inside Leonard, and threw Leonard out of the Church of Bones. This time Amon came so fast that he had no time to prepare. Anyone who lets his thoughts have been guessed by Amon will not be wronged if he loses. Just when Pales lost his fighting spirit, the entire Bone Church began to sway, as if it was being targeted by a powerful sealed object, and was about to be forcibly sucked away. At the same time, thunderbolts belonging to the Storm Lord fell down, trying to forcefully break open the Bone Church. Under the attack, even the Bone Church had a crack briefly appear at this moment. Seeing that the situation had changed, Pales no longer hesitated, forcibly restored his peak state, and escaped from the crack at high speed. The powerful will to survive that erupted from him at this moment made Amon look at him sideways. Amon looked up and frowned slightly. It came so quickly. Am I underestimating your wisdom? Or are you really paying attention to everything? The opportunity was lost. Even if he was facing the divine punishment of the Lord of Storms and the gaze of the stars, he had to avoid the edge for a while. Need the secrecy of night. Amon stared for a while, looking at the crazy thunder pouring from the sky above his head. With a sway, he put away the Bone Church and left Backland. This time, he just came to confirm his inner speculation. All his clones were buried in Backland, so he knew that Backland had what he wanted. When Zeradal revealed the news this time, he got rid of that annoying guy as quickly as possible and came to Backland to guard him. Sure enough, Pales was defended, but the stars reacted too quickly and appeared in time to help Pales escape the disaster. Asta Campbell, I remember you. Amon's face, which left Backland, didn't look too depressed. He also acted in a hurry this time and was not fully prepared. Otherwise, the Lord of Storms and the stars would not have discovered him so easily. Palaz, you don't dare to leave Backland at all. I will find you again sooner or later. It was confirmed that Pales was in Backland, and Amon was in a pretty good mood. At this time, the surrounding space changed, and a similarly young figure came forward. Amon put away the smile on his face and said coldly, if you want to lend me my hand to help you test the stars, don't follow me all the time. Games are also what I like. The high-dimensional overlooker didn't care about Amon's attitude, and looked at the starry sky of Backland. The stars were twinkling there, and even he felt a little strange. The relationship between you and the stars is really interesting. If you want to explore these, you are still far away. Gal-dimensional overlooker just said lightly. Amon was not angry, looked at Backland again, and quickly left the place. The Gal-dimensional overlooker also left and continued to chase Amon. Above the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked around the King's Avenue through the Hall of Stars, and only after confirming that there was no trace of Amon, he looked back. If he hadn't suddenly guessed that Amon might block Leonard and Paul's, he would never have reacted so quickly. The Storm Lord alone cannot stop the cooperation between Amon and the Bone Church. It was he who used the power of the Palace of Stars to drive the box of the old and shake Amon's Bone Church to a certain extent. Give Pales a hope of escape. Pales, who has hope, is not something that Amon can solve in a short time. Even if Pales has only returned to Sequence 2 now. This is just the beginning. Amon will definitely stay outside Backland and continue to look for suitable opportunities. Hastur's eyes looked toward the star where the high-dimensional overlooker was. The 2 times Amon came to Backland, the high-dimensional overlooker only appeared after Amon failed each time, which proved that he had other ideas in his mind. However, in the past, the relationship between the stars and the outer gods such as the high-dimensional overlooker, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Superstar Master was not a simple superior-subordinate relationship. If you want the high-dimensional overlooker to do things, you need to provide sufficient benefits, or the stars' promises about the future. This is what the high-dimensional overlookers wanted to wait for, so they allowed Amon to test the stars. In this way, no matter what the result of Amon's temptation is, he can enjoy the results. If the stars need his help, he will be able to get help from the stars once in the future. As for Amon, the high-dimensional overlooker should not mind taking Amon as a gift to the stars. Unfortunately, Amon has a good brother, and the high-dimensional overlooker's clone cannot really deal with Amon. Chapter 500, The Missing Portable Grandfather. This is a double-edged sword, and Amon also dare not trust the high-dimensional overlooker. The reason why he let Pales leave this time was because he was worried that the high-dimensional overlooker would suddenly block his way back. And in this case, he might really not be able to leave. Hastur thought about various possibilities, then sighed softly, leaned back in his chair, and looked around at Backland below the Hall of Stars. He needs to create a clone that can exist in the Hall of Stars for a long time to help him monitor at all times. The stars are watching everything. But if you want to do this, you must stay in the Palace of Stars. The main body cannot stay in the Hall of Stars every day. The star container is not a good choice either. After all, it was taken from the true creator and is not pure enough. If he awakens his own consciousness in his body and occupies the Palace of Stars instead of guest, that is definitely not what he wants to see. You must not have self-awareness. And it does not have to be limited to clones. Asta thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a better solution. When he heard someone calling him in the real world, Hastur left the Hall of Stars, got up and opened the door. Leonard was shocked when Amon stopped him. He really couldn't think of a good place to go, so he could only turn back. Pales followed Leonard back. Asta, I was really scared to death just now. I almost never saw you again. Leonard's body was trembling slightly, and there was still fear on his face, and eyes that could not be dissipated for a long time. Drink a cup of hot tea first to warm yourself up. Hastur asked someone to prepare hot tea, signaling Leonard to suspend his worries. Amon, I will not give up this opportunity. He will come again. Pales was also worried about his future. Isn't there any good way to deal with Amon? Hastur asked. Difficult. The extraordinary path of the thief is full of fraud, decryption, deception, destiny, etc. Starting from sequence 9. Amon is even more proficient in these. It is difficult to plot against him. Even if the goddess of the night provides secret protection, he can always use an inconspicuous little flaw to easily gain insight into the overall situation. In addition, he has a bad personality and acts alone, making it even more difficult to target him. Otherwise, given his character, he would have been dealt with by the Lord of Storms and other gods. The reason why we let him go is just because the cost of dealing with him is too high, and it may not be effective. Asta listened silently to Pale's introduction to Amon, but what he said was not comprehensive enough. Behind Amon there is Adam, and the true creator. This is the reason why the three true gods, the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, have been unable to deal with Amon. Even if the Goddess of the Night is willing to provide them with secrets, they will doubt whether the Goddess of the Night is joining forces with Adam and Amon to hunt them down. Furthermore, the three of them themselves are hostile to each other and full of wariness. In short, when it comes to dealing with Amon and Adam, the three of them can only be used as additional additions, not as the main force. Taking into account the combat power of his side and Klein's side, it is still very difficult to encircle and suppress Amon. After all, Amon is not the incarnation of an alien god. He is the mortal enemy of all true gods and must be eradicated. There are many secret beings who are still willing to bet that Amon will become a god and hope to compete for the position of the Lord of Mysteries in the future. At night, Leonard, who stayed in the Asta villa to rest, finally saw a dream from Klein. In the dream, Leonard seemed to hear someone muttering, "Don't wake others up in the middle of the night every time." Leonard has a deep understanding of this sentence. Amon is here. I just met him today. It's his true form. Leonard briefly explained the situation. I understand. Klein just nodded calmly. Can the fool provide shelter to the old man? There is only a certain level of shelter that can be provided. Klein felt a little guilty when he said this. He was an extraordinary on an adjacent path, and Amon was also his natural enemy. It's just that he is currently preparing for promotion to sequence for Conspiracy Mage. His strength is weak, and he will generally not attract Amon's covetousness. As for Mr. Fool, even though he has the trump card of Origin Castle, he himself does not have the ability to confront Amon head-on. Among the people he knew, only Will, the Mercury Snake, had some ability to fight against Amon. But he also had his own natural enemy, Aurelius. The other Miss Messenger and Mr. Isaac are only sequence 2, and they are still very reluctant to face Amon, the King of Angels. Then Mr. Fool has a way to deal with Amon. Leonard asked this sentence with hope. It's so direct. Klein could only temporarily find a reason to excuse this sharp question. We can't speculate on the thoughts of people like Mr. Fool? Well, Leonard sighed heavily and didn't ask any more questions. After the dream ended, Klein, who had temporarily left Backland and was collecting the extraordinary materials needed to be promoted to a trick mage in the distance, faced the direction of Backland and sighed heavily. He wanted to help Leonard and Pales get through the difficulties. After all, Amon was too terrifying. Once he was allowed to take away the sequence one worm of time from Pales, Amon would be just a short step away from becoming a god. One kick. This is my future opponent. If he grows too fast, I will definitely be like Pales in the future and have to avoid him everywhere. Like a little mouse. It's almost time. By the end of the year, I should be able to find all the extraordinary materials, finish the role, and be promoted to Sequence 4 Conspiracy Mage. Thinking of this, Klein felt a little more relaxed. At least, he was catching up step by step. As for how to solve the Amon matter, he didn't have any good ideas. He could only place his hope on Hastur, who was still in Backland. Well, all the respect to Mr. Hastur. In the early morning, the fog in Backland's sky had not yet been dispelled. But most of the haze in Leonard's heart had been dispelled. After thinking about it all night, Mr. Hastur finally gave him a relatively feasible solution to his current situation. That is to let Pales continue to hide. It sounds like this is just a very simple and negative method. But it can prevent Pales from being found by Amon in a short period of time and by some time. Catching Amon is by no means a simple matter and requires long-term planning to have a chance. Another reason is that Asta doesn't want his home to become a battlefield. Amon is watching his life from outside every day. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Moreover, the behavior of hiding is in line with Pale's character. The key question is where to hide to be safer. At present, in Backland, the goddess of the night is no longer reliable. The god of steam and machinery will not offend Amon and Adam for Pales. As for the Lord of Storms, he is indeed hostile to Amon. But if Pales is allowed to enter his church, maybe he will directly take away the extraordinary characteristics of the Worm of Time in Pales and bring it to his own kingdom of God, so that he and Amon could never get it together and become a god. The three gods are unreliable. And the current fool is a parallel import. The stars do not want their doorstep to become a battlefield. Therefore, the option Hastur suggested to Pales was to hide in the history of the Fourth Age. Zeradal is also hiding there, just repaying him with retaliation. Although Pales' condition is not very good, Zeradal cannot deal with it casually. In addition, there are also star containers that block the history of the Fourth Age with the fog of history. Once Amon is really found, he will definitely not be able to get around the star container. Pales was happy when he heard it. Ha ha ha. This bastard Zeradal caused me to be targeted by Amon. I want to cause some trouble for him. So I will go to the fourth era of history. Although Leonard was reluctant to give up, he also knew that this should be the best solution at the moment. Old man, please pay attention to your own safety. Leonard's eyes were slightly red, as if he was about to send his own grandfather away. Boy, you should worry more about yourself. Amon has already seen you. If nothing happens, try to stay in St. Samuel's church. Archbishop Anthony is not bad. Pales emerged from Leonard's body as a phantom, clearly the image of an old man. But his facial features were covered, as if shrouded in a layer of mist, making it impossible for Leonard to see clearly. Hastur could clearly see that Pale's overall temperament was similar to that of Leonard, but it was just a little more accumulated over the years. Although his facial features were old, it could be seen that when he was young, he was definitely an unbeatable person. Leonard's handsome guy. It is estimated that when Paul's was young, his temperament was similar to Leonard's. This may be the reason why Pales has always chosen to be a parasite in Leonard's body. Watching Leonard grow up is like watching himself when he was young. Pales originally wanted to pat Leonard on the head, and then laugh and mock. Such a big man is still crying like this. But in the end, he just stroked Leonard's head gently, like a kind grandfather saying goodbye to his beloved grandson. Before Leonard could react, Leonard entered the fourth era of history with the help of the star container, and was under the same historical sky as Zeradal. The difference is that Zeradal is hiding in his own secret piece of history. When the mists of history cover up and once again block the way to the history of the Fourth Age, the star containers merge silently into the mist of history. After sending Pales away, Hastur looked at Leonard with a solemn expression. In order to conceal Pale's whereabouts, I need to erase your relevant memories of knowing Pale's movements. This is a complete erasure and cannot be done again. Recover. Leonard opened his mouth and finally nodded silently, allowing Hastur to erase this part of his memory. In order to prevent Amon from extracting the corresponding memory fragments from Leonard's memory, Hastur first completely erased this part of the memory, and then used his secret authority to process it. When the memory erasure was completed, Leonard was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hastur with a blank look on his face and said, "Old man, where did he go? Old man? Why can't I sense his presence?" Leonard put his hands on Hastur's shoulders and shook them eagerly. Could he have been captured by Amon? He just felt like there was an empty corner in his heart. and a silent sadness flowed from that empty corner to all parts of his body. "This is for your own good." Hastur finally gave Leonard only this answer. Chapter 501 God said, establish a religion. After sending Pales away and clearing Leonard's memory, he asked the butler to send a carriage to send Leonard away. Hastur stayed alone in the room. He still had one thing to do. It was to create a clone of Paul's to confuse Amon, who was guarding outside Backland. 2 worms of time appeared in Hastur's palm, which were given to him by Pales before he left, in order to use the worms of time to create a clone containing Pales' aura. It is not difficult to create a clone, but the difficult part is how to confuse Amon. Hastur planned to throw the 2 bodies into 2 different places, in order to prevent Amon from following the created clones to find Paul's. Hastur directly cut off the fate of the clones, and used his secret authority to eliminate relevant information. Late at night, the stars in the sky were bright, and the crimson moon seemed brighter than usual. Under the light of the stars, travel portals opened from Backland, and the other end appeared in many places in the northern and southern continents. Some are remote hills. Some are quiet small fishing villages. There are also islands hanging on the sea. Chaotic battlefields. Amon, who paid close attention to Backland's movements, was naturally aware of this constantly opening and closing door to travel. At this time, in order to prevent Pales from risking leaving Backland, Amon's eyes flashed, and he separated a series of clones, heading to the other end of the travel portals according to the space fluctuations. This spatial fluctuation lasted for about 10 minutes, opening and closing more than 30 times in total. After resting for about 2 hours, there was another spatial fluctuation of the travel portal opening and closing, followed by dozens of openings and closings of the travel portal. Regarding such a trick, Amon just chuckled. If he wanted to secretly send Pales away from Backland in this way, it would be too underestimated his wisdom. Pauls, who was afraid of running into him, would never leave Backland in such an obviously risky way. These actions tonight are just a cover-up, and the real action should not have begun yet. But he doesn't mind sending a clone to play this game with Hastur to see if he can send Pales out of Backland. As for him, who was waiting for something to happen, he also hoped that Pales would leave Backland, so that he would have less worries. When dawn broke in the sky, the travel portal opened in 3 waves late at night, a total of more than 100 times. But none of them were true. Each time was just a test. Pales was not in any travel portal at all. Amon had already expected this result, and he had enough patience to play this game slowly. He even hummed a little tune, praising Hastur for his abundant spiritual power, which could sustain such a huge consumption. Then it was late at night on the 2nd night, late at night on the 3rd day, and it wasn't until late at night on the 5th day that Amon felt an unusual breath leaving Backland through a travel portal. One of his clones quickly chased after him, and successfully intercepted the person leaving the travel portal. Pale's clone was captured by Amon's clone, and brought to Amon's body. Amon tried to follow the clone to find the location of Pale's body, but to no avail. Amon was not depressed either. 12 Amons gathered in a circle nearby and decided to hold a round-table meeting to discuss how to deal with Paul's clone. In the end, they decided to use the clone of Paul's to enter Backland and look for Leonard to get the news. This was a very interesting way to play. As for the other 2 Amon who had different opinions, they had been strung on bamboo poles and placed on the fire to start grilling. Just when Amon was still waiting for Hastur to come up with another trick, the opening of the late-night travel portal suddenly stopped, and there was no movement for several days. This made Amon notice something strange, and he began to wonder if someone had sneaked out of Backland through the travel portal some time ago. In the end, he still insisted on his judgment. During this period, only this clone of Pales tried to leave Backland. Leonard was attending the prayer of the goddess of the night in St. Samuel's church. After it was over, he went to Archbishop Anthony to chat with him, or go back to his room to handle some official matters. During the recent period, in order to prevent Amon from finding him, he basically stayed in St. Samuel's church. If there was official business at Red Gloves, he would ask other team members to send the matters and documents to be handled to St. Samuel's. Come to church. This was very effective. At least Amon did not dare to approach St. Samuel's church blatantly. As for the whereabouts of the old man, he no longer thinks about it, lest he encounter Amon and end up harming the old man. Until this day, as usual, he went to the square outside St. Samuel's church, waiting for the documents to be processed by the team members. In his spare time, he looked at the pigeons being fed by enthusiastic believers around him. After being fed for a long time, these pigeons are no longer afraid of people. And some are so bold that they fly directly onto the arms of tourists and beg them for food. Leonard watched for a while, and then he realized that there was a familiar but unfamiliar old man in the distance, looking at him through the crowd. I may have never met that person before, but the feeling he gave me was very familiar. Old man, Leonard whispered. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if confirming something. Then he stood up, hurried past the crowd, disturbing the white pigeons, and then quickly ran into St. Samuel's under the smiling gaze of the old man, inside the church door. It wasn't until he arrived inside the prayer hall that Leonard gasped for air and looked sideways at the entrance of the prayer hall. He was really relieved when he found that the man didn't follow him in. The old man has gone into hiding, and will never appear here in broad daylight. Compared to the old man, Amon is more likely. He is good at deception, and the old man just now must have been disguised by him in order to lure himself out of the goddess's secret protection. Even if his guess is wrong, such caution can give him a little more hope of safety. In the square, Amon, pretending to be pails, was holding bait and gently sprinkling it to feed the white pigeons in front of him. Sometimes he looked at the St. Samuel's church not far away, but in the end, he did not choose to offend the night goddess because of this matter. If this was the Church of Storms, then she would never let go of the little prey that just escaped from her. As night fell, Leonard continued to stay in St. Samuel's church. When Archbishop Anthony asked him what had happened recently, he did not hide it, and bluntly said that he had offended the blasphemer Amon. At that moment, Archbishop Anthony had a wonderful expression on his face. Finally, he patted Leonard on the shoulder, indicating that he could stay here to seek the goddess's asylum. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur has already sent out the second clone of Pails. During those late nights that disturbed Amon, he quietly sent another clone of Pails to the land abandoned by the gods. That is Amon's old territory, and it is also where Zaratha's clone is currently located. That should buy Palaz a decent amount of time. He should also strengthen his performance as a homeless man and try to digest the potion before the end of the year. As for the required Sequence 3 extraordinary characteristics, he is also thinking about which Sequence 3 extraordinary path is more suitable for him at this moment. He prefers the Sequence 3 ancient scholars of the diviner path. Firstly, the secret order has a grudge against him. Secondly, the abilities of this extraordinary path are very good. However, according to the news from the monk in yellow, the secret order there is no Sequence 3 ancient scholar in it. It must have been secretly eaten by Zarath before. The second choice is the Sequence 3 Dreamweaver of the Spectator Path, which is also the extraordinary path that Hastur prefers. Mrs. Lisa had previously opened a secret door in the head of a Dreamweaver. If you choose this extraordinary characteristic, the success rate is very high. And taking this opportunity, I can also get to know Adam better, which is also a very good choice. Hastur thought for a while, looked around at the starry sky in front of him, and then cast his gaze on the small point of light where Lady Lisa was. In order to enhance the strength of her side, Lady Lisa, who is loyal to her faith, is a very good choice. Asta also wanted to see if the King in Yellow Path could lead to promotion to Sequence 1. So he received many divine revelations to help Mrs. Lisa speed up the digestion of the magic potion in her body. Late at night, Mrs. Lisa was sorting out various books and materials in her room, and her mind came to the vast starry sky again. A figure wearing ragged yellow clothes stood in the starry sky, accompanied by black stars, bathed in endless starlight, with its back turned to him at the moment. The Lord of the Stars see in the distant starry sky. The great King in Yellow. Your devout believers have once again received divine revelation. Mrs. Lisa put the palms of her right hand together on her heart, bent over, and saluted. Hastur did not speak. He just sent down an oracle from the air, and then his figure disappeared with the starry sky. Mrs. Lisa stood speechless until she realized that she had returned to her original study room. Then she raised her head and recorded tonight's oracle from the King in Yellow in a book called Revelation of the God in Yellow. This is how she described it. On September 27, 1351, the great King in Yellow once again sent down his will from the distant sea of stars, and the devout believer Lisa Bastian accepted it. God said, a church is needed, and the Yellow monks were renamed the Yellow Church, with Lisa Bastian as the first pope. After Mrs. Lisa finished writing the last stroke, she read the divine revelation content twice more before closing the book Revelation of the God in Yellow close. The oracle from the King in Yellow is brief. Establish the church in yellow and make himself the first pope. As for how to establish a new church, how to establish the church's program, rules and regulations, classics, and hierarchy, as well as what style of church to build, where to establish the main church, and where to establish branch churches. These are all things she should worry about. Question: God has always only issued oracles, and how to implement them has always been a matter for believers. To a certain extent, the Pope is the will of God, because God communicates his will through the Pope. Fortunately, she had been prepared for the matter of establishing a church, and was not in a hurry. She is now a sequence to divine enlightenment. Once a new church is established, and she ascends to the position of Pope with God's approval, she will be a sequence 1 Pope. This is the promotion ceremony required to be promoted to the sequence 1 Pope. As for the extraordinary characteristics needed to be promoted to the sequence 1 Pope, God has long left them with him. But no one in the Yellow Monk organization has been able to receive God's gift, because in a time when God does not appear, there is naturally no divine revelation. Without divine revelation, the Pope cannot be born. Chapter 502. Also wants to establish a religion? Establishing a new church is a big deal. Even if Lady Lisa is now the leader of the entire Yellow Monks after Hastur, she cannot decide everything by herself. Mrs. Lisa glanced at the time. It was already late at night, and the God envoy should be asleep, so she did not disturb him. Looking at the scattered books on the table, she sighed and continued to organize relevant information and draw up a rough outline for establishing a new church. When the light of the next day shone into the windowsill, Mrs. Lisa was still writing furiously. It wasn't until the sun reached the zenith at noon that she put down the pen in her hand, sorted out the information on the table, and read through it twice. I wrote the syllabus for establishing the religion last night before leaving the room. In the study room, Hastur listened to Mrs. Lisa's intention, and then carefully looked at the outline of the establishment of the religion written by her, nodded and said, "Since it is an oracle, this matter is completely left to you. As for the establishment of the religion, the time should be set on the day before the new year this year. Yellow clothes are a symbol of the end, so the last day of the year should be used as the time to establish the church." Asta glanced at Mrs. Lisa, who had been working hard all night, and said with a smile, "There are still more than 2 months left. It should be completed. Right? May God reassure your lord." Mrs. Lisa is still very confident that she can fulfill this request. I'm looking forward to that day. After seeing off Mrs. Lisa, Asta stayed alone in the study. 008 jumped up again, unwilling to be lonely. After getting Asta's approval, it jumped out of the pencil box and wrote on the blank paper, "Dear Great Master, can you also give me a place in the new church so that I can bask in your glory? Oh, what position do you want? Can I be the pen in your hand? It's a pity that there is no room for a pen." 008 lowered his head in despair and poked small black dots on the paper. "If you really want it, there's room for a book." After hearing this sentence, 008 instantly spun 360 degrees on the spot and wrote on the paper very flatteringly, "Master, please take a closer look at me. Do I also meet the requirements? That book should be Star Child." 008 Baba wrote aggrievedly, "Can't it be the Book of Prophecy?" Hastur just smiled and did not continue to answer the question. In the syllabus that Mrs. Lisa showed him just now, there was a sketch of the statue of the king in yellow. The ragged yellow clothes are the body, with no facial features or limbs. The interior is an endless darkness, which is entirely supported by the ragged yellow clothes, as if it is swollen by the wind. The figure is elegant and full of charm. Since there are no limbs, it is naturally impossible to hold a book. If 008 really wants a place, it's not impossible to add another book floating beside or in front of him. After all, what Mrs. Lisa drew was just a simple sketch, which did not mean it was the final draft. As for the specific image of the king in yellow, Hastur is not completely sure. Do you want to make changes or just let nature take its course? Hastur thought for half an hour, and with 008 making a fuss on the side, his head hurt a little. So he left the study and went to Sharon's room to relax. This time Azhara finally came back, and instead of escaping, she lay quietly on Sharon's right side, wagging her little tail very comfortably. Hearing the footsteps of Hastur approaching, he did not flee quickly. "It seems you have made your choice." Meow. Azhara glanced lazily, still not very interested. "Are you still scared?" Meow. "You can learn how to control your desires from Sharon. She will be your best teacher in this area." Meow. Azhara raised her head slightly and glanced at Sharon. Hastur, who understood Azhara's words, had a smile on his face. You said Sharon herself didn't completely control her desires. Right? Azhara, who realized that she had said the wrong thing, shook her head, hurriedly ran towards the window, and quickly disappeared around the corner. Sharon and Hastur were left alone in the room. Did you hear what Azhara just said? Hastur approached Sharon and chuckled. The reason why you have been unable to complete the puppet performance is not because I am beside you to interfere with you, but because your own reasons. Restraint is not the same as nothing, nor is it escaping. This is a very simple truth. Then what? After the words fell, Sharon turned into a wisp of smoke and returned to the mirror. Hastur looked at the mirror placed on the table, leaned down, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and whispered, "Those who keep running away will always be caught up one day. At the end of the year, I will prepare to be promoted to Sequence 3. Late at night, on the grass of the empty garden of an old manor on the outskirts of Backland, important members of the Yellow Monks received news from Mrs. Lisa and rushed here to attend the party. They were sitting on the grass, surrounding a small artificial fountain. Starlight fell from the starry sky and fell on the scattered water droplets sprayed by the fountain, glowing with a shallow light. The Yellow Monks organization is a very free organization and generally does not force members to complete anything. Except for the last time we were waiting for the Lord God's envoy at the South Wales Castle. This time, there were the most people attending the party. Mrs. Lisa looked around at the people gathering tonight and began to read the oracle from the gods. It's an oracle from God that we need to plant churches before the end of the year. As Mrs. Lisa finished speaking, there was a burst of whispers. Mrs. Lisa just closed her eyes slightly, waiting for their answers. After a while, they came to a consensus that church building would be the next focus of the Yellow Monks organization. Mrs. Lisa nodded and distributed the syllabus she had written for all the participants to read. This outline is much more detailed than before, adding and improving many new contents, and also adding a task list for division of labor. If you want to establish a new church before the end of the year, you must coordinate and arrange every manpower. Otherwise, all kinds of chaos will easily occur. Write down any ideas you think need to be corrected or added here. Mrs. Lisa gave them certain rights and freedoms, although she alone could rule on these matters. But she could easily go to extremes. The more confident a person is in their knowledge, the more likely they are to be overconfident. Under the shining of the stars, time passes little by little. Also outside Backland, Amon and his clones were holding a meeting. The yellow-clothed monks gathering tonight was protected by the king in yellow-clothed, and that powerful angel on earth. Amon was not too close, and could only faintly overhear the key word establishing a religion. Therefore, the Amons also gathered together, and began to discuss the matter of establishing a religion. It's not like only true gods are allowed to establish religions. We can also establish religions, which are called Ming religions. The first greeting for believers of our religion when they meet is Amon. 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 Very good suggestion. But what about the purpose of our church? How about having no taboos, and just doing whatever you want? Amon suggested, all followers of my religion don't need to recite scriptures, pray, or abide by any rules and regulations. They can do whatever they want. Then what do we want these believers to do? After a brief silence, the Amon started another wave of discussion. We don't need them to do anything for us, and we don't need to do anything for them. And that's fair enough. What about the church? Go steal one. How about the Temple of Storms? It's in bad taste. Let's change it. Where's the Temple of the Eternal Blazing Sun? It's too hot. I'd better change it. The Temple of the God of Steam and Machinery? That's stupid. After a while of deliberation, based on the principle of the minority obeying the majority, the Amons finally selected the Temple of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. On what day will the church be planted? On New Year's Day. So that every time we celebrate the new year, we can remember this church. Then who will be the Pope? The scene was silent for a while. After a while, exciting and interesting battles broke out here. And finally Amon's true form became the Pope. Where are the crown and staff? There seems to be a lot of inventory in the treasure house of Lone Kingdom. The largest and most dazzling gem must be chosen. Where to build the church? Directly opposite the Church of Storms? Isn't that too provocative? It's okay. He can't come down. Should we send out invitations to invite others to attend our church establishment ceremony? The more the Amons spoke, the more serious they became, as if an ancient, glorious and dazzling church had been sculpted by their words, and was successfully located directly opposite the Tempest Temple, enjoying the worship of the creatures. Amon has already stayed away from this church establishment meeting. He feels that staying with those Amon will seriously lower his IQ. Isn't it okay to steal whatever church is needed to build it? Save trouble, and save effort. Oh! They are so stupid. Well, it's better for them to be stupid. The main body, Amon, raised his head slightly and looked disdainfully at the Amons, who were still arguing. Chapter 503 The Stars Further Awaken. October 1st is the bi-monthly gathering of stars. In order to prevent Amon from suddenly coming to Backland and causing trouble, Hastur specially asked Mrs. Lisa to stay at home and guard her, and to scare people away whenever there was any movement. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur transformed into the old image of the outer god. Because he had eroded the power of the moon, the endless starry sky in his robe gained a bit more rich crimson light, which gathered in his eyes, adding a bit of majesty. The time is approaching, and Hastur has successively attracted the Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, the High-Dimensional Overlooker, and the Original Hunger. It's the day when the stars gather again. I really miss it. Before the Jinn finished speaking, he looked at the stars sitting at the top, his eyes full of surprise, and even what he wanted to say temporarily stopped. The Mother Tree of Desire also noticed that the aura of the stars tonight had changed slightly, becoming thicker and more awe-inspiring. The stars have awakened further. This was a common thought in their hearts, but no one said it to their faces. The Jinn swallowed what he was about to say, turned to look at Primordial Hungry and said, "You have caused a lot of troubles on the sea recently. Can't you control your mouth? You want to eat everything. Even the top of the Storm Temple, all of them were missing from you." That was instigated by the Higher Dimensional Overlooker. He told me that the food was delicious. The Original Hunger threw the blame to the Higher Dimensional Overlooker. Isn't it exciting? It's really not bad. But my mouth is a little numb. Primordial Hungry curled his lips. Galway looked down and said calmly, "Numb is also one of the tastes. Isn't the hide-and-seek game between you and that Amon over yet?" The Jinn asked casually. "I just don't want to disturb the stars' game." Seeing the high-dimensional overlookers turning their focus to themselves, Hastur said nothing. Nor did he look at the high-dimensional overlookers. He just looked at them silently, and with a detached attitude. The Jinn god laughed upon seeing this, and turned his target to the Superstar Master. He gloated about the misfortune and almost whistled. "The bone of the eternal blazing sun is not that easy to chew. Is it?" The Superstar Lord's cheeks darkened slightly, and he ignored the Jinn's provocation. "You are now in a dilemma. That clone will basically have to wait until the end of the world before it has the opportunity to leave the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. TSK. In this way, compared to us, you have lost the upper hand." The Jinn leaned back slightly and crossed his legs out of habit. Seeing that the stars did not speak, he felt at ease. "It's not a loss for me to exchange a clone for the fall of the eternal blazing sun. It doesn't sound like a loss. But unfortunately, not everything can be exchanged at such an equal price," the Jinn god said and laughed again. The Superstar Master originally thought that he could eat the eternal burning sun, so he planned to enter the kingdom of the eternal burning sun. Unexpectedly, once the kingdom of God passed, his clone would also be locked inside, unable to do anything, out and about. Although the final outcome of the eternal blazing sun is its demise, the Superstar Master also loses the first step to intervene in the real world. It is not that easy to cross the initial barrier and infect a true god. Just look at the fallen Mother Goddess, and you will see clearly. Mr. Min and Russell still retain their own sanity. After mocking the Superstar Master, the Jinn glanced at the Mother Tree of Desire. "I have been immersed in it for more than half a year, but there is still no movement. It seems that the role of the indulgence lineage of the Rose School has ended here. If Bernadette wants to build a country out of nothing, she must rely on your help. No wonder your tail has been flying to the sky recently." Galway looked down and couldn't stand the smug look on the genie's face. "At least what I want to do is on the right track. And each of you, really failed. This sentence is really ironic coming from you, who is imprisoned in the wishing lamp." Galway Overlooker and the Jinn exchanged a few words, and the scene fell into silence again. Except for the changes in the Crimson Moon, nothing major happened recently. At their level, there are very few things that can really affect them. Only big things like the resurrection of the Lord of Mysteries and the return of God can make them really take things seriously. But now, there is not much movement between the two. How do the stars want me to handle this matter of Amon? The high-dimensional overlooker took the initiative to surrender, which was considered as apology for his previous behavior of using Amon to test the stars. "This is your game," Hastur just said calmly. "High-dimensional overlookers understand what this means. Your game should be decided by yourself when to end the game. If you want to continue testing, or help Chuanqing deal with Amon, you need an answer. Seeing that the stars were about to end today's gathering of stars, the Superstar Master thought for a long time and made a request. Stars, I would like to ask you to help me blast away the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. What can you give? All help at once. Hastur calmly rejected the request of the Superstar Master. Any choice you make must bear the consequences. I will not destroy the balance at will. Hastur emphasized the positioning of the stars to the Superstar Master to prevent them from thinking about messing up. Is there anything else? Asta's eyes swept around calmly. The Jinn, who was always talkative, remained silent at the moment. Then this is the end of today's gathering of stars. Hastur announced the end of today's gathering of stars, and sent away the Mother Tree of Desire, and other beings who had their own thoughts. With the improvement of his strength, Hastur is now able to face them with a more relaxed attitude. And he will not feel uneasy about their every word like at the beginning. Everything I said was carefully thought over, trying not to leave any flaws. Now, he doesn't need to speculate on their mental activities. It's their turn to speculate on their own thoughts. This is a huge improvement. I don't need to be too forward-thinking. I can just end this gathering of stars without saying anything. Your own will eventually override everything else. And at this point, you should be a real star. Hastur did not leave the Hall of Stars immediately, but passed through the Hall of Stars, and looked at the history of the Fourth Age from the perspective of the star container. Zeradal was still hiding, while Pale seemed very calm. He walked through the historical fragments of the Fourth Age, sometimes taunting Zeradal, and sometimes recalling the past. Even though he can't change what has happened, it's still good to reminisce about. Zareth. Hastur stared at the history of the Fourth Age for a while, then clicked on a few starlights, hitting the hidden historical fragments that Zeradal might be hiding. Hey, it seems to be in this position. Hastur noticed that there seemed to be something unusual in one of the hidden histories, and he lit up a few rays of starlight one after another. This night, stars fell like rain from the historical sky of the Fourth Age. Every ray of starlight was like a falling meteorite. Under the intensive bombing, the hidden history where Zareth was hiding was smashed into a crack. Hastur smiled and did not continue. With his current ability, he still cannot use the Palace of Stars to directly inflict heavy damage on Zareth. So he just needs to point out his location. In the history of the Fourth Age, when the phenomenon of Rain of Stars disappeared, Pales chased that place like a fishy cat. Although his attainments in the historical torrent were not as good as Zeradal's, he still found the place where Zeradal was hiding. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Little Zeradal, you little thing, dare to use me as bait to help you attract Amon's attention. How do you plan to settle this debt? Zeradal withdrew from that secret history, and looked up at the starry sky uneasily, his expression gradually becoming colder. Pales, if you insist on settling accounts with me, I can only tell Amon again that you are hiding in here. Pale sneered and said, do you believe that before Amon arrives, I can use the power of the stars to fight you to death? Zeradal remained silent for a long time and then said, what do you want? Do you want to do business with Amon? Or do you want to make a deal with me? You all are not good people. Thoughts flashed through Zeradal's mind. But he did not want to anger Pales, and could only agree with his words. They are brothers in distress, and Amon is their common enemy. If they work together to hide in the history of the Fourth Epoch, they can indeed hide it from Amon for a long time. After all, Amon doesn't like past history, and he rarely comes here. Backland has returned to its previous calm. Except for the streets, a young man riding a bicycle and wearing a monocle selling newspapers will appear from time to time. Since the yellow-robed monks have been busy establishing their religion recently, the phenomenon of yellow-robed monks on the streets late at night has also come to an end. Other secret organizations seem to have learned that Amon was wandering nearby in Backland, and they all stopped. This made Leonard, who was hiding in St. Samuel's Church, feel even more relaxed. The pressure on the Red Gloves team had been greatly reduced recently, and he could finally hide in the church with peace of mind. Hastur's life was also very fulfilling. In addition to performing the performance of the Lost Man late at night, during the day, he would learn from Mrs. Lisa about the progress of the Yellow Monk's establishment of the church, and occasionally give some suggestions. Unable to bear 008's pleading and flattery, Hastur finally added a book floating in front of him, roughly below his chest, to the image of the king in yellow. The book is called the Book of Prophecy. After all, the Star Child is for preaching, and is not suitable for floating in front of the king in yellow. Turn the pages of the Book of Prophecy, and write the ups and downs of all sentient beings' lives. It sounds quite stylish. 008 strongly requested Mrs. Lisa to remember to add its name when writing the relevant biography, although it has not yet been integrated with the Book of Prophecy at this time. At around 7 o'clock in the night, the yellow-clothed monks organized and delivered the prepared Happy Witch potion. Azhara grimaced, looking at the potion in front of her with disgust. It is never the fear that you will lose yourself in joy and sink. What it fears is that after taking this Happy Witch potion, it will turn into a human directly in front of its master. Chapter 504 Azhara, Sharon's mother. Some people have to go through countless bloody battles outside for this promotion potion. But you only need to sit at home, and someone will deliver it to you. Little guy, you should be satisfied. Haster stroked Azhara's head, and motioned for her to take the potion quickly. Next to her, Sharon was also looking at Azhara quietly. And she also turned a blind eye to Azhara's look for help. If you want to go further on this extraordinary path, you need to have strong willpower. If Azhara has always been like this, then it will never be able to go too far, even if its master can find it for what it needs. Of potions. Meow. Azhara, who knew that she could not avoid this time, let out the meow of sadness belonging to a kitten. He licked the Happy Witch potion in the bowl clean in one mouthful, then closed his eyes, and prepared to welcome his transformation. Originally, it wanted to hide in Sharon's arms, but Sharon refused. After a while, Azhara's body began to tremble, and her whole body shivered, and the temperature in the room also dropped sharply. Streams of light blue cold currents overflowed from Azhara's body. Wherever the cold current passed, frost grew everywhere, and then turned into ice. Is this a normal promotion phenomenon? Haster looked at Sharon, seeking her answer. Sharon just shook her head, indicating that she didn't know much about it. But what is certain is that Azhara is not in any danger for the time being, and all vital signs are normal. Haster paid close attention to every subtle change in Azhara's body, seeing that the cold current was spreading outside the house. He sealed the entire house to prevent the cold current from spreading and affecting the people living nearby. As time went by, the ice in the room gradually changed from a thin layer to thick and hard, and was about to form ice cubes. Azhara, who was in the center of the cold wave, began to change in her huddled body. The originally black and slender hair on its body was falling off one by one. As the hair fell off, its body gradually became covered with a layer of ice, as if it was about to freeze itself. Haster specifically took a look at Azhara's current state, and found that it was already asleep and sleeping soundly. This heartless little lazy cat. Haster could not find a more suitable adjective to describe Azhara. When Azhara's hair fell off, the layer of ice on her body expanded to more than half the size of Sharon. Then, wisps of faint blue light emitted from the solid ice. First in wisps, then gradually into groups, and finally turned into a ball of light emitting dense blue light. Is this about transforming into a human? Haster had a clear understanding in his heart. According to the bloodline inheritance of the mysterious world, the source of all living things is human beings. Giants, elves, demons, magic wolves, phoenixes, etc. are all variants of human blood. When a creature embarks on an extraordinary path and gradually transforms into a higher sequence, it will gradually move closer to the source. This is especially true for the path of the witch. They are all original children, and they will involuntarily move closer to the original witch. This is the influence from the source of high-level beings on low-level extraordinary beings. During the witch sequence, Azhara could already turn into a human, but she was unwilling to show it in front of people. Now, she could no longer control this transformation, seeing that it would take some time for Azhara to transform into a human. Haster left the room first, and let Sharon look after her. As soon as he left the room, Haster found Butler Neil, and asked him to send someone to buy clothes suitable for Azhara to wear. From 4 or 5 years old to 17 or 18 years old. Buy 3 sets of clothes for each age group, so that Azhara can choose from them later. Less than 3 minutes later, Haster returned to the room. He didn't want to miss Azhara's birthday. When Azhara transforms into a human, today will be her birthday. From now on, we can celebrate her birthday at this time every year. What makes Haster more uncertain is how old Azhara will be when she becomes a human. He privately believed that a 5 or 6-year-old girl would be cuter, and a girl of 11 or 12 would be acceptable. A girl of 16 or 17 would feel a bit weird to him. If she was in her early 20s, the weird feeling would be more intense. After all, he himself is only 20 years old this year. He can't raise a daughter, but also raise a mature woman who is older than himself. Right? According to the memory of browsing the internet in a previous life, a cat's 20 years old is about 100 years old in a human, which is equivalent to 1 cat's year being equal to 5 human years. Azhara is less than 3 years old. So she is 12 or 13 years old, which is in line with Haster's psychological expectations. But there is also another algorithm. Each growth period of a cat corresponds to a different age in humans. For a kitten in the kitten stage, 1 month is equivalent to 1 human year. A 1-year-old kitten is equivalent to 15 years old. And a 2-year-old kitten is equivalent to 15 years old. A cat is equivalent to 24 years old in humans. Calculated this way, Azhara's corresponding human age is about 28 years old. This is what Haster is more worried about. He does not want Azhara to become the second Lady Germani. Seeing Haster's nervous look, Sharon unconsciously had a faint smile on her lips. Now Asta is like a father standing outside the delivery room in the hospital, waiting anxiously and uneasily for the birth of his child. Sensing Sharon's appraising gaze, Asta looked sideways at Sharon, opened his mouth and said a word silently, and blinked. That means, if I am Azhara's father, then you are her mother. Sharon's cheeks couldn't help but blush. She turned sideways and stopped looking at Haster. She just looked at Azhara, who was still frozen, feeling a little strange. About 15 minutes later, the room began to warm up. The frost that had been formed just now began to melt, and the ice on Azhara's body was also melting away little by little. When the ice melted, what appeared in front of Haster and Sharon was a naked girl sitting on the ground with her hands wrapped around her legs, her head resting on her arms, and her skin color was like snow. She was about 13 or 14 years old, with long black hair that fell smoothly and straight down to her waist. A black cat tail that had not yet disappeared was swaying gently in the hair, playing with her hair flexibly. Her facial features are outstanding. If you look closely, she looks a bit like Sharon, a smaller version of Sharon. Haster looked at Sharon several times and found that there was probably a 3/4 image of her and a 2/4 image of himself. You haven't gone out to get your clothes yet. Sharon seemed to be holding back her shame when saying this, because she also found that Azhara looked a bit like herself and Haster. Knowing that Azhara subconsciously wanted to look like herself and Haster, she transformed into such a face. It's really like the two of us. Asta sighed with emotion before going out to find butler Neil to get 3 suitable sets of clothes. When Haster walked into the room again, Azhara was already hiding on the bed, pulling the big quilt around herself to block herself tightly. Several choking and sobbing sounds could be faintly heard from inside the quilt. It's not as crooked anymore. Is that all? Haster put down his clothes and looked at Sharon sitting beside the bed with an inquiring gaze. She just couldn't think about it for the moment. Sharon's voice made Azhara's sobbing movements more obvious under the quilt. It's good to just think of raising a daughter, Asta whispered, looked at Sharon and said, Sharon, you have to take good care of our child. The shyness that Sharon had just suppressed turned into red clouds and climbed up. Asta left the room with a relatively brisk pace, leaving Sharon alone in the room to persuade Azhara. The sound of closing the door sounded. Sharon calmed down, and the blush on her face faded again. Then she gently opened a corner of the quilt and looked inside at the watery red Azhara with tears in her eyes. She gently stroked her head, silently, comforting. After a while, Azhara, who seemed to have figured it out, raised her head, looked at Sharon, who had a rare gentle look on her face, and shouted out the first word she said when she became a human. Mom Sharon. Sharon's gentle facial expression suddenly froze. Her pupils narrowed and then dilated, and the hand caressing Azhara's head stopped in midair. Even after taking deep breaths several times, he still didn't recover from Azhara's name. Azhara? You can't call me that, Sharon said almost word for word. Why? Mom Sharon? What Sharon was about to say was shattered by this simple and bold address. She regretted a little that she shouldn't have stayed in this house. She should have let Haster coax the baby by herself just now. Mom, mother, is a very sacred word. It refers to the existence that gives you a new life in the world. Sharon tried her best to suppress the strangeness in her heart and explained seriously, trying to change Azhara's name for herself. Mother Sharon, the master just said that I am the child of both of you. Faced with Azhara's naive and timid appearance, like a newly born kitten fearful of the new world, Sharon was really unable to resist. In the end, she could only say with a straight face, You can only call me Miss Sharon or Sister Sharon. Mom Sharon, don't you want me anymore? Azhara's blue eyes became watery again, and her hands were still tightly grasping Sharon's sleeves. Sharon was silent for a while. Get up and get dressed first. I won't. I teach you. Thank you, Mom Sharon. By the time Sharon led Azhara out of the room, more than 2 hours had passed. During this time, Sharon not only had to teach Azhara about dressing up, but also how to walk properly instead of crawling like a kitten on the floor. The most important thing is that she had to face Azhara's sweet and clingy Sharon's mother, which made her take a deep breath several times to restrain herself. The puppet potion in her body was digested much faster. It can be completely digested within a few weeks. Such a change made Sharon herself dumbfounded. But in the end, she kept a straight face, suppressed the surging thoughts in her heart, and walked out of the room with Azhara, who was clutching her right hand tightly. Chapter 505 just treated as raising a daughter. Hastur, who had been staying near the room and not gone far, when he heard the sound of the door opening, his eyes followed. Sharon was the first to walk out of the room. She had long, light gold hair tied into a bun, and wore a complicated and exquisite black Gothic palace dress and a small black soft hat. Behind her was Azhara, who was timid and wanted to hide her trace. Her height was only about Sharon's shoulders. Her face was buried in Sharon's back, and her two small white hands tightly grasped Sharon's right hand. She was wearing a light yellow cake skirt, with pink silk threads on the hem to draw an undulating cloud, white knee-high socks, and a pair of black simple British-style women's shoes. The black Catwoman tail was behind her back, hidden in skirt. This outfit is very refined and fashionable from index, forming two different dressing styles from the simple and conservative Sharon. It was obvious that Sharon had chosen this carefully. She may be influenced by Bernadette, so she prefers into-style clothes. Or maybe it is to make herself strongly different from Azhara, so that similar faces will not look more alike. Hastur looked at it for a while, then said with a smile, Azhara, don't hide. Come out. Let the master. Let me see. Owner. Azhara, who was huddled behind Sharon, shouted timidly, then slowly moved her hidden body out in small steps. But her head was still lowered. Raise your head, and let me see what Azhara has become now. Azhara raised her head tremblingly, revealing a face that was 3/3 similar to Sharon's. Her pair of blue eyes flashed with water, filled with uneasiness and timidity. Azhara, who stood up straight, put her head on Sharon's shoulder, slightly beyond it. It is known that Sharon's height is around 168 centimeters, and Azhara's height should be around 150 centimeters, which is about the same height as Zio. Azhara and Sharon stood together, really like a pair of sisters. It's cute and beautiful. You have to have confidence in yourself. Hastur smiled and gave Azhara an encouraging look. Azhara smiled softly. Her eyes brightened. She nodded and said, That's what Sharon's mother said just now. Sharon's mom? Hastur repeated this sentence and couldn't help but look at Sharon, who had a straight face and maintained a calm expression. Having been with Sharon for so long, he knew exactly how much impact these words would have on Sharon. And he also knew that Sharon was trying hard to restrain herself at the moment. Mom, Sharon. What else did I tell you? Asta raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sharon's mother. You are not allowed to call her mother. But am I not the child of the master and Sharon's mother? Azhara said a little aggrieved. Of course. You are the master and Sharon. Before Hastur finished speaking, he felt the stern look from Sharon. But he was already used to it. Call Azhara whatever you want. Your mother Sharon won't mind. As soon as Hastur finished speaking, he felt that the surrounding air seemed to suddenly become cold. Sharon, Azhara has just become a human. We must take good care of and teach her. Hastur met Sharon's indifferent eyes and said seriously, This is our responsibility as parents. Sharon took a few deep breaths, closed her eyes slightly, and ignored Hastur's words with ulterior motives. In the room just now, I had taught Azhara many times not to use this title, but Azhara seemed to be very attached to this title. After teasing Sharon, Hastur seriously warned Azhara that since she has become a human, she should not change back into a cat easily. If you keep switching back and forth like this, it is easy to become confused about who you are, especially during the period when you have just been promoted. Once you fall into chaos, you will lose yourself and seriously endanger your life. In order to help Azhara better adapt to human identity and life, Hastur prepared to hire several suitable teachers for Azhara, but they were all rejected by Azhara. She just kept staring at Sharon with pitiful eyes. In the end, Sharon taught her alone. This was also more secretive. After all, Azhara was different from ordinary human children. As for Azhara's status at home, Sharon's proposal was that Azhara was her distant cousin who happened to come to Baklan to defect to her during this time. This proposal was rejected by Hastur and Azhara. Azhara insisted on calling Sharon mother, and was unwilling to call Sharon sister. Hastur proposed that Azhara's identity be the child born to him and Sharon. After Sharon's strong objection, Azhara could only be changed to a child adopted from outside. Faced with the tacit cooperation between Hastur and Azhara, Sharon could only choose to acquiesce. When Hastur introduced the existence of Azhara to Butler Neil, Butler Neil's expression changed several times in just a few seconds. He looked at the family of three with similar faces in front of him and wanted to say something. But in the end, he decided there was no question. Just a look of great relief in his eyes. Butler Neil is a very good butler. He will treat Azhara well. You don't have to worry too much. Hastur said this to Sharon. And Butler Neil's eyes showed a true look. And he looked at Azhara with a bit more kindness and love. When Hastur told Butler Neil that Azhara was 13 years old, Butler Neil's eyes widened for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face. He looked back and forth between Hastur and Sharon, and finally looked at Sharon. As if he understood something, he gradually withdrew his shocked eyes. Sharon couldn't understand the changes in Butler Neil's expression and mental activities just now. This near butler definitely regards Azhara as his and Hastur's biological child. Azhara is 13 years old this year, which means Hastur was only 7 years old at most at that time. As for himself, in the mind of Butler Neil, his age must have increased by several years. Go prepare dinner. And remember to buy another cake. Today is Azhara's birthday. Seeing that Sharon was showing signs of going crazy, Hastur quickly asked Butler Neil to go down and prepare first, while he led Sharon and Azhara back to the room. Butler Neil is already old. The one thing he thinks about most is to see me marry and have children. Let's make him happy today. Sharon just glanced at Hastur lightly, as if Hastur had become immune to the threat in her eyes, and she was gradually getting used to Hastur's teasing words. He knew that the shyer he was, the more energetic Asta would be. Ishara, let me teach you some table manners. How to hold a knife and fork, and taste delicious food. Azhara's eyes brightened when she heard about tasting delicious food. There are many kinds of delicacies in the human world. In comparison, food like dried fish can only be used as a side dish. Azhara snorted and sneered at this sentence. She felt that dried fish was the best in the world, and there could never be any food more delicious than dried fish. When you taste enough food, you'll understand what I just said. Humph. Azhara was still dismissive. Come on. Let me teach you how to hold a knife and fork first. No. I have to teach you how to use chopsticks first. Sharon sat on a chair nearby, looking at Hastur, who was taking the trouble to correct Azhara's way of holding chopsticks. Her expression gradually softened. For a moment, she thought it would be nice to have a family of 3 like this. But soon, she suppressed these distracting thoughts. But there was still a faint blush on her cheeks. During dinner, Sharon, who never liked to show up, sat next to Azhara. Knowing that she was not used to using chopsticks and knives and forks, he carefully brought her 2 specially added dried fish. Azhara subconsciously reached out to grab it, and when she met the gaze of Hastur directly opposite her, she put her hand down angrily, stabbed the dried fish hard with her fork, and started to eat it slowly, as if it was a gesture. Hastur has always disliked others serving her meals. There were only 3 of her, Sharon, and Azhara at the entire large dining table. As for Azhara's small mistakes, she was allowed to slowly improve them. In the distance, Butler Neil looked at the family of 3 at the dining table. He took out a handkerchief from his coat pocket and wiped the wet tears from the corners of his eyes. The Earl has really grown up. And even the children have grown up so much, which is really great. After dinner, Azhara held Hastur in one hand and Sharon in the other, and was about to go out for a walk on the street. Hastur sighed. Azhara, it would be better if you were a little younger. About 5 or 6 years old. The way they look now, the 3 of them walking together don't look like a family of 3, but more like brothers and sisters. Master, do you dislike me? Azhara was on the verge of tears, and suddenly lost interest in shopping. Sharon just watched silently, and Asta could only rush over and patiently coax him. If Azhara, who looks like a little black cat, behaves like this, Hastur will not feel anything. After turning into a human, the lethality will rise linearly. No wonder Sharon can't bear it. Azhara's interest came and went just as quickly. She didn't walk a few hundred meters before she wanted to go home. She said she was not used to walking like this and was too tired. Hastur called a carriage to send Sharon and Azhara back. It was around 10 o'clock at night, and Azhara had had enough fun and was about to rest. Her eyes glanced back and forth at Sharon and Hastur, and she proposed that she want to sleep with the 2 of them that night. Hastur refused without saying a word. Sharon glanced at him and said that she would rest in the mirror at night. Azhara, who was very understanding of her master's feelings, immediately began to pester Sharon to act cute and coquettish. When Sharon was almost unable to resist, Hastur opened his mouth to help Sharon, saying that he had something to deal with at night, and let Sharon and Azhara sleep first. All right. Azhara lowered her head and followed Sharon back to the room. Before leaving, Sharon looked at Hastur in surprise. Huh? It feels really weird. Hastur came to the study alone and began to think about how to get along with Azhara next. After seeing Azhara's Catwoman form, he felt that the original little black cat was more natural and accustomed. At least when you are bored, you can hold Azhara in your arms and tease her gently. Now, it's familiar yet strange. It's quite interesting to raise her as a daughter. It's like experiencing what it's like to be a parent in advance. Fortunately, Sharon was there to help him take care of Azhara. Thinking of Sharon, Hastur's expression softened, and he whispered, "You can take Azhara with you sometime to give teacher Sharon a little shock." A week later, Azhara gradually learned how to live human life. Except for dressing up and needing someone to wait on her, she had already learned almost everything else. When it came to walking, she did not learn from Sharon, but looked more like Audrey. Graceful pace. I guess I learned it secretly before. Chapter 506, Audrey and the Psychological Alchemy Society. Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock, at Earl Hall's. Audrey is learning psychology from her psychology teacher, Ms. Isolent Osaslika. During the break, Ms. Island gestured to Audrey with her eyes. "You guys go down first. I have something to discuss with Ms. Ezelanti." Audrey understood and asked the maid serving her to go down first, leaving only Susie beside her. Ms. Island saw that she, Audrey, and the golden retriever were the only two people around. Then she sat up straight and spoke slowly. "As for the last time you wanted the Dreamwalker potion formula, it has already been mentioned above. Send back processing information." Speaking of this, her eyes were very complicated. She was the teacher who led Miss Audrey into the Psychological Alchemy Society. She saw with her own eyes how the girl in front of her was promoted to a higher order step by step, even surpassing herself. "I hope this will be good news." Audrey showed an elegant smile on her face. "If you want the Dreamwalker potion formula, remember to go to the furniture merchant Hamper's house from 2 to 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Others will come to contact you by then. I'll be there on time tomorrow." Audrey's eyes lit up slightly, and those brilliant jewel-like eyes made Ezelanti, who was sitting directly opposite, lose his mind for a moment. Even though she had been in contact with Miss Audrey many times, it was still easy to be enchanted by her beauty inadvertently. Whenever this happens, she is very glad that she is a woman. Otherwise, meeting such a beautiful and charming woman and being unable to marry her home would definitely be the most painful thing in life. The extraordinary path is full of difficulties. The faster you go, the more likely you are to make mistakes. I hope you will pay more attention. She couldn't help but remind the girl in front of her. "I will. Thank you for your kind reminder." After the short meeting, today's psychology course was almost done. After seeing off Ms. Isolent, Audrey was in a good mood. Although she had learned the recipe for the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker potion in advance from the fallen psychic dragon, she had been unable to gather all the extraordinary materials, and could only start from the Psychological Alchemy Society. Once you are successfully promoted, you will only be one step away from becoming a Sequence 4 demigod. Among the current members of the Tarot Club, apart from the Hermit Lady, who was promoted to a Sequence 4 mystic, the most powerful one is Mr. World, who is currently only a Sequence 5. He was finally catching up. Audrey was in a good mood, even humming a tune while walking, and even ate more desserts during dinner. After returning to the room, Susie said in confusion, "Audrey, haven't you already known the recipe for Dreamwalker's potion?" "Susie, you don't understand. This doesn't affect my ability to be happy again." Susie nodded as if she understood, and then said uncertainly, "Audrey, I seem to have completely digested the hypnotist's potion." The smile on Audrey's face paused for 2 or 3 seconds, and then she said with a hint of guilt, "Susie, are you so fast this time? Maybe it's because I often hypnotize myself." Audrey was silent for a while. "Susie, your behavior is too risky." "Audrey, I often can't sleep at night, so I can only use this method to make myself fall asleep." Susie thought for a moment, and then said, "When Earl Hall couldn't sleep at night, I secretly helped him fall asleep." "Susie, you are getting bolder and bolder now." Audrey's eyes were shocked. Fortunately, the hypnotist's potion in her body was almost digested, which was just a little slower than Susie. "Well, considering that Susie doesn't need to sleep at night and has twice as much time in a day as she does. She is still a little faster than Susie. On Saturday, at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Audrey arrived at the furniture merchant's house that Ms. Eastland said on time. In order to prevent accidents, she wore a time-zero charm given to her by Mr. Hastur for self-defense, and a protective pendant that could contact Mr. Hastur in time. She also reported this afternoon's actions to Mr. Fool. After she prayed to Mr. Fool, a golden light pillar appeared in front of her eyes that only she could see. Inside the light pillar, an angel bathed in golden light, and with 12 pairs of wings on his back slowly descended. The angel gently touched himself with his wings that were carved out of flames, and blessed himself before the layers of energy dissipated. Embrace of angels. This is the name of Mr. Fool's angelic blessing. When she was fully prepared, she took Susie and her maid, and with her in a carriage, to the home of the furniture merchant Humphreys. After arriving, Audrey got off the carriage and asked the accompanying attendant to ring the doorbell. After a while, Ms. Eastland came to open the door, and led Audrey directly to the living room on the first floor. Susie and the others were taken to the living room by the servants and waited. Arriving at the living room, Ms. Eastland stretched out her hand to hold the doorknob and made a solemn gesture of invitation. The door opened, and Audrey took a deep breath before walking into the living room alone, while Ms. Eastland stayed outside and closed the door. Directly in front of the living room was a single sofa, with an old man sitting quietly on it. The old man wore a shirt, vest, three-piece formal suit, striped blue-gray trousers, and a dark red bow tie. His hair was completely white, and his temperament was gentle and elegant. Audrey recognized this person. Royal consultant Herman Rambis was also a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society's jury. Audrey did not hide the surprise on her face. This is an actor's self-cultivation. Are you surprised? Then Lambie smiled gently, then stood up and bowed. Nice to meet you, Miss Audrey. Audrey deliberately let the surprised and shocked expression stay on her face for a while. After a few seconds, her eyes were complicated and she said, I don't know what to call you. As usual. No worries. This isn't the first time we've met. Then Lambie smiled gently and asked Audrey to sit down and talk. I still remember that 2 years ago, you discussed Behrman's moral philosophy and Conciso's pragmatism with me. At that time, I was deeply impressed by your erudition. I am very happy that you can join us. Audrey kept a slight smile on her face. If there wasn't a high-level audience sitting across from her, she would definitely have made a few comments in her heart. Don't be nervous or restrained. Our Psychological Alchemy Society is an organization established for the purpose of studying knowledge in the spiritual field. We prefer academic discussions. Every member can discuss freely and express his or her own opinions. This is what we have always wanted. Concept advocated, listening to the gentle voice of Van Rambis opposite. Audrey couldn't help but relax a little. But with just a blink of an eye, she found that she had entered a spiritual world. Permeating the heights are 7 pure lights that contain countless knowledge. That is the spiritual sky, and the reflection of the spiritual world on the spiritual level. Under the spiritual sky, there is a deep and dark sea, with islands of the soul floating on the sea. Under the sea is the hidden collective subconscious. Audrey can clearly feel that her spiritual island is also here. At this time, in the depths of the subconscious under the sea, the large tide parted to both sides, revealing a stone staircase extending from the depths of the ocean. On the steps, a figure came from the depths of the subconscious. Van Rambis, at this moment, is far from the gentle and elegant temperament he had before. He has sinister eyes and an indifferent expression. And the eyes he looks at him are full of scrutiny. He came directly from the collective subconscious ocean to Audrey's spiritual island. Part of his skin was covered with gray scales, and his eyes were golden. He stared at his own island of mind with indifferent eyes, and then began to ask some questions. Part of the mythological form. Audrey knew something about this scene, and knew that Van Rambis wanted to use this method to confirm whether he was hiding anything. After all, it is easy for people to lie. But in the spiritual world, the slightest lie can cause subtle changes in the spiritual world. Unfortunately, what disappointed the old man Van Rambis was that he was not affected by him. Mr. Fool's angelic blessing and the protective pendant given by Hastur seemed to be able to isolate him from his influence on himself at the spiritual level. Now, though, she needed to act muddled at the right time to avoid arousing suspicion, because under normal circumstances, she would not awaken her self-awareness at this time, let alone think about the situation. He would just be like a mental puppet that had already been set, answering every question from Vin Rambus without any reservations, and with utmost honesty. Audrey, who was on guard, easily answered every question asked by Vin Rambus without making him suspicious. He was probably secretly proud of his extraordinary behavior. Well, here she must thank Mr. Fool and Mr. Hastur. At the same time, he was also full of disgust for this Vin Rambus. This man not only asked about the reason for his rapid promotion, but also wanted him to help him find out the information between his father and other nobles. What's even more annoying is that he actually allowed himself to accept the overtures of the princes of the lone royal family. In his words, he seemed to be extremely looking forward to marrying into the lone royal family. If she hadn't considered that she still needed the help of the Psychological Alchemy Society to collect extraordinary materials, she would definitely have turned against her right away. Given your identity and living environment, you will forget me and only remember Hilbert, Isolent, and others. Everything will be communicated through them. If something important happens, you will subconsciously come to visit me in the name of discussing psychology. When you enter my room, your lost memories will be restored here. When Vin Rambus finished doing this, Audrey in the real world, like a puppet on strings, walked step by step towards the entrance, opened the door and left. Chapter 507. Audrey, is Mr. Hastur already an angel? Audrey, who was riding in the carriage after leaving the home of the furniture merchant Hampres, held her chin with one hand and frowned slightly, looking in a bad mood. Susie, who was lying at her feet, did not ask because Anne, the personal maid, was also in the carriage. Now I really want to meet Mr. Hastur, Audrey seemed to murmur unconsciously. Soon, she covered her mouth and glanced at the maid and who was sitting opposite. Fortunately, and did not hear her murmur. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. She turned slightly to cover her slightly red cheeks. When she thought of Mr. Hastur, she couldn't help but think of Miss Sharon, who seemed to be in Backland as well. Should I invite her out for afternoon tea? After all, he was also Backland's host. But he didn't know where Miss Sharon lived, and he was too embarrassed to convey this kind of thing through Mr. Hastur. As for Zyle and Forsey, they seemed to have encountered difficulties recently, and hadn't taken the initiative to contact him for a long time. The carriage rumbled forward and soon arrived at Earl Hall's house. Audrey had just returned to her room and rested on the bed for a while when she heard the news of Mr. Hastur's visit. Audrey, your expectation has come true. Susie stood up, and after saying this, wagging her tail, she went out to greet Mr. Hastur. Don't Mr. Hastur like to come on Monday afternoons these days? Thinking of Hastur's recent visits, Audrey pursed her thin lips slightly, with a slight smile on her face. Audrey walked to the floor-length mirror and turned around slightly. The light green skirt also swayed slightly. Soon the personal maid and led several maids to help her match today's jewelry outfit. After multiple confirmations, she left the room and walked down the stairs to meet Hastur. Countess Hall naturally excused herself and left, leaving Hastur and Audrey alone. The two looked at each other, and Audrey smiled and said, Mr. Hastur, would you like to go for a walk in the garden together? Hastur nodded, and followed Audrey and Susie to the garden behind. Annie, the personal maid who had always been a bit targeted at Hastur, now followed quietly. When the two were alone, Audrey said with bright eyes, Is Mr. Hastur here because of what happened this afternoon? I prefer to come on Monday afternoon, but people often have things to deal with at that time. Isn't this what Mr. Hastur wants? Audrey pouted slightly, remembering the last time she felt guilty because she was so eager to attend the tarot club that she agreed to Ost's shameful request, sitting on her lap and feeding him sweets, even though she only fed him 3 tablespoons. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she almost didn't want to see Hastur for weeks. Okay, then I'll go back today and come back next Monday afternoon. I'll ask Susie to help me receive Mr. Hastur first. Woof. Susie lay down on the spot, closed her eyes, and twitched her ears to show that she didn't want to get involved. After chatting for a while, Hastur explained the reason for his visit this afternoon. When Audrey's inner world was infiltrated by Vin Rambus, he sensed it, but he did not pry into Audrey's daily life. Otherwise, there will always be a feeling of monitoring Audrey's every move. He personally doesn't like this, and I believe Audrey won't like it either. Therefore, he chose to take a trip here in person. Mr. Hastur, it turns out that this protective pendant you gave me some time ago has such a function. Audrey frowned slightly. Only when you are in real danger. Or if you take the initiative to contact me, well, use this protective pendant to explore what is happening here. Should I believe Mr. Haster's words? Audrey pretended to think. On the ground, Susie, who was already lying down, muttered, I don't know who whispered just now that she really wanted to see Mr. Haster. As soon as she finished speaking, Susie was keenly aware of the embarrassed gaze from Audrey, and hurriedly got up and stayed away from here. Haster took a sip of tea and said with emotion, Susie is indeed a loyal partner of mankind. Her honest character is as shining as a diamond. Mr. Haster, there is one thing I need to solemnly declare to you. Susie is not allowed to be abducted from me, Audrey said, staring into Haster's eyes with her bright eyes, and waved her fist to indicate that she meant what she said. I have one more thing I want to tell you. Asta changed the subject wisely. Although the relationship between him and Susie is just a pure revolutionary friendship, I recently want to go to the headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society. If you are interested, you can go with me. Stealing the treasure house of the Psychological Alchemy Society? Audrey became interested immediately. She believed that in the treasure house of the Psychological Alchemy Society, there must be the extraordinary material she needed. And Susie's share, almost, when to act? How about next Monday around 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Mr. Haster. Audrey prolonged her pronunciation to express her attitude. Then let's change it to Monday night. Asta greeted Audrey with a smile and his eyes full of expectation. I will meet your small request. Beautiful Miss Audrey. Should you reciprocate? At 6 o'clock on Monday night. Audrey stayed in her room early. For tonight's action, she deliberately changed out of her long skirt and chose a corset that was more suitable for going out for adventure. This is an adventurer suit that is generally maroon and gray. She specially found an Intis-style clothing store to customize it. It is said that the noble girls of the Republic of Intis often go out hunting, so their dressing style is very different from that of Loam. Susie is also looking forward to tonight's adventure. It is a psychological alchemy meeting, and there must be inheritance from the spiritual dragon. Around 8 o'clock, the window of Audrey's room was blown open by the breeze. Under the dim moonlight, Mr. Haster was standing on the branch of a big tree, waving to Audrey and Susie in the room. Susie wagged her tail enthusiastically, and then moved away from the window so that Haster could jump in through the window. Haster shook his head and gently opened a door in front of him. Then, under the curious gazes of Susie and Audrey, Haster walked through the door in front of him and entered Audrey's room. It's amazing. I suddenly envy Forcey's extraordinary ability. The envy in Audrey's eyes almost turned into a clear spring flowing out. This extraordinary ability is really useful when it comes to visiting homes at night. Does Mr. Haster often enter and exit other people's rooms at will in this way? This is a good idea. I will come here every night from now on, just to see Miss Audrey sleeping. Asta gave Susie a look and said, Susie, you must pretend not to see it. Wow, Susie echoed happily. Facing the cooperation between Haster and Susie, Audrey just rolled her eyes at Haster, not knowing what kind of mystery Mr. Haster fed Susie. Let's do business first. Haster glanced at Audrey's big bed, indicating that Audrey could lie down on the bed and sleep peacefully. And Susie also went back to sleep in her own nest. Mr. Haster, where exactly are we going? Audrey, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, asked in confusion. She was ready to go out for adventure tonight. But now, it seems that she doesn't need it anymore? The Garden of Eden in the spiritual world. The headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society is in the spiritual world. Audrey couldn't hide the shock on her face. No matter how real the spiritual world is, it is not the real world. Can such an illusory world really exist as long as reality? Do you know where the audience pathway ends? Sequence 0 Visionary. Everything you think about will come true. With just a few words from Asta, Audrey and Susie both had an unknown feeling. Sequence 0 Visionary? Everything you imagine will come true. Audrey recited it silently twice. Her scalp was numb. Her heart was filled with fear, but surprise. She finally knew the news about Sequence 0 of this pathway, which was undoubtedly something to be happy about. But it also meant that Mr. Haster was far more powerful than she thought. He just said such precious mystical knowledge casually, without any awe in his words, as if it was just a common term. And tonight, Mr. Haster not only wants to go to the headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society, but he even has the energy to take himself and Susie with him. Such an ability must be at least a sequence 4 demigod. No, it should be higher. Such as a sequence 2 angel. Is Mr. Haster already an angel on Earth? This is amazing. I am very excited about my promotion to Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. The gap is a bit big. Audrey had a lot of thoughts in her heart. And her joy at going to the Psychological Alchemy Association headquarters tonight turned into complex emotions such as uneasiness, hesitation, worry, etc. I'm just going to take a look tonight. Asta saw Audrey's complicated mood, walked over, took her little cold hand, and spoke softly. Really just for a look. Audrey held Haster's hand behind her back, raised her head, and showed worried and expectant eyes. Well, I just want to lead you tonight to appreciate this almost miraculous Garden of Eden. In this sentence, Asta did not deceive Audrey. If he wanted to take away the extraordinary characteristics of the Dream Weaver, if nothing unexpected happened, he would destroy the entire Garden of Eden and most likely attract Adam. For Audrey and Susie, who have never visited the Garden of Eden, this is undoubtedly a very pity. It just so happened that Mrs. Lisa had left a secret door on the Dream Weaver and took away his 3 identities, just to disguise their identities for sneaking in this time. Whether it's accident or coincidence, this is a pretty good development. Chapter 508 Audrey with Rabbit Ears. The Garden of Eden is the paradise created by God for Adam and Eve in the Bible. And it also refers to the beautiful home that can be pursued by future generations. God created Adam. This is a myth and legend. And it is also a history that has happened before. It's just that at that time, God was called the Ancient Sun God, and Adam was still the same Adam. However, he was not created by God from dust, but originally originated from God. The spiritual world is vast and boundless. Haster and Audrey ride on the back of the spiritual dragon transformed by Susie to the legendary Garden of Eden. Seeing that there was still some time, Haster told Audrey and Susie the legend about the Garden of Eden. In order to prevent Adam from eavesdropping, he did not tell the legend in too much detail. Audrey, who had already learned about Adam's existence from the Tarot Society, naturally thought of that king of angels. If there is anyone in the audience who is closest to the Sequence 0 visionary, it must be the king of angels named Adam. The roaring spiritual world contains all kinds of strange phenomena. Some of the scenes were seen by Haster for the first time, which was an eye-opener. Audrey and Susie were almost addicted to the dreamlike spiritual world. But fortunately, they did not forget the goal of the Garden of Eden. Arrive. Are you here? Audrey blinked subconsciously in confusion. Because just now, they were walking through a sea of souls, and there was nothing in front of them, let alone a miraculous Garden of Eden. Soon, the scene in front of them suddenly changed as Audrey and Susie were shocked. A strange city, shrouded in darkness, appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was clear that nothing existed here at first. In the city, there are dark and gorgeous buildings with a mysterious atmosphere, and there are gentlemen wearing top hats and windbreakers, as well as ladies with complicated dresses. There are not only normal men and women, but also many unusual non-human species that are touching. There are werewolves with short black hair, bears that walk upright, cats with lazy expressions, colorful spiders, giant mice with red eyes. This is the headquarters of the Psychological Alchemy Society. The Garden of Eden? Audrey asked uncertainly. The scene in front of her was more like a zoo. Well, the scene you are seeing in front of you has a corresponding psychological symbol called animal desire. Asta patiently explained to Audrey. They are all living people in the real world. But in this world here, they choose to reveal their unknown side. Everyone has an animalistic side deep inside. It's just a matter of more or less bestiality. Audrey repeated the word silently, and then glanced at herself subconsciously. Fortunately, she didn't turn into some messy animal. She looked at Mr. Haster next to her. He still maintained a normal human appearance, and had not changed due to this. Susie on the other side has undergone obvious changes. Its body has increased dozens of times compared to its normal state, and it looks like a walking golden house. Mr. Haster, do you have no animal desires? Audrey asked tentatively. Asta just looked at Audrey deeply and said, yes, but it's not suitable to show it in front of you. Before Audrey could say anything more, Asta reached out and gently stroked her bunny ears that had grown longer at some point. Ah! Audrey's ears were many times more sensitive than usual. Because of Haster's intimate touch, Audrey couldn't help but let out a low, suppressed and seductive sound. As soon as the moan came out of her red lips, Audrey hurriedly took a few steps back, then stretched out her hands to touch her ears tremblingly. Sure enough, my ears had quietly turned into the long ears of a rabbit. They were fluffy, pink, and extremely sensitive. This discovery made Audrey almost scream subconsciously. Fortunately, She was already very good at controlling her emotions. Mr. Haster. Don't look. Audrey's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, trying to hide her long ears. But she couldn't. This is very cute. Audrey. Haster smiled and stretched out his right hand to touch Audrey's face. And a smooth mirror appeared out of thin air. Audrey's charming appearance at the moment was reflected in the mirror. She had a tall and slender figure, and her long golden hair was naturally hanging down without being pulled up or wearing any hair accessories. The pair of pink bunny ears stood high between the golden hair, giving her a rather pointed beauty. Because of Audrey's shy mood at the moment, the pink bunny ears looked crystal clear, and the blood vessels on them were clearly visible. As for the clothes Audrey was wearing at the moment, it was a white lace nightgown that just covered her perfect figure. The nightgown hangs down to 2 inches above the ankles, revealing the snow-white, crystal clear little feet without shoes. Due to uneasiness, it is as if the toes are made of white snow, and they are close together, and the insteps are slightly arched. Audrey, who saw her moving appearance at this moment, blushed even more, and her exposed feet without socks and shoes made her unable to adapt for a while. Fortunately, she quickly understood the reason for this phenomenon. After calming down and thinking in her mind for a while, she changed into a more decent outfit. A set of bright yellow and light green dresses replaced the white lace nightgown, and her delicate and cute feet were also tucked into a pair of brown flat shoes. Only the pair of pink bunny ears are still there. I don't know if she kept them on purpose or if she couldn't get rid of them completely. Well, Haster let out a sigh of regret. He really felt it was a pity. Audrey, who has bunny ears, will definitely be the most charming bunny girl if she puts on matching black tight clothes and black stockings. Unfortunately, it cannot be replaced. Mr. Haster, it's time to go. Audrey rolled her eyes at Haster, took a few steps closer, waved her little hand in front of Haster, then naturally took one of Haster's arms and headed towards the Garden of Eden ahead. Woof. Susie, who has become taller and stronger, can walk a distance of 4 to 5 meters with just one step. It looks down at all the creatures here, and its eyes have a light that is obviously different from usual. At this moment, it is noble and majestic, like a spiritual dragon overlooking the creatures in the world. Only when Audrey or Haster calls it will it reveal its usually gentle and obedient side. The 2 people and the dog walked among all kinds of pedestrians, passing by Gothic buildings. The pedestrians here are like real residents living here. They not only live in this city according to certain rules, and have their own houses, they are very talkative and candid in their conversations. Even if it involves personal matters, they can discuss them directly with people on the street. For example, a raccoon couple talked about their sexual intercourse after getting married, including the positions they used and the number of orgasms they had in one night. Audrey, who happened to pass by and overheard the conversation, hurriedly pulled Haster away from the conversation place. While walking on the road, some people came to chat with Audrey, but none of them could get past Haster, a competent flower protector. As she went deeper into the city, Audrey, who had extensive knowledge, quickly recognized that the styles of some of the buildings here were very ancient, even older than the 4th Age. But as far as she knew, the Psychological Alchemy Society had only been active for the past 200 or 300 years. With emotions of surprise, adventure, and excitement, Audrey quickly followed Haster to a church in the center of the city. This is the core of the entire Garden of Eden, and the destination of all pedestrians on the road is here. The church is very huge, more than 80 meters high, and is supported by huge black pillars. Each giant pillar is inlaid with a certain number of skulls, some of which are from humans, and some from other different creatures. Because of the angle, they all pointed their empty eyes downward, as if they were watching every living being who entered the church. Susie, who was 4 to 5 meters tall, behaved like an ordinary golden retriever in front of this huge church. Passing through the main entrance is a magnificent and empty hall. Deep in the hall stands a huge cross with a gray-white dragon statue wrapped around it. This is the symbol of the spiritual dragon. Woof! Susie was very dissatisfied and let out a bark, as if she didn't like the design of the spiritual dragon wrapping around the cross. The cross is a symbol of the Creator. He has indeed reclaimed the authority that belongs to the spiritual dragon. Haster's explanation did not make Susie happy. It shook its head and motioned for Haster and Audrey to go in, while it stayed outside the church. Mr. Haster, aren't we here to find the treasure house? Audrey also stopped. The real treasure is inside. Is there any danger? There will be no danger if you don't actively cause trouble. All right. Audrey turned to look at Susie again and told her not to run around later to avoid getting separated later. Passing through the hall and deep into the church. Most of the pedestrians who came in stopped here. They seemed to lack some kind of identity certificate to continue moving forward. Hastur and Audrey successfully passed the identity test and entered the deepest part of the church with their special identities and Miss Arrogance respectively. Before coming here, Hastur asked Mrs. Lisa to steal the identity of Rambis, also known as Mr. Arrogant. After giving it to Audrey, she naturally became Miss Arrogant. As for Hastur's special identity, it was one of the 3 identities that Lady Lisa had stolen from the Dream Weaver. Although this identity has been forgotten by their owners, they still have the highest right to pass here, because that Dream Weaver is the current president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Polly Delaw. According to Mrs. Lisa's estimation, the president is still in deep sleep, and he doesn't even dare to send out a clone to avoid being targeted by her again. Arriving at the innermost room of the church, in front of a giant dragon statue, there was a small long table with 5 seats on the left and right sides, and the upper and lower seats were empty. Chapter 509. Would a world without gods be better? There were many people sitting in the room, and the discussion between them seemed to be in the middle of the process, because the sudden appearance of Hastur and Audrey made them stop talking and all looked over. Audrey glanced at Hastur with a guilty conscience, seeing that there was no unnecessary expression on his face. She knew that the matter was still under Mr. Hastur's control. She raised her chin slightly and took advantage of her height to look down at the others present with a slightly arrogant attitude. Now she is not Audrey, but the arrogant lady of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Although this identity was only temporarily stolen, she had no difficulty getting started with this type of role-playing. Hastur on the other side looked down at everyone present with a high position, and then naturally walked to the empty seat at the top and sat down. No one had any doubts about this. Even their sitting postures were quietly more upright. I wonder if it was an illusion. The intimidation exuded by Mr. President tonight made people lack the courage to even look at him. He just sat there casually like that. But it felt like a vast ocean. I would like to formally introduce to you a new member who has joined the jury. This is the new head of the Backland region of the Kingdom of Lone. Miss Arrogant. She has noble character, profound knowledge, and a heartfelt love for psychology. Hastur introduced it calmly, and then motioned for Audrey to sit down and participate in tonight's meeting. When Audrey sat in the empty seat, Hastur's eyes once again swept across everyone attending tonight's meeting. Then, he looked at Audrey and said, "Maybe you don't know much about the committee members of our Psychological Alchemy Society. Now, let me give you a brief introduction." "Thank you, Mr. President," Audrey said cooperatively. "This is Mr. Lust. He is in charge of Trier, the capital of Intis. MS. Greedy is in charge of St. Milan, the capital of Fasak Empire. Miss Lazy is in charge of Fenaport City, the capital of the Kingdom of Fenaport. Mr. Jealousy is in charge of the city of Dillies in the Republic of Intis. Mr. Gluttony is responsible for the city of Constant in the Kingdom of Lone." After the introduction, Asta added, "The purpose of our Psychological Alchemy Society is discovery, exploration and research, and we don't care about the scope of influence, the number of members, the possession of resources, and other unimportant things. So we are in the Sea of Mist. Furious, there are no members of the jury in Hainan continent. Of course, many of our members often go to the sea to explore ruins and pursue history. Haha. I almost forgot that I myself was once the Black Sea King above the 5 seas." After lamenting his past adventures across the sea, Hastur stopped talking and said, "You guys go ahead." He leaned back slightly on the chair, and his seemingly casual tone made everyone present feel more serious. "Mr. President, we thought you wouldn't come to the meeting tonight, but we didn't expect that you would introduce a new member to us as soon as you came," someone said with a slight smile. "I think this arrogant lady must have something extraordinary ability, so that you can introduce it personally. Miss Arrogance is worthy of all the compliments." Hastur always smiled. "Mr. Hastur is so pretending." Audrey couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she hadn't known in advance that Mr. Hastur was just pretending to be the same as her to attend this meeting, she would have really thought that Mr. Hastur was the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Mysterious, powerful, and unpredictable in his true identity. Sometimes, she even wonders whether the identity of Earl Campbell is the least worth mentioning among Mr. Hastur's identities. "We were just discussing the war between the Fasak Empire and the Lone Kingdom." MS. Greedy answered. Seeing Haster's eyes sweeping over, she subconsciously explained, "We don't want to participate or interfere in this war. Regarding the war situation, we are simply discussing the outcome that the Fuzak Empire may face in the future." Haster nodded and motioned for the greedy lady to continue. Although the Fuzak Empire, which has lost the protection of the god of war, has the help of many secret organizations, with the cooperation of the Kingdom of Lone and the Republic of Intis, failure is only a matter of time. There is a very interesting psychological phenomenon. In terms of faith, the Fuzak Empire, which lost the protection of the god of war, should have collapsed directly and was completely defeated. However, the blood feud stemming from generations made them still fearless even without the protection of the gods. Defeat the attacks from the Kingdom of Lone and the Republic of Intis, especially when facing the Kingdom of Lone. The people of Fuzak, who had lost the protection of their gods, went from fighting for their gods to fighting for their country to fighting for their homeland in a short period of time. Having said this, Ms. Greedy's eyes were very bright. Perhaps God is not a necessity for ordinary people, but God, who needs people to believe in him. It is God who cannot live without man, not man who cannot live without God. These words were no less than a spiritual shock to Audrey. It turns out that the relationship between gods and humans can still be interpreted in this way. Weak humans are more self-improving than gods. From this aspect, humans are superior to gods. Very good words. It reminds me of a little story I once heard. Haster affirmed such remarks. In a place surrounded by mountains and steep cliffs that are difficult to climb out, there lives a group of isolated villagers. They have believed in a mountain god for generations. They believe that it is the mountain god's protection that allows them to stay here, settled in a dangerous environment. Whenever the village is in danger and needs help, they will always place all their hopes on the mountain god. Sometimes the mountain god will answer their prayers, and sometimes he will deliberately turn a deaf ear and let them experience all kinds of pain. The villagers did not dislike the mountain god because he stood by and did nothing. Instead, they attributed the reason to someone's insincere belief. For this reason, their faith became more pious, and the food offered to the mountain god was plentiful, and more villagers died of hunger. Until one day, the mountain god disappeared and never answered the villagers' prayers. Some people thought that without the protection of the mountain god, the end of the village would come. But more than 100 years later, the village is still alive. The villagers there have even carved a road along the steep cliff to the outside world. Their lives are getting better and better. Haster paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "The man who told me the story said something very interesting. He said that life will find its own way. This is a story with few twists and turns, but the revelation it contains is particularly alarming. Life will find its own way out." Such a simple sentence caused everyone present to fall into a brief silence. Would people really be better off without gods? Audrey also had the idea in her mind that she was a believer of the goddess. Such an idea was undoubtedly treason and blasphemy. The gods guide the way forward for all living beings. Without them, all living beings will enter the abyss of death and despair. But deep down in her heart, she didn't have much confidence to refute Mr. Haster's words. Life will find its own way out. Maybe a world without gods will really be a better world. Until the end of tonight's meeting, Audrey had not recovered from these words. She had been trying to construct a godless world in her mind, imagining what such a world would be like and how people there would live. What kind of life is this? Miss Arrogant, wake up. It's time for us to find the treasure house here. After sending the others away from here, Asta walked to Audrey, who was obviously in a daze, and shouted twice, "Dear Mr. President, do you also think that a world without gods would be a better place? This is a direction worth pondering, isn't it?" Haster did not discuss this issue too much, so as not to let his own thoughts interfere with Audrey's independent thinking. Okay, let's go find the treasure house. Audrey recovered quickly and followed Haster out of here one after another, passing through another corridor nearby. Not long after they left, they noticed a white-furred rabbit wearing a black top hat and black formal suit, holding a ruby cane inlaid with the size of a pigeon, waiting in front, as if he had stopped here specifically to wait for them. When Mr. Rabbit saw the two of them approaching, he smiled at Haster and then took off the top hat on the rabbit's head and bowed deeply. Then it raised the ruby cane and pointed in the direction to the left, as if pointing them in the direction of the treasure house. "Thank you, Mr. Rabbit." Before Audrey could say her words of thanks, the elegant and generous Mr. Rabbit in front of her jumped up and down and walked away without looking back. "Mr. Haster, do you know this Mr. Rabbit? You can probably guess who he is." facing Audrey's inquiring eyes. Haster just chuckled and said, "If I can see him again next time, I will tell you about his identity. I believe you will be surprised." After finishing the conversation, the two people followed the guidance of Mr. Rabbit and successfully arrived at the treasure house door. Haster, with the authority of the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society, easily opened the treasure house door. Here is the complete brain of an adult psychic dragon, heart of the dream catcher, the crystallization of spiritual phantoms. When Audrey saw the extraordinary materials collected in the treasure house, her eyes were as bright as gems, and she narrowed her eyes. She looked a little obsessed with money, which was particularly cute. After all, the noble Miss Audrey has never been short of money. Haster just glanced at it and showed no interest. This place is more of a material warehouse than a treasure house. The extraordinary materials stored were only up to sequence 4 level at most, which had little appeal to him. The complete brain of an old psychic dragon. This is an extraordinary material needed to be promoted to a sequence 4 operator. Audrey started busy searching, and asked Asta to help pack up the things she couldn't take. Although this is a spiritual world, these are real and can be used normally as long as they are brought back to the real world. "Okay, Mr. Haster, let's go!" Audrey, who packed a bunch of extraordinary materials, came to Asta's side with satisfaction. In a happy mood, she stood on tiptoes and kissed Asta's right cheek. Before Asta could react, she walked quickly right away. "Mr. Haster, hurry up. It will be bad if someone finds out." Audrey, who was running in front, turned around with a smile and waved to Asta behind her. Chapter 510 The Nightmare Influenced by High Personality. The Garden of Eden is indeed a dreamy home, and the various psychological phenomena here are also very interesting. Of course, the most important thing is to harvest this pile of precious extraordinary materials. After I return, I can prepare the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker Potion, walking in the dreams of thousands of creatures and witnessing the interesting dreams they weave in the middle of the night. This extraordinary ability is really exciting. Miss Audrey, who had gained a lot, always had a bright smile on her face as she returned to leave the spiritual world. "Wow." Susie raised her share. "Oh, Susie, it's a pity that I only found the brain of an adult psychic dragon in that treasure house just now. I can't make a magic potion for you yet." Susie, who transformed into a spiritual dragon, lowered her head, as if thinking, could her head at this moment be considered the head of an adult spiritual dragon? This is a very complex and meaningful subject, and Susie sets her sights on Mr. Haster. "Susie, I understand your thoughts, but it's a pity that your life level is always different from the real spiritual dragon. You can only reveal your side of the spiritual dragon in dreams." Hearing this, Susie sighed and flew Haster and Audrey out of the spiritual world. After returning to the real world, Audrey opened her eyes and woke up. She looked sideways at Haster, who was sitting at the head of her bed, and smiled. "Mr. Haster, enjoy your adventure. Although I don't like to say something that is embarrassing at this time. Audrey, we have to put your harvest tonight in your family's treasure house first." Haster stretched out his right hand, and Audrey naturally took the back of Haster's hand and got up from the bed. Looking at the wall clock, it was just past 9 o'clock. At this time, Earl Hall was between the possibility of sleeping and not yet sleeping. Without Audrey's instructions, Susie naturally opened the door and explored the way first. After a while, it trotted back again, signaling with its eyes that Earl Hall had fallen asleep. Audrey relaxed a little and led Haster to the treasure house of her home. Along the way, Haster easily used the darkness to hide his existence. Even if he walked in front of the maids, they could not find him. There are 2 attendants guarding the entrance of the treasure house carefully. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult not to alarm them. "Mr. Haster, let me do it this time." Audrey did not let Haster open the travel portal, but walked towards him. With just 2 simple words, she easily hypnotized the guards to open the treasure house door and made them forget that they had seen her come to the treasure house tonight. Enter the treasure house of Earl Hall. To be precise, this is just one of the treasure houses. Several balls of bright, but not hot light emerged from the palm of Haster's palm, allowing them to float over various parts of the treasure house, lighting up the entire treasure house. There are all kinds of collections piled up here, including several shelves of paintings, calligraphy, porcelain and antiques, boxes full of pearls, agates, emeralds and diamonds, precious Chinese medicinal materials such as ginseng, deer antler, Ganoderma and Polygonum multiflorum, as well as strange and weird collections whose origins cannot be identified for a while. And other items. Miscellaneous items. Asta glanced at it, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Mr. Fool is allowed to see this scene, he might also want to be a gentleman for once. After thinking about it for a while, Audrey finally chose an empty place to place tonight's harvest. There are too many things here, and they are too complicated. Count Hall doesn't even remember what is in here. It won't be discovered. According to Audrey's command, Hastur took the things stolen from the treasury of the Psychological Alchemy Society from the spiritual world, and enriched the treasury of Earl Hall's family. The collections of the Psychological Alchemy Society have not disappeared. They have just been transferred. After doing all this, Audrey looked at the two large shelves of items in front of her, and narrowed her eyes with joy. Speaking of which, this was her first time as a thief. Mr. Hastur, is there anything you like here? Audrey muttered as she spoke. Count Hall never cares about the things inside anyway, so it doesn't matter if there are a few missing items. I have taken away Earl Hall's most precious collection to date. Audrey was stunned for a moment, then woke up, with a cute expression of shame and joy on her face. Finally, Susie's barking came from the treasure house as she was fed a mouthful of dog food. Late at night, Furs, who lived on William Street, suddenly had a nightmare. She screamed and was frightened awake by the scene inside. Her little hands fumbled in the darkness to turn on the bedside lamp. The dark bedroom was illuminated, and she panicked. My heart felt relieved. Next door, Zio, who was awakened by Forsy's nightmare scream, was wearing a set of light yellow translucent pajamas and opened the door to Forsy's room with a key. Is this the third nightmare you've had recently? Zio walked to Forsy's bed and sat down, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of warm water. Every dream is different. There seems to be a continuity between them. Forsy took a sip of warm water and waited for a few seconds before continuing. It's just that every time I wake up, I always forget some key points. Place, which leads to intermittent dreams. Zio glanced at her angrily. Tell me, what kind of inhumane persecution did you dream about this time? Nothing compares to the torture you suffered in the Devil's Oil painting. Furs rolled her eyes at Shio, and her mood improved a lot before she told Shio about her dream tonight. Perhaps you can talk to Mr. Hastur. Zio was silent for a while, before giving his own suggestion. But I can't keep bothering Mr. Hastur like this. Afraid you can't repay the favor? Zio looked Forsy up and down, then reached out and patted her swollen chest, and said with a smile, Then you can agree with me. Emperor Russell once said that there are no words to repay. You can only commit yourself to me. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Hastur already has Miss Audrey and Miss Sharon by his side. TSK. It seems you have seriously thought about this issue. You just know how to make fun of me. Forsy immediately pinned Zio under her. But after a while, her delicate body was pinned down by Zio, who was good at fighting. Zio spread her legs, straddling Forsy's thighs, reached out and lifted her chin, leaned down, came closer and said in a mean tone, It seems that Mr. Hastur doesn't have this blessing anymore. So let me enjoy it. Forsy, who was lying on the bed, just raised his head, glanced at Zio's chest, and said, Sometimes, I really can't tell whether you are facing me or your back. Forsy. The two played around for a while, and the sky soon became brighter. Forsy and Zio finally decided to look for Miss Audrey. The problem of dreams should also fall into the category of psychology. Miss Audrey is undoubtedly the best person in psychology among the people they know. Moreover, they had not seen Miss Audrey for a long time, and they missed the days when Miss Audrey would always take them out to improve their meals. Miss Audrey, who was in a good mood after receiving the invitation, generously invited Forsy and Zio to a private custom-made restaurant to enjoy a delicious meal from various countries, and then took them shopping to buy things before heading there, have a cup of afternoon tea, and get down to business. Miss Audrey. This is what happened. There were only 3 of them, and 1 dog in the private little aristocratic courtyard. So Forsy had no scruples, and began to introduce the nightmare he had recently. Her first nightmare occurred late at night 5 days ago, roughly around 3 or 4 o'clock. In the dream, there is a gloomy and dim world with a strange atmosphere everywhere. Hundreds of mirrors stand silently here, like a passable portal. Each mirror is about 2 meters high. The frame is pure black with blood-red lines embroidered on it. The mirror surface is smooth and translucent. When you get closer, it will emit a gleaming light. When she encountered such a dream for the first time, she curiously approached a mirror to examine it, but was sucked directly into the mirror. Inside the mirror is a completely different world. When she entered, she felt a madness and evil coming from the depths of her soul, as if it was dragging her entire soul into the bottomless abyss of corruption. But she always stayed awake. And then she began to experience various H.L.-like punishments. Sometimes her body plummeted downwards, and her head and body split open and decomposed. Sometimes her belly began to bulge, and then little by little she turned into a terrifying, indescribable monster. Sometimes she was soaked in pool water full of filth. Inside, I could only watch my body being corroded into white bones. At this time, the mind that was awake and unable to fall into unconsciousness became a prison that was difficult to escape. It wasn't until she screamed at some point that she escaped from this nightmare. She didn't take it to heart at first, because of the need for writing. Sometimes she would take the initiative to fantasize about some terrible and terrifying scenes, thinking about it day by day and dreaming about it at night. This is normal. Until her second nightmare 2 days ago. She once again came to the world full of mirrors. The mirror she had entered before had cracks on the surface and could no longer enter. What makes her even more horrified is that the placement of these mirrors seems to be exactly the same as when she had her first nightmare. She walked between the mirrors. She seemed to hear a call, but she couldn't hear it accurately. She thought she should have heard a complete sentence at that time, but she forgot it when she woke up. Just after that call, her body was dragged into a mirror, and she experienced various horrific nightmares again. The third time, last night, she went to that mysterious dreamland again, and what greeted her was still the silent mirrors. After the first 2 experiences, she subconsciously wanted to leave this place far away. She kept running towards the side where there was no mirror. But in the end, she was swallowed into the dark abyss. And she didn't wake up until she let out an unbearable scream. After listening to Force's description, Audrey comforted her a few words softly, and then said, "Ms. Force, apart from your dreams at night, have you encountered anything strange recently?" "No. I have been staying at home recently," Force added. "I am engaged in writing at home." "Does your writing contain content about this? Or do you daydream about similar horrific scenes in your daily life?" "No. No," Force answered firmly. Audrey thought for a while, and said with a serious expression, "Perhaps your dream experience came from the influence of a certain high-level being on you." Chapter 511 Chapter 513 Guests from a Foreign Land. Happy dreams. A nightmare caused by a high-level influence? With the stars and the fool at his back. Force quickly accepted this statement. This means that the full moon's murmurs, which were originally directed at him, have evolved to the point where they can invade his dreams. To solve this problem, only the stars and the fool have this ability. The easiest way to eliminate the influence of a higher personality is to seek shelter from a higher personality. Audrey took a deep look at Force and believed that Force would seek help from Mr. Fool. But apart from the nightmares I have at night, there are no other effects. And there are no abnormalities in my daily life. Force asked seriously. What if this is just the beginning? Audrey's jewel-like eyes seemed to see clearly the worry in Force's heart. And then said, "Your dream may be more complicated than you think. That call, maybe it's the key to unlocking the truth about dreams. I know that you will encounter full moon whispers when you are full moon, which is a kind of harm to you. But this time your dream may really be asking you for help. Otherwise, the influence of high-level people on low-level people would not be so mild, but would be full of terror, blood, and mutations." Audrey's gentle words made Force make a decision in his heart. At night, around 10 o'clock, Force began to pray to the stars, seeking their protection. The stars will always be watching you. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur left these words and disappeared into the starry sky in Force's room. He just sat in the Hall of Stars, overlooking Force, under the protection of the stars. Force only lay on the bed for 3 to 5 minutes before successfully falling asleep. That night, Force slept soundly, with neither sweet dreams nor nightmares. This made her sigh. It was the protection of the stars that made people feel at ease. For the next 2 days, Force slept peacefully under the protection of the stars, without any nightmares the whole night. Force was naturally very happy about this. But Hastur didn't think so. So he planned to test it. Tonight, Force, as usual, sought refuge from the stars, and then fell asleep peacefully on the bed. However, Hastur withdrew the protection from the stars and stopped watching what happened to Force. At around 3 o'clock in the night, Force once again dreamed of a dreamland with hundreds of mirrors. She once again entered a mirror and suffered various horrific and bloody deaths. After waking up with the same scream, Force seemed to understand clearly what the call was. She turned on the light and got up. came to the desk, took a quill, and wrote a name on the blank paper, Bethel Abraham. It's the Abraham family again. Forsey's heart sank. Mr. Hastur warned her last time that the Abraham family would definitely come to retrieve the 2 law-sealed artifacts in the near future. She didn't expect that they would use this method. Ways to influence yourself. Forsey explained this the next night, when he prayed to the stars again. In the Hall of Stars. Hastur sighed, thinking that Mr. Men and the fallen mother goddess were trying to cause trouble through Forsey again. Unexpectedly, it was just the Abraham family that influenced and tortured Forsey through dreams. No wonder Forsey never had nightmares come to his door every time he was protected by the stars. Even the protection of the stars that he dropped casually through the Palace of Stars couldn't be broken through. This kind of influence is really limited. Hastur thought quietly for a while, and felt something was wrong. The people in the Abraham family have basically lost their minds under the influence of the fallen mother goddess. Would they have the leisure to interfere in Forsey's dream? Could it really be Mr. Men's request for help? Bethel Abraham. Does this name belong to Mr. Dorr? Hastur was accustomed to calling him Mr. Dorr, and had never known his real name. If it was really Mr. Men, then the dream that Forsey experienced would be very interesting. The so-called calling should be just to let Forsey find the real mirror. Only the correct mirror is the door to Mr. Dorr. Once you choose the wrong portal, it will lead to the dream world affected by the fallen mother goddess. So Forsey will suffer various tragic deaths after entering the wrong mirror. It's just Forsey, well, she really doesn't have the observation skills and a calm enough mentality. The stars will guide your way. After speaking, Hastur closed the connection with Forsey again, sat and thought for a while, and then came up with an idea. After he was promoted to Sequence 4 Homeless, he gained a total of 4 extraordinary abilities. Lost. People who have lost their hometown are always wandering away, unable to find the right path. This extraordinary ability is more like a conceptual ability, such as the star container sealing the historical mists of the 4th Age. When he appears as the king in yellow, everyone around him will also lose his direction and move towards him unknowingly. The second extraordinary ability is Loss, also known as Loss. This is an extraordinary ability that is compulsory and rule-oriented. For example, when fighting, you can declare that the enemy has lost a certain ability, or lost a certain part of your body. You can also make people lose their thoughts. You can also make the enemy lose money every day, etc. Crucially, once successful, the loss will be permanent. In other words, Hastur can completely make an extraordinary lose all his extraordinary abilities, making him become an extraordinary without extraordinary abilities, leaving him with only the risk of losing control of the potion. The third extraordinary ability, Guest in a Foreign Land. In the dream, I didn't know that I was a guest, and I was greedy for pleasure for a while. People who have lost their homes always long to return to their hometown. But in a foreign place, they can only have a happy reunion in a dream. This ability is somewhat similar to the combination of the Dream Walker and the Dream Weaver in the Spectator Path. It allows him to enter other people's dreams and weave and manipulate other people's dreams. The fourth extraordinary ability, the Fate of the Outsider, also known as the Mobile Disaster. When a homeless person travels to other places, he naturally becomes a foreigner relative to the people and things there. Foreigners often bring changes and disasters to people living locally. This is a curse ability based on fate. Once used, it will bring unpredictable changes and disasters. For example, a drought, a meteor shower, a military disaster, a plague. Hastur was very careful about using this extraordinary ability, and only used it twice in total. Once it almost caused the annihilation of the black gibbons living on an island. And once it caused a small village and nearby mountains to suffer a natural disaster from a meteor shower. The scope of influence is huge. With his current ability, he can probably affect half of Backland. These abilities were slowly discovered after he was promoted to the Star Path Sequence for Homeless Man for a period of time. And it was he who named these extraordinary abilities himself. The problem Forsey encountered this time was very suitable for the ability of a guest from a foreign land. He didn't need to wait in the Hall of Stars. He only needed to lie down on the warm bed at home to go to Forsey's dreamland. Willem Street is very close to Queens, which can be reached via King's Avenue and through Silvera's Square. It was past 12 o'clock, and Forsey was hiding under the quilt, feeling restless and unable to sleep. In order not to implicate Zio, she declined Zio's proposal to sleep together at night. Recently, she fell asleep alone every night. No, I can't remain passive. Forsey, who had learned a lot about dreams from Miss Audrey, quietly clenched his fists. According to Miss Audrey, most dreams can be controlled by people themselves. In dreams, you can imagine that you are a king, a god, a creator, or you can have a beautiful dream. Miss Audrey also suggested that she could resist nightmares by actively creating sweet dreams, which might yield good results. Last night, she tried it a little bit, and it worked pretty well. In the dream, she has become a well-known writer in the northern and southern continents. One of her works can make enough money for a lifetime. In addition to traveling around to see the scenery and enjoy delicious food every day, I can lie in bed and sleep anytime, anywhere, without any restraint, and I will not be pushed for manuscripts. Although this was a dream she imagined, it made her happy for a long time, even if it suddenly jumped to a nightmare in the middle of the night. Her mood was not as bad as before. Just like taking medicine. If you eat a candy first and then drink the medicine will not be so bitter. For thought about it and fell asleep again. This time, her identity in the dream was that of a queen, and Hugh was the head maid who served her everywhere, and occasionally had the responsibility of warming the bed. Zio is still so unruly. Forsey, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, frowned in displeasure. In her dream, every time she and Zio played in bed, she would always be suppressed by Zio. But suddenly, Zio, who was sitting on his lap and teasing him, seemed to have turned into Mr. Hastur. He looked down at himself from a high position, holding his chin with his right hand, much harder than Zian, with an unquestionable gesture. Don't move. Don't look away. Just look at me like this. Hastur leaned down, spoke domineering words in her ear, and then licked her ear, making her tremble all over. Her eyes watery. Her legs rubbed together unconsciously, and her insteps arched, when Hastur kissed her from the ears to the corners of her eyebrows, cheeks, and red lips. Forsey suddenly woke up from this charming dream. Her cheeks were red, and she reached out to cover her dry lips, looking extremely unnatural. Why did I suddenly dream about Mr. Hastur? It must be those jokes that Zio made to me before that made me think too much. Hey, it's strange. The dream was fine just now. Why did I suddenly wake up? Forsey thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. She lay on the bed and tossed and turned until late at night before falling asleep again. This time, she came to the dream world where the mirrors were placed. Bethel Abraham. The cry was more obvious than before. Furs braved the courage to walk through the mirror jungle and finally found the mirror that made the cry. Chapter 512. Should Susie also join the Tarot Society? It's clearly right in front of you, but it seems to be infinitely far away. Forsey was extremely curious about the scene before her. When she found the right mirror, all the messy things in the world around her disappeared. In the gray world, there was only herself and the mirror in front of her. But it was such a mirror that she could reach with her hand. But it gave her a sense of remoteness that she could never touch. It is as if there are two different time and spaces between the two. But this mirror happens to be the gateway for communication. Are you calling me? Forsey asked cautiously. It's not a call. It's a search. An old and simple voice came from the mirror, like a jar that had been sealed in dust for countless years. Today, the lid of the jar can finally be opened to make its own sound. What are you looking for? Hope. What hope? Hope for the future of the Abraham family. Am I the one you're looking for? Maybe. Forsey was stunned when he heard this. What was this? It was obvious that the other party often entered his dreams late at night and messed up his peaceful life. I am in an extremely remote place and cannot fully sense what is happening over there. So I cannot be sure whether you are the person I am looking for. Please forgive me. Seeing that the other party's attitude was quite good, Forsey broke the silence. Are you also a member of the Abraham family? I am the source of history that allows the Abraham family to shine. Oh! Forsey didn't take it seriously at first, but she soon realized it and subconsciously took a few steps back before saying in a trembling tone, Are you the great ancestor of the Abraham family? Are you the creator of the Abraham family's full moon gossip? You are Mr. Door. The man on the other side of the mirror was silent for a while. It seems that you are the person I am looking for. No. I am just a small writer who likes to stay at home and cannot bear any major responsibility in promoting history. Forsey denied Sonlian in his heart. It was not my intention to whisper at the full moon. And I never wanted the descendants of the Abraham family to pursue my traces. I would rather they have completely forgotten my existence. You made the entire family crazy. You are the biggest driver of the decline of the Abraham family. Mr. Gates did not deny this. I need to atone for this. Then you go and find the descendants of the Abraham family with pure blood. Your family's blood does not flow in my body, And the rise and fall of your family's honor and disgrace has nothing to do with me. Forsey sternly rejected this gentleman with a cold face, lest he keep pestering him. This may be the best arrangement. He is coming. It's time for you to go. A slightly urgent sound came out, and the entire mirror exploded completely. And the dreamland also turned into pieces and cracked apart. Call. Forsey suddenly woke up in bed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, leaned up against the mattress, and took a few deep breaths before she recovered from tonight's dream. I actually met the legendary Mr. Min. Forsey's heart was still beating violently. According to Mr. Fool, this Mr. Gate even surpassed figures like Adam and Ammon in the history of the Fourth Age. The Abraham family was so glorious because of his existence. After waiting for a while, Forsey hurriedly climbed out of bed, assumed a praying posture, and began to pray devoutly to the stars. For such a major matter, you must report it to the stars in exchange for their protection. Otherwise you will definitely be eaten up by old monsters like Mr. Min. Nice expansion. After the indifferent words fell, the starry sky above his head dispersed, leaving Forsey alone, unable to fall asleep. In the Hall of Stars, Asta, who personally followed Forsey to experience the dream, also heard the conversation between Forsey and Mr. Min. As for whether this Mr. Dur is truly sober and has an independent personality, or whether he is a false identity that has been taken over by the fallen mother goddess, it is still unclear. But one thing is certain. Mr. Min's intervention in Forsey was very limited, and just such a simple conversation consumed all his remaining energy. Let Vers handle this matter by herself. Anyway, with her temperament, she will refuse any possible request from Mr. Min. A salty fish mentality can sometimes protect yourself better. Hastur put back his distracting thoughts and looked at the clone of Pales in the place abandoned by the gods. Recently, Ammon has not entered Backland to harass him again. It is estimated that he has discovered the clone of Pales hiding in the land abandoned by the gods, and is rushing back to deal with it. Heh. I'm also very good at hide and seek. Hastur controlled the clone of Pales and hid him deep in the king's court of giants, very close to where the deputy king of heaven, the dark angel Sasral, slept. He also used his secret authority to process it again, and then put the clone into a deep sleep state, condensing all its aura. After doing all this, Hastur's eyes glanced at the high-dimensional overlooker. He was chatting with Adam in a church, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Backland is a place where it is very easy for people to forget time. The constant haze weather hangs over Backland on time every day. Time quickly passed from November to December, and there was only about a month left before the new year. At Earl Hall's house, Audrey has successfully concocted the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker potion, and was successfully promoted. As for Susie, Audrey had already completed the deal with Derek the little son for the brain of an adult psychic dragon that she needed. Today, she hid in her alchemy laboratory and created another Dreamwalker potion based on her previous experience. Susie, I worked hard to get this deal. After you are promoted, you must remember to listen to me. You can't always go to Mr. Hastur sighed. Woof. Okay. I don't need you to swear. Of course, if you are willing to do this, I won't stop you. Woof. Finally, with Susie's repeated assurances, Audrey put the prepared Dreamwalker potion in a container and placed it in front of Susie. I'm here to guard you. Nothing will happen. Woof. Susie shook her golden tail excitedly and began to take the magic potion. After half a day's rest, when Susie woke up again, she had successfully been promoted to Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. Susie, you are amazing. Audrey was very happy that Susie was successfully promoted, and she was thinking about whether to let Susie join the Tarot Club. The strength of the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker is much more powerful than Mr. Moon, Miss Magician, and Mr. Sun. It seems that Mr. Hangman has not yet reached Sequence 5. After just thinking about it for a while, Audrey put away this little idea. It would be bad if it aroused Mr. Fool's anger. Sharon on the other side also completed the sequence for puppet play. She left Hastur's villa on the day she completely digested the potion. She should be working hard to be promoted to Sequence 3 Silent Disciple. Restraint rather than prohibition. Sharon, you are obviously guilty. Hastur looked at the empty mirror and already thought about what he wanted to do the next time Sharon came back. He didn't want to delay it any longer, so he took advantage of the 2 or 3 years of peace to get everything done that needed to be done. Earl Hall has vaguely mentioned matters about marriage in front of him more than once. If nothing unexpected happens, He and Audrey will announce their engagement in the first month of the new year. Although he and Audrey were not so anxious about this, Earl Hall seemed to know that a peaceful life could not last long. So he wanted to arrange these things earlier. In addition to these personal matters, Hastur has recently been busy digesting the last bit of the homeless potion, and at the same time actively looking for traces of the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Since the last time he went to the Garden of Eden with Audrey and Susie, he found that the Dreamweaver had been hiding far away, most likely hiding in Adam's church. If this is the case, he will be very unlucky, because he will be given to him as a gift by Adam. Hastur had a premonition that Adam was coming to him soon. The establishment of a church for the monks in yellow is also being carried out quietly in secret. Most of the preparations have been arranged, and the church belonging to the king in yellow is currently being built. In addition to the monks in yellow who want to establish a religion, Bakland has also recently started a trend of believing in Mongolian religion. The greeting used by Mongolian believers when they meet, Amon. Judging from this performance alone, the so-called Ming religion was definitely created by Amon out of boredom. Maybe even those active believers are clones of Amon himself. Chapter 513 Mingjiao. Amon. 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 Please calm down. This is not something you can just joke about. In the office, Leonard rubbed his eyebrows and felt a headache as he watched the team members in front of him making fun of the latest Mingjiao greetings. Captain, we just feel strange why such a simple greeting has become the greeting of an emerging church. This is not a question we need to explore. There is only one thing we have to do, which is to prevent people from believing in the so-called Mongolian religion as much as possible, and at the same time prevent the further spread of Mongolian religion's influence. Leonard endured the discomfort in his heart and carefully told each team member what they needed to be responsible for. At the same time, he warned them again not to mention the word Amon casually when nothing happened. After all the team members left, Leonard closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He was still found by Amon. Just 10 days ago, the team he led encountered some major issues, and he had no choice but to leave St. Samuel's church to deal with it. Halfway there, he met Amon. He fell into Amon's hands without any ability to resist. Fortunately, Amon searched his memory and found no clues about the old man, so he had a gentle heart-to-heart talk with him. It was this simple heart-to-heart talk that almost caused him to suffer from Amon's stress disorder. When I returned to the office to handle official duties, another Ming religion appeared that needed attention. I knew without even thinking that this was the church created by the madman Amon. Sadly, he also had to deal with the chaos of Mongolian believers. It has only been about 7 days since I heard about the Mingjiao church, and 3 extremely bad incidents have already occurred. Amon is a madman, and believers who believe in the church he founded are naturally also madmen. One of the believers sneaked into Harvest Church late at night to steal, pried open the donation box, and took out the money inside. When he left, he was captured by the priest stationed there. A believer went to the Holy Wind Church in the middle of the night and started a fire. Although the fire was extinguished by rain as soon as it started, it was still very insulting. The third believer seemed to be suffering from an incurable disease. While praying in the prayer hall of Holy Wind Church, he suddenly ran forward and died in front of the emblem symbolizing the Lord of Storms. These 3 believers are all ordinary people, either living in poverty or experiencing misfortune. After believing in Mingjiao, they recognized the doctrine of free indulgence and doing whatever they wanted. Things that they did not dare to do in daily life now became reasons for their indulgence. If Leonard were to deal with the Mongolian believers, he would only kill them and leave none behind. Unfortunately, it is quite difficult to use criminal law to kill people in Bakland. After all, the Kingdom of Lone does not force people to believe in any church. Belief is freedom. Captain, there is another case involving Mongolian believers here. Bring it here. Leonard opened his eyes, took the case record handed over by the team members and read it. His expression became strange. This is an incident that happened at a nearby police station. A few nights ago, the local police station arrested a Mongolian believer. After criticizing and educating him, they planned to lock him up for 2 or 3 days to calm down before letting him out. But who knew that when the police station released him, the Mongolian believer had already used his words to turn the 4 prisoners in the same cell into Mongolian believers. 2 of the prisoners were originally devout believers of the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of Storms. After the local night watchers sent people to investigate, they found that these prisoners who changed their beliefs were not interfered by extraordinary factors. They truly believed in the so-called Ming religion from their hearts. As a result, the local night watchers had nothing to do. But they did not want to release these Mongolian believers. So they sent someone to ask how to deal with this matter. Lock them up and starve them for a few days to see if they still have the energy to preach again. Leonard wrote his own solution on it. Forsey and Zio's residence. In the closed room. The thin door could not completely block the sound of loud voices. Forsey. It's time for you to come out of your doghouse. You have been staying in the house for a whole month. Except for the last time Miss Audrey invited you to enjoy delicious food. You have not been out. You even asked me to wash your clothes and hang them on hangers outside to dry. You should have a certain level of laziness. Right? If you continue like this, your whole being will be ruined. Zio's complaining voice reached Forsey's ears in the room. After a while, Forsey, who couldn't bear the nagging, came out of the room, facing the momentum that was rising from Zio's tiptoes. First simply said, I'm about to be promoted to a Sequence 5 traveler. Zio was stunned for a while, and said in disbelief, How could you digest the recorder's potion so quickly? You should know that I joined a mysterious organization. With the help of one of its members. I have been traveling to various regions in the world during this time. Recording the local customs, history and culture. Alright. Shio, who originally wanted to ask questions, suddenly lost his confidence. Forsey patted Zio's shoulder and said with a smile, I have the Sequence 6 Judge's potion formula here. Do you want it? I want it. Zio immediately grabbed Forsey's hands, his eyes sparkling. Who will do the laundry and sweeping the floor at home? I do. Who will be responsible for 3 meals a day? I'm responsible. I've been running around for too long lately. Who's going to give me a shoulder massage? Forsey. Don't go too far. Oh. Forget it then. No. I'll do it. Woo. Shio felt that she was about to be trained by Forsey into a shape that belonged to her. So good. Forsey returned to her room humming a proud tune. Recently, in addition to playing the role of record officer, she often had brief conversations with Mr. Dorr in her dreams. During every conversation, Mr. Min would tirelessly teach her a lot of extraordinary knowledge. And this knowledge was just within the scope of what she could accept, and would not become a burden to her, let alone affect her. With such dual efforts, she made rapid progress. But this also caused her to often feel overwhelmed during the day, lying at home and falling asleep. Master, I am ready to sacrifice. Please don't pity me, because my sacrifice is to fulfill the great master. This is something to be extremely proud of. In the study, 008 wrote a sentence on a blank piece of paper, saying that he was ready to die. Heh. How about I find a quill and give it to you as a new home? No. Master. 008 drew a series of crying expressions on the paper. Please don't break us up. We are the most compatible pair in nature. Listening to 008's cuteness, Haster was really reluctant to trade it. But the guest seems to have already come to visit. He's here. Boom. 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 There was a knock on the study door. How polite, Asta sighed in his heart. Glanced at 008, who was shivering on purpose. Come in. The door opened with a creak. And an ordinary priest walked in wearing a simple white robe, with a light golden beard covering the lower half of his face. Eyes as clear and simple as a baby, and a cross pendant hanging on his chest. Adam appeared in front of him in such an extremely simple way, without any climactic foreshadowing or vast epic scenes. It's just that in a small study, I am free and Adam is free. That's all. This should be our second meeting. Spokesperson of the stars. Adam paused for a moment as if on purpose. Then smiled gently, or I should just call you stars. Testing words won't help you get the right answer. There was no unnecessary expression on Asta's face. He just said calmly, I prefer the title Mr. Asta. If you want to continue the conversation, if so, don't ignore the master's warning. Adam smiled and nodded, bowing politely and saying, Mr. Haster. Good afternoon. Chapter 514 Necessary Sacrifice. Backland in December has gradually entered winter. When it is approaching 4 or 5 o'clock, the sky is completely dark, and waves of cold air begin to wreak havoc in the streets and alleys. Pedestrians on the road return home early and start preparing dinner. The cold wind blew through the treetops and penetrated through the gaps in the windows that were not closed. Haster and Adam sat across a desk from each other. On the table was the 008 that Adam needed. In my original prediction, it should have stayed with Nsangwil, because it was me who helped him trade from Knight to 008. Nsangwil is destined to be unlucky. So he met you. Before I could take action. He met you again because of 008's active intervention. which resulted in 008 falling into your hands. I have to say that 008 is indeed smarter than its Zangwill. It knows how to find a suitable owner for itself. And it does successfully get out of its predicament. In order to find out what exactly happened, I went to South Wales where you are. But I didn't expect to encounter an incarnation of the high-dimensional overlooker. Since then, I have understood your origins. Stars. He noticed you at the same time as I did, even though you were not that outstanding at that time. Hi, and I have differences on how to deal with you. He believes that the world no longer needs so many variables. While I think the more chaotic the world, the better. Especially since you awakened the ancient phoenix that has been sleeping for an unknown number of years, and succeeded in taking away the power of the god of death in the dark night. It makes it even more difficult for him to tolerate you. Adam slowly recounted what happened in the past, and his tone was as gentle as a distant lullaby. It was as if no story or encounter in the world could make his heart waver. In the southern continent, in the battle of temptations from the gods, the foolish god of war was the first to fall. Black Night, and I also took the opportunity to explore some of the powers of the stars. The original barrier blocked the old days of the outer gods in the starry sky. Since there is a barrier, there is naturally a way to bypass the barrier. The stars have such authority. Hai's thoughts have also changed. He no longer thinks about targeting you, so as not to force you to attract the gods of the stars into the world and bring about the end of the world in advance. Having such authority, you naturally have the capital to confront the gods. Adam stopped again when he said this. His eyes fell on 008, and he smiled and said, "That's a bit far. If you were about to become a god and someone happened to take away your key thing, would you also find a way to solve the trouble? I allowed you to grow up to this day before I came to retrieve 008. This is already my biggest concession. I have foreseen the tide of the times. My time is running out, and your choices are running out. This is not a threat, but a frank communication. This may avoid unnecessary disputes. After all, I am also looking forward to the day when the stars return to the sky." Even after saying such words, Adam's mood was still very stable, and he always kept smiling. Haster understands Adam's words. If he continues to hold 008, he will take back 008 at all costs. Even if he dies together, and attracts the alien god from outside the starry sky. Because if he allowed himself to grow any longer, Adam would no longer have the confidence to threaten himself. Therefore, he must seize this time to talk openly and honestly with himself. Now I can only protect myself at most, and seriously lack the power to protect others. If he left Backlund with 008 in hand and disappeared, Haster had no doubt that Adam's madness would be terrible. Although you are very frank, this is still a threat, Haster said slowly. No matter how beautiful your words are, you can't change the fact that your biggest reliance on this trip is my human nature that I cannot completely discard. You are still young, and the weaknesses of human nature still exist in you. Adam whispered, "The stars are ancient, and one day, they will wake up from their slumber. I will not bet on this small probability event." It turns out that what Adam is most worried about is the stars awakening in his body. The inhuman stars will never hand over something as critical as 008 to Adam. Adam will completely lose 008. Even if he has other ways to become a god, he can't go perfectly. For him who has been planning for a long time, this is absolutely not allowed. Haster was thinking about Adam's words in his heart. And he was also curious. Did the ancient stars really ever exist? Will he really wake up in his own body? What about the king in yellow? He really had too many questions. But at this moment, there was not much time for him to think slowly. I can give you this extraordinary attribute of a writer, but there is no such thing as a free deal. It seems like we've reached a good consensus in our conversations. Like a child, Adam looked into the distance with clear eyes, and saw an unknown church. Polly Delau, who was hiding in the church, was photographed out of thin air into the study. Polly Delwall was surprised at first, but when he saw Adam here, the alertness and nervousness on his face slowly dissipated. "Dear Utopian Angel, do you have any instructions?" Polly Delwall bowed to Adam with respect and submissiveness. What he believed in was the omniscient and omnipotent creator. And the fantasy angel Adam was not only a powerful angel king, but also the son of the creator. "I need you to do something for me. Please give me your instructions. Lord Fantasy Angel, I need you to sacrifice your life." Adam still maintained a gentle smile on his face. "This is a necessary sacrifice." "Ah!" Polly Delwall was so frightened that he took half a step back, and his originally rosy face instantly turned pale. He obviously came to seek shelter from this utopian angel because he wanted to take refuge. But he didn't expect that the person who was supposed to protect him, turned out to be the one who wanted to kill him. The frightened Polly Delwall only then discovered that there was a young man sitting behind the desk. He looked to be in his early 20s, and was very handsome. The expression on Polly Delwall's face changed drastically for a while. And finally he said with a helpless smile, "I am willing to give everything I have for the awakening of the omniscient and omnipotent Creator." Having seen Adam's methods before, he knew very well that when Adam said this, he was not discussing with himself, but a notice. No matter how reluctant he is, he can't disobey a king of angels. "Very well. The Lord will remember your contribution." Adam nodded, picked up the cross hanging on his chest with his right hand, closed his eyes, and said a prayer. In front of him, the body of Polly Delwall began to decompose for no apparent reason. And in the end, only the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 3 Dreamweaver were left, flickering with hazy light. Not enough. Hastur just stared at Adam quietly. A Sequence 3 Dreamweaver's extraordinary characteristics are exchanged for a Sequence 1 writer's extraordinary characteristics. This is too disparate. This is just a meeting gift. There was no surprise on Adam's face. If he hears this, he will probably regret his devout belief just now. He has never had faith. The reason why he didn't escape just now was because he knew that he would never leave here alive. Necessary sacrifice. What an ironic statement. Hastur sneered. I can exchange you for a copy of Sequence 1 Extraordinary Characteristics. This is just equivalent. Hastur said with an indifferent expression. You need to add a Sequence 1 Extraordinary Characteristic as an apology for today's threat. Adam was silent for a while. He only had one copy of the Sequence 1 Hand of Order Extraordinary Characteristics. But after only about 3 seconds of silence, Adam recognized Hastur's trading method. Because this kind of transaction was also within his expectations. There is no such thing as equal exchange. Because today's transaction is not equal to both parties. I have a copy of the Sequence 1 Hand of Order Extraordinary Characteristics. Adam took out a copy of the Hand of Order's characteristics that emitted a pale golden light, and the previous copy of the Dreamweaver's extraordinary characteristics, and suspended them in midair. Where's the other Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics? Hastur was also curious about which Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics Adam could find. Adam said calmly, the other part is with Medici. How cruel. Hastur clicked his tongue. Adam's answer was both expected and unreasonable. Just coming from Adam's mouth still made people feel cold all over. Is this also a necessary sacrifice? Hastur asked this question again. Even though he knew that the hunter died of loyalty in the end, it still made people feel uncomfortable. Chapter 5:15:008 Scolding Adam. Outside the house, the dark sky was blowing with gusts of cold wind. It was obviously not the day for snow yet, but the coldness penetrated from the soles of the feet to the person's body. Azhara, who didn't want to endure the cold wind, crawled out of her warm bed and came to the windowsill, trying to reach out and close the 2 stained glass windows. But she didn't close the window immediately. Instead, she stuck her head out of the window and looked sideways at the study room several rooms away. Although she couldn't see through what was happening in the study at the moment, she could understand that major events related to the owner were involved there. She stared blankly for a while, and a gust of cold wind blew into her collar. She no longer wanted to worry about her master's current situation. She shrank her neck and closed the window tightly with a snap. It's a pity that Miss Sharon is not at home, Azhara muttered and lay back on the bed again. In the study room, Adam, who was questioned again, had clear eyes. They were the eyes of a child who was not familiar with the world and had crystal clear eyes. But at this moment, this child said words that made people feel chilled all over. Below me, everything is a necessary sacrifice. You are very frank. Hastur could only find such a word to describe Adam at this moment. He didn't make any excuses for his behavior. Nor did he flaunt that he must be a great and upright person. He just honestly said something that was selfish and cold-blooded, but close to the truth. You are very emotional, and have enough humanity. Only in this way can people feel reassured. Adam reminded kindly. Sometimes deliberately showing your cold-blooded side can actually protect the people you cherish from unnecessary threats. Deliberate disguise is ultimately false. I don't think I can compete with you in this regard. You seem to have a certain affection for Medici? I just do it out of appreciation for the wonderful quality of loyalty. Loyalty, selfishness, beauty, evil, hope, no matter whether it is good or bad. It has no meaning, because the so-called good or bad is only human beings' own definition. Adam smiled and said, but everyone the classification of good and evil is different. And such a moral framework cannot even be convinced by humans themselves, let alone high-level mythical creatures. Then have you ever thought about why divinity coexists with humanity? If everything makes no sense. You, like him, are trying to convince me. But you should understand that I cannot be convinced like this because I am Adam. Hastur chuckled, and then fell silent. Yes, the man in front of him was Adam, who only had the divine side. How could he be moved by his words? If it were so easy, he wouldn't have been entangled with the true creator for so long. It was because I was angry, and had mood swings, that I thought of using words to defeat the other party. You can take away this extraordinary characteristic of a writer, and leave me with the consciousness of 008. Okay. Adam looked at 008 on the table with a smile. You have really found a good master for yourself. Uh-huh. Do you think everyone is as bastard as you? 008, who already knew his ending, had no scruples at this moment, and frantically wrote paragraph after paragraph on the blank paper. What do you mean by necessary sacrifice? Why don't you, bastard, make the sacrifice yourself? Asshole Adam. Don't tarnish the noble word of sacrifice so casually. Medici is loyal to the creator, and is willing to sacrifice everything, including life, for the ancient sun god. He is such a proud king of angels. But he is willing to restrain his sharpness and bow his head, while you decide his future destiny with just one sentence. It is precisely because of your personality that the original cherubim, wind angel, and pure white angel chose to attack at critical moments. If they are as loyal as Medici, then all history will change. You have already failed in this area once. And now, do you want to fail in the same place a second time? 008 wrote impassionedly, and Hastur read it with gusto. At this moment, 008 is simply his most ideal substitute. In order to maintain the strong character of Chuanxing, he was too embarrassed to deal with Adam like this with a burst of crazy output. From 008. It couldn't be better. What is strange is that Adam did not shout to stop, but allowed 008 to continue writing, while he watched silently with his eyes as calm as water. Amon is known as the god of deception, but sometimes you can tell his mood at the moment from his body movements or facial expressions. But Adam always maintained an unchanged face, smiling and indifferent. It was difficult for anyone to guess what he was thinking deep in his heart. It is difficult to detect even a little bit of joy, anger, sorrow and joy. Do you know why I am writing so hard about death, Zangwill? Because I hate you from the bottom of my heart. The thought of being held in your hands makes me feel sick and want to vomit. If you are half, no, 1/10 as good as my master, I will take the initiative to surrender to you and help you ascend to the throne of God. Because I know that even after my master becomes a god, he will retain my consciousness and find me a new place to stay. When he has nothing to do, he will treat me as a friend and follow me, chat and even listen to me complain. You will only erase my consciousness forever and make me completely disappear from this world. Because in your eyes, a sequence one writer's extraordinary characteristics should not have given birth to consciousness. You will not praise the miracle of birth of consciousness, let alone appreciate whether the birth of this miracle is meaningful. 008 became more and more enthusiastic as he talked, and had written several pieces of paper in succession. But Adam did not stop, and Asta was happy to let 008 vent his anger and dissatisfaction. Do you know what the hidden sage wants to do now? After a long time, Adam spoke slowly. Hidden sage? Wouldn't he want to take the opportunity to target Bernadette? Hastur's heart was slightly shaken. He knew that Adam would definitely not take the target without aim. What he said proved that the hidden sage was going to do something, or was already taking action. Seemingly understanding the importance of the matter, 008 took the initiative to stop writing and signaled Adam to hurry up and finish the business. Your temperament has indeed changed a lot, which is very good. Adam said something to 008, and before 008 could react, he easily pulled out a ball of 008's consciousness from Al-Suhad's pen, separating it from the extraordinary characteristics of the writer. This is its new home. Hastur motioned Adam to integrate 008's consciousness into the Book of Prophecy. This book is also very good. With a compliment from Adam, 008's consciousness easily merged with the Book of Prophecy. Although Hastur can also do this, he cannot do it as easily as Adam. I'm waiting for you to complete today's transaction. I always keep my promises. When the sentence comes out of your mouth, the word promise seems to have lost its original function. I just don't want to leave any holes for people to exploit. TSK. As ruthless and cold-blooded as ever, Hastur put away the extraordinary characteristics of the Dream Weaver and the extraordinary characteristics of the Hand of Order in midair. He waved his hand, indicating that Adam could leave. Before leaving, Hastur asked again, if you really don't care, Why are you always so indulgent and doting on Amon? Adam did not answer this question, but said, Amon doesn't know your true identity yet. Amon also doesn't know your true identity. This time, Adam did not stay any longer. His body disappeared into the study like a dreamlike bubble. The tide of the times. Just after the new year, Adam will become a god, Hastur whispered. He didn't know the weight of the times that Adam saw, but he understood the situation of the northern and southern continents in the future. After the new year, the southern continent will launch a full-scale northern expedition. After a year of repairs, the southern continent has the strength to truly fight. As for the northern continent, we still don't know what kind of chaos will happen. It is related to the current positions of the 6 gods, and they must not be able to unify their wills. Oh, Master, look, have I become ugly now? 008 twisted his new body and stood up from the table. It was divided into 2 halves in the middle of the book and served as 2 long legs that could walk freely. There's definitely something missing. Really? 008, who was deliberately trying to be cute, immediately became nervous when he heard this sentence. Hastur said seriously, there is a short bookmark sandwiched in the middle of the book missing. It took a while for 008 to react, and he immediately cried, Master, he may not be a boy. TSK. What kind of sarcastic words are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Master, you obviously mentioned it first. I just think there should be a bookmark inside the book, like a tarot card, so it would be more stylish. Master, you don't need to explain. Just explain. I know your little thoughts very well. Hastur smiled, took out a witch tarot card with the image of Russell, placed it in the center of the book of prophecy, and said softly, it's up to you whether you want to be a boy or a girl. 008 quickly closed the book of prophecy, lay on the table, and quietly pretended to be dead. Chapter 516, when the meteor shower comes to the pirate kingdom. The roadside islands are a pearl in the vast ocean. The gentle currents in the nearby waters, and the numerous islands make it a good place to stay for ships. It is also a favorite place for pirates. Merchant ships coming and going will choose to avoid the sea area and take a detour unless necessary. Recently, news that pirates on the sea want to establish an island kingdom has spread throughout the coastal areas. The descendants of the returning Emperor Russell will use the pirate kingdom as a starting point to re-establish a new order and a new future. The territory of this new pirate kingdom is based on the Roadside Islands as its royal capital. In order to build a new kingdom, pirates turned into merchant ships carrying various goods, so that several incidents of pirate robbery and robbery occurred from time to time. The capital of the pirate kingdom has been designed with precise construction plans. Even pirates who know nothing about it can build it in a decent way with reasonable arrangements. During this period, Star Admiral Katla and latecomer Iceberg Lieutenant General Edwina Edwards were the most proactive. Many pirates have nicknamed the 2 of them as the flawless twins of the new pirate kingdom. In the dusty and orderly place where the royal capital was built, Katla sometimes looked at Lieutenant General Bing Shan, who had rich knowledge. He not only understood astronomy and geography, but was also proficient in architecture, management, sewer design, etc. The 2 people who are also responsible for the construction of the royal capital. Lieutenant General Bing Shan can always use her outstanding knowledge and ability to win the admiration of the Queen. Although she is equally knowledgeable, she is indeed not as knowledgeable as Lieutenant General Iceberg in these miscellaneous industries. Even though she can be regarded as a doctoral student among pirates, she had privately asked the Iceberg Lieutenant General why he was willing to come here to serve the Queen. Lieutenant General Bing Shan's answer was, it's so interesting to watch the birth of a new kingdom from scratch up close. How order and rules are generated bit by bit, and how they are deeply rooted in people's hearts step by step. After the establishment of the pirate kingdom, what will the social atmosphere be like? What kind of legal system will the rulers of the kingdom enact? And what direction will it develop in the future? Being able to personally participate in it is the greatest reward I can get. Such words made Katla feel ashamed, because for such reasons, Vice Admiral Iceberg was more selfless than she was. No wonder the Queen valued her so much, and even often kept her in the room late at night to discuss various aspects. Question. Katla glanced at the construction site of the royal capital where she no longer needed her participation, and sighed slightly. She might as well go see what other instructions the Queen had. The first thing built in the entire Roadside Islands was the Queen's Palace, a fairy tale kingdom located in a dense forest. It is the Queen who personally uses her extraordinary abilities to make the fairy tale kingdom that is only described in books truly appear in the real world. It was a castle-like palace built mainly with vegetation and vines. combined with various flowers and trees. Generally, only people who are close to and approved by the queen can pass through the castle gate and see the queen. And she is one of the very few people passing through the path paved with flowers, entering the door covered by vines, and walking along the corridors woven by pea vines. You come to a large tree over 20 meters high, which is the main part of the castle. There is not a single servant in the entire castle. This is the only place where the queen lives in seclusion. Cadla walked all the way, and finally saw the queen she believed in her heart next to a swing in a spacious courtyard. At this moment, the queen changed from her previous casual dressing style, and changed into a burgundy palace dress, revealing her slender swan neck, which was surrounded by a bead chain connected by pearls and emeralds. And her chest there is a small, but beautiful diamond flower blooming everywhere. Her long chestnut hair was simply tied up in a bun, with a jeweled crown on top. A bunch of long hair was slightly curled in her right ear, swirling and falling down on her chest, making her overall look noble, elegant and charming. It also has a nobility that is difficult to desecrate. But at this moment, this charming queen was holding a copy of the Intis law book in her hands, sometimes frowning slightly, sometimes falling into deep thought. Cadla knew that the queen was worried about the important matter of making laws again. The pirate kingdom is no different from other countries on land. It is very difficult to control and make pirates, who are accustomed to burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil consciously abide by the laws of the kingdom. The queen has been thinking about a solution to this matter for more than half a year since she came to the island. The arrival of Lieutenant General Bing Shan did solve some problems for her. But in this regard, Lieutenant General Bing Shan could only provide her with some ideas. Moreover, Lieutenant General Bing Shan also needs to be responsible for the construction of the royal capital, so it is difficult to distract him from other things. Cadla watched quietly for a while, without interrupting, but went to the kitchen and made a cup of salvia and wolfberry tea for the queen, which was suitable for relieving fatigue and refreshing. This was the favorite tea of Emperor Russell when he was in power. The queen followed suit and also liked this tea. When she was in the palace of the Republic of Intis, she once made this kind of tea for the queen to drink. Thinking of her days in the Republic of Intis, Cadla raised her lips slightly, walked briskly to the queen's side, and placed the salvia and wolfberry tea on the tea table supported by a pea vine. Bernadette, who was thinking about it, naturally picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down again and continued to indulge in questions about the law. Cadla just watched quietly without disturbing her. After more than an hour, she checked the time and went back to the kitchen to get busy. She wanted to prepare some suitable pastries for the queen. Although it was lunch time, the queen had quite a habit of eating. Once she has troubles or is in a bad mood, she doesn't like to eat regular meals and would rather eat snacks and pastries to satisfy her hunger. Emperor Russell once taught her this, but it had no effect. Rather than being busy outside, she prefers to stay here, staying close to the queen and serving her all the time. After tasting a few pastries and drinking a few sips of tea, Bernadette finally put down the Intis law book in her hand, sat aside dignifiedly, closed her eyes slightly, and rarely showed a hint of exhaustion on her face. Cadla's eyes flashed with distress, and she wanted to speak, but she was not afraid of disturbing the queen's rest. 3 minutes later, Bernadette opened her eyes again. The exhaustion on her face disappeared, and the fierce majesty appeared in those eyes again. How is it going in the royal capital? It will still take half a year to be initially completed. If we want to build a complete royal capital, it is expected to take about a year. Nothing unexpected happened, right? Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Vice Admiral Iceberg is a very reliable person. Although Cadla did not want to mention outsiders at this time, she still gave a more appropriate evaluation. Bernadette nodded, and after a while she said, "Is there anything else?" "Not yet." "Then you go down first." Maybe she felt that her words were too impersonal. So Bernadette added, "Your world does not have to be limited to me all the time. You can use your talents to do more things. In terms of knowledge, you are no worse than Admiral Iceberg. I just want..." Before Cadla finished speaking, she saw a meteor shower of blazing fire suddenly coming from the cloudless blue sky above her head. The scale was something she had never seen before. Before she could feel the majestic shock of this meteor shower, Cadla's eyes filled with deep horror, because the direction that this meteor shower is traveling through is the entire Roadside Islands. Oh, it's so beautiful. Even though it was a compliment, Cadla still felt the biting chill from the queen. The next moment, Bernadette, who was still in the courtyard, appeared in the air. Under her feet was a strange flying machine that could fly freely. Plane. She had heard the queen introduce the origin of this thing. It is said that it can carry many people soaring into the sky together. And even ordinary people can experience the feeling of flying in the sky. This is a strange aircraft that only exists in fairy tales. It is a future thing imagined by Emperor Russell in fairy tales. In the real world, where weapons called airships were created based on this fairy tale. In that simple and beautiful fairy tale, the pilot of the plane is a mouse named Shook. Chapter 517 Bernadette bows to the stars. What is that? I'm so ignorant. Of course it's a rare meteor shower. It's strange that there are meteor showers falling from the sky in broad daylight. It's really magnificent. It's indeed shocking. But don't you think the direction of this meteor shower is exactly towards where we are? It's okay. It's just that they are far apart. Once they get close to the ground, they will just smash into the endless ocean. Instead of worrying about ourselves, let's worry about which marine creatures are lucky enough to have a close encounter with this meteor shower. But wouldn't a meteor shower create a huge wave when it hits the ocean? Can you? Is there such a thing? How come we don't know about it? Nonsense. I have only witnessed this meteor shower in my more than 30 years of life. Who knows what impact it will have? On the construction site of the royal capital, more and more workers put down their work and raise their heads to look up at this rare and vast meteor shower. As the meteor shower gets closer and closer, most of the sky is blocked. The instinctive awe that comes from the depths of life makes many people unconsciously turn pale, and their legs become weak. Their lips were dry, and some were already trying to find a place to hide, or dig a deep hole to bury themselves, or jump into the sea to avoid this natural disaster. As the person in charge of the construction site of the royal capital, Lieutenant General Iceberg Edwina. Her face was also slightly pale, but her body still stood firm, and her eyes showed curiosity and shock. It's not that she didn't think about how to avoid this meteor shower, but under a meteor shower of this scale, except for being able to teleport over long distances, no matter what measures the people here take, they will inevitably end up dead. Even if the area at the center of this meteor shower is not the Rhode Islands, the shock wave caused by them falling on the sea is enough to set off huge waves that swallow up the entire Rhode Islands. The entire emerging pirate kingdom will be destroyed. This meteor shower is aimed at the pirate kingdom. Some people don't want the mysterious queen to establish a new kingdom, so they want to destroy the entire pirate kingdom in this way. Edwina quickly figured out the key here, with a look of worry and regret in her eyes. After today, I'm afraid there will no longer be a pirate kingdom on the sea, because this meteor shower is a precise strike that only beings like gods can summon. This is divine punishment. The power of the gods is so beautiful. Edwina sighed and prepared to leave here. She was not loyal enough to live and die with this pirate kingdom that had not yet been fully established. At this time, a tiny figure appeared under the vast meteor shower. She seemed to be stepping on the clouds. It really seems like a sage who saves people from danger in adventure novels. Edwina whispered and was not in a hurry to leave the Roadside Islands. She wanted to see with her own eyes how this sage would save all living beings from natural disasters. High in the sky, facing the huge meteor shower, Bernadette looked solemn, her heart still. She took a deep breath and took out the magic lamp for making wishes. I want you to eliminate this meteor shower in front of you. TSK. This is already your second wish. It's a pity that I can't satisfy your request. The phantom of the lantern god emerged from the wishing lamp. Because this is the power from the god level. If you want to directly eliminate many, of course. If you are willing to take the risk of losing control, I can also meet your request. Then, I want you to protect everything in the Roadside Islands from this meteor shower. With my current strength, I can only transfer everything here. I cannot put up a protective shield to resist the erosion of this meteor shower as you think. The genie added. Defense is always more difficult than destruction. Things that are difficult to solve may be easily solved by yourself. Bernadette thought silently for a while, then said firmly, Eternal Jinn, my second wish is to gain the power of a knowledge emperor for a day. Okay. This is a very reasonable decision. The Jinn smiled happily, like a little devil who had succeeded secretly. The eternal great genie of the lamp, at this moment, fulfills Bernadette Gustave's wish to gain the power of the Emperor of Knowledge for one day. The Jinn seemed to be making a solemn declaration, with a majestic and heavy tone. I saw the magical wishing lamp shining brightly, and Bernadette, who was originally a sage of Sequence 2, briefly gained the power of the Knowledge Emperor of Sequence 1. Bernadette, who was full of power, was a little lucky that she did not choose to make a wish with the magic lamp when she was trying to prevent George III from becoming a god. Otherwise, She would not be able to make a third wish today. Wishing magic lamp. Sealed object 0-05. This sealed object can fulfill any 10 wishes of the holder. But this will either be done in a twisted way, or it will have unpredictable and extremely terrible consequences. Her father, Emperor Russell, once warned her that she could find ways to use language and preparation to avoid the harm caused by the first 2 wishes. But she must not make the third wish. Absolutely not. Although the recent Jinn appears to be very honest. In his heart, he is still an ancient alien god from beyond the stars. If you believe in him, not even the bones will be left. Bernadette stood up straight, and the endless runes of knowledge around her began to multiply and repeat, gradually forming an ocean of knowledge. A sea of knowledge covers the sky above the roadside islands and blocks the meteor shower. The reason why the Jinn was unable to fulfill Bernadette's initial wish was because he was just the god imprisoned in the wishing lamp. The way to directly solve the meteor shower would not be as convenient as Bernadette, the subject of the wish. And if he takes action, it will definitely be directed at the shameful god hiding behind who initiated the meteor shower. Rather than just eliminating the meteor shower, knowledge shines with the light of wisdom. Although it does not look very bright, or even dim in front of this meteor shower, it calmly tolerates the oncoming meteor shower. Each meteorite melted silently under the impact of a string of knowledge runes, whose specific meaning was difficult to understand. There were no violent explosions, just pure melting. If it is just a simple collision and the meteorite breaks apart, it will also endanger the roadside islands below, not to mention the royal capital that has not yet been built. When about 1/3 of the entire meteor shower was eliminated, a huge wave suddenly set off in the ocean of knowledge across the sky. A huge face made of pure knowledge suddenly moved towards Bernadette and swallowed it in one gulp. Hidden sage. Bernadette could tell at a glance that this was the hidden sage hiding in the dark to make trouble. Only he could make waves in his own ocean of knowledge. TSK. That's really insidious. The Jinn just commented lightly. The hidden sage did not dare to come in person at all. He only dared to sneak up on Bernadette at the critical moment to prevent the stars from finding his hidden traces. Bernadette held the magical wishing lamp in front of herself and held up a golden shield. The Jinn snorted at this behavior and made no comment. If you want to break the wishing magic lamp, let alone the hidden sage, even if there are 2 more true gods, you may not be able to break it. He did not have confidence in the hardness of his body, but in the mysterious method. The face formed by the gathering of endless knowledge swallowed Bernadette in one gulp, and the magical wishing lamp blocking the front remained motionless. Bernadette, who held up the golden shield, was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Even if she now has the power of a knowledge emperor for a day, she cannot resist the hidden sage's sudden attack. If it were just me in sequence 2, I would probably be seriously injured if not dead. This is also the real reason why Bernadette, who sensed the hidden danger, chose this wish. When Bernadette managed to survive the attack of the hidden sage, and her mind was still confused due to the impact of knowledge, the ocean of knowledge with major loopholes could no longer intercept the meteor shower. Bernadette's body was also knocked out by a meteorite. There were still hundreds and thousands of meteorites, turning into rain of fire and falling directly towards the roadside islands below. The lower it falls, the faster the meteor shower will occur. The blazing flames and scorching temperature on the meteorite caused a slight ripple in the surrounding void. Can't stop it. Bernadette knew very well that she, who had been attacked by the hidden sage, could no longer intercept this meteor shower. Hey, do you need me to give you some advice on how to solve this problem? The Jinn came out calmly, and his brisk tone showed that he was in a good mood at the moment. I won't make a third wish. I know that you will definitely not take this risk, and I didn't want to ask you to make another wish. To be honest, you will make a second wish today, which is beyond my expectation. Bernadette was silent. She naturally understood what the other method mentioned by the Jinn was, but from the beginning, she wanted to solve the problem with her own ability. For this reason, she would rather make a second wish to the Jinn. Looking at the meteor shower that was gradually approaching the roadside islands below, Bernadette finally chose to lower her head and pray to the stars. The Lord of Chaos and Order, the origin of all rules in the starry sky, guide everything to reset to zero. He who returns the stars. Chapter 518, In the Name of God. People always like to prove themselves. Just as Katla had always wanted to prove to him that she had grown up and was an independent adult who no longer needed to be treated like a child. For me, such behavior naturally seems extremely childish. Because this is exactly what you do when you are immature. When you don't need to prove to anyone or get anyone's approval, you will naturally grow up. In the eyes of the stars, does my behavior today look like Katla's? The reason why I don't want to bow my head and ask for help is because of my pride and my confidence in my abilities. Don't you want to prove your ideas in front of the stars? Bernadette bowed her head and praised the stars with a more pious voice. When the familiar starry sky blooms in the sky, the whole world seems to become brighter. The stars that had already disappeared into the depths of the sky seemed to have received some kind of call, amplifying their own light so that people in the land of daylight could clearly see their existence. Restart. Deep in the brilliant starry sky, shrouded in illusory nebulae, the ancient and almost eternal palace is quietly suspended like this. It is like an eye, overlooking everything happening under the starry sky all the time. When this order roared out from the Hall of Stars, everything around him, including the meteor swarm that was about to hit the Roadside Islands, enveloped in the meteorite that pierced the sky with flames. The burst of coercion had already scared the people below and fled frantically. Even the ignorant creatures in the ocean were diving deeper into the sea at this moment. When the natural disaster was about to break out, time seemed to restart. The meteorites that were about to fall on the Roadside Islands were quickly regressing back to where they first appeared. Return to zero. The meteorite group just disappeared into the depths of the sky silently, without even a single ripple. The God who reversed time once again showed incredible miracles to his believers. Restart. Return to zero. Just 2 words can easily resolve the doomsday scene that you can't change even if you try hard. The power of the stars is becoming increasingly difficult to fathom. At the same time, Bernadette had inexplicably subtle emotions in her heart. It's a bit like when I was a child. In order to resist the authority of my father, I did some ridiculous behavior on the grounds that I had grown up. And then my father still had to help me clean up the mess. Such an almost absurd and blasphemous thought made Bernadette wake up instantly. When she looked up again at the palace of stars suspended above the starry sky, the starry sky was gradually retracting, and the palace of stars was slowly disappearing. The stars had no idea of talking to her. While this made Bernadette feel relaxed, it also once again made her unable to help but have that absurd association. At that time, her father was like this, silently wiping away all troubles for her, and then left as if nothing had happened, just quietly and secretly paying attention to her development. Strange. I shouldn't have so many distracting thoughts today. Bernadette frowned slightly, and soon she found the reason why she couldn't calm down. The hidden sage's previous attack on her had a great impact on her mental state, so that now she is so full of distracting thoughts. Knowing where the source of the problem was, Bernadette closed her eyes for a few seconds, and her inner lake became calm again, regaining her former wisdom and calmness. There are still many things she needs to deal with now, such as quickly calming the panic of the Pirate Kingdom subjects to prevent fear from turning into rumors and spreading. It's a miracle. But it's a miracle in the Pirate Kingdom. Bernadette has already thought of how to deal with the impact of today's changes. In the name of God, she will declare that the Roadside Islands are the land of God's favor, and the Pirate Kingdom is the country of God's favor. And she, Bernadette, is the favored one who has received divine grace and is the most orthodox ruler of the Pirate Kingdom. Her father had mentioned to her the combination of state and theocracy before. Today's lone kingdom seems to have this trend. But legally the Augustus family is the orthodoxy of the lone kingdom recognized by the people, and they are not closely integrated with the theocratic power. They are more of a helpless compromise to the powerful theocratic power. What she wants to do is to use this incident to perfectly integrate the Pirate Kingdom and divine power. The divine right of kings is a state of national politics that her father once proposed. In the name of God, I will open an era of great navigation that truly belongs to the Pirate Kingdom. Bernadette already had a rough idea of the future in her mind. Return to position. Restart. The condition of the stars is getting better and better, and the day when he will truly ascend the starry sky is not far away. The genie in the wishing lamp looked up at the stars and let out a whisper that only he could hear. After successfully resolving this natural disaster, Bernadette put away the magic lamp and looked down at the unfinished capital of the Pirate Kingdom below. At this moment, she still possesses the strength of a Day Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor, and she cannot let this power disappear in vain as time goes by. God, I will assume your name again, Bernadette whispered and fiddled with the fingers of her hands as if playing piano music. She commanded and manipulated all the building materials in the Roadside Islands and built them according to the already set drawings of the royal capital. Now that God has revealed a miracle, let's make this miracle even more shocking. She wants to complete the construction of the entire royal capital within today. In the name of God. Below, in the fairy tale castle deep in the forest, Katla had already come out of the castle. She saw that the queen had not returned, and she caught a glimpse of the construction site of the royal capital not far away. Various building materials were flying around in an orderly manner in midair, just like building a sandbox. The royal capital is gradually growing and being completed towards perfection. Katla did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the construction site area of the royal capital. The workers who were originally responsible for the work were now standing far outside, with their heads slightly raised, dumbfounded as they witnessed the birth of a new royal capital. Today is truly a day worth remembering. When Katla walked over, she heard Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina murmuring and writing something quickly in a blank diary. She didn't bother, just walked to Edwina's side and took a look at what she had recorded. Friday, December 5th, is a day worth remembering forever for the pirate kingdom that has not yet been officially established. On this day, all the construction workers on the roadside islands who were building the pirate king's capital, as well as all nearby people and marine life, witnessed a meteorite rain falling from the sky. This was a horrific natural disaster that was so large that it could destroy the emerging pirate kingdom together with the roadside islands. In the midst of countless crises, a miracle happened. The ocean of knowledge has blocked the merciless rain of meteorites, and the haze of disaster has been driven away from the starry sky that shines during the day, while the miracles belonging to God continue. We witnessed together that a majestic and magnificent royal capital was completed little by little before our eyes, without the need for any human hands. Katla retracted her gaze and looked back at the royal capital, which was being built and completed, letting go of her worries about the queen. The eyes of the stars have been focused on it, and miracles have been revealed on the roadside islands. The brave and fearless queen will eventually establish her own kingdom, an unprecedented pirate kingdom. Bernadette Gustave. This name will not only shine in the sea, but also shine in history. Thinking of this, Katla's eyes were a little crazy. As time went by, when the sun stumbled into the embrace of the sea, shining goldenly on the sea and paving a golden road, a new royal capital was completely completed. Not only every architectural detail is not much different from the drawing design, but even the street lights on the street light up one after another, stretching from the city gate to the depths of the palace. The owner of the royal capital, the queen of the pirate kingdom, slowly descended from the clouds. After a brief silence, there was a tsunami of cheers and praises. Some pirates even tore off their collars and danced excitedly on the spot, while many pirates quickly entered the royal capital, touched and took a look, trying to convince themselves that the scene in front of them was really an illusion. It's time for us to leave. Don't keep the queen waiting. Katla, who was in a happy mood, extended an invitation to Edwina, and the two walked into the royal capital together, from the city gate to the palace gate. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. The crimson moon on the sea had not yet risen, and the sky was already filled with stars. Their positions are exactly the same as the starry sky during the day. On the palace gate tower, the noble and elegant Bernadette was standing alone, overlooking all the people below. Today, the miracle of the stars descends on the Rhode Islands and on our kingdom. The new royal capital has been completed, and a new future is in sight. I have heard the will of God. In the name of God, I will build a country where all pirates can live in peace. A paradise on the sea for all creatures in the sea. On January 1st of the new year, the starting point of the new year, we will hold the founding ceremony of the kingdom. The Star Sea Kingdom is our new kingdom. Chapter 519, The 10 Commandments of Pirates. Star Sea Kingdom. A new kingdom was born under the gaze of the stars. Hastur, who is sitting high in the Hall of Stars, is not very interested in the name Star Sea Kingdom. It is too simple and ordinary and has no flaws, although it does show Bernadette's inner thoughts very well. The divine right of kings is more interesting. It seems that Russell did teach Bernadette a lot in the past, and she was worthy of being his most beloved eldest daughter. For this era, the state of the country, the divine right of kings, is more obscure and is a transaction conducted in private. There are so many countries in the northern continent, and the influence of gods is behind the establishment of each country. But they are not stated openly, because the gods don't want the people to know that the establishment of this country was supported by their tacit approval behind the scenes. The advantage of this is that when the country is too chaotic and lethargic, the object of hatred and hatred of the people will be the royal family itself, and will not be transferred to the gods. They will still be the best believers of the gods. The misfortunes encountered by the country and individuals will not cause them to direct their anger and resentment towards the gods. But once you know that the gods are supporting the country, the situation will be different. Therefore, for the gods, the apparent divine right of kings is not desirable. Anyway, the church is independent from the kingdom and is a special existence. It's just that there is missing an official explanation. At Bernadette's step, he had no intention of interfering. Nor did he intend to ask for the power of faith from the pirate kingdom. Faith that was not pure enough was also poison to the gods. Moreover, he had a hunch that if he really became a god, his anchor would not be these easily accessible believers, but the bright starry sky above his head. After her short speech, Bernadette summoned Katla and Edwina in the palace library. The royal capital was built ahead of schedule, and the kingdom's ceremony started ahead of schedule, making Bernadette's time increasingly scarce. All other matters can be left to Katla and Edwina. Only the legal aspect can only be handled by her personally. Even Backlund's law school professors could only provide her with some relevant advice. And most of them had a natural aversion to disorganized pirates. Let them make laws for themselves. It is estimated that 9 out of 10 laws will be death sentences. For various reasons, they are not as useful as Torah books that cannot speak. As for the talents related to piracy, you are already a barrister. Why do you have to become a pirate? Edwina is a self-taught person who became a monk on the way, and is not systematic, so she can only serve as an assistant. To make a long story short, Bernadette closed a law book and looked at Katla. You will be responsible for the founding ceremony on January 1st of the new year and all related matters. I won't let you down. Katla accepted the task. Edwina, during this period, you need to stay in the library to accompany me in sorting out and formulating the relevant laws. You must complete this code before January 1st. It's an honor. Edwina bowed gracefully. I am also very interested in the founding code of the Star Sea Kingdom. Katla was subconsciously a little disgusted when she heard that Edwina could always stay with the queen. But she also knew that she could not compare with Edwina in this regard. Alas, after winning a Miss Magician, another iceberg lieutenant general came, and I really couldn't relax for a moment. December 7th. Sunday. Backlund. As the new year approaches, the streets of Backlund become more and more lively, and even the workers are full of anticipation for the new year these days. During this period, a ridiculous thing happened. It is said that some royal staff member suggested that all factories in the Kingdom of Loan should not have a holiday on New Year's Eve, but to adjust the holiday to the end of the year. The reason is, the closer to the end of the year, the busier all aspects become, and the more inseparable they are from people. Fortunately, the lone royal family discovered the opposition from various places against this arrangement, and hurriedly cancelled the adjustment plan of not having a holiday on New Year's Eve. As for the staff member, it is said that many people threw rotten eggs at his home. When he was sleeping in the middle of the night, he was dragged out of bed and hung on the bright street lamp. There are many things happening in Backlund every day, and there are many kinds of news that can be published in newspapers. Soon no one cares about the follow-up of that staff member. He should be dead, someone said. It was rare that the clouds parted to reveal the red sun in Backlund. The sun was just right. Hastur led Azhara out for shopping, and on the way to where Sharon and the temperance sect were. It had been a long time since Sharon had fully digested the puppet potion and left home, mainly because Azhara wanted to see her mother Sharon. On the carriage, Hastur was thinking about how to mention the future to Sharon later. Suddenly he sensed something and asked the coachman to stop the carriage and take Azhara to a nearby Inta-style high-end restaurant. When Hastur and Azhara sat down and ordered a few of the signature dishes here, Bernadette naturally came over and sat opposite Hastur. Azhara tensed up as if facing a powerful enemy, her hands tightly grasping Hastur's arm, her eyes filled with vigilance. We haven't seen each other for a long time, but your and Sharon's child has grown so big. Faced with Azhara's caution, Bernadette just smiled and said, It's normal for children to grow up quickly. Hastur patted Azhara on the head, indicating that she didn't need to be so alert. If you're not used to it, you can go back to the carriage and wait for me. Azhara shook her head and sat quietly aside without speaking. I'm going to pick up Sharon's family for a reunion later. I'll make a long story short. I believe you still have a lot to deal with. I just went to Backlund's law school and happened to meet your teacher, Professor Wayne. He has erudite legal attainments. Unfortunately, many of his ideas are not suitable for the Star Sea Kingdom, and he is not interested in helping me formulate the new code. He is more interested in changing the existing laws of the Lone Kingdom. He's never had a good impression of pirates. Yes, so he recommended you to me, saying that your thinking logic is different from that of ordinary legal practitioners, and you might be able to give me some help. So that's it. Hastur nodded and was silent for a while, trying to organize the somewhat scattered knowledge. He does have a certain interest in the laws of the Pirate Kingdom, and has also thought about the formulation of many relevant legal provisions. He did not immediately give Bernadette the answer she wanted to hear. but first asked Bernadette about the general content and direction of the current code. Who knows if Russell had a similar opinion to his own back then. Fortunately, Russell, who is good at creating erudite characters, did not tell Bernadette too much about pirates. After all, Russell did not expect that his caring little cotton-padded jacket would become a big pirate across the sea in the future. I have never been a pirate, so my understanding of pirates may not be that comprehensive. I hope this will not mislead you. I'm looking forward to different thoughts. Bernadette put on an elegant posture of listening. My thoughts on pirate laws can be summarized in 4 points. The first point is that everyone on the ship has a fair right to vote. This is a sacred right that everyone is born with. The second point is that citizens of the pirate kingdom are prohibited from having internal strife and killing each other. This is a prerequisite for maintaining the stability of the kingdom. If there is deep hatred, they can fight under the witness of official institutions. Third point. Respect private property. Pirates are often confused by the golden coins. They want to plunder other people's wealth, but they cannot protect their own wealth. The fourth point is that the level of the spoil sharing system is determined. Uneven sharing of spoils is definitely a taboo for pirates. There must be a fair and convincing spoil sharing system to avoid regrettable things. After Asta finished speaking, he picked up the jasmine tea from the Republic of Intis on the table and took a sip. Scented tea is a relatively popular tea drinking culture in Intis, especially among the nobles. After thinking and savoring Haster's 4 pirate fantasies, Bernadette's eyes showed surprise. It's hard to imagine that you have never been a pirate. I'm not at the point where I need to go to the sea and plunder for a living. I'm just surprised by your understanding of pirates. This is not an insight that can be expressed by someone who only knows how to read books at home. While stationed in South Wales, I witnessed and killed many pirates. Bernadette put away the surprise in her eyes and smiled. Do you have any more specific ideas? Asta thought for a while, and then said calmly, I have indeed thought about related issues. As for whether it is appropriate, you have to judge for yourself. Every crew member on the ship has an equal right to vote. But the captain's orders must be obeyed as long as they do not violate brotherhood. Those who steal the property of their companions should be abandoned on a desert island. And those who deceive their companions should also be punished. Or in worse cases, be executed. Gambling on board is strictly prohibited. Private fighting is strictly prohibited. Women and children are not allowed to be brought on board. Those who escape from battle will die. And crew members injured in battle can receive necessary compensation. When the spoils of war are distributed, the captain can get 20% of all the property. The deputy captain 5%. The bosun and ship maintenance technicians combined get 10%. And all armed sailors get 30%. Those who are brave will receive additional rewards. And the rest will be distributed to the support personnel who assist in the battle. That's what I sum up as the 8 commandments of pirates. In order to prevent too much repetition from causing suspicion, Haster deliberately deleted 2 of the 10 commandments of pirates and slightly changed some of the content. Chapter 520. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. The 10 commandments of pirates were not devised by Haster himself, but were rules and regulations summarized by the legendary pirate Bartholomew Roberts. It was precisely because of his strict discipline and personal charm that he won the sincere support of the crew, thus creating a legendary story in the Age of Discovery. Unfortunately, he did not have the privateering license of that era, and eventually died under the gunfire of the British Navy. The other 2 commandments that Haster did not mention were turning off the lights at 8 o'clock in the evening and not wearing unclean weapons on board the ship. It's an interesting view. If I hadn't known that you were a young noble, I would have thought that the person sitting in front of me was a mature and steady pirate captain. Bernadette's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she saw something, but now she did not have the energy or time to discuss other irrelevant issues with Haster. That's the biggest compliment you can give me. Next, Haster discussed with Bernadette the legal directions and specific implementation measures after the establishment of many pirate kingdoms. The 2 chatted for more than 2 hours, until Azhara fell asleep and leaned on Haster's shoulder, and Bernadette ended the conversation. If you have time next time, you can take Sharon with you to the Rosyth Islands. I want to talk to you in detail again. When mentioning Sharon, Bernadette raised a smile at the corner of her mouth and said, and you are newly married. Yenner. There is always a need for a holiday destination, and the Rosyth Islands would be a good choice. I don't think Sharon will refuse your warm invitation. Asta also had a smile on his face. The scented tea here tastes really average. Bernadette left her last words and disappeared, probably rushing back to the Rosyth Islands to continue dealing with the tedious matters. It is not easy to be the queen of a country, especially since Bernadette does not have so many available talents. Ishara, wake up. Your saliva has soaked my clothes. Ah? Azhara suddenly woke up, looked carefully, and muttered, there is no saliva. It's time to go. You have to go pick up your mother Sharon. Mom Sharon, I'm here to take you home. In the manner where the temperance party was, Azhara showed an innocent and cute smile, and sweetly shouted to Sharon, who was obviously embarrassed. Sharon becomes a mother? Sharon actually has a child? And the child has grown so big? After everyone present was silent for a while, they all looked at Sharon with strange and shocked eyes. Sharon did not give any explanation for this, but only glanced at Hastur, the instigator. Hastur must have brought Azhara to him on purpose. Otherwise Azhara would not even want to leave the front door of her home now. Asta, you can do it. Merrick came over with a bad smile, hit Asta on the shoulder, then squatted slightly and smiled at Azhara. I am a good friend of your Sharon mother. Come on. Call Uncle Merrick. Azhara glanced at Sharon uneasily, and then whispered, Uncle Merrick. The clear and slightly childish voice made other temperance elders want to move, many of whom had taken care of Sharon since she was a child, seeing that things were getting out of control. Before Sharon could speak, Hastur took Sharon's little hand and pulled her back to him and Azhara. Ishara, say goodbye to all my uncles and grandparents. Azhara shouted in cooperation, and then leapt in the carriage with Hastur and Sharon. On the carriage, Hastur held Sharon's right hand and played with the slightly cold and delicate fingers. Sharon did not withdraw her hand, but was educating Azhara, who was cowering aside like an ostrich. She has emphasized to Azhara many times that she is allowed to shout a few words in private, but when going out, especially when too many people are present, she is never allowed to call her random names. It was obvious that Azhara had promised well when she left last time. Mother Sharon, please don't be angry. I just think the master will be happier when I call you this. Still timid, Azhara naturally pointed the finger at Hastur. After all, she was once an excellent instigator. Asta held Sharon's hand and paused for a moment, then faced Sharon's cold and pretty face and said, It's normal for children to make mistakes. Just give them a simple education. There's no need to be too harsh. What if it's an adult who makes a mistake? Sharon said in an unkind tone. That also needs to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. Even God allows his believers to atone their sins to him. Sharon, who knew that she could not win against Hastur, tilted her head towards the window and chose to remain silent. The carriage rumbled forward. After more than 10 minutes, Sharon suddenly realized that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. The coachman, who was supposed to be driving the carriage, disappeared from her senses. Even Azhara silently left where she was sitting and disappeared. Don't be nervous. Hastur patted the back of Sharon's hand and whispered, We have entered the spirit world. In a while, we will arrive at your teacher's castle. No! A flash of panic flashed in Sharon's eyes, and she wanted to turn into a resentful spirit and leave, but found that she couldn't use this ability. Hastur held Sharon's little hand tightly and said, I forgot to tell you that resentful spirits are prohibited from appearing in this carriage. Open. Don't let me go. You have been running away for a long time. I have been waiting from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. It's not that long. The meaning is the same. Temperance is not about escaping. Isn't it also the teaching of your temperance sect to dare to face your own heart? This is different. Sharon tried to break away from Hastur's hand again, but was firmly held. Finally, she lowered her head slightly and murmured, I'm not ready yet. Sharon, we don't have much time. There won't be any quiet time like this next year. What do you see? Chaos and war. Sharon fell silent, but still leaned slightly sideways, staring at the pattern on the window, thinking about something. After a while, Hastur leaned into Sharon's ear and whispered, If you really want to escape, just prohibiting the appearance of the resentful soul will not stop you from leaving. Sharon's body trembled slightly, and then she wanted to forcefully leave the carriage. This time, her body was forcibly restrained by Asta. I haven't said anything yet. Even if you want to leave, it's impossible. After Hastur finished speaking, the carriage they were riding in turned into smoke and dissipated, and what appeared in front of them was the Black Castle. Perhaps sensing their arrival, the gate of the castle was already open. You? Looking at the castle that belonged to her teacher in front of her, Sharon became more and more panicked and wanted to leave. But she couldn't escape the restraints and imprisonment of Hastur. Yes, she can't beat Hastur at all now. It's obvious that both of them are sequenced for now. Let's go! It's very rude to keep your teacher waiting inside. Release? Are you still running? No more running. Real? Sharon rarely showed her well-behaved side, and her eyes were filled with fragile water. Haster released the restraint, and the next second, Sharon's body quickly disappeared and fled. Oh, you don't keep your integrity. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Haster sighed and walked into the castle alone. Inside the castle, Rionette Tentacle sat quietly on the sofa alone, made tea, and waited for the guests to come. Just you? Where's Sharon? Oh, he ran away. Haster naturally sat opposite Rionette Tentacle. Did you bully her? That's right. Asta nodded and gestured at his height. Our children have grown this big. Rionette Tentacle looked weird, and she took a moment to stop herself from spitting the tea on the guest. Maybe I pushed her too hard and ignored her inner thoughts. Sharon is a very decisive child. She will not change things easily, let alone give up. Rionette Tentacle poured a cup of tea for Haster. She chose to run away. It's because she is still confused and doesn't know what decision to make. I will respect her choice. Asta chuckled, but I don't want her to always have an excuse to escape. Rionette Tentacle nodded without asking what specifically happened between the two. She was now more interested in the matter of the child between the two. In the extraordinary world, newborns born among extraordinaries do not necessarily have to be in an infant state. The children born to high-sequence extraordinaries can theoretically grow to what Haster just described in a short period of time. Height. It's just that it's difficult for high-sequence extraordinary people to conceive naturally, because their life essence has changed. The more powerful the individual, the less likely it is to have the next generation. Of course, creating the next generation through extraordinary abilities is another matter. As for the child, let Sharon tell you herself. Haster had no intention of discussing it in detail. And soon, he got up and left the castle. Rionette Tentacle sat quietly for a while, drank a cup of tea, and then slowly spoke. He has left. Why don't you come down and explain to me about your children? Chapter 521 is Hara. I am a staunch Sharon party. Sharon's figure slowly emerged at the stairs on the second floor of the castle. Her eyes did not fall on Rionette Tentacle in the lobby on the first floor, but looked at the person who disappeared outside the castle. Don't you want to avoid him? Rionette Tentacle said with a smile. But now you can't bear to let him leave? Sharon did not answer, but silently walked down the stairs to her teacher's side. She naturally lay down on her side, resting her head on Rionette Tentacle's lap, closing her eyes, as if thinking about something. I once taught you a lot of knowledge, but I forgot to tell you how to fall in love. Teacher, haven't you always been single? Where can you impart your experience? Sharon whispered, causing Rionette Tentacle to pinch her little face twice. I have lived for such a long time, so I naturally know more than you. Sharon didn't hold back, but it was obvious that she didn't believe the argument. He is a very mysterious person. If you haven't really fallen in love with him yet, I hope you can stay away from him. In the future, the distance between you will only get farther and farther. Sharon's closed eyelids trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything to refute. In a normal marriage, the two parties cannot be too far apart. Otherwise the balance will be lost. One person is in heaven, and the other is on earth. They are destined to only look at each other, and not stay together. Rionette Tentacle did not have much personal experience in matters between men and women. But the more she saw, the more she would understand. She could see that Earl Haster Campbell would definitely go far in the future. And it was not impossible to reach the stars one day. The reason why he said there is not much time is because he himself also understands that there will not be long days when we can stay together peacefully in the future. Rionette Tentacle continued to teach seriously for a while, and saw that Sharon's mind was not here, but that she was daydreaming about something alone. Do you think you can hide what you just did from him? Hearing these words, Sharon opened her eyes, and looked at her teacher curiously. He has a close connection with the spirit world. It's impossible for him not to know whether you took the opportunity to leave the spirit world just now. Rionette Tentacle saw the melancholy expression on Sharon's face, and smiled. I know you were hiding on the second floor just now. So those last words he said were to you. He is right about one thing. Sharon, how long do you want to escape? At night? Haster, who had returned from the spirit world, was on the balcony on the second floor, admiring the brightly lit street view of Backland. In the light snow, the bright lights are even more unique. As Hara, who was sitting aside with a small dried fish in one hand, tilted her head and asked curiously, Master, is it true that Miss Sharon won't come back? Maybe. Haster retracted his gaze, looked at Hara and said, if your mother Sharon doesn't want you, you won't be able to fight Susie in the future. Meow? Azhara subconsciously returned to her original voice, her expression becoming panicked. Do you think you can hide it from me about sneaking around to find Susie? Azhara lowered her head and remained silent. The dried fish in her hand no longer smelled good at all. When I think that my master will be engaged to Miss Audrey in the future, and that big golden retriever dog has the support of its mistress, my status in this family will definitely take a turn for the worse. Afraid? Yeah. Azhara nodded honestly. One thing you have is better than Susie. Susie probably can't turn into a human being. When you get along with Miss Audrey in the future, Susie can only lie in the distance and look at you with envy. A picture was instantly sketched in Azhara's mind, and she immediately became energetic. Master, when are we going to visit Miss Audrey's house? Before Hastur said anything, the wind and snow outside stopped for a moment, and a figure appeared from the resentful spirit state. It was Sharon. It's windy and snowy outside. Come here. There's a stove to keep warm. Hastur waved, and Sharon stepped closer, letting Hastur hold her little hand, and then hugged her in his arms. Azhara secretly observed Sharon's expression with small eyes, fearing that she would hear what she just said. She must be on Miss Sharon's side, and is a staunch Sharon party. Sharon just looked back at her, and Azhara was so frightened that she hurriedly grasped the dried fish in her hand and ran away quickly. Without Azhara present, Hastur hugged Sharon, who was obviously shy and pretending to be calm in his arms, rested his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, "You won't run away again this time, right?" "Not anymore. Bernadette invited us to visit the Rhode Islands in the next few days. What do you think?" "Good. Let's find a suitable time before the new year to formally visit your teacher." "Good. Let's make a little man together tonight." "Okay? Okay." Monday, December 8th, 3 p.m. The Tarot Club for Fools was held again, and Klein returned to Backland, preparing to spend the new year here, and he was in a pretty good mood, although he has not yet collected all the extraordinary information about the magician. Mr. Isaac will return to Backland to celebrate the new year with him. This is a new year worth looking forward to. Mr. Fool, good afternoon. Miss Justice was as polite as ever, but today her voice was obviously slightly raised, which showed that she was in a good mood. Mr. Fool, this is the diary of Emperor Russell. Katla handed over 2 pages of Emperor Russell's diary. You can think about the problem later. After Klein finished speaking, he began to browse the contents of Russell's diary. It is another 2 pages full of information, which records many secret topics and knowledge in the later period of Russell's life. It has indeed given him a lot of knowledge, and at the same time he feels sad that this senior time traveler is about to retire. Even though he was already a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor, he still felt deeply powerless. So he wanted to jump to the Sequence 0 Black Emperor again. Throughout Russell's life, he was undoubtedly a person with full luck. He became a time traveler and went all the way to the Consul of the Republic of Intis. First, he jumped from the Sequence 2 Knowledge Tutor of the Perfector Extraordinary Path to the Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor of the Adjacent Extraordinary Path. And then from the Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor, he was forcibly promoted to the Black Emperor of the Non-Adjacent Extraordinary Path. Although he was not completely successful, he was not completely dead either. He was still alive. Moreover, he has children, and now his eldest daughter plans to build a pirate kingdom on the sea. It is said that it will attract miracles and build a towering royal capital in one day. If he died, I'm afraid not many people in this world would know that Klein had ever lived. Klein laughed to himself in his heart, then put down Russell's diary in his hand and looked at the hermit lady. Mr. Fool, can I save some more Emperor Russell's diaries in order to exchange for corresponding help at some point in the future? Katla said nervously. It depends on whether the help you need is equivalent. Klein answered with a smile. But in his heart, he wanted to refuse the proposal. It would be better to ask a question. Anyway, what the hermit asked was the content of Russell's diary, which was very simple. If you choose to exchange for corresponding help, you may not necessarily have enough power. Mr. Fool, thank you for your generosity. Katla was very satisfied with this answer. No, I'm not generous at all. Generous people don't need to work hard to make money. Klein complained silently, and then allowed the Tarot Club members to start discussing the transaction freely. Mr. Son, there should be news about the adult psychic dragon brain I need. Right. I will complete this deal at my next tarot session. That's what I'm looking forward to. Audrey's mood became more and more beautiful. And now Susie also had the Dream Walker potion. I want to know the latest current situation of the Abraham family. Forsey also put forward his own transaction request. I will help you keep an eye on it. The person who took over this task was Cadla. The Abraham family, the blood descendants of Mr. Men as the Queen calls them, are the key objects that need attention. Recently, she received news that it seemed that a group of people was secretly forming a new organization under the banner of the Abraham family, and was actively developing members in secret. Others also offered what they needed in help. After finishing the transaction, Alger naturally talked about the latest happenings on the sea. The most noteworthy thing at the moment is the news that the mysterious Queen is going to establish a pirate kingdom. It is said that this new kingdom is called the Star Sea Kingdom, and the founding ceremony will be held on January 1st of the new year in the Rosen Islands. All pirates with a certain reputation on the sea have received invitations to the founding ceremony. I heard that the church has also received corresponding invitations. Alger paused for a moment and said, but I don't think there will be many people going to attend the founding ceremony. January 1st is indeed a good day, but not many people would like to spend the new year on a boat. Regarding such remarks, Cadla snorted in her heart and refused to comment. It's not like a little pirate captain could see through the Queen's mind. Chapter 522 The Prelude to Everything. What a pity. Audrey sighed. She was really interested in this founding ceremony. But on January 1st, she would definitely be busy socializing and find it difficult to distract herself. It's indeed a pity. Forsey felt pity for Zio. The sage extended an invitation some time ago, but Zio ultimately refused to go to the pirate kingdom to serve. If she goes, she can at least become a count. What about the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China? Where are the fun dolls? With the New Year's money, I can buy a few suitable dolls. Hee. Mr. Moon has already begun to fantasize in his mind. Little son Derek hesitated several times, but finally said nothing. Mr. Fool smiled and did not express any opinion on this. Naturally, it was impossible for him to leave Backlund on January 1st. He had to visit Benson and Melissa, and then find an excuse to have a meal with them. After the Tarot Club, in the operation room of the Blue Avenger on the sea, Alger was asking the crew to turn the ship around and return. It was less than 20 days before the new year, and it was time for him to end this journey and return to land. Give yourself a little reward for your hard work during this time. As for the founding ceremony of the Pirate Kingdom, he is not very interested. Who knows what kind of surprises will happen on the founding day? Maybe the day the country was founded was the day it fell, and he didn't want to be a cheap victim. 2 days later, Alger turned blue as he read the letter in his hand from the top of the Church of Storms. The above clearly instructed him to go to the Rosyth Islands as the captain of the Blue Revenge to observe the founding ceremony of the Pirate Kingdom. Alger was silent for a long time. Do you want to find a reason to refuse this mission? Well, just pretend that you haven't received this letter yet and wait until you return to the port to reply. This way, there won't be enough time to go to the Rhode Islands. Alger quickly thought of a countermeasure to get the ship to return to the port quickly. In the Rosyth Islands, Asta took Sharon here for 2 days. After receiving a wedding blessing gift from Bernadette, he returned to Backlund. As for Bernadette's invitation to the founding ceremony, Asta did not have a clear invitation. Express. Time passed little by little, and although Sharon was still a little shy, she finally accompanied Hastur to the spirit world, and under the witness of her teacher Renette Tinnicole, she successfully entered into an engagement with Hastur. On the other hand, Earl Hall has frequently invited Hastur to his home recently to discuss and determine the engagement date between Hastur and Audrey. Why hasn't Azhara come with you recently? After chatting about business, Audrey and Hastur were alone for a while, and then asked about Azhara's current situation. It was only after Susie mentioned it that she realized what happened to Azhara recently. She has become shy recently, and doesn't like to go out very much. Is that so? I thought she wasn't feeling well. Her? Audrey paused and grasped the key point of Asta's words just now. Well, Azhara took the path of a witch, and now she is a true witch of pleasure. The witch of joy. Azhara has really turned into a human? Audrey's pupil shrank, with an incredible expression on her face. In the mysterious world, such things are not uncommon. That's great. Audrey glanced at Susie, who was twitching her ears with complex eyes. You think so? Susie? Susie trembled and hurriedly got up and stayed away from Audrey. It still felt that this appearance was better. If it turned into a human, it would be scary to think about it. Susie, are you hiding something from me? Audrey looked at Susie with an increasingly uncomfortable look. Susie, who knew that Audrey had already imagined a lot of stories, wisely hid behind Mr. Hastur, buried her head deeply, and turned a deaf ear to Audrey's questions. Yes, Susie, you should confess and be lenient at this time. Hastur also joked. Woof. Susie really couldn't stand the two people making fun of it. So she hurriedly left here and found an area away from the two people that was covered by sunlight and continued to sleep on her stomach. Mr. Hastur, do you think Susie will become a human one day? Audrey's eyes were almost filled with stars. Susie may become a spiritual dragon in the future. Oh! The stars that lit up in Audrey's eyes gradually extinguished, and she felt very sorry for this answer. But if it wants to, it is also very simple to become a human. Really? The extinguished stars in Audrey's eyes popped up again, more than before, and her eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky. The higher the sequence of beyonders, the easier it is for them to change their own form. It is not difficult to exist in human form. That's it. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Audrey raised her lips and thought about the future for a while before saying, Mr. Hastur must stand on the same front as me on this matter, and can no longer protect Susie. Hastur just smiled and nodded. He was already worried about Susie's future. With a master like Audrey, Susie would inevitably have to turn into a human and be tortured in the future. However, he is also looking forward to what Susie will look like if she becomes a human. A blonde and slender girl? Audrey, who was in a good mood, pondered for a moment, looked at Asta and said, Miss Sharon should still be in Backland. If it is convenient, I would like to see her. Asta also looked at Audrey. Their eyes met, and Audrey blushed slightly. I don't have any other ideas. Okay. It's time for you to have a good chat. Audrey heard what he said. Mr. Hastur, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me? There is one thing indeed. Hastur nodded and told her about his recent trip with Sharon to the spirit world to meet her teacher. Miss Sharon, are you still walking ahead of me? Audrey seemed to whisper, remembering the game of life she played in South Wales. In the first game, when Miss Sharon and Mr. Hastur became a couple, she was still desperately trying to make a lot of money. 2 days later, Asta arranged a meeting between Audrey and Sharon at Asta's home. After all, it's not convenient to go out, and Sharon doesn't like going out. When Audrey came with Susie and saw the cute and pink Azhara, she kept holding her little hand back and forth to examine her carefully, and at the same time gave Susie a look that made you want to win. Susie whimpered and looked at Hastur asking for help, but she only received a self-conscious answer. The depressed Susie looked at Azhara, who had turned into a human. She felt uncomfortable everywhere, and finally she found a clean place to hide. On the second floor, inside Sharon's room. Mr. Hastur, now is the time for the two ladies to talk. Audrey blocked Hastur, who wanted to follow and eavesdrop on the conversation, and added, You are not allowed to secretly use extraordinary abilities to eavesdrop. Hastur could only take Azhara to the lobby on the first floor and wait. After waiting for a while, Azhara ran to play with Susie. In the room, Audrey and Sharon faced each other. Both of them had enviable blonde hair, as dazzling as the sun and as smooth as silk. The difference is that Audrey's blonde hair is more aristocratic and elegant, while Sharon's blonde hair is more petite and delicate. The two talked in the room for 2 hours before coming out of the room. When they arrived on the first floor, Hastur had disappeared. At the reminder of Butler Neal, they turned to the garden at the back and found Hastur and Azhara squatting down to tease Susie. From time to time, they heard the sound of Sarah's happy laughter, and Susie's seemingly dissatisfied but actually perfunctory bark. As the two came, Hastur also stood up from the ground and invited them to sit down at a rectangular tea table next to them. Azhara looks very happy, facing Hastur's inquiring eyes. Audrey deliberately brought up other topics. This is also a kind of joy. Sharon echoed. I don't know when Susie will turn into a human. I have prepared a bunch of cute clothes for her. Different pathways have different requirements. What about the audience route? Sequence 4. This is a qualitative change. That's coming soon. I'm really looking forward to it. The two of them answered in unison, completely ignoring Hastur next to them. After seeing this scene, Azhara and Susie looked at each other with a tacit understanding, deliberately not to get involved and stayed far away. December 25th is also an extremely important day for the Yellow Monks organization. They finally built the church, carved the statue of the king in yellow, and made all the arrangements. They just had to wait for the day when the church was established. The last day of this month. Lord God Envoy. Everything is ready. Mrs. Lisa came to Hastur's study and reported to him the progress of the Yellow Monk organization during this period. Master God Envoy. You should attend the ceremony on the day when the religion is established. Right? Meeting. Hastur gave an accurate reply. And Mrs. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. The founding ceremony was the most important day for the new church. And she was really afraid that the divine envoy would not be interested in participating. Because she had always felt that the god envoy did not have that firm faith in the king in yellow. And his relationship with the god seemed to be unusual. But she didn't dare to ask too much. And even thinking about it in her heart felt like blasphemy. You go down and prepare first. Asta thought for a moment, and then added, remember to send the invitation letter to the person in charge of the 6 Orthodox churches. I'll deal with it right away. Mrs. Lisa took the order and left, feeling anxious and excited. The significance of sending the invitation letter to the 6 righteous churches is extraordinary. It means that the 6 righteous churches must recognize the Yellow Cloth Church as the next righteous church, to be on an equal footing with them, rather than the Twilight Hermits, the Moss Ascetic Order, the Esoteric Order, and the School of Life, which are secret organizations that are not recognized by orthodoxy. But if the 6 Orthodox churches are unwilling to admit it, they will definitely take this opportunity to deal with these followers of the King in Yellow. But she was not too worried. The gods were always watching them. And the envoys were also with them. It's time for me to take a step further, Asta whispered. He was also looking forward to the establishment ceremony of the Yellow Clothes Church in a few days. How will the 6 righteous churches choose? He has given them another chance to choose. If they stand on the wrong team again, they will be the next true god to fall. In order to prevent the 6 righteous churches from joining forces to deal with him, he also needs to consider the second plan. Enough power to defend the Yellow Church's grand ceremony. Looking at the 6 major righteous churches. If God does not descend, at most one church will send out one angel. If they really want to take action, it's impossible for them not to perform a divine surrender. Hastur pondered for a moment, then chuckled and said, the old clones of the outer gods from beyond the starry sky should also send them an invitation letter. There are also secret organizations such as the Aurora Society, the Twilight Hermit Society, the Witch Sect, and the Life Sect. They also want to send out invitations. Just in case, I also need to prepare a safe escape route, so as not to become the public enemy of the entire world. Well, you can go to Bernadette and borrow the magic lamp for making wishes. You can also contact Mr. Men through Furs. You can open the starry sky gate in the Hall of Stars, allowing the Mother Tree of Desire, the high-dimensional overlooker, the superstar overlord and other forces to enter the real world. Hastur carefully summarized the cards he held in his hand. Every trump card is a bomb in the real world, hurting others and yourself. I hope it won't be needed. Hastur continued to be lost in thought. This was a major matter related to his life and death, and the future situation. I believe that after the Yellow Clothes Church ceremony, the situation will be far clearer than it is now. Otherwise, the situation would be too chaotic, making it difficult for him to determine who his enemies were. This time was an excellent opportunity. After knowing who the real enemy is, he can target them. Are you worried? Sharon walked in from outside the room door. For her who was used to mirror teleportation, such behavior was rare. Well, I did encounter something. What can I do for you? If you are willing to stay with me for a while, my worries will disappear soon. Sharon didn't answer, just walked behind Hastur and gently massaged his shoulders. It's so good. Hastur closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then reached out to hold Sharon's little hand, pulled her to sit on his lap, gently put his hands around her waist, and hugged her into his arms. He still prefers this way of relaxation. Sharon, if one day I become the public enemy of the entire world, what will you choose? Sharon stared at Hastur for a while, and when she was about to open her mouth to speak, she was interrupted by Hastur. This question is really boring. At night, Hastur stayed alone in the study, letting Mrs. Lisa, Sharon and others stay nearby. He is preparing to be promoted to Sequence 3 Enlightened Saint Master. As early as a few days ago, he had completely digested the homeless man's potion. With the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, he could easily gather the Enlightenment Saint Master's potion. This is also the real reason why he agreed to participate in the founding ceremony of the Yellow Clothes Church. What is enlightenment, and what is a holy master? He already has the answer in his heart. Chapter 523 Blessings from the Stars. In the room on the right side of the study, Sharon is waiting with Azhara. Tonight, she seemed to have a premonition that something unexpected might happen to Hastur's promotion. When promoted to a higher order, the existence of the extraordinary becomes more easily exposed to the sight of the top high-ranking beings. It was like a star suddenly appeared in the endless dark night. So dazzling and so eye-catching. When she first met Hastur, it was obvious that Hastur was following the path of the Black Emperor. But after being promoted to Sequence 4, she could no longer see Hastur clearly. She was certain that Hastur must have jumped to an extraordinary path. But she couldn't tell which extraordinary path he jumped to. Adjacent Inquisitor path? Not like that. Several other extraordinary paths do not seem to satisfy the extraordinary abilities displayed by Hastur. Meow. Seemingly seeing Sharon's heavy mood, Azhara leaned over and rubbed her head on Sharon's arm. You have to gradually change the habits of being a cat. Yeah. Mom Sharon. Seeing Sharon speak, Azhara's mood improved. After a few whispers, the room fell into silence again. Sharon didn't like lighting lights at night, but Azhara didn't need lights to illuminate them at all. There was silence in the dark room until a sudden burst of light came from outside the window, disturbing Sharon and Azhara, who were in silence. The two of them came to the window and opened it, only to see stars in the originally misty and dark snowy night lighting up, shining brighter than any night before. The light of the stars dispels the mist and darkness of the snowy night, allowing people to easily see through the light snow and intuitively appreciate the brilliance of the starry sky tonight. It's so beautiful and very comfortable. Azhara reached out of the window, as if she wanted to catch a handful of starlight. Sharon's eyes looked worried. This scene was definitely not a normal phenomenon. The blooming of the stars could only be related to one being. The stars, an ancient existence that awakened from unknown time. A mysterious master who seemed to be in charge of the entire starry sky. Only his power can easily cause the stars to shine tonight. Why would he perform a miracle overnight at this time? Sharon had the answer in her heart, and subconsciously looked towards the study room next to her. The windows of the study were closed tightly, and there seemed to be an irresistible darkness inside, making it impossible for people to look through the windows and see clearly what was happening inside. I can only vaguely feel that new power is brewing and emerging. Tonight, there was an unusually bright phenomenon in the starry sky, attracting many people to look upward. Klein on Birkeland Street was also disturbed by tonight's vision. He came to the window and looked at the starry sky above his head. The power of the stars is shining again. Is something big going to happen tonight? Will it be a new god war? Klein only glanced at it twice before suppressing his curiosity and looking away to avoid accidents caused by looking at the stars for too long. In the end, he asked his marionette to stay by the window, while he lay on the bed, waiting for tonight's changes. On the other side, Forsey and Zio also saw that the starry sky tonight was particularly bright. They lowered their heads and began to pray devoutly to the stars. When the stars reveal miracles, as believers in the stars, they should pray devoutly, which is what they should do. As they prayed one after another, they seemed to feel the power of starlight being attracted by the prayers and slowly flowing into their bodies. The mind becomes clearer. The head becomes clearer. The soul is soothed, and the coldness of the snowy night is also dispelled little by little. Let them feel like they are getting smarter at this moment. This discovery made Forsey and Zio briefly stop to pray and look at each other, and then prayed more and more devoutly. On the sea, in the Roadside Islands, Bernadette, who was staying up late to sort out the final revision of the Star Sea Kingdom's laws, also noticed something unusual about tonight. She and Edwina walked out of the library and came to the courtyard. Katla also rushed over from not far away. The three of them looked up at the stars together. Bernadette's eyes were dark, as if she had seen through something. Edwina was very curious about the cause of tonight's vision. Dear Queen, can you answer my questions? Edwina asked. This is the power of the stars. As Bernadette answered, she also prayed to the stars in a low voice. Is this the origin of the stars in Shanghai? Yes, Bernadette added in her heart. The Sea of Stars also has a beautiful vision for the Sea of Stars. Her father often spoke in front of her of the heroic words that one day he would conquer the stars and the sea. And she had always believed that such a day would come. Now that her father has failed, it is her turn to conquer the stars and the sea. Stars, what a majestic existence that must be. He is always watching everything. Just as the two of them were whispering, the light of the stars in the sky became brighter and brighter. The stars that usually had no sense of existence now burst out with a light that was no less than the crimson moon. The entire starry sky seems to be dyed into daylight, interweaving into a dreamlike sea of stars. Star Sea Kingdom, Katla murmured. Deep awe flashed in her eyes. How exciting it would be if tonight's vision came to the Star Sea Kingdom's founding ceremony. Bernadette agreed with Edwina's words. Nothing could consolidate the status of the Star Sea Kingdom more than another miracle. When the starry sky above them became more and more brilliant, a travel portal suddenly appeared on the roadside islands, directly above the royal capital. Bernadette's eyes changed slightly, and the next second she disappeared from the spot. Katla and Edwina also hurried to the royal capital, through the portal that penetrated the space. A figure shrouded in blazing starlight stepped out. At this moment, he was like a morning star coming from the starry sky, landing in the sight of the people of the royal capital, becoming the only one in their eyes. His appearance was no less than the sun rising during the day, and the entire roadside island was shrouded in starlight. When Bernadette approached, the stars in the starry sky each dropped a starlight and merged into the figure, making the starlight on him even more dazzling. The falling beams of stars converged to form a shocking miracle. At the same time, it also attracts eyes and sights from all over the place. While Bernadette was shocked, a chill ran down her spine. Lines of sight beyond one's own level looked from the starry sky, from the kingdom of God at the crack in the original barrier, from the place abandoned by God, from the distant seaside church, from the hidden space vault, and from each indescribable place. The entire roadside island would tremble under these sights that were not yet malicious, if it were not for the protection of the stars. Even such a simple gaze is enough to make the entire roadside island crack and disintegrate. This is undoubtedly scary, especially the vague guessing of the identities of the owners of those sites, which makes Bernadette even more frightened. At this time, ignorance is a kind of mercy. The more I know, the more deeply I fear it. Soon, a figure came from the end of the line of sight to the roadside islands. There are also invisible figures coming to observe and detect in their own ways. In the capital, both Katla and Edwina felt a haze hanging over their hearts, feeling blocked, as if something terrible was about to happen. They are not the only ones who feel this way. All the extraordinary people in the roadside islands are now enveloped in the heavy rain and fear. Some of them are already lying on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. On the contrary, it was ordinary people who had no special feelings and simply praised the beauty of the starry sky tonight. Praise to the stars. A voice came from the depths of the palace in the royal capital, and it was Bernadette's voice. Katla and Edwina calmed down. Katla believed Bernadette's instructions without hesitation, while Edwina hesitated a little, but then started to praise the stars. There were also many people who heard Bernadette's voice, and according to Bernadette's instructions, they began to pray devoutly to the stars. The starlight falling from the starry sky is like a flowing sea of stars, and the light washes over every believer who prays to the stars. Melt away the uneasiness in their hearts, restore their sobriety, enlighten their wisdom, and let them have bursts of enlightenment from the depths of their hearts. They all unanimously felt that they suddenly became smarter, things that they could not figure out in normal times. Depressed moods and melancholy thoughts seemed to be easily solved at this moment. Is this a blessing from the stars? Chapter 524. The Incarnation of the Stars, or the King in Yellow? This is a gift, but also a crisis. Bernadette can see things much more clearly than Katla and Edwina. The source of this blessing from the stars was the figure coming out of the travel portal. Although his body was covered with a rich starlight that was difficult to see through, she could still see the identity of this person. Count Hastur Campbell from Backland is a believer in the stars just like her. Hastur had said before that he was the favored one of the stars. At that time, she had doubts, but now she is convinced. The abnormality in the starry sky tonight should be caused by Hastur's promotion ceremony, and the stars just gave him the response he deserved. This is an extraordinary path that is different from what she knows. I am afraid only Hastur knows the details. But one thing is certain. Hastur's existence has been completely exposed to the vision of those high-level beings. And when Hastur is caught watching, danger will naturally come. Otherwise, Hastur would not have to stay away from Backland and choose to come to the roadside islands. He didn't want to harm Backland's friends, but he also wanted to benefit the entire Starsea Kingdom from this gift from the stars. And at the same time, he also wanted to build momentum for the founding ceremony of the Starsea Kingdom in the future. Bernadette roughly guessed what was in Hastur's mind. With a deep gaze, looking toward the southwest, she sensed the aura from the hidden sage. Other beings may not want to be the first tester, but the hidden sage has already become enemies with the stars, and will not miss this opportunity tonight. Moreover, the secret hidden in Hastur may be more terrifying than he thought. Stars? Is this the truth? The genie appeared spontaneously from the wishing lamp, with a stern look on his face and deep thoughts in his eyes. Maybe it was just a fishing trip. Even after witnessing this scene at such a close distance, the jinn was not completely sure of the relationship between Hastur and the stars. But what he can be sure of is that Hastur is definitely not an ordinary person favored by the stars, and is very likely to be the incarnation of the stars in the real world. Just like the high-dimensional overlooker, the superstar master, and the original hunger, Hastur is also the incarnation of the stars that emerge from the Hall of Stars. But there is another possibility. Hastur is another outer god from the past. The King in Yellow. The Yellow Monks, followers of the King in Yellow, have been causing a lot of trouble recently. They even plan to set up a church on the last day of this month. The church has been built, and the statue of the King in Yellow has been carved. In what happened in the past, many secret beings who knew something about the Yellow Monks organization naturally regarded the King in Yellow as a clone of the stars. But now it seems that maybe the two are not equivalent. This is more like the stars awakening the sleeping King in Yellow and helping him return to the throne of God step by step. The Jinn couldn't help but recall that the Mother Tree of Desire and Primordial Hunger had discussed the topic about the King in Yellow. Calculating the time. The short period of time when the King in Yellow was entrenched in the starry sky happened to be the day when Hastur was born. At that time the stars once said, "The stars are awakening. Maybe the King in Yellow is one of the stars that wakes up." The Jinn felt that he had grasped the key point. The stars had a deal with the King in Yellow, and it was he who sent the King in Yellow into the initial barrier in some way. Hastur is the King in Yellow. Tonight, he is further awakening and returning with the help of the power of the stars. "What did you see?" Bernadette asked with a frown. "The question now is not what I saw, but what other hidden beings saw." The Jinn laughed and looked towards the time and space where the hidden sage was. The endless illusory torrent of knowledge came from all directions, trying to force its way through the blockage of the star's light and swallow Hastur inside. The hidden sage was the first to take action. His action seemed to turn on some activation button, and the layers of time and space were like a large whirlpool, sucking the torrent of knowledge into it. He is the first high-dimensional overlooker to come here on the Roadside Islands. There was a muffled thunder in the sky, and golden thunderbolts came down densely and violently. The huge power frightened many pirates on the Roadside Islands and made them panic. Some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, with yellowish liquid oozing from their lower bodies. The pirates who roam the sea have all heard of or seen the miracles from the Storm Lord. Right now, the thunder falling from the sky is definitely the Lord of Storms venting his anger. On the sea, no one dares to question the power of the Storm Lord. A black holy mountain seemed to rise from the Black Sea, and a huge cross stood in front of the golden thunder, blocking all the roar of thunder. This is the true creator taking action from afar. There seemed to be a sigh, and then brass-colored gears spread all over the starry sky, forming a yellow wall covered with symbols of civilization of the times. Then an irresistible wave of the time surged toward the cross held up by the true creator. This is the god of steam and machinery, and he also chose to take action at this moment. Although he seemed to be simply standing in opposition to the true creator, his actions were undoubtedly on the other side of the stars. Ha ha ha. It seemed like someone was laughing, then opened an indescribably large mouth and swallowed the surging tide of the times. Unfortunately, his strength didn't seem to be enough for him to accomplish such a feat, and his belly was bursting alive. But despite this, he did not die. He opened his belly and rested for a while, and all the injuries on his body recovered as before. In the place abandoned by the gods, an ancient and vicissitudes of clock rose. The hands of time moved gently. At this moment, the shadow of fate also wanted to rush to the Roadside Islands to participate in this rare event. At this time, a church of bones rose from the ground, accurately smashed the clock that moved time, and then returned to the ground again. Soon, everything here fell into silence again, as calm as if nothing had happened. Just when Bernadette thought that tonight was about to end, the crimson moon hanging high in the sky also bloomed with a blood-red light that far exceeded usual. Could it be that the goddess of the night and the mother goddess of the earth took action? This doubt had just arisen in Bernadette's mind, and the light of the crimson moon became less stable again, as if several beings were joining forces to compete for the crimson moon. The light of the crimson moon no longer poured in, but the power it had just caused also opened several bloody portals. Later, there was a sound of rattling from the portal, like an abyss. Immediately afterwards, the bloody portal opened wide, and the red and black filthy water began to pour into the Roadside Islands. The filthy water fell to the ground, polluting the light of the stars. At the same time, bursts of almost dreamlike murmurs came from the filthy water. His voice was very soft and intermittent, but it never dissipated. The murmurings quickly spread through the spread of filthy water. Bernadette tried to stop it, but realized that there seemed to be two different forces involved. One comes from the filthy water itself, and the other comes from the intermittent murmuring. At this time, a sharp roar came from the air, like a rumored banshee singing, or like a charming voice that could seduce ignorant boys and girls. It's the original witch. Bernadette was very curious as to why the original witch chose to side with the stars. Is it a deliberate disguise? Or do you really want to help the stars? As the original witch made her decision, the situation suddenly seemed to be at a stalemate. But it was only for a short moment. And then, they dispersed, revealing the always bright starry sky, as if nothing had happened. Weird. A very strange feeling lingering deep in my heart. Bernadette pondered for a long time. But it was still difficult to understand the thoughts of those hidden existences. For what reason did they set out to test? For what reason did they stand in different groups? And for what reason did they disperse? Is this a temptation from the stars? Or from them? Or is this a temptation that they each want to deduce? Will this time stance be the final one? Will their stance and relationship remain unchanged? Apart from being sure of the hidden sage's thoughts, Bernadette had a hard time finding correct answers to other questions. It will definitely be more exciting next time. The djinn seemed to understand something and started laughing. Bernadette just glanced at him and did not ask any questions. Instead of asking the djinn, she might as well ask Hastur. I believe he can give himself more answers. The light from the stars in the sky gradually faded away, and the light shrouding Hastur's body was still bright. He seemed to represent some kind of light, some kind of direction, and some kind of figure that could be followed. Chapter 525. Getting closer to the starry sky. What a bunch of old men. Hastur looked at the starry sky that had disappeared above his head, as well as the hidden existences that had disappeared, and sighed rather self-deprecatingly. Where the situation just now may have formed a balance of power, there must be many hidden entities deliberately disrupting the situation. Make the whole situation look like a balance of power that can be broken at any time. This is enough to make many secret beings change their positions in the following situation. Maybe those who target you tonight will be on your side in the future, and those who help you will become your enemies in the future. The goddess of the night, the mother goddess of the earth, and the god of knowledge and wisdom did not take action, which meant that tonight was just a test by all parties, except for the hidden sage and the fallen mother goddess. They have completely stood on opposite sides, because of the high-dimensional overlooker. The Storm Lord's position became fixed when the high-dimensional overlooker helped him. The god of steam and machinery should form an offensive and defensive alliance with the Lord of Storms. A passive alliance. The original which had an alliance with the god of death. Judging from her recent performance, she is very willing to form an alliance again with the ancestor of the Phoenix. Grey Carrie, the true creator. Adam, the high-dimensional overlooker. And the original hunger may jump back and change their stance at any time. What worries Hastur the most is the true creator in Adam. This ancient sun god in the past is too mysterious and powerful. He definitely has the ability to overturn tables. No one can be sure of his true stance. Hastur pondered for a moment, and temporarily suppressed all the speculations in his mind. If it were not for the ceremonial need to be promoted to the enlightened Saint Master, he would not have been able to stand under the light of the stars, and let all the hidden existences notice him. Fortunately, this is only promotion to Sequence 3. And we can still rely on the Hall of Stars to suppress the movement. When we advance to Sequence 2, it will probably be difficult. By then, whether it is the outer gods outside the starry sky, the 6 righteous gods hidden in the kingdom of God, and other hidden existences, they may discover the truth about the stars. The identity of the king in yellow can only help him complete Sequence 3. Fortunately, Sequence 2 star attendant. This sequence can be skipped like Klein, and rush directly to Sequence 1 star singer. By then, he would have a certain ability to protect himself. The next period of time is the most critical. Hastur put away all his distracting thoughts and looked down at the roadside islands below. He saw Bernadette, who wanted to ask and talk, saw Galway looking down with a half smile, and saw Primordial Hungry, who was smiling and seemed a bit honest. Hastur just smiled and then opened a travel portal back to Backland. He had a splitting headache at the moment and was in urgent need of some rest. It was precisely based on this consideration that he did not choose to be promoted to Sequence 3, Enlightened Saint Master, during the establishment ceremony of the monk in yellow. On the roadside islands, most people were paralyzed on the ground and shivering during an unprecedented oppressive night. Even Katla and Edwina were leaning together, sitting back to back on the grass, barely maintaining their appearance. Just now, they couldn't understand the secret beings fighting over the capital, and they didn't even dare to look up. Just the fear coming from the depths of their souls made their bodies weak and weak. If it weren't for the starlight covering the entire roadside islands, they would never be able to maintain their sanity. And they might go crazy and lose control on the spot. This was definitely the scariest night they had ever spent. Meditation? Bernadette came to the two of them, and a burst of light white light centered on herself, radiating to the entire roadside islands. As a Sequence 2 sage, Bernadette is naturally good at extraordinary healing abilities. Katla and Edwina, who were the first to be healed, quickly regained their strength and stood up from the grass. When the three of them were about to leave, a young figure came over. He was not moving very fast, but his body seemed to cross the boundary of space. In just an instant, he appeared in front of the three of them, from a few hundred meters away. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to visit the pirate kingdom that is about to be established. Galway looked down with a kind smile on his face, and said, I also worked as a pirate for a period of time, and there are many pirates on the sea. Someone gave me a name. King of the Sea. It should be this. I've seen you. Bernadette recognized the high-dimensional overlooker. The high-dimensional overlooker came to her and had a conversation with the genie. Well, the djinn was pretty pissed off then. The disciples of the stars are not bad, but the promotion time is a little late. Then Galway looked down at Katla and Edwina without making any comments. There is another friend who will be staying here for a while. You'd better invite more chefs. Otherwise something will happen easily. With a word of warning, Galway, the overlooker, turned around and walked into the streets of the royal capital, slowly admiring the new royal capital, Backland, Queens. As soon as Hastur came back, he reluctantly said a few words to Sharon to reassure her, and then fell asleep on the bed, forgetting to take off his clothes and shoes. Master looked so tired. Azhara's eyes were red. Sharon glanced at Hastur, who was already fast asleep, and naturally went over to help him take off his coat. Azhara was responsible for taking off his shoes, then moved Hastur's sleeping position and pulled the quilt to cover him. Go and rest. Sharon asked Azhara to go back to her room to rest, while she stayed with Hastur to guard her. On December 28th, Asta woke up from his deep sleep after sleeping for 3 days. Sleeping and resting is a great way to deal with spiritual dryness. Originally, Hastur only planned to sleep for about a day, but when he sensed that Sharon was by his bedside, he decided to sleep for 2 more days to allow his mind and body to recover optimally. Sharon, are you tired? Hastur naturally held Sharon's hand beside the bed. Not tired. Sharon's expression was calm, but there was still a little joy flashing deep in her eyes. You haven't had a good rest in the past 3 days. How could this be possible? Asta pulled away a corner of the quilt without any explanation, put Sharon into his arms, and then put the quilt down. Sharon just glanced at Hastur, who had a serious look on his face, and sighed helplessly, then curled up in Hastur's arms and closed her eyes to sleep. Not to mention 3 days without rest. Even if it was 1 month without rest, she was already used to it and would not feel any fatigue from it. Squeak. The door was opened. Azhara walked in, took a look, and then hurriedly covered her mouth and left the room, closed the door tightly, and ordered that no one should come to disturb her. In the entire villa, Hastur is the biggest, and Sharon doesn't like to take charge, so it is Azhara's turn to have the most authoritative words. Moreover, Butler Neil loved her the most and treated her completely like his own lady. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Asta walked out of the room alone. He first took a comfortable bath, and then began to enjoy the various delicacies that Butler Neil had prepared. Azhara took advantage of this gap to sneak into Hastur's room quietly, but there was no sign of Sharon. After waiting alone in the villa for more than an hour, Sharon reappeared in her room. Azhara keenly noticed that Sharon still had a little blush on her face, and she also changed her clothes. Mom, Sharon, have you been bullied by your master? Azhara was very curious and came closer. She was the Witch of Joy, and she often went out to observe late at night, so she did see a lot of inappropriate content. Don't think blindly. Sharon knocked Azhara's little head. But the master will be so honest. Azhara wanted to say something more, but Hastur picked up her collar and hit her on the head. Don't you learn well at a young age? Slightly. Slightly. Azhara made a cute face and ran out of the room, closing the door carefully. It's getting dark, and I've taken a shower. It's time to go to bed early tonight. I don't have to rest. What Asta meant was so frightening that Sharon hid in the mirror on the table. It's so cute. Asta chuckled and naturally came to Sharon's bed to lie down. He had something else to do tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Sharon slip away from him. In the Palace of Stars, Asta, who was promoted to Sequence 3 Enlightenment Saint Master, felt that the Palace of Stars was getting closer and closer to the starry sky. It's almost past the initial barrier and reaching the starry sky. According to this trend, probably after being promoted to Sequence 2, the Hall of Stars will completely reach the starry sky. As for wanting to rise above the stars, he should wait until the day he becomes a god, if he can get that far. Chapter 526 Stars belonging to the Night Goddess. Enlightenment, enlightening the mind and enlightening the mind. Compared with making fools of authority that hinders wisdom and makes people stupid, this extraordinary ability is the complete opposite. It can help people enlighten their wisdom and understand their original minds, find the right path from confusion, and restore clarity and reason from chaos. Immunity to the effects of extraordinary psychic abilities. Often affected by this extraordinary ability, your thinking will be active and agile, and your wisdom will be greatly improved. Treasure House of Light. All visible or invisible light can become offensive weapons in the hands of extraordinary people. The light of the sun, the moonlight of the crimson moon, the starlight of the stars, the light of water, the light of fire, the light of wisdom, all tangible and intangible lights are all available means of attack. Incarnation of light. Wherever the light shines, there is incarnation everywhere. The incarnation born from pure light can easily control the incarnation. The incarnation can have the same extraordinary abilities as the original body. The damage of the incarnation will not affect the original body, as long as the spiritual power is enough. You can have thousands of incarnations. Guidance. The duty of a holy master is to guide his followers and move forward firmly towards the same distant goal. You can mentally guide the target's thoughts and thoughts, thereby making the target think what you think and think what you think. In battle, you can also use appropriate guidance to make the target behave as you want. The other shore, wherever the heart is, it is the other shore. It is not limited by spatial distance, regardless of whether the distance between the two places is far or not. There is no concept of distance. As long as the mind moves, you can reach it. This is an extraordinary ability that is more convenient and more powerful than a traveler. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur sat at the top of the list, summarizing in detail the extraordinary abilities he had acquired after being promoted to Sequence 3 Enlightened Saint Master. These 5 new extraordinary abilities are of great help to his ability to survive, especially the extraordinary ability he named the Other Side, which has no distance and ignores spatial distance. Simply the best running ability. The incarnation of light is also in line with my expectations. In this way, I don't need to show up to deal with many things in person, which greatly reduces the dangers I may encounter. The extraordinary ability of the Treasure House of Light reminded him of the so-called King's Treasure House. The actual effect is similar, except that the treasure house contains all kinds of lights. How specific its power is, he still needs to test it through actual combat. I don't know if a light bomb hitting it will have the same effect as a nuclear bomb. Hastur thought for a long time before looking around the Hall of Stars. Ahead was the starry sky within reach. With this promotion, more than a dozen stars lit up in the dark starry sky. There are no longer 1 or 2 in the past, but more than a dozen, almost connected in series. Hastur tried to detect a few of the stars. Each star indeed corresponded to an outer god in the past. They did not have the power and prestige of the sons of chaos, the mother tree of desire, and the fallen mother goddess. Nor were they as powerful as the goddess of the night. Almost like a real god, he has strength that exceeds that of ordinary true gods, but is not as powerful as those of the past. This is in line with Hastur's guess about the old days of the outer gods of the starry sky. There are absolutely very few things like Sagan in the entire universe. Otherwise those old outer gods would not covet the real world so much. Therefore, there cannot be too many powerful beings that can truly reach the level of the old days. Gods such as the goddess of the night and the mother goddess of the earth are the majority. He has 1 or 2 complete extraordinary paths, but lacks the corresponding source of matter to go further. Which outer god will we invite to the Hall of Stars this time? Hastur searched around and felt that the true creator was the most suitable, although he had rejected the invitation of the stars once. But now Adam is about to become a god, even if his true identity is known. As long as the end has not yet arrived and the initial barrier has not been broken, he does not need to fear the old days of the outer gods outside. Hey, it seems there is another option. Hastur glanced at the latest star that lit up many times, and accidentally discovered that this time the star belonging to the goddess of the night also lit up. The star belonging to the goddess of the night was dim and difficult to see, and no light penetrated it. Hastur scanned it many times and subconsciously ignored the existence of this star. It wasn't until he checked one by one that he discovered the star representing the goddess of night. His secret authority is indeed very good at concealing his existence. But he still possesses the uniqueness and sequence one pale emperor extraordinary characteristics that belong to the path of God of War. These powers and authorities, which may not have been fully contained, make his secrets no longer so perfect and traceless. Hastur relied on this to find the star where the goddess of the night belonged. Because of the secret authority, Hastur cannot completely see through the kingdom of the night goddess. But it is not completely dark and blurry. You can still roughly see the corresponding outline and the area where the night goddess is currently located. Goddess of the night. Hastur suddenly became very interested. The goddess of the night is best at plotting in secret, and she is still not completely sure of her position. Adam had said before that the night goddess initially wanted to target him, but later gave up. From his standpoint, there is no reason to help yourself. Once the situation becomes easier, the night goddess will definitely not mind adding insult to injury. Just use the Palace of Stars to pull the night goddess out of the darkness, which can reduce the threat a bit. Moreover, if he participates in the gathering of stars, only he, a local god, will have to face a group of foreign gods from the past who are eyeing him from beyond the stars. I think he will be more cautious in dealing with the stars in the future. Another advantage of this is that it allows the foreign gods such as the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the High-Dimensional Overlooker to feel the oppression from the local gods. If there are only two forces on the chessboard, Chuanqing and themselves, there will definitely be a fight sooner or later. Only by introducing a third party can the chess game be stable. Triangles are known to have stability. When beings such as the Mother Tree of Desire do not want the stars to fall to the local gods, they will work harder to please the stars. In this case, the stars can withdraw and sit in the middle referee's position to watch the old battle between the outer gods and the local gods. The night goddess alone doesn't seem to be enough of a deterrent. Hastur turned his gaze to the star where the true creator resides. Speaking of which, this is not the first time that the true creator and the goddess of the night have joined forces. I believe they will work together happily this time. Hastur thought about the triangle balance as he glanced back and forth between the stars of the night goddess and the true creator. Finally, he made a decision, and the 6 chains of stars turned into streams of light and shot out from behind, reaching into the stars where the goddess of the night was, and breaking into the kingdom of the goddess of the night. At the beginning, the barrier cracked, and inside the kingdom of the goddess of night, the originally dark kingdom was now illuminated by stars, and a starry sky illuminated the place. Stars. The goddess of the night just stood there quietly without any other unnecessary actions, and she didn't seem to have any intention of dispersing the starry sky. An invitation. A gathering of stars. The illusory palace of stars appeared from the depths of the starry sky. The goddess of the night just silently looked at the starry sky above her head for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Who are the members of the gathering of stars? The Mother Tree of Desire, the Son of Chaos, the Superstar Master, the High-Dimensional Overlooker, the Original Hunger, and the True Creator. Okay, I will attend this party. The goddess of the night quickly made a decision. It's a smart choice. The Palace of Stars disappeared. The starry sky above them dispersed, and the kingdom of the goddess of night once again returned to its previous calm. After a while, the Earth Mother Goddess came out from the depths of the kingdom of God covered by the night goddess. The gathering of stars is really scary, the Earth Mother said sincerely. This is not a bad thing. The expression on the face of the goddess of the night seemed to become much more relaxed. If all the members of the gathering of stars were the outer gods of the past in the stars, that would be the most terrifying thing, since the stars have invited the true creator to attend this gathering of stars with him. The position of the stars has become clearer. It seems like you already know the origin of the stars? Just happen to know something. The kingdom of the goddess of night was soon shrouded in darkness. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur approached the true creator, and while he was still hesitant, he told him that the goddess of the night had decided to attend the gathering of stars. This time the true creator did not refuse and agreed to participate in the next gathering of stars. After finishing this, Hastur felt much more relaxed, and turned his gaze to the star where the fallen mother goddess, the Ring of Fate, and the Everlasting Whispering were located. If he hadn't said something wrong at the time, the endless murmurings would have taken action from afar with the help of the portal opened by the fallen mother goddess. Chapter 527 The Last Party. Among the powerful and well-known foreign gods currently mentioned in the mysterious world, it seems that only one declining king remains. The king in yellow star didn't light up either. It was so well hidden. Hastur thought for a while, and then focused on the establishment ceremony organized by the monks in yellow in the next few days. On the one hand, this ceremony to establish a religion was to determine the attitude of the 6 true gods, including the goddess of night, and other hidden beings. On the other hand, it was also to determine whether the king in yellow existed. On such a large-scale day of faith. If the king in yellow really exists, can he really bear not to appear? Could he really just sit back and watch him steal the church and his believers that should belong to him? In this way, not to mention shaking the anchor of faith, I am afraid that even his authority and identity will be further invaded by me. Does he really not care at all? Or is he currently unable to intervene in matters in the real world? Hastur considered as many possibilities as he could on the subject. Compared to the old outer gods like the fallen mother goddess, it was the king in yellow and the stars that he feared more. Until now, it is not certain whether these two people have ever appeared. On December 30th, Hastur was resting at home and preparing for the religious establishment ceremony organized by the yellow monks tomorrow. Suddenly, someone from the lone royal family sent an invitation, saying that he was invited to attend tonight's party. This is an old tradition in the Lone Kingdom. At the end of the year, the royal family always comes out to entertain nobles with a certain social status to attend a party, similar to the company's annual meeting at the end of the year. After the party, the king of Lone Kingdom will also stay with several nobles to discuss and summarize the various political affairs of this year. Hastur has received invitations to related parties many times, but he declined each time. He knew that the lone royal family had always wanted to find an opportunity to ease their relationship with him, but he has always chosen to let it go, simply to let the lone royal family worry and be afraid for a few more days. Sharon, Azhara, which one of you wants to accompany me tonight? Hastur looked at Sharon and Azhara. Not going. Not interested in. The answer was expected, and Hastur quickly thought of a suitable candidate, since the lone royal family wanted to ease their relationship with him. He couldn't be too rude and took Xiao there, which could be regarded as helping Xiao get the justice he had been waiting for many years. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hastur family's carriage came to the street below the house where Hugh and Forsey lived. Mr. Hastur asked me to attend the party held by the royal family tonight. After hearing the visitor's intention clearly, Xiao Zhen was confused. For a banquet of this level, shouldn't the most suitable candidate for Mr. Asta be Miss Audrey? Even if I choose Forsey, it would be more suitable than me. Xiao subconsciously looked at her figure, although she was still a little confident in her appearance. In terms of figure, she felt that even if she put on the most beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry, she couldn't turn herself into a princess. Your Majesty, the Earl, asked us to tell Miss Xiao that tonight is a good opportunity to restore your family's honor. Okay, I'll go. Xiao almost gritted her teeth and said this decision. But she soon realized that she didn't have a dress suitable for attending a party of this level tonight at home. Your Majesty, the Earl, has prepared everything. The attendant responsible for conveying Hastur's intention clapped his hands, and 4 young and beautiful maids quickly walked out of the door, holding evening dresses, shoes, and jewelry in their hands. Jewelry? Complete sets of cosmetics. Xiao looked dull. Forsey covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She pushed Xiao, who was still standing there stupidly, and quickly went in to dress up. At about 7 o'clock, Xiao, who had been dressed up with all the effort, got into the carriage heading for tonight's dinner under Forsey's joking eyes. In Queens, in a luxurious royal manor on the King's Avenue, many nobles with names came one after another. Soon, Greg, who had inherited the title of Duke Negan and gradually gained real power, got off the carriage, and the carriage of Earl Hall's family also arrived outside the manor on time. This time Miss Audrey did not come to the party, but Earl Hall and Hibbert came. Will he come? Probably. This is the last party of the year. If he comes, he will definitely cause a lot of trouble. This just helps me vent my anger. Greco chatted with Hibbert Manor for a while, looking towards the gate of the manor. Soon, 2 carriages belonging to the Hastur family arrived at the gate. Hastur got off the carriage first, and then walked to the next carriage. Xiao opened the curtain of the carriage, looked at Hastur anxiously, and finally gritted his teeth and stepped out of the carriage. Tonight, Xiao, although due to his height, could not show off his graceful figure like those aristocratic ladies. He was able to show off his youthful, cute and petite side very well. From the selection of evening gowns to the matching of various jewelry, we provide services based on these requirements. The effect is very good, more eye-catching than some royal princesses. Greco joked in a wicked way. Hibbert, Miss Audrey didn't come tonight. Could it be that she specifically made room for this lady? I rarely get involved in matters between them. Hibbert smiled and lowered his voice slightly. I saw several members of the royal family who didn't seem to have a good look on their faces, and they were gathering together to discuss countermeasures. This lady is the highlight of the night. Greco let out a light sigh, looked at him carefully for a while and said, I am somewhat impressed. Do you remember Mason Dill, the former commander of the Royal Guards? Hibbert narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Remember? Mason Dill was sentenced to hanging for treason. His family title and fief were taken away, and the entire Dill family perished. Hugh Dilcha. Her original name should be Hugh Dilcha. She should be Mason Dill's daughter. They and even the royal family had conducted an investigation into the people Hastur had contact with. The petite and fast-moving Miss Hugh Dilcha was naturally within the scope of their investigation, considering that Hastur chose to bring her to the party tonight. Its intention is self-evident. It's no wonder that some members of the royal family have ugly faces because of this. This is to settle old scores, even though George III has not been dead for long. Mr. Hastur, don't worry. I won't be nervous anymore. Zio took a few deep breaths and finally regained his usual calmness. But the strong flame in his heart was still burning. Regarding the unjust case of her father's rebellion, she has thoroughly investigated it. It was all framed by King George III just because her father saw something he shouldn't have seen. After the death of George III, although her great revenge was avenged, the honor of her father and the Dill family was not restored. In order to achieve this goal, she declined Lord Sage's invitation and still chose to stick to Backland. Finally, tonight, the opportunity she had been waiting for came. I believe you will handle your feelings well and collect enough evidence. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have evidence, as long as I say yes. Hastur glanced at the lively and luxurious manner, stretched out his arm. Smiling, Miss Hugh Dill, it's time for us to go to the party. The appearance of Hastur and Zio naturally attracted a lot of attention. There are at least 5 theories popular among the nobles regarding the conflict between Earl Hastur Campbell and the Roan royal family. Since Hastur went to South Wales for business, 3 Grand Dukes of South Wales have died. It is hard not to think about this. There are also the mysterious deaths of King George III and Govington too, which make people even more fearful of the young-looking Earl Hastur Campbell, although there is no evidence. Since the new king came to the throne, the Roan royal family has been trying to win over Earl Hastur Campbell, but they have always been hot-faced and cold-blooded. It would be strange if there was nothing fishy in this. The party was held as usual, but many eyes fell on Zio next to Hastur. The person hosting the party tonight, on behalf of the Wynn royal family, is Duke Georgina Augustus. It is said that she was not the original candidate to host the party. After seeing Hastur bringing Hugh to the party, the royal family temporarily gave Duke Georgina Augustus the position. Soon, the normal party process was completed, led by Georgina Augustus, Duke Negan Greco, the Prime Minister, Earl Hall, Hastur and 8 other nobles came to the secret meeting on the 2nd floor. In the room, they discussed and sorted out the various major events that happened in the Lone Kingdom this year. You are more troublesome and a bastard than your father. Seeing Asta leading Zio to attend this meeting openly, Georgina Augustus finally couldn't help but scold him. Chapter 528 Yellow Clothes Church. The friendship between your parents is not a capital that you can speak freely. And if you do something wrong, you should pay the price. This is a very simple truth. Asta just calmly led Zio to his position and asked Zio to bring out some evidence that she had already prepared. Will the eagle soaring in the sky forget the kindness of feeding him before leaving the nest? Georgina Augustus' tone was still very unkind. If you have carefully studied my life, you should know that I definitely hate my nominal father more than I love him. Georgina Augustus was silent for a while, no longer so quarrelsome. She turned to look at Zio aside, rubbed her brows and said, Daughter of Mason Dill, what do you want to ask for tonight? My father. He is so upright and kind. He must not die unjustly on the charge of rebellion. Zio's eyes turned red. I can help your father restore his reputation and return the title and fiefdom of the Dill family to you. Georgina Augustus nodded and said, Is there anything else? The mastermind who framed my father's unjust death must receive the punishment he deserves. Death is like a lamp going out. It's hard for me to agree to this condition. Zio took a deep breath before saying, I want to make the truth known to the public and completely restore my father's innocence. Hearing this, Georgina Augustus frowned slightly and subconsciously looked at Asta aside. Mason Dill's case was simple. The mastermind behind his unjust death on charges of treason was George III. This was no secret within the royal family. But now that George III has died, wanting to reveal the truth is similar to the lone royal family issuing a self-incriminating edict for this. Such behavior will greatly affect the authority of the lone royal family. And this is not the only wrong thing that George III did. It should be said that every king is like this. There is no king with clean hands. Miss Hugh, may I have a word with you in private? Georgina Augustus saw that the main breakthrough to solve tonight's matter was Hugh. Zio hesitated for a moment, then agreed to the request when Hastur didn't express anything special. About 10 minutes later, the two of them returned. Zio was in a good mood, but still slightly dissatisfied, while Georgina Augustus looked much more relaxed. Hastur roughly understood what the two had just talked about. Georgina Augustus should have dismissed George III's mistakes and blamed them on partial beliefs and lax scrutiny, and used this to introduce another scapegoat for slander, thereby concealing the disgraceful history of George III from the public. Although he was not very satisfied with this solution, Zio had already accepted it, and judging from her usual style, she would probably stay in the lone kingdom to work in the future. So she didn't say anything more. To solve the problem of Asta, Georgina Augustus naturally led the meeting conversation on the right track. Asta only listened and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, as for Greg, who has now inherited the title, his uncle, the Prime Minister, seems to have given in, and is gradually praising him as the family talker. After the meeting, Georgina Augustus wanted to invite Hastur to stay and talk alone. "I'm not as casual as my father," Hastur just replied lightly, and led Zio out of the manor under her angry eyes. Along the way, Zio didn't say anything. He just held tightly a small bag of meager evidence that he had worked so hard to collect. No one looked at the so-called evidence, and Duke Georgina Augustus didn't even have the intention to take back the evidence. This undoubtedly made Zio feel depressed and an indescribable feeling of suffocation. After driving Zio back to the street where she lived, before getting off the bus, Zio said in a depressed tone, "Do my efforts look ridiculous in their eyes?" The word "them" is used here, but Hastur knows that he is also in this category. It turned out well, didn't it? Zio was silent for a while. "I will still keep working hard." Hastur just smiled and said, "The royal family should compensate you with a manor, and you can move in with Forsey." "Thank you, Mr. Hastur." Zio bowed seriously, then stepped out of the carriage, lifted up her skirt and went upstairs, as if she was eager to tell Forsey the good news. On December 31st, in the West District, near Green Park Street, a brand new building was finally revealed to the eyes of passers-by. A few months ago, a large piece of land here was suddenly purchased by a mysterious buyer for a large sum of money. Then the nearby area was fenced off and a large number of construction workers were called in to start work. People passing by can only see the dusty scene inside from a distance, and cannot find out what is being built here. It was not until today that the fence surrounding the perimeter was removed, and the buildings that had been under construction for many days were finally exposed to the eyes of tourists. This is a building with an obvious church style, mainly yellow and black, with yellow walls and black pointed protrusions. The glass is not ordinary painted, but dotted with star spots. Like stars, the fragments blend into the glass surface little by little. Entering the interior of the church, there is a dark tone, like a dark night shrouding it. What is responsible for illuminating the church are the candles hanging on the walls, ceilings, and both sides of the corridor. What is different from ordinary candles is that once these special candles are lit, the light they emit is neither fiery red nor orange, but rather a hazy light blue light. When they were all lit, the entire church seemed to bloom into a starry sky. In the central hall and prayer hall of the church, there is a statue of the king in yellow. There is no specific face. Only the ragged yellow clothes outline the general shape. There is a book floating on his chest, called the Prophecy of Prophecy book. There is a courtyard inside the church. Going deeper from the courtyard is a small forest that looks like a natural forest. In the center of the small forest, there is a natural lake in a circular shape. This was the biggest consideration for the Yellow Monks organization in choosing this location. In Queens, inside the villa, Asta is sitting in the study, listening to Mrs. Lisa's detailed introduction to the scenery of the yellow church based on a church drawing. After the introduction, Hastur asked, "Have the invitations for the ceremony been sent out in advance?" "It's been done. Please rest assured, Lord Angel." Mrs. Lisa paused, put away the church drawings and said, "I'm just worried that there may be an accident tonight." "It is not good?" Asta saw the worry in Mrs. Lisa's heart, Or do you think that the gods you believe in are not enough to suppress the situation? Lady Lisa quickly denied that she had such an idea. And then Hastur asked her if she was ready to become Pope. Pope. Monk in yellow. Sequence 1 of the extraordinary path. Even Mrs. Lisa herself is not sure whether she can be promoted. Perhaps a miracle will come again. This is what I have been waiting for. Mrs. Lisa said goodbye and left. Hastur stayed in the study for a while. Then led Sharon and Azhara out for shopping. As the new year approaches, Backlund is once again busy. At No. 160 Birklund Street, Klein, who still maintained his monopoly persona, finally waited for Mr. Azek, who came from the far northern ice field. At this time, I was sitting on the balcony on the second floor, listening to Mr. Azek talk about his travel life during this period. From seal fishing in the northern ice field to the current chaos in the Fasak Empire. Mr. Azek, who has experienced it all personally, slowly narrates it in his plain and gentle tone. Klein seemed to be following Mr. Azek's narration on an adventure and journey. I really want to go out and have a look, Klein said with emotion. You are making rapid progress. Maybe it's time to take a break. If a person only knows how to move forward in his life, he will definitely miss a lot of scenery along the way. Mr. Azek, I understand what you mean, but I feel uneasy in my heart. Unimaginable things may happen in the future, and I dare not slack off for a moment. The two chatted for a while, and the topic naturally turned to the matter about the establishment ceremony of the monks in yellow. It's 10 o'clock tonight. A day with bright stars. I don't know much about this organization. I only came into contact with it once, when I was traveling in the Fuzak Empire. It's hard to say what their position is. Does Mr. Azek know about the hidden existence of the king in yellow? In my long historical memory, there is no information about this hidden existence. Maybe he is an even older existence. Klein had a slightly disappointed look on his face. And then he took out an invitation from the drawer. The cover showed the classic image of the king in yellow clothes and ragged yellow clothes. They also invited me to attend tonight's church establishment ceremony. Klein handed the invitation letter to the interested Mr. Azek. I'm still hesitant. I don't know if I should go to tonight's ceremony. If it's inconvenient for you, I can go there for you. Mr. Azek seems very interested in this. I once met a confused man in the far northern ice field who didn't know where to go. In him, I vaguely saw the image on your invitation. Klein thought for a while and said with a smile, then I'd better accompany Mr. Azek. Chapter 529 Stealing a Church? Want to steal? Steal. Don't steal. 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 Don't steal. It's better to steal. Even though it's dangerous. Such an exciting life is interesting. Isn't it? In the wasteland outside Backlund, 6 Amon were gathered together for a show of hands vote, which ended in a 4 versus 2 situation. The Yellow Clothes Church is a newly built new church. Isn't this what we have been prepared for? We just happened to steal this yellow church to make our new church. This will save a lot of things at once. You need to plan carefully. If the robbery fails, it will be too embarrassing. Oh, when have we ever returned home empty-handed? Amon just quietly watched the discussion of his clone. He had already solved the puzzle of the land abandoned by the gods. The Pales hiding in the king's court of giants is just a clone used to distract himself, not his true body. As for where Pales is hiding, he already has a guess in his mind. And he will try to find Pales as soon as the new year passes. When a crimson moon rises in the sky, the hour hand points to 9 o'clock in the evening. And there is only 1 hour left before the monks in yellow organize the establishment ceremony. Amon also began to take action. In order not to attract attention, he could only let his clone carry out tonight's action. As long as the clone steals the yellow church, the main body will immediately take the yellow church away from Backlund. This plan of action is simple, even crude, but this is his consistent style. Careful consideration of the variables was the specialty of the paranoid, and he was too lazy to be like him. In the West District, near Green Park Street, the yellow church sits quietly on a grassy field. There is a flat road leading to Green Park Street from the church gate. Tonight, under the bright starry sky, carriages came from various places and stopped at the gate of the yellow church. Members of the yellow-clothed monks organization were already at the door to welcome guests into the church. These yellow-clothed monks were at least sequenced 4 demigods. Leonard followed Archbishop Anthony out of the carriage and entered the church. When he came to the central hall, he glanced at the other people around him and felt a shiver in his heart. He has some knowledge of other members of the Orthodox Church, like Archbishop Anthony. The candidates from other Orthodox churches, who come to participate in the establishment ceremony of the yellow-clothes church tonight are basically archbishops. Even the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, whose parishes are not in Backland, also sent an archbishop to arrive on time. As for the Church of the Mother Earth, it is Bishop Utravsky of the Harvest Church. He is a favored person of God and his status is not low. In addition to members of the 6 Orthodox churches, there are also members of other secret organizations. Some of them made Leonard tremble with fear. Seraphina, the immortal witch of the witch sect, a counselor of the School of Life, and a saint of the Aurora Society. Even the Rose School, a secretive organization that everyone yelled about, sent a saint to participate. There are also a few people whom Leonard can't tell the truth about. An old man with gray hair and a gray-white robe wearing a rabbit mask. A thin old man wearing a lemon-yellow robe with a white beard. And a young man whose eyes seemed to contain multiple dimensions. Next to the young man was a strong man who was holding a half-meter-long grilled fish and eating it with gusto. Whether it was an illusion or not, Leonard felt that the Archbishop and other members of the secret organization present consciously stayed away from the two people, as if they were afraid of something. I told you a long time ago that we are not here for a banquet tonight. I want you to fill your stomach on the island first. It's okay. There are a lot of delicious things here. The strong man touched his belly with a big hand soaked in oil, and his eyes swept over everyone present with greed. Seeing this made people feel a chill in their hearts. And Leonard subconsciously stayed away from those two people. Many more people came one after another. What is certain is that these people are all powerful beyonders. Klein, who asked his marionette to attend the establishment ceremony of the Yellow Clothes Church on his behalf, was also in the crowd at the moment. His eyes swept around vaguely, and the same thoughts as Leonard came to his mind. With so many members of the secret organization gathered here, there will probably be a big fuss later, even if they don't know how to do anything in the church. Once they get out of the church, the archbishops of the Orthodox Church will never let the people from the witch sect, Aurora Society, and Rose School leave easily. It's really lively. I'm afraid something big will happen tonight. Mr. Azek, who was next to Klein, looked around and was filled with emotion. In the mysterious world, it is usually difficult to encounter a sequence for demigod. But here tonight, let alone sequence for demigods, there are several even angels. And there are even some who cannot tell the difference. Exist. Such a terrifying lineup gathered here will definitely attract the attention of the gods. And there will be more than one god. Maybe their eyes will be focused here tonight. If the king in yellow, whom the monk in yellow believes in, cannot control the situation, there is no guarantee that a divine war will not break out here tonight. The divine war that breaks out in Backland, no matter how careful you are, will definitely affect a large number of innocent people. As the time approached the 10 o'clock ceremony for the establishment of the church, the entire yellow-clad church was suddenly shaken, as if someone wanted to forcibly move the entire yellow-clad church. At this time, there was a golden box shaped like a coffin placed on the right shoulder of the statue of the king in yellow in the central church. It seemed to shake slightly, and the entire church in yellow stabilized, and could no longer be shaken. Interesting thing. Gao Dimensional Overlooker looked at the golden box carefully, seeming to confirm something from this. I didn't expect that the first person to show up tonight would be a thief. He tastes pretty good. Do you want to try it? I'm actually a little hungry. We just happen to be short of a suitable gift. I can't wait to try it. Primordial Hungry smiled, and followed the high-dimensional Overlooker directly out of the church. You are so heartless. You dare to steal the church at this time. The thin old man wearing lemon-yellow robes had a sarcastic smile on his face. The old man wearing a rabbit mask next to him said, he has always been indulgent, and always does whatever he wants. The King of Angels is strong, but he has not truly become a god after all. If you believe in yourself too much, you will suffer big losses in the future. Everyone present was secretly shocked when they heard that the thin old man had spoken to such an extent. Just now, a King of Angels tried to steal this yellow church from a distance, but failed. Moreover, the young man and the strong man planned to start hunting. The old man did not seem to be afraid of the King of Angels at all, and even dared to comment casually. The same thought came to Klein and Leonard's minds. It must be Amon. Only Amon, the King of Angels in the path of the thief, could steal the church at this time. Soon, a second thought emerged in their minds. The King in Yellow should quickly beat Amon, preferably half to death. Young man, do you have time to chat with us after the ceremony? The thin old man walked up to Klein's marionette. With his seemingly cloudy eyes, he seemed to easily see Klein himself, who was hiding in the distance and controlling the marionette. I don't know what to call you yet. Weinson. This name may seem strange to you, You can also call me Astrologer D. Forsman. This name should still be somewhat well known. Astrologer D. Forsman? This name is also unfamiliar to me. Klein secretly cursed. On the contrary, the name Winneton seemed familiar to him. But he was not sure yet. So you are a member of the Pure Light Brotherhood. Azek seemed to remember something. I also know you. The former descendant of the God of Death. The Death Consul of the Balam Empire. Winneton revealed Azek's identity naturally. Nice to meet you. Azek smiled and nodded. And then said to Klein, it won't do you any harm to have a good chat. Seeing what Mr. Azek said, Klein accepted the invitation. Anyway, this is just a marionette. And it won't endanger itself if something happens to it. After a brief chat, Winneton followed the old man in the rabbit mask and left. They seemed to have a good relationship. Winneton, also known as the Yellow Light, represents the symbol of the astrological field. What? Him? Klein suddenly understood that the so-called Pure Light Brotherhood refers to the 7 pure lights in the spiritual world. No wonder he came to talk to me. He must have seen something in him. He has always had a guess about the existence of the gray mist. If his guess is not wrong, the place where the gray mist is located should be at the highest point in the spiritual world, right above the heads of the 7 pure lights. Now Huang Guang Winneton's attitude has helped him prove his suspicions. After a simple overture, when the wall clock pointed to 10 o'clock, all the candles in the entire yellow church were lit. The azure blue candles dyed the entire church into the color of the starry sky. The dome glass above the head can receive the light of the stars, and it has led the starlight to shine into the church. It is even more like a dream, and it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. Chapter 530. The stars replace the king in yellow? Along the shore, cutting through the clouds, the twin suns sink into the lake. The long shadow falls. Right there. The wonderful night when the black star rises. The wonderful moon that moves in the night. Yellow rags swaying in the wind. The song disappeared silently there. When the soul no longer sings. When the tears no longer flow. Lord of the starry sea in the distant starry sky. Chaos. Formless. Nameless beings. He will arrive in the expectation of thousands of believers. Neat chants began to sound from every corner of the yellow church. The yellow monks in ragged yellow robes lowered their heads, closed their eyes tightly, and clasped their hands in front of their chests in a distant and pious manner. Tune! Singing this ballad, the stars falling in the church are a little more radiant in the song, and the specks of light are like little elves, possessing their own will. At this moment, following the tune of the ballad, it was composed into a melodious melody, flying up and down. The gentle melody makes the listener seem to be led to the endless starry sky by the song. Here, the Lord of the starry sea in the distant starry sky, the chaotic and formless indescribable person, slowly emerges from the field of vision, from the mind, and from the shining stars, came to mind, the indescribable supreme existence, the mysterious existence that is difficult to peek into. They seem to have seen something, and yet they seem to have seen nothing. In a daze, the so-called starry sky and the so-called nameless thing have disappeared. In the central church, a figure wearing a yellow robe and a golden crown with bare feet, a solemn expression and an elegant posture, walked slowly, accompanied by monks in yellow on both sides. Mrs. Lisa came to the front of the crowd, took out a book called Revelation of the God in Yellow from the tray of the accompanying monk in yellow, opened a page, and chanted loudly. On September 27th, 1351, the great king in yellow once again sent down his will from the distant sea of stars, and the devout believer Lisa Bastian accepted it. God said, a church is needed. And the yellow monks were renamed the Yellow Church, with Lisa Bastian as the first pope. At 10 o'clock in the evening on December 31st, 1351, believer Lisa Bastian will establish the Yellow Church under the gaze of the great king in yellow and the witness of the God's messenger. The vast starry sky seems to be felt. The stars are bright and dazzling, guiding the starlight through the dome glass and into the interior of the Yellow Church. The first pope of the Yellow Church, Lisa Bastian, was bathed in the light of the stars. With the infusion of starlight, the golden crown on her head gradually changed its original material and appearance, turning into a crystal clear, panoramic crown. A crown of stars with light blue light. The yellow robe on his body also changed at this moment. It gradually transformed from an ordinary yellow robe to a star robe with a black base and dotted with stars. The crimson moon and the eternal blazing sun each converged their light and were imprinted on them, both ends of the star robe. At this moment, the endless light from the stars slowly condensed into a staff with a light blue base and gold and black interwoven in her right hand. The staff of stars. The golden lines extend from the bottom of the star staff and spread all the way to the top of the staff to form a brilliant golden gem, like an eternal blazing sun shining with holy light. The black lines also spread and intertwined, forming a crimson and mysterious coral-colored full moon on the other side of the top of the staff, as if a crimson moon was gently spitting out its moonlight. All the guests attending the ceremony held their breath and carefully observed every subtle change. The archbishops of the Church of the Night Goddess and the Church of the Eternal Sun had the most ugly and serious expressions, while Bishop Utravsky, the beloved of the Church of the Mother Goddess, was silent. The symbolic meaning here is too strong, and it is simply blaspheming the beliefs in their hearts. Known as the King in Yellow, this distant star sea lord seems to tower over the eternal blazing sun and the crimson moon. If the gods hadn't sent down an oracle related to this, they would have definitely characterized the newly established Yellow Clothes Church in front of them as an evil, terrifying and blasphemous organization. The high-dimensional overlookers and the original Hunger, who did not know when to return, were also observing the subtle changes in the light of the stars. Their idea is that the stars are replacing the King in Yellow step by step. Yes, this is a very clear signal. This is the Church of the King in Yellow. These are the followers of the King in Yellow. But the first Pope, with the blessing of the stars, gradually turned into the appearance of the stars. The golden crown becomes a crown of stars. The yellow robe becomes a robe of stars. The so-called divine revelation and the so-called miracle are the stars exerting their power in the sky, not the King in Yellow they believe in. This scene seems to explain the relationship between the stars and the King in Yellow. Perhaps from the beginning, the stars and the King in Yellow were not the same. It was the stars that swallowed up the King in Yellow and gradually took back and usurped the power that should have belonged to the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow, the Lord of the Sea of Stars in the distant starry sky. This description definitely overlaps in authority with the stars. The two had a struggle, which ended with the defeat of the King in Yellow. After long years of digestion and slumber, the stars awakened before the end, while the King in Yellow slept forever in the past history. Is this the truth about the stars? The high-dimensional overlooker and the original Hunger looked at each other, unsure. Perhaps our thinking is wrong. Since my awakening, I have witnessed the battle between God and mystery, but I have not sensed the war between the stars and the King in Yellow. While Primordial Hungry spoke words that only they could hear, he threw a plump worm of time into his mouth and chewed it as a snack. It is indeed impossible for such an ancient existence to exist. Perhaps the stars are just a false identity. I'm not good at using my brain. Primordial Hungry ate another time bug and licked his lips. What you just said is right. The bug tastes pretty good, but the quantity is a bit small, and it's gone after a few bites. Galway, who was looking down at him, said no more, and his eyes moved from the Pope of the Church in Yellow to the stars hanging down from the dome. There, a figure is slowly taking shape. He seemed to be condensed from pure light, an aggregation of the rays of stars, and the incarnation of a powerful extraordinary being. The envoy of the Yellow Clothes Church? Oh, he should be called the beloved of the stars. The figure emerging from the pillars of starlight also attracted the attention of others present. When all the rays of light from the stars were contained within the body of that figure, the people present finally saw his specific appearance. He was wearing a simple white robe, with long, silky black hair hanging down to half his waist. His feet were bare. His face was handsome, and his slightly opened eyes were filled with a starry sky. When people looked at him, it was easy for them to look at him confused. The most concerning thing is the holy light flowing naturally from his body, as if he is made purely of light. If it weren't for the obvious aura of the burning sun on his body, the Archbishop of the Eternal Burning Sun Church would have almost mistaken him for the envoy of his own church. Your Majesty, the envoy of God. Even though she has become the first Pope of the Yellow Clothes Church. Mrs. Lisa's tone is still respectful. You did a good job. After Hastur got used to this starlight incarnation, he slowly said, from now on, my title in the church will be Holy Master. I will give you the wisdom to think. I will give you the determination to break through the confusion. And I will lead you to pursue the figure of the god step by step until you reach the end of the starry sky. Mrs. Lisa suppressed the excitement in her heart and replied in a calm tone as much as possible, I will obey the oracle conveyed by the Holy Master. After solving the problem of his future identity, Hastur glanced at everyone present, with a smile on his face, and said, there was a thief who wanted to steal the church just now. The thief is here. Before Hastur finished speaking, the high-dimensional overlooker threw the 4 worms of time in his hand in front of Hastur. Think of it as my gift for the founding ceremony of the Yellow Clothes Church. Galway looked down and paused slightly on the word Huang-yi. Primordial Hungry looked at the last 2 worms of time left in the palm of his hand. After a slight hesitation, he stuffed them into his mouth and ate them all. Then he pretended that nothing had happened, showing an honest and innocent look. It's really thoughtful. Hastur glanced at the 4 worms of time, looked further away, and saw Amon, who was still wandering outside Backland. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Even though his clone responsible for stealing the church had failed, he still had no intention of leaving Backland. His eyes had been paying attention to everything happening here. When Hastur's eyes met Amon's, he had a rather interesting idea. I'm going to hunt down tonight's thief. Who wants to set out with me? Chapter 531 The Clone Showdown with Amon, the envoy of the Yellow Clothes Church. No. Is it the Holy Master who plans to find trouble for Amon? Are you trying to use Amon to establish your authority? Klein and Leonard were silent, shouting in their hearts, what a great job. They had long been angry with this elusive king of angels, but the difference in strength was too big, so they could only avoid him and bury their thoughts of revenge deep in their hearts. Hee. Count me in. Original Hungry was the first to sign up. He glanced at the others present and smacked his mouth. After all, he tastes pretty good. The high-dimensional overlooker did not make a sound, but chose to watch. He was not the foodie who was originally hungry. If he wanted him to deal with Amon, Chuanqing needed to speak in person, so as to retain the favor. Others looked at each other in confusion. Although some people still didn't know what the Worm of Time represented, they still had the ability to observe words and emotions and capture the atmosphere of the scene. They knew that it would be a difficult enemy, and it was not certain whether they and the Yellow Clothes Church would be friends or foes in the end. Then let's go! Hastur nodded towards the original Hunger, and then said to Mrs. Lisa, the next thing is left to you. Mrs. Lisa nodded in agreement. The reason why so many people were invited to the Yellow Clothes Church's establishment ceremony tonight was not only for them to watch the ceremony, but also for another purpose. The Yellow Clothes Church needs to communicate with the 6 righteous churches and other secret organizations to promote its doctrines, express its position, and divide its territory to recruit believers. To put it simply, it means asking them to recognize the legitimacy of the Yellow Clothes Church and give up some related interests. This is the issue that the gods who are watching here tonight are most concerned about. Hastur and Primeval Hunger had just left the Yellow Church. Amon, who was on the outskirts of Backland, narrowed his eyes, smiled on his face, gathered the clones around him, and stood there waiting at leisure. He also wanted to see what extraordinary abilities the beloved of the stars had, and perhaps take the opportunity to get a glimpse of the power of the stars. Amon the blasphemer, blasphemous sinner, are you ready to receive divine punishment? Hastur's incarnation of light, regardless of distance, descended directly in front of Amon. God? Blasphemy? Amon just laughed. Is it like this? Amon took off his monocle and threw it towards the Yellow Church from a distance. The monocle instantly expanded hundreds of times and turned into a portal. The blazing light of the sun flashed and surged inside, as if it was about to spurt out and melt everything in the next moment. Well, it was the daylight he had stolen a few days ago. A very nice gift. A new incarnation of Hastur appeared in the blazing light of the sun, and it continued to absorb the light of the sun. A very interesting ability. Amon just looked at Hastur curiously. Doesn't it belong to the currently known extraordinary paths? The star path exclusive to the stars? He had contact with the monks in yellow, and knew that the extraordinary path of the king in yellow did not have such ability. To be born into an incarnation in any light, and to control the light should be the authority of the stars. Hastur did not answer. The sun in the distance transformed into Amon's monocle, and he instantly came to Amon regardless of the distance. That's not how glasses are worn. Amon just pushed his glasses gently, and the sun on the opposite side transformed into Amon's appearance. Stealing. This is his most specialized ability, as long as there are loopholes. And wearing the monocle that he threw out is a very obvious loophole. Now, I have 2. The 2 almonds looked at Hastur at the same time. Then I should have 3. Hastur chuckled. And 2 figures walked out of the mirrors of the 2 Amon monocles. This is an incarnation formed by mirror light. Do you want to outnumber people? Amon seemed to be interested in this, and started to copy himself directly on the spot. Soon dozens of Amon's figures appeared around, and there was even a steady stream of them. As long as I have you. I have. Hastur's came out of Amon's monocle one by one. Although they were weak, they were more spectacular. Huh? Your clone looks too fragile. Amon exhaled and turned into streaks of thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, the incarnations of light formed by Hastur were swept away, leaving only the most powerful incarnation of starlight. Your clone is also very fragile. A voice that did not belong to Hastur sounded. Feeling the original hunger, he opened his big mouth and sucked in suddenly, swallowing dozens of clones transformed by Amon into his mouth. He chewed it several times, frowned dissatisfied and said, "There are only two. How stingy." Amon was not angry. He looked up at the stars and said with a smile, "The outer gods who colluded with the stars in the past and claimed to be the true gods of the real world cannot tolerate you." When his voice fell, the sky was shrouded in black clouds. A dull and oppressive atmosphere continued to press down from the black clouds, and purple thunder and lightning kept moving back and forth in the black clouds. It seems that the Lord of Storms can't bear it anymore. The smile on Amon's face became more obvious. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder, and a bolt of thunder struck Amon straight on the head. Although at the last moment, Amon diverted the direction of the thunderbolt, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. "TSK. It seems that the Lord of Storms is even more intolerant of you." This time, it was Hastur's turn to say some sarcastic words. "I forgot. He has already betrayed me once. And now, he naturally doesn't mind betraying me again." Amon just sneered. "This is not Backland. There is no Church of the Lord of Storms. And there are no followers of him. Even if the Storm Lord wanted to target him, he would not be able to bring down much divine power. The Lord of Storms naturally understands this truth. So his behavior, just now, was deliberately made to disgust himself. It has to be said that the Lord of Storms successfully angered him. And the next time, he destroyed the Church of the Lord of Storms, causing his believers to embark on the road of betraying their faith one by one. Aren't you planning to escape? Maybe the next one to punish you will be the God of knowledge and wisdom." Hastur didn't mind provoking Amon more. Childish provocation. As soon as Amon finished speaking, a beam of knowledge as bright as a meteor pierced through Amon's body in the sky, leaving a huge deep pit in place. Soon, another Amon came out of the original Amon's body. Just such divine punishment dropped out of thin air cannot truly threaten him. Amon, can you guess who will be next? The god of steam and machinery? Faced with Hastur's teasing, Amon said nothing more this time. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at Hastur thoughtfully. Did they actually bow to the stars? This is not bowing down, but standing in line. Hastur corrected the error in Amon's words. The last time he was in the Roadside Islands, the Storm Lord was standing on the opposite side of the stars. This time, between the stars and Amon, he and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom clearly chose the stars. Haha. They can't believe it at all. Amon, who had a cold expression on his face, wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the original hunger on the side, who swallowed him in one gulp. "You're not even the real person anymore, but you're still here forcing me to do something. Isn't it boring?" Hastur glanced at primordial hunger with complicated eyes, and then led him to continue the journey to find Amon's true form. Backland. On the streets of Queens, a two-wheeled carriage accelerated through the street under the skillful driving of the coachman. Suddenly, the surrounding lights dimmed and brightened, and a figure formed by the lights blocked the carriage. "Amon, are you looking for me? I'm curious about where your body is hiding." The carriage stopped. The driver pulled the reins, and the horse raised its front hooves, crushing the figure in front of him. Under the illumination of the light, the coachman looked very young and was wearing a monocle. A new light figure appeared in front of Amon again. "Next time you want to completely eliminate my incarnation, remember to steal all the lights around you. Thank you for informing me." Amon, who was sitting on the carriage, simply waved his hand, and all the street lights around him and the lights from residential houses were stolen. "Oh, there is still light in the sky. You should work harder." A crimson moonlight incarnation of Hastur fell on the roof of the carriage. He sat quietly, crossed his legs and said, "Now, where do you plan to go to find my body? And your body wants to escape to where? Escape? Just rely on your insignificant incarnation." A trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of Amon's mouth. "If it wasn't for fear, why didn't your true form come? Where do you think my body went?" Such a question is so simple that it makes me wonder if your wisdom has also been eaten by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Hastur mocked, and then said, "You want to find Pales, right? Do you need me to tell you where he is hiding? I think I know." Amon seemed to have stolen the thoughts and ideas from the head of Hastur's incarnation. But the next moment, he frowned slightly. because the hiding place of Pales in Hastur's mind is the giant king's court in the land abandoned by God. And this option has been eliminated by him. Tonight is still very long, and we still have time to continue this game. I'm also looking forward to the outcome of this game. Amon smiled and erased the incarnation of Hastur sitting on the carriage, and continued to drive the carriage through the streets of Queens. Chapter 532, Amon's Humanity? Hall of Stars. Hastur is overlooking the entire backland through the Hall of Stars. Any clone of Amon that sneaks into backland is under his watch. Occasionally, he will gather a clone with little strength to chat with Amon. Sometimes, he just quietly watched every move of Amon's clone to see what else he wanted to do. From time to time, he would expand his sight and scan the northern continent, southern continent, and the land abandoned by the gods, trying to find the direction where Amon's body was hidden. But it was too much effort and consumption of spiritual power. So Asta, who still wanted to maintain multiple clones throughout the night, had to withdraw his gaze and lean back on the chair to rest for a while. Although he is already a sequence 3 Beyondor, his spiritual power has not yet been exhausted. In particular, he has to maintain a starlight incarnation that is not much worse than the original body. And the previous miracles he performed through the Hall of Stars also consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Otherwise, he can really be like the high-altitude true gods, watching every move of the entire real world from a bird's eye view. Currently, the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have already aligned themselves on Amon. Although the Goddess of Night has not expressed her position, she also does not like Amon's character. Otherwise she would not choose to support Klein. Steam is a waste of a team. It all depends on how the Hidden Sage performs. The Earth Mother Goddess and the Night Goddess are iron allies. I have seen traces of him many times in the Night Goddess's kingdom. As for the Eternal Blazing Sun, it is already a good ending if he can survive until the end and then fall. Basically, except for the true creator in Adam, Amon's old father. Other true gods and hidden beings more or less dislike Amon. There is more help in the right way and less help in the wrong way. When Amon competes with Klein again in the future, he will definitely pay for his current behavior. By the way, when Amon fails and comes to the starry sky, I should be able to teach him what the rules are. Now, even if he has the help of Original Hunger, it is not an easy task to find and target Amon. But this does not prevent him from writing a great book about what happened tonight. For example, tonight, Amon was chased to the point of being stripped of his armor and fleeing with his tail between his legs, all the way from Backland to the God-forsaken land. Anyway, Amon is good at deceiving, and not many people will believe his words. In this way, the Yellow Clothes Church has used Amon's incident to establish its authority. Does the King in Yellow really cease to exist? Hastur thought of this key question again. He waited for a long time tonight, and watched in the Hall of Stars for a long time. But he still didn't see the slightest movement from the King in Yellow. This left him with no choice but to rely on blessings from the stars to replace the King in Yellow step by step. But even so, the King in Yellow still didn't make any movement. And even the contents of the golden box were eerily quiet. Such dead silence made Hastur even more worried. He also thought about whether his current sequence was too low to attract the backup force left by the King in Yellow. For example, you have to wait until you advance to sequence 1, or become a god in one step, before the stars or the King in Yellow wake up in your body. There are really too many possibilities. Hastur continued to think for a while, then turned his gaze to his own incarnation of light. Possessing the extraordinary ability of being on the other side, he has extraordinary speed in traveling. With the guidance of the main body in the Hall of Stars, he has caught Amon's incarnations many times. Unfortunately, there was a primal hunger next to him, and all the time bugs he harvested were eaten by the primordial hunger one by one, like eating jelly beans. Soon, he passed through the northern continent, crossed the Sea of Ruins, and arrived at the land abandoned by the gods. Before he could find Amon, Eurolius appeared in front of him. And then the true creator used Eurolius as a channel to lead Hastur's clone to the Black Holy Mountain. There is only Hastur and the true creator hidden in the curtain of shadow behind the huge cross. Amon will be the hope of the future. The first sentence the true creator spoke wanted Hastur to end tonight's hunt. I don't think having him or not will have much impact on the future. We always need to have a second option. Although Hastur didn't want to simply give up tonight's hunt, the words of the true creator were indeed right. There should always be a second option. This is not only the selfishness of the true creator, but other gods and hidden beings who are watching and watching. All think so. Only when there is a choice can both sides invest in each other, which can make them feel more at ease. Which one do you think is more important? Divinity or humanity? Hastur asked a question backhand. Humanity. This is the cornerstone against madness and chaos. Hastur smiled. He knew that the true creator would definitely answer this way. And he could only answer this way. Then do you think there is enough humanity in Amon to withstand madness and chaos? Fun. Teasing. Deceit. These are also manifestations of human nature. This is just because he has a smooth journey. He has never been on the verge of despair. There is no real humanity in him. All he has is relying on his powerful ability to bully the weak. Strong power will inevitably lead to such a phenomenon. You, me, and them are all like this in nature. Amon seriously lacks the spirit of sacrifice. At the critical moment, he will inevitably retreat. Fear of death is also a human nature. The true creator still answered calmly. Hastur was immediately happy. According to the idea of the true creator, all of Amon's actions can be said to be human nature. Oh, Adam seems to be more human than Amon. After all, human nature is all-encompassing, and anything can be put into it. Now I understand why you have been unable to convince Adam. Word arguments cannot solve everything. Hastur chuckled and said, although what you said sounds reasonable, it is still difficult to hide your extra care and concern for Amon. It's also my humanity. Unable to refute the words, Hastur was silent for a while. Only tonight. If he doesn't provoke me again in the future. Okay. The true creator said again, you should no longer protect pails. Heh. This is another price tag. The true creator said nothing more. The black holy mountain disappeared. And Hastur reappeared in the empty sea of ruins. In the sky, the stars and the crimson moon have disappeared, replaced by a rising sun. You're really thoughtful. Asta curled his lips. Soon, the original hunger came back, and he was still chewing something in his mouth. Seeing Hastur's eyes looking over, he hurriedly swallowed the contents of his mouth, chuckled and said, are you still chasing me? You look excited? I've always been serious about eating. Are you too human? Primordial Hungry shook his head and said, on the contrary, it is precisely because we are seriously lacking in humanity that we act so abundant. If you could only stay in the sea and eat grilled fish for 10,000 years, and suddenly a bunch of fruits were placed in front of you, you would definitely abandon the grilled fish and run towards the fruits. But in fact, you don't like eating fruits at all. The metaphor of primordial hunger is easy to understand, which makes Hastur understand more about the old way of thinking of some high-dimensional overlookers and primordial hunger. If you eat too much fruit, won't you also get tired of it? Hey. Primordial hunger did not answer Hastur's question. Backlund. Yellow Church. It was late at night here, when Mrs. Lisa, as the first pope of the Yellow Church, spoke frankly about the future demands of the Yellow Church. The archbishops of the 6 Orthodox churches, who were already sitting together, inevitably started talking. Other secret organizations are curiously waiting for the attitude of the 6 righteous churches. As a melon eater, Klein was listening with great interest. From time to time, he would chat with the old man wearing a rabbit mask and the yellow light Viniton, Mr. Azek, about his thoughts. Although Leonard also wanted to eat quietly. As a member of the Church of the Night, he was filled with righteous indignation at the moment. The main demands of the Yellow Clothes Church can be summarized into 3 points. The first point is that the Yellow Clothes Church wants to become a righteous church on the same level as the 6 righteous churches, rather than a secret organization that can only secretly recruit believers. The second point is that the Yellow Clothes Church wants to occupy the western district of Backlund to preach and recruit believers. And it also wants the 6 major Orthodox churches to endorse it to increase its credibility. The third point is that the Yellow Church wants to divide the believers and land of the Fasak Empire with the Church of the Night. The reason is that it is close to the far north and is the country where the stars shine the brightest. Chapter 533. Who is in favor and who is against? The first 2 requirements are actually okay. None of the other 6 major Orthodox churches have much objection to the Yellow Cloth Church becoming the Orthodox Church. After all, the god of war has fallen, and it would be a good choice to have another king in yellow as his replacement. The gods recognize this. Otherwise, they would not have been allowed to attend the establishment ceremony of the Yellow Clothes Church. The second request is to allow the development of faith in Backlund occupying District 1, which is not a big deal. This is similar to the Earth Mother Goddess Church, except that the area where the Yellow Clothes Church is located is the relatively affluent Western District. If this was the only thing, the Church of Night, Church of Storm, and Church of Steam would grit their teeth and accept it. But the last request seemed too greedy. The war between the Lone Kingdom and the Fasak Empire has cost countless soldiers. It can be said that every inch of land is paved with blood. Now, Seeing that the Fuzak Empire was about to be captured, the Yellow Church came out to pick peaches and enjoy the fruits of victory. It was really unbearable. In particular, the Yellow Church only invited the Church of Night to share the Fuzak Empire equally with it, excluding the Eternal Sun Church, the Church of Storms, and the Church of Steam. This kind of behavior is undoubtedly intolerable to the major righteous churches. Representatives of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Church of the Mother Goddess of the Earth did not react much to this, because they only needed to satisfy the first demand of the Yellow Clothes Church, and the other two demands had nothing to do with them. This is impossible. The followers of the Lord of Storms were the first to stand up and object. The Fuzak Empire is already in the possession of the Kingdom of Lone. In this war, our three major churches have contributed their efforts. It's impossible to give up this benefit for nothing. The person in charge of the Church of Steam also said, "The Church of Yellow Clothes has just been established. I'm afraid you don't even have 10,000 followers. How can you eat half of the Fuzak Empire?" The expression of Archbishop Anthony of the Church of Dark Night is a little subtle. According to the demands of the Yellow Church, the Fuzak Empire should be divided equally between the Church of Dark Night and the Yellow Church. Although this may be due to the division and co-optation of the Yellow Church, the Church of the Night has nothing to lose from this. But he still chose to side with the Church of Storms and the Church of Steam. In this matter, they always advance and retreat together, facing the protests from the three Orthodox churches. Mrs. Lisa still maintained her usual smile and looked at the remaining three major churches. "I think this is a very reasonable request. Every church should have its own place. After the war in the Fuzak Empire, everything was restored. It has more power to comfort the hearts of those who have lost their faith. After all, it is a good thing. The person in charge of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, with half-squinted eyes, agreed with the request of the church in yellow clothes. Bishop Utravsky of the Church of the Mother Goddess of the Earth was silent for a while, but also chose to agree with the demands of the Yellow Clothes Church. This scene caused the expressions of the leaders of the other major churches to change slightly. The Night Goddess now has a good relationship with the Earth Mother Goddess. How could there be any discord over this matter? Did Bishop Utravsky make his own decision? Or was it an oracle from the Mother Earth? They did not dare to think deeply. Archbishop Anthony hesitated and glanced at Utravsky with a strange look. In this matter, the goddess did not specifically send down an overly accurate oracle, which made him a little unsure of the god's attitude on this matter. This is indeed a very reasonable request. The representative of the Eternal Sun Church followed suit and said. At this point, the scene fell into a brief silence. The stance of the six righteous churches on this matter was split between 3 in favor and 3 against. The heads of other secret organizations also smelled a different atmosphere tonight. Klein also stopped chatting with the people around him and looked intently at the leaders of the 6 righteous churches. It seems that the final situation is 4-3. Mrs. Lisa smiled and said, "The Yellow Clothes Church naturally gave itself a vote of approval. The Yellow Clothes Church is not the Orthodox Church yet, and you do not have the right to vote in favor." The Archbishop of the Church of Storms spoke in a low tone, seeming to be suppressing his anger. Why doesn't it count? These demands were raised by the Yellow Clothes Church, so they naturally brought a vote of approval. That's right. It's clearly a 4-3 situation tonight. Even if you are allowed to continue the discussion, will you change the positions of your respective churches? Before Mrs. Lisa could speak, representatives of other secret organizations began to talk. The first ones to speak were the people from the Aurora Society, who never took things too seriously, followed closely by the Life School and Witch Sect speeches. Mrs. Lisa just smiled and looked at the archbishops of the 3 major churches. The Archbishop of the Church of Storms glanced sharply at the other 3 churches that voted in favor, and finally his eyes fell on the Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church. It can be said that the other 2 churches deliberately created obstacles for them. But the Republic of Intis, where the Eternal Sun Church is located, also captured part of the Fuzak Empire's land, and they were actually willing to give up this part of their interests. Oh, if you don't agree with this situation, you can start a riot. Whoever has the big fist will be justified. The Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church ignored the murderous gaze of the Archbishop of the Church of Storms. It would be nice to have a fight. It would also save you from wasting so much time and energy here. In the end, there was not even a single fart discussed, and it was just making people laugh. This sentence came from the person in charge of the Rose School of Thought. This matter is of great importance. We need to obtain the oracle from the gods to make the final decision. The Archbishop of the Church of Steam stepped forward to delay the time. The Fuzak Empire has not yet been completely conquered, and it is too early to discuss these issues now. Archbishop Anthony had to follow these words and say a few words. Time waits for no one. Mrs. Lisa glanced at everyone and chuckled. If we can't reach a consensus on this matter, then the future Fusak Empire will each fight for it according to his own ability. Although it was just an understatement, it made people shiver all over, as if there was a bloody battlefield taking shape in front of them. Is the Yellow Church confident in gaining more benefits in the battle for the Fusak Empire? What do they rely on? Or is this a threat? In just a few moments, everyone present had different moods. In the end, the Church of Storms insisted on its position and refused to make concessions. The Church of Steam followed closely behind, while the Church of Night remained silent. The leaders of the Aurora Society, the Rose School, and the Witch Sect laughed sinisterly, as if they had reached some kind of consensus. Mrs. Lisa raised her head and looked up at the starry sky. The 6 righteous gods aloft did not send down any oracles for this purpose. But there was only silence. It seems that this is it for tonight. I don't know if the gods are satisfied with tonight's meeting. In the following time, the Yellow Clothes Church began to discuss some small details with the 6 righteous churches, mainly including how to promote the doctrine, what responsibilities the Yellow Clothes Church should assume, and other trivial aspects. Until the sun rose the next day, there was still no fighting here, which was really a pity. At least Klein felt a little disappointed. He had thought that at least other gods would appear and give oracles tonight, but he didn't expect that he would spend it quietly. What a waste of his whole night. Young man, do you still remember our agreement last night? As soon as Klein walked out of the Yellow Church door, Wang Winneton walked up to Klein and showed a kind smile. Aren't we already done talking? Klein looked curious. He had already talked about a lot of things with the Yellow Light Winneton last night, and he had learned a lot of useful extraordinary knowledge from him. Those are just commonplace words. Mr. Azek, what do you think? This is a great networking opportunity. Klein then decided to use the identity of Dwayne Downs Tad to talk to the other party later. What a pity. I still have some things to deal with. Otherwise, I would also like to chat with you. The old man wearing the rabbit mask nodded gently and disappeared. It's a pity indeed. Klein deeply regrets this. Although they only talked for one night, the other party's erudition left a deep impression on him. This old man was like a walking and living history. I don't know who the old man's true identity is, but I think he must be a big shot who can leave his name in history. That's an angel on earth. Azek revealed Klein's thoughts softly. Gee, what a terrible night. Klein suddenly felt that it was a good thing that there was no fight last night. Boom! When Klein and others left the Yellow Church and were about to leave in a carriage, they heard a deafening roar of thunder. Members of the Rose School, the Aurora Society, and the Witch Sect are being jointly suppressed by believers from the 6 righteous god churches. This is a battle that is overdue. Chapter 534 Looking for a New Sun. Is this an opportunity to vent your anger on them? Klein looked at it for a while, and an unfriendly thought came to his mind. The Archbishop of the Church of Storms was clearly on fire. He looked like he wanted to split the divine envoy of the Aurora Society in half. The Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church caught the leader of the Rose School and attacked and bit him like a mad dog, as if he had some sworn hatred. The Church of the Night, the Church of Steam, and the Mother Earth were much more restrained. They just wanted to surround these people and wait for rescue to arrive. As for the Archbishop of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, it's a classic team fight. Soon, the blue sky was torn apart by a black hairy arm as huge as a mountain. It easily waved away the encirclement, held a group of Rose School people in its arms, and wanted to leave quickly. A river of time flows through and sweeps away the members of the Aurora Society. As for the people of the Witch Sect, a black space portal appeared in front of them, allowing them to retreat calmly. Faced with such an attack by a being that was obviously more powerful than a Sequence 4 demigod, the superior god did not react at all. It can be seen that this siege was not caused by their oracles, but by members of several major Orthodox churches. It is also possible that there is also a hidden existence in the distance watching here. Unless you want Baklan to become a battlefield, you can only let them take people away. Maybe this is to give face to the king in yellow. You can't come all the way to attend the ceremony of establishing a religion, and your life safety can't be guaranteed. Right? Everyone, please go back. Mrs. Lisa spoke calmly, indicating that the personnel of the 6 Orthodox churches could leave instead of blocking here and causing trouble. As she spoke, the aura of an angel on the ground in Sequence 2 was faintly revealed, giving her words a heavier weight. Klein, who had no excitement to watch, said to Mr. Azek and Wang Winneton, "Let's go too." The three of them got on the carriage and left. The other members of the secret organization also quickly left. Members of the 6 Orthodox churches also got on the carriage and left. But the carriage with the Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church left for a while, then secretly turned back and stopped in the woods behind the yellow church, facing the Archbishop's behavior. Mrs. Lisa was also quite curious. She did not remember that the yellow monks had any previous dealings with the Eternal Sun Church. But the other party clearly stood on the side of the yellow closed church last night. So Mrs. Lisa invited him in for a discussion. "Excuse me for disturbing you. The Archbishop of the Eternal Sun Church is a man over 50. With curly blonde hair, a slightly white beard, and a fairly strong figure. He called himself William Thompson. I'll make a long story short. Before I left, His Majesty the Pope summoned me alone. He hoped that I could build a friendly bridge between the Eternal Sun Church and the yellow closed church." There was a hint of interest in Mrs. Lisa's eyes, and she motioned for the Archbishop to continue. "His Majesty the Pope will discuss with you personally how to talk and what to discuss." As William Thompson spoke, he took out a golden gemstone from his arms. It was obviously a gemstone that had received some kind of divine blessing and was shining brightly. After placing the golden gem respectfully on the table, he respectfully left the room. As he left, a circle of golden ripples appeared around the golden gem, and then a shadow emerged from the depths of the ripples. Pope of the Church of the Eternal Sun, Ross Hurley. "I'm sorry to talk to you in this way." Rose Hurley lowered her attitude. Mrs. Lisa nodded and said, "I don't mind this way of talking. I'm just curious about the position of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. We may have had our own position before, but now, we are no longer as glorious as before." Ross Hurley sighed and continued, "The new sun no longer protects the Republic of Intis. It is now in Backland, singing your faith." Mrs. Lisa's expression changed instantly. The news contained in such words was too shocking. The new sun? Doesn't this mean that the current eternal blazing sun is no longer okay? In Backland? In the faith singing of the yellow closed church? Could it be that he is talking about the Lord God Envoy? Last night, the divine envoy made a special appearance and asked the followers of the yellow closed church to honor him as the Holy Master. In front of the word Holy Master, there is Chiming. Chiming Holy Master is the new identity that the divine envoy told her privately. The word enlightenment can indeed point to the sun, because every day is the light that the sun brings to the world. It seems that you have already thought of it. Rose Hurley confirmed Mrs. Lisa's guess. We need a new sun to bring us new light. Otherwise the light that has lost its source will eventually be eroded by darkness. You should talk directly to the Holy Master face to face. I can only see blurry images and cannot determine his identity. I am far away in the Republic of Intis and cannot contact him. This was quite aggrieved, and Mrs. Lisa couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The Lord God Envoy is very good at hiding himself. If he is unwilling to be found, it will be difficult for the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church to sense his existence, let alone contact him. Take last night, for example. The Lord God Envoy appeared as an incarnation of light, and few people present could spy on the true identity of the Lord God Envoy. I can convey it to you. As for whether the Holy Master is willing to see you, I can't control it. And no. 160 Berklund Street. After Klein led Mr. Azek and Huang Guangwinaton back, he came out to talk as Dawn Downs Tad. Huang Guangwinaton smiled and sat down. It's not a particularly important matter. I just want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to say a few words. The stars once visited the spirit world. He has a close relationship with the resurrected ancestor of the ancient phoenix. The stars are aware of the existence above the gray fog. Yellow Light Viniton mentioned the stars in a few words, which made Klein's heart tremble inexplicably. Was he trying to warn himself? Next year. I should say this year. This year will be an era of burning war. Darkness and blood will sweep across the northern and southern continents. The cracks in the original barrier are gradually opening. Hearing this, Azek's expression became more solemn. As a powerful Beyonder of the Death Path, he indeed had a premonition that this year would be the beginning of war and chaos, which would definitely be more massive than the conquest of the Fuzak Empire. The initial cracks in the barrier will gradually widen. And this news is so alarming. It is a precursor to the end. Our pace must also speed up. When Huang Guangwinaton said this, his eyes were fixed on Klein. The meaning was very clear. He just told Klein that you should be promoted as soon as possible. This is the true soul of the spiritual world predator. I think you should need it now. Yellow Light Winneton simply stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. And in the palm of his hand was the real soul of a predator from the spiritual world. This is one of the main materials that Klein needs to be promoted to a sequence for Trickster Mage. He has already obtained the other Tricksy Evil Main not long ago. In this way, he had gathered all the extraordinary materials needed to advance to sequence for Conspiracy Mage. As long as the magic potion in his body is completely digested, he can try to be promoted. Klein was silent for a while. You always need to bring some gifts when you come to visit, so that you can be considered sincere, Wang Guangweineton said with a smile. This is not a rare thing in the spiritual world. I will remember this gift. That's what I expected. Wang Guangweineton stood up with a smile and looked at the time. I can't stay here too long, lest I attract unnecessary attention. We look forward to the day when you go above the gray fog. After saying that, Yellow Light Wenneton bent down and made a salute, then turned into a ball of yellow spectrum, blended into the sunlight and disappeared. Klein and Azek sat on the sofa and looked at each other. Klein coughed lightly and said, I didn't know this Yellow Light Wenneton until last night. Everyone has their own secrets. This is normal. You don't need to feel ashamed to face me because of this. Azek's gentle and loving voice soothed Klein's messed up mood. Mr. Azek, what do you think I should do now? Promotion. But now I'm a little hesitant. Some things can only be seen when you reach the top of the mountain. If you stand at the bottom of the mountain, you can only imagine it. I see. In Queens, Haster stretched out his arms to pull Sharon back into the bed, who was about to get up. He rested here last night and let Sharon take care of him. Although he didn't do anything, there were not many opportunities to sleep with Sharon. Today is the first day of the new year, Sharon said as calmly as possible. I know. Haster hugged Sharon tighter. Of course you have to spend the first day of the new year with the important people. Right? Miss Audrey is still waiting for you. It's not too late to go in the afternoon. At around 10 o'clock, Haster got up from Sharon's bed. As soon as he walked out of the room, he caught Azhara, who was trying to eavesdrop in the corner. After patting her head a few times, Haster freshened up and went downstairs to eat. Seeing Butler Neal's thoughtful but hesitant expression, Haster waved him over. Just say what you want to say. Your Majesty, Miss Sharon is a very good girl. I know what you want to say. Asta smiled and said, I will go to South Wales after the year. This time you leave Backland with me. When the horn of war blows, Backland is not as safe as South Wales. Should I leave Backland too? Well, your talents are more needed there. Butler Neal said nothing more and nodded in agreement, even though he was used to life in Backland. Chapter 535, Strategic Concept. 3 parts of the world? At noon, when Haster had some free time, Lady Lisa came to tell him what the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church meant. The timing is really good. Haster did admire the Pope's vision. His vision really saw the long term, and was very accurate. I'll take care of it. Shortly after Mrs. Lisa left, a portal from the spirit world quietly opened in Haster's study. Grey Carey, the ancestor of the Phoenix, landed lightly on the desk in front of Haster, with a world map in his mouth. After laying out the map, Grey Carey stood on the area representing the southern continent and motioned for Haster to help take a look. This is a military map. To be precise, it is the route map of the southern continent's expected attack on the northern continent. In order to avoid South Wales, where Asta is located, the march route of the southern continent did not start from Barons Port, but to the west, facing the port of Desi Bay as the starting point. There are 2 main attack routes in the southern continent. One passes through Desi Bay and approaches Desi County in the Kingdom of Lone, and the other enters the Kingdom of Feniport. This is an ideal offensive route. Most of the forces in the northern part of the Lone Kingdom are still on an expedition against the Fuzak Empire, although the Dixie and Southwell counties in the south have deployed navies. They are mainly concentrated in Southwell, where Asta is located. Air County, because choosing Dixie County as the breakthrough point would not only be too deep, but there is also the Kingdom of Fenibod nearby that can cut off the route at any time. Therefore, the major nobles of the Lone Kingdom discussed, and they all felt that South Wales was more dangerous. Haster carefully looked at the entire military map and found that the strategy of the southern continent was really greedy. Originally, he didn't want to directly intervene in this war, but after looking at it for a while, he couldn't help but pick up a red pen and cross out the attack route to Dixie County, and only chose the Kingdom of Feniport as the breakthrough point. Although everyone knows the principle of cold lips and teeth, in practice, it is not that easy. If only the Kingdom of Fenibod was attacked. Even if the Kingdom of Lone wanted reinforcements, they would hold a meeting to discuss the matter for a period of time. Maybe several months would pass before the Kingdom of Lone would send troops to reinforce. After planning the offensive route for the southern continent, Hastur's eyes stayed on the Intis Republic. And he couldn't help but sigh that the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church was really smart and courageous, seeking cooperation at this time. Although his goal is not war, he has a very clear vision of the future positioning of the Republic of Intis. After thinking for a while, Hastur drew several attack routes on the Republic of Intis, allowing it to attack the northern part of the Kingdom of Fenaport from the direction of the Central Plateau. At the same time, heavy troops were pressed on the borders with Sagel and Lomborg. Once Sagel and Limburg reinforced the Kingdom of Fenaport, the army of the Republic of Intis immediately pressed forward. If the Republic of Intis cooperates with the southern continent in this way, the Kingdom of Fenaport, Sagel, and Lundberg should not be able to stop them. And finally they will take care of the small country of Massey and the Kingdom of Lone. Plan a strategic route, and have Hastur stand a little further away to take in the full view. If he follows his strategic vision, it is not certain whether the southern continent can be divided equally with the Republic of Intis and the northern continent. However, the three countries of Fenaport Kingdom, Sagel, and Limburg have basically fallen. Asta looked at it for a while, and felt that the possibility of dividing the world was the greatest. Republic of Intis, Southern Continent, Kingdom of Lone. But this is only a preliminary strategic concept. Once there are mistakes or turning points in the details of a war, the entire strategic concept needs to be overturned and reimagined. Moreover, the Republic of Intis is too unstable, and the state of the eternal blazing sun is definitely not good. Maybe the Republic of Intis will be pushed back by the two small countries of Seeger and Lomborg. The Pope of the Church of the Eternal Burning Sun is smart here. He must be aware of the embarrassing position of the Republic of Intis in the future. The Intis Republic, which no longer has the protection of the Eternal Blazing Sun, can hardly occupy such a large territory anymore, and may be divided up at any time. It desperately needs to find an ally. The Eternal Sun and the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, are absolute mortal enemies. The Lord of Storms and the Goddess of Night, the God of Steam and Machinery, occupy the Kingdom of Lone. Sagel and Lundberg are the missions of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. And the Mother Goddess of the Earth is on good terms with the Goddess of Night. The Intis Republic's choices may include the Southern Continent or the dying Fasak Empire. But that Pope chose the newly emerged Yellow Church. Tweet. Asta was lost in thought, and Grey Carey reminded him twice. The Republic of Intis is a possible help, Asta said subconsciously, then shook his head and chuckled. I shouldn't have interfered with these things. Grey Carey leaned her little head over, her eyes looking expectantly. That's right. I can't watch you lose to the Goddess of the Night. Hastur drew a few more lines on the military map, then rolled up the map and let Grey Carey take it away. Today is the day when the Pirate Kingdom was established. It's a pity that Bernadette can no longer take over the Republic of Intis. Otherwise she would be a very good candidate. Hastur stayed alone in the study and thought for a long time. It was not until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he took a carriage to Earl Hall's house. Earl Hall knew that he would come, so he did not go out in the afternoon, but waited for him at home. Countess Hall and Audrey were also at home, and Hibbert went out to visit various powerful families on behalf of the Hall family. January 5th is a good day. That's what Earl Hall said. Hastur glanced at Audrey, who pretended not to know what was going on, and then said, Let Uncle arrange everything. Aren't you two in free love? Why do you seem so arbitrary to me? Earl Hall raised his tone of dissatisfaction, looked at his daughter helplessly, and then glared at Hastur. Is this engagement made for him? The two people involved were obviously not in a hurry, and looked very casual. The elders in the family died young. I really don't have much experience in this kind of thing. Asta can only play the emotional card. Count Hall's expression eased a little, and he gave his wife a look. Countess Hall understood and said, Since the date has been agreed upon, you two can discuss other matters on yourselves, such as the engagement venue, wedding dresses, invitations from your respective friends, etc. After listening for a while, Hastur wisely handed a stack of dowry lists to Earl Hall. Although Earl Hall never mentioned the betrothal gift from beginning to end, Audrey glanced at Hastur in surprise, her eyes seeming to ask, When will you be ready? Hastur blinked at her and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I have been preparing to marry you home for a long time. Audrey rolled her eyes at Asta. She didn't believe this argument. She was sure that Mr. Asta would not take more than a month to prepare this list of betrothal gifts. Earl Hall, who was silently looking at the list of betrothal gifts, hesitated to speak several times. He had no idea that Hastur had accumulated such a huge wealth at such a young age. How much corruption has Hastur committed in South Wales in the past 2 years? This was the first thought that came to Earl Hall's mind. He clearly remembered Hastur 2 years ago. He couldn't even keep his family's ancestral property, and had to find someone to borrow it to live on. But now, the jewelry, pearls, agates, and land deeds on this list of betrothal gifts alone exceed £500,000. This is quite a fortune. No wonder the 2 Grand Dukes of South Wales died in South Wales. This was the second thought that came to Earl Hall's mind. It's really not easy to be so young and have such fierce methods. Earl Hall looked at Hastur with increasingly complicated eyes. Seeing the end of the list of betrothal gifts, Earl Hall couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He didn't think about asking for Hastur's betrothal gift from the beginning. He wasn't short of money. And he wasn't selling his daughter. Originally thinking about how much money Hastur had given as a betrothal gift, he doubled it and gave it to Audrey, treating it as his father's last blessing. But the total value of this list of betrothal gifts should be between 800,000 gold pounds and 1 million gold pounds. He didn't know how Hastur could earn so much in less than 2 years. What he was thinking now was that if he really wanted to give Audrey a double gift, he would probably have to sell his shares in several major banks. Most of them are enough. He has already arranged for this part of the assets to be given to his eldest son Hibbert. Even if he didn't double it and give it to Audrey at the same price, he would still have to work hard. For the first time, he felt that it was not good for his son-in-law to be too good at making money. No, this should be regarded as making money. Seeing that Count Hall's expression was a little abnormal, Countess Hall asked Audrey to take Hastur for a stroll in the garden first, or go upstairs to discuss their engagement day behind closed doors. What's wrong? Countess Hall approached Earl Hall, wondering why he looked so unhappy. See for yourself. Earl Hall handed the list of dowry gifts to Countess Hall with a sullen face. After a while, Countess Hall exclaimed, "Is he going to rob the treasury?" Earl Hall drank tea in silence. He may not have robbed the treasury, but he must have embezzled, amassed money and plundered money in South Wales. Chapter 536. Sharon no longer runs away. So many. In Audrey's room on the second floor. After listening to Hastur's general introduction about the list of betrothal gifts, Audrey's eyes revealed an incredible light. She knew that Mr. Hastur no longer needed to worry about money issues recently, but she never expected that he was already so wealthy. Don't worry. I didn't go to rob the kingdom's treasury. Seeing that Audrey was already thinking wildly, Asta added, Southern Wales is also very peaceful. I didn't make a lot of money through my position. I just charge normal business taxes. In fact, Hastur himself does not know exactly how much he is worth now, but he estimates it to be around a few million pounds. Now he can earn a net income of 100,000 gold pounds every month in South Wales. In addition, he has plundered the property of the former Archduke of South Wales. And this guy has accumulated quite a lot of wealth. This does not include the wealth of the Yellow Clothes Church. If the entire southern continent is also considered as his property, there will definitely be no problem in being as rich as the enemy. For him now, money is really just a quantitative unit, and he will never be able to spend it all anyway. Furthermore, apart from Mr. Fool, I have never seen any boss of a secret organization who is short of money, let alone a god. Well, he actually didn't mean to use Mr. Fool as an example, but when it came to this issue, he couldn't get around him. I'd love to hear how you accumulated such a huge fortune. Audrey looked very interested in this question. It was only after she joined the Tarot Society that she discovered that gold pounds had so many uses, and that it was hard to make money. Come closer and I'll tell you. Hastur sat on a chair and motioned for Audrey to come over and sit on his lap. I don't have to know. Audrey hummed softly, sat on the edge of the bed, and made a proud expression towards Hastur. Alas, Hastur sighed, then stood up and rushed towards Audrey's big bed. Then I can only come here by myself. Audrey wanted to run away, but Asta held her little hand and fell onto the bed together. Their eyes met for a while. Audrey held Hastur's chest with her little hands, and naturally she closed her eyes in shame, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Hastur naturally will not waste this rare opportunity. Half an hour later, Audrey pushed Asta out of the room with red cheeks, while she asked the maids to tidy up her clothes and calm down her mood. Hastur waited outside the room door with Susie for 20 minutes before going downstairs hand in hand with Audrey. How was your discussion just now? Countess Hall broke the dull atmosphere. Audrey glanced at Hastur with a guilty conscience, and glanced away unnaturally. It's almost settled. Asta took the topic naturally. It will not be easy for you young people to live at home in the future. As Earl Hall spoke, He returned half of the betrothal gift list to Hastur. It will be even more difficult for you to accumulate some wealth. Actually, it's not that difficult to accumulate wealth. Hastur looked at Earl Hall's face, but still didn't say this. He just smiled and said, I will follow my uncle's arrangements in everything. Yes. Earl Hall nodded with great satisfaction, and then chatted with Hastur about South Wales County. In and out of his words, he was advising Hastur to make money in South Wales County in the future. Take it easy and don't be so unscrupulous. Hastur could only nod his head, showing a well-behaved look that obeyed the instructions. This scene made Audrey unable to hide the smile in her eyes. At night, the Palace of Stars. Hastur tried to find the star of the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church. If the Pope really wants to find a new sun and change his original belief in the eternal blazing sun, then he is likely to have a religious connection with himself. Just like Lady Lisa. She can also find him in the Hall of Stars. If he can't find it, it only proves that his belief is not pure enough and is just perfunctory. This is a good way to identify. Hastur's eyes swept over the small dots of light, and each time they disappeared at the touch of a finger, which saved him a lot of time. After searching for about 10 minutes, Hastur found the small light spot representing the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church. The light spot where he was not very bright, but it faintly revealed the golden light like the sun. Faith is little, but strong. I actually found him. Hastur looked at it for a while, and then used the power of divine enlightenment to completely touch the golden light spot. He first read the life of Pope Ross Hurley, and then appeared in his dream as an illusory light and shadow. Who is it? Rose Hurley was suddenly pulled into a dream and asked subconsciously, Aren't you looking for me? Saint Master of the Yellow Clothes Church? Rose Hurley looked solemn, with a bit of relief in his eyes. Hastur did not answer this question, but pointed to the sky above his head. A golden sun appeared out of thin air, and then began to move. The sun is always here. That is the sun of all living things. Not ours. Ross Hurley leaned down slightly, showing his respectful side. But you are turning away from your sun. Hastur chuckled. It is the sun that leaves us first. Without the protection of the sun, we will all die in the cold winter. The new sun may not shine on you either. We only need a little light enough to survive. And we don't dare to ask for too much. You should have a better choice. What Hastur said was the superstar master who was about to replace the eternal blazing sun. Even if the eternal blazing sun falls, the superstar master will still need followers of the sun. As the Pope of the Eternal Burning Sun Church, he can wait for them to decide the winner and then choose his own side. I always believe that the new sun will be more kind. Ross Hurley's tone was more pious. New life often means vulnerability. This is why I exist. It takes less effort to talk to smart people. And Hastur finally understood what the Pope really thought. It's the difference between providing help in times of need and adding icing on the cake. It's obvious that Ross Hurley chose the former. Maybe you won't see the day when the new sun rises again. This is my choice, and I am willing to bear all the consequences it brings. Having said this, Hastur said no more. Before leaving, a sun's ray comparable to the setting sun of the eternal blazing sun enveloped Rose Hurley's body. I'm bathed in the sun again. Ross Hurley closed his eyes and felt the light shed by the sun's authority. He murmured with a smile, The sun's light seems to be purer. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur finished the divine revelation, shook his head and sighed. I was just trying it at the beginning, but I didn't expect that it would be possible to steal the power of the sun. The sun is one of the stars, but he has no advantage at all in obtaining the power of the sun. Now is the battle between the eternal fierce sun and the superstar master. And next will be the battlefield between the ancient sun god and the superstar master. His chances are the slimmest. But now, someone has chosen to put a lot of money on him, making him seem to have a glimmer of hope. We cannot let Adam and the true creator notice this. They are very suitable partners for cooperation at the moment. Hastur first thought of keeping the matter secret to avoid causing trouble. At least, they cannot be allowed to see this before Adam merges with the true creator to become the ancient sun god. If he wants to truly seize the power of the sun, there is only one possibility, which is to hide his own existence and wait for both the ancient sun god and the superstar master to suffer losses. After Hastur considered this matter carefully, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the star where Adam was. Adam, who was ready to become a god, was no longer in the seaside church. Instead, he was completely hidden, waiting for the wave of the times to come. Hastur's eyes then scanned the mother tree of desire and other stars where the outer gods used to be, and made sure nothing unusual happened before leaving the Hall of Stars. Tonight, he was still resting in Sharon's room. He had already wasted an opportunity last night, and he couldn't waste it again tonight. When he opened his eyes, Sharon was just standing by the window looking at the falling snow outside, watching over Hastur. It's time to rest early tonight. Hastur came up behind Sharon. Sharon's body trembled slightly, and then she hummed softly. No more excuses to run away tonight. Can't escape. Sharon's voice was low, and seemed to be a little aggrieved. Hastur picked up Sharon by the waist, and set up a barrier in the room to prohibit prying eyes. Tonight is destined to be very long, and the soft singing is the most beautiful scenery than all the falling snowflakes. Chapter 537 Hastur and Audrey's engagement. It's dawn. It's time to get up. On a large bed, the quilt was gently arched, and the bed was gently swaying. The blooming flower pattern, carefully hand-stitched and embroidered on the quilt, had deep wrinkles after a night of turbulence. No. A low moan sounded like the sound of a kitten when it was helpless. Be in control. This whisper did not reveal much firm will. I'm not one of your temperance sect. No. You have to be moderate. Are you saying this to yourself? It seems you haven't convinced yourself yet. The sun shines brightly from the window to the roof. Only those who like to stay in bed come out of the room. Azhara, who had been waiting downstairs all morning, was curious and wanted to go upstairs. But Hastur caught her and told her to stay quiet, so as not to disturb Sharon's sleep. Something must have happened last night. Azhara's eyes widened. Eat your dried fish. Hastur blocked Azhara's mouth with a dried fish. Don't think you can stop my mouth with food. I can't eat anymore. Facing her master's force feeding, Azhara finally had no choice but to surrender and admit defeat. She lay on the table and pursed her lips unwillingly. Seeing Hastur's eyes glancing over, she hurriedly covered her mouth to avoid being fed small dried fish again. After eating and drinking, Hastur went up to the second floor with a piece of exquisite food and entered Sharon's room. He did not come out until early the next morning. For several days, it was not until January 5th that Asta got up early, asked his personal maid to freshen himself up, and put on a black dress that had been customized. When it comes to grooming, men always simplify many steps for women. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Hastur took a carriage to the place of engagement. At first, Earl Hall preferred to hold the engagement ceremony in the Church of the Night Goddess. But Hastur felt awkward about this. Maybe the Night Goddess would take a sneak peek and perform a miracle to prepare for his engagement ceremony with Audrey. Give blessings. Hastur didn't want his good life with Audrey to be mixed up with these conspiracies. In the end, he chose to hold the engagement ceremony at the Astor Manor owned by the Campbell family in the suburbs. Butler Neil had people start decorating early, and Asta, who came early, spent most of his time entertaining the nobles and friends who came to attend the engagement ceremony. Even if it was just an engagement, the scene would still be huge. If the number of people were not deliberately reduced, the entire Backlund nobles might come to attend the engagement ceremony. Hastur naturally chose the time for the engagement ceremony in the evening. As believers of the goddess of the night, Audrey and Earl Hall naturally have no objections to this. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Audrey arrived at the gate of the manor in Earl Hall's luxury carriage. It is worth mentioning that Hugh and Forsey attended the engagement ceremony as one of Audrey's bridesmaids. One by one, they helped Audrey lift the curtain of the carriage and step out of the carriage, accompanying Audrey as she handed her little hand to Hastur's big hand. Audrey tonight is undoubtedly the most dazzling existence under the starry sky. During the dinner on weekdays, even her simple dress is enough to attract people's attention. Tonight, after being carefully dressed up by more than 20 maids for most of the day, she is even more dazzling. Like a multifaceted polished star. Sparkling diamonds. No matter which angle you look at her, she looks so flawless. Tonight, Audrey wore a pure white wedding dress that symbolized purity and loyalty. The neckline, shoulders, waist, cuffs, and skirt used a large number of timely lace, gauze, ruffles, ribbons, bows, and multi-layered cake cutting, folding, wrinkling, and other elements. Every process here is handmade by senior tailors, and it takes more than half a year. This is the wedding dress that Earl Hall has prepared for Audrey in advance. Heart-shaped sapphire necklaces, ruby and diamond bracelets, and various other complimentary earrings and other jewelry from the southern continent make Audrey's beauty even more stunning. Asta held Audrey's little hand wearing a white gauze glove and walked on the red carpet that had been laid out on the ground. Under the eyes of countless Indian blessings, he walked step by step into the manor, where Archbishop Anthony served as the master of ceremony. Earl Hall and his wife completed a series of tedious rituals. It doesn't look much different from a royal wedding ceremony. Wow! Wow! I'm so envious of Miss Audrey. Zio couldn't hold back the exclamation that almost screamed loudly, and said with great envy, putting on such a wedding dress. Walking into the palace of engagement with the one you love. Life is simply it's already perfect. Yeah. I'm really envious. Forsey's eyes were blurred, and he murmured with a bit of longing, blessing, and a touch of loss. Forsey. Why among the many novels you have written, there is no script like Miss Audrey's perfect life? Because I can't imagine it either. Forsey's thoughts were immediately drawn back, both in her novel and in the simple understanding of the readers. For noble ladies, who come from such powerful families, their marriages are often forced and have no choice. A painful and unhappy marriage with longing for freedom is their normal state. Therefore, in literary works, they often fall in love with those simple, kind-hearted civilian boys with all the beautiful qualities who symbolize freedom and equality. This is what makes people motivated and interesting to read this kind of books. If it simply depicts a happy life, it will definitely fail to resonate with a wide range of readers, and the sales of the entire work will be dismal. Such a happy life is only suitable for the person concerned to slowly experience and own it, and must not be written into literary works for dissemination. This will undoubtedly attract malicious abuse and suspicion. That's Miss Sharon? Suddenly, Zio tugged on Forsey's sleeve and pointed in a direction in a low voice. Forsey looked in the direction that Zio pointed, and saw the exquisite and beautiful Miss Sharon, wearing a classic black palace dress, looking at Mr. Hastur and Miss Audrey, who were holding an engagement ceremony. There was a cute and sweet little girl with her. Miss Sharon must be very sad at this time, Zio whispered, and quickly covered her mouth. She looked around frantically to make sure no one noticed what she said, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Don't talk nonsense. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Forsey pulled Zio away from this position and walked to a place where Miss Sharon could not be seen. Sharon, who was keenly aware of someone mentioning her, looked over subconsciously and saw only Forsey's back. As for Zio, her petite back was submerged in the crowd, and only the back of her head could be vaguely seen. Miss Sharon, I'm really angry for you. Azhara shook her fist angrily in the direction of Susie. She didn't think she lost to Susie, and Miss Sharon didn't lose to Miss Audrey. Sharon just stroked Azhara's head tenderly. There was no sad or lost expression on her face. Instead, there were some inexplicable emotions in her deep eyes. Hastur has been staying in her room these past few days, although this is not something worth showing off. At this time, her mind can't help but think back to the days when she was alone with Hastur these past few days. She naturally understood that Hastur was feeling sorry for her, and there was an element of apology in it. But she still walked in front of Miss Audrey in the end. Just like the game of life they played in South Wales at that time. In the first game of life, she truly defeated Audrey. As for the future game of life, she doesn't think she will lose. Restrained, Sharon's cheeks were slightly flushed. It seemed that she shouldn't be obsessed with this matter. Soon, the music and rituals were blaring, and there was a burst of cheers from the audience, congratulating Asta and Audrey on the completion of their engagement ceremony. Phew, the ceremony is finally completed. I'm really tired. Audrey also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She hadn't slept well since last night. She also woke up very early today. She has been busy until now, and the engagement ceremony is finally over. It's over. You're tired. I'll take you back to your room to rest for a while. Hastur's whisper sounded in Audrey's ears. Audrey felt inexplicably panicked and didn't even dare to look at Hastur. Obviously this is just a very ordinary and caring statement. Audrey's slightly panicked eyes met the eyes of Susie, who had been watching here. Audrey, you are not familiar with the change in each other's identities, so you appear flustered and overwhelmed. You need some time to accept your new relationship with Mr. Hastur. Although Susie didn't speak, Audrey understood the meaning in its eyes. Audrey was still in a lighter mood. Despite being enlightened by Susie during the engagement ceremony, she was suddenly stunned for a while. She seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to Susie's psychological guidance. This made her glare at Susie lightly, and then nodded, accepting Asta's suggestion to go to the room to rest for a while. After all, she would also be busy entertaining the noble ladies and ladies later. Chapter 538 The Behemoth Coming from the Sea. During the New Year period, the sea does not have the usual bustling routes. There are only a few scattered small boats. Since they have no time to return on time, they can only spend the new year together on the sea. The old fisherman sat on the bow and fished, while the young men lowered their fishing nets on the stern of the boat, preparing to catch a big fish to add to today's dinner. The sea without the protection of the sun is dark and silent, and even the sound of the fish flapping in the net is particularly clear and powerful. The dim light of the 2 fishing lanterns hung on the mast, and beside the cabin door could not dispel the increasingly dense darkness around them. Old fishermen who have been making a living at sea all year round have long been accustomed to the dark side of the sea. When the fishermen on several fishing boats gathered on a slightly larger boat, facing the slightly surging waves, and eating delicious fish soup comfortably in the cabin, a low roar like some kind of giant came from far away. Came from the dark sea. Is it a huge whale? Or a strange and unknown sea beast from the deep sea? The people in the cabin were stunned for a moment, and several of them walked out of the cabin and came to the bow to take a closer look. They did not dare to turn on their high beams, lest they attract the attention of huge sea beasts or attract pirates, who were also looking for prey on the sea. Their sight was blocked and they couldn't get a clear look. But the low sounds were getting closer. Just when a few people were feeling panic, someone shouted, which sounded like the sound of a large battleship moving. The old fisherman also immediately recalled the sound that seemed to be like this when the ironclad ships of the Lone Kingdom sailed on the sea. That's not right. The Kingdom of Lone is in the north. But this sound is coming from the south. To the south, the southern continent? Quick! Extinguish all the lights on the boat. The old fisherman shouted urgently, lowering his voice. Several strong young men immediately returned to their respective boats along the temporarily laid plywood and extinguished all the lit fishing lights. As the last light source disappeared, the sea became increasingly dark and blind, and the fear generated by the darkness turned into a ghost in the tarsal bones, making the people on the boat tremble. They didn't dare to make a sound, and even swallowed their saliva with caution. After a while, they heard what sounded like a large warship moving past the waters near them. The light that faintly passed through the sea did not spread to the sea area where they were. The passing warships continued for more than an hour before finally stopping. Something happened. The old fisherman's face was as pale as snow. Based on the time it took for the warships to pass by, the size of the fleet could be roughly calculated. This is definitely not a patrol ship, but an entire army of warships capable of conquering a large area of land. They are fishermen from the Kingdom of Feniport. Following the route in this direction, there are only the Kingdom of Feniport and the Dixie County of the Kingdom of Lone. The war is about to begin. Backland is still very lively tonight, and the New Year celebration has not completely faded away. In the outskirts of Ziyuan Manor, Audrey was sitting in the wedding room on the second floor, accompanying her mother to entertain the aristocratic ladies and ladies. You are indeed the most worthy choice for him. May your future be as bright as the stars tonight. Audrey subconsciously looked at the person who said these congratulatory words, because she heard the deep envy and sadness in it. It's Mrs. Jimani. She is dressed up tonight. She is gorgeous, passionate and charming. Even among a group of aristocratic ladies, her presence is particularly outstanding. But there was deep sadness in her eyes, and she was looking at herself with envy, as if she was imagining that she was the one wearing this wedding dress at this moment. Audrey once heard her eldest brother Hibbert say a word or two about the existence of Mrs. Germani, but she didn't take it seriously at that time. Now it seems that this Mrs. Germani really likes Mr. Hastur. Seeing Audrey's gaze, Mrs. Germani put away the sadness deep in her eyes and revealed a touching smile. Audrey did not let herself show sympathy or the pride of a winner. She just looked away calmly. When her eyes glanced over again, Mrs. Germani had already left the room. Audrey stayed in the room for almost 2 hours before leaving the room, accompanied by Countess Hall, and returned to the banquet hall on the first floor. Glancing slightly, she saw Hastur, surrounded by her eldest brother, Greco, Graylint and others, drinking wine. Asta, you declined my offer to help you connect with each other. Now that we are together, how many more drinks should we have? Greg said, and motioned for Graylint to fill up Hastur's glass. Ha ha ha. Greg, if you want to get me drunk tonight, then I can only say that you have to practice your drinking capacity. After Asta finished the glass of wine, he looked at Audrey, who had changed into a new set of clothes and was walking down the stairs. He walked over naturally, took Audrey's little hand, and said some words to all the guests. Soon, the dance began, and Asta and Audrey were naturally in the center, dancing in the eyes of everyone. Remember the last time I danced with you? Asta whispered against Audrey's earlobe. Mr. Hastur, was it at that time that you were moved? It should have been earlier. When was that? Audrey's eyes were bright and clean, shining with curiosity and expectation. Do you girls like to ask this question? Asta's heart trembled slightly. Sharon had asked him this question before. What he was sure of was that he had a great liking for Sharon when he first met her, and it would be no exaggeration to say that he liked her. As for Audrey, he didn't have any feelings for her when they first met her. He really couldn't remember exactly when he liked it. Before you fell in love with me, Mr. Hastur, you are dishonest. Audrey could see the thoughts behind Hastur's words at a glance. Then let me ask, Miss Audrey, when did you fall in love with the fiancé in front of you? Asta gently hugged Audrey's waist tightly. Naturally, Audrey would not answer this question, but said slightly noddily, guess. After the first dance ended, Hastur took Audrey and temporarily left the crowd and came to the deserted back garden. Only Susie followed. Audrey, who was able to move freely, felt particularly comfortable. She knelt down and helped Susie straighten the crooked pink bow around her neck. This was Zio's idea. She turned sideways and gently stroked Susie's head, as if deliberately avoiding Hastur's gaze. As Susie said before, she is still not used to the change in her relationship with Mr. Hastur. Even in terms of title, she is still used to calling Hastur Mr. Hastur, instead of being more intimate and just a partner. The name of the room. Audrey? Audrey's heart skipped a beat when she heard Hastur's voice. Even though it was just a common name, the feeling it gave her was particularly strong. Woof! Susie shouted, quickly broke away from Audrey's touch, melted into the shadows and disappeared. Without Susie to ease the atmosphere, Audrey could only stand up and look at Hastur as calmly as possible. But the eyelashes trembled slightly, showing her inner uneasiness. Audrey, I don't mind if you keep calling me Mr. Asta. Asta saw Audrey's melancholy and confused mood and knew that she needed a process of adaptation. Audrey's eyes lit up slightly, and her nervous mood improved a little. Of course, if you are willing to call me my husband, darling, my lover, my heart and other intimate terms, I will also be happy. Mr. Hastur. Audrey raised her voice slightly, and the blush on her cheeks almost spread to her earlobes. What's wrong, dear? Asta asked, pretending to be confused. Audrey hesitated for a while, then laughed out loud, glanced at Hastur, and said softly, I don't care. I only like the title Mr. Hastur. My dear, I always respect your opinions. Audrey almost lost her temper again, and finally slapped Hastur's chest in shame, telling him not to tease her like this again. The two stayed in the garden for more than 10 minutes. Audrey's nervousness gradually dissipated, and a bright and sweet smile appeared on her face. Compared with those intimate titles such as husband, darling, my lover, and my heart, she still likes the title Mr. Hastur the most. Maybe not intimate enough, but very affectionate. Chapter 539. Audrey supports the Tarot Society's finances alone. January 10th. Veniport Kingdom, the southernmost Celos County. General Patton, the top military commander in charge of Celos County, had just received a telegram from the offshore cruising fleet. There was only one word written on the entire telegram. War. He could imagine that the situation must have been so urgent that the operator only had time to type out the key words in a hurry. What does the intelligence department do? Are you still immersed in the drunkenness and revelry of the new year? Or are you paralyzed on some girl's belly? It's not until the enemy's navy arrives offshore that news of the war comes. General Patton was furious, with a gloomy face, and he wanted to sink those fat pigs in charge of the intelligence department into the sea to feed the fish. At least this can still be of some use. Quick! Connect me to the royal city. I will quickly inform the king of the situation here. But General, we still don't know which country the war above refers to. Whether it is a large-scale attack or a small-scale test. And which port they attacked first. We currently know nothing about the enemy. Too stupid. Are all my subordinates such brainless trash? General Patton slammed the table so hard that all the documents on it fell to the floor. He said sternly, the enemy must have come from the southern continent. Come! They are planning to use our kingdom as a breakthrough to attack the northern continent. General, how can you be so sure? I think it's better to wait until the investigation is clear before passing the news to the king. It would be bad if those nobles who only know about pleasure get involved in your crime of lying about military information. Bastard. General Patton was so angry that he kicked the talkative subordinate. What do you know? The war is raging, and there is no time to delay. We must inform the king in advance so that the king can take precautions. If everything is investigated clearly, it will be too late. General Patton ignored his extremely stupid subordinates, walked to the telegraph machine, and asked the telegraph operator to start sending telegrams to the king according to his will. At this moment, General Patton felt a chill in his heart. He looked down in shock and saw that a sharp blade had penetrated his heart, and the tip of the knife had penetrated through his flesh. You, traitor! General Patton's body was condensed into a suit of Dawn war armor. But before the armor was completely condensed, a dozen black skinny skeleton claws emerged from under his feet, pulling him down, and then another sharp blade slashed through him. His last remaining strength was completely drained from his throat. It's not just me. It's us. Several subordinates that General Patton looked down upon before now had excitement and cruelty shining in their eyes. The tide of the times is beginning to roll over, and there are always people who have to make sacrifices for it. After several more screams, the frightened telegraph operator, under the threat of death, began to send telegrams to the royal city. But the content was a little different. All is well and calm. The calm situation in Celos County ended 3 days later. On a bright afternoon on January 13th, fishermen fishing in nearby waters were disturbed and rammed by a large army of warships from the southern continent. Those who die, die. Those who jump into the sea. At this time, the Navy stationed at the port slowly reacted. But they were greeted by ruthless artillery fire from strong ships and powerful artillery. In General Patton's mansion, news of General Patton's death did not spread. A new telegram was urgently sent to the royal city, which read, General Patton fought bravely against the enemy and has blocked the enemy from the country. Monday, January 15th. 10 days have passed since Asta and Audrey's engagement ceremony. During these days, Asta spent half of his time with Sharon and Audrey, and the other half was preparing to return to South Wales at any time. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Audrey stayed in the room alone under the cover of Susie, responded to Mr. Fool's call, and went above the gray fog to participate in this week's tarot meeting. After Mr. Fool read the 2 pieces of Russell's diary, Alger couldn't help but speak in a heavy tone. Warships from the southern continent have been spotted on the sea, according to their sailing direction. This time their attack target is Finai, Potter Kingdom. The war has begun. Audrey, Forsey, and others were shocked. It was only January 15th. According to the distance from the southern continent to the kingdom of Feniport, the army should have set sail more than a month ago. But no one discovered the offensive route of the southern continent in advance. Even their Tarot Society did not receive the corresponding news until this week. Compared with the southern continent's attack on the kingdom of Fenibod, such a large-scale military operation that was secretive and unnoticed was even more terrifying. It turned out to be the kingdom of Feniport. Cadla subconsciously glanced at Miss Justice and Miss Magic. According to her guess, the southern continent should choose the kingdom of Lone as the breakthrough point, which is the best march route. After all, the kingdom of Lone has not yet fully occupied the Fasak Empire, and is militarily weak. The kingdom of Feniport has not participated in any wars in the past few years. In addition, it has a good harvest almost every year, and is rich in strategic materials. It is a typical country that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The war came, and what Huang Guang Winneton said that day came true. It came so quickly. Klein, who is sitting at the top, is also digesting the news. Recently, he has been busy digesting the magic potion in his body, and making a final effort to be promoted to a sequence for Trick Mage. He originally thought of waiting until the end of the month before trying for promotion. But now it seems that he should speed up so that he can survive the chaotic situation in the future. Is the news reliable? Audrey regained her composure and asked calmly, calculating the time. The southern continent's army should have begun to attack Celos County, but the news seems to have not spread yet. Alger was also confused about this. He learned this news from other pirates and confirmed that there was indeed an army of warships from the southern continent passing by some time ago. But there seemed to be no sound from within the Church of Storms, which was obviously abnormal. The most likely possibility is that someone or an organization suppressed these news to gain a favorable time difference for the southern continent to attack the kingdom of Feniport. The tide of the times. The Twilight Hermit Society. Mr. Fool spoke slowly, answering the doubts in the hearts of the Tarot Club members present. What do they want to do? Forsey's voice was trembling. War. Mr. Fool said this heavy word in an almost chuckle tone. Fortunately, the members of the Tarot Club were all distracted by the war, and did not continue to ask why the Twilight Hermits started a war. Klein didn't have an answer to this question, and he guessed it was related to the ultimate goal of the Twilight Hermits. It may also have something to do with the stars. A lot of what Huang Guang Winneton said that day was about the stars, which means that the stars will play a very important role in the future. Perhaps this war is also tacitly approved by the stars. As for what the real reason is, he will not be foolish enough to divine it. Currently, his primary goal is to be promoted to a sequence 4 conspiracy mage. Miss Justice, I have a commission, and I'm afraid only you can complete it. Alger looked at Audrey, and after receiving approval, he continued, I want to know what the top leaders of the Lone Kingdom think of this war. Such an attitude. I will figure this out. As for the reward, there is no need for it. This is also something I am interested in. Audrey was very generous and waived Mr. Hangman's reward. Now she has little interest in the trivial matter of earning a few gold pounds. Since she got engaged to Mr. Hastur, Earl Hall transferred Mr. Hastur's bride price and part of the family assets to her name. The total value is about 1 million gold pounds. Just by earning interest in the bank, she earns tens of thousands of gold pounds every year. Not to mention, she now has Mr. Hastur by her side. Audrey then offered a huge reward of 2,000 gold pounds for the latest news. Miss Justice's financial situation seems to have been greatly improved. This was the first thought that came to the minds of Klein, Alger, and Forsey. Although Miss Justice was rich in the past, the pocket money she could really use was not that terrible. Now Miss Justice, it seems that one person's finances are enough to support the operation of the entire Tarot Society. During the transaction session, Klein and others once again experienced the terrifying financial power of Miss Justice. She bought 2 extraordinary items from MS Hermit, and customized an extraordinary item from Mr. Hangman. The total value exceeds 7,000 gold pounds. Audrey faintly noticed that the Tarot Club members looked at her with a bit of envy and surprise. In fact, she just felt that the war had come, so she wanted to indirectly enhance the strength of other Tarot Society members by spending more money. This would make it easier for her to obtain new information and help in the future. This is a surefire investment. It's just that compared to investing in tangible things like banks, minerals, and land, what she invests in is the broad future of Tarot Club members. Well, she believes this is definitely a very valuable investment. She didn't notice that Forsey looked at her with a bit of suspicion and certainty. Miss Justice is Miss Audrey. She had noticed it before, and this time she directly confirmed the identity of Miss Justice. She had heard Shio say that according to the aristocratic habits of the Lone Kingdom, ladies from aristocratic families generally had to get married before they could truly control their wealth. Recently, in the entire Backland, there is only one aristocratic marriage involving Miss Audrey and Mr. Hastur being engaged. Moreover, during the engagement ceremony, she also heard other aristocratic ladies talking in a very envious tone about the huge fortune that Miss Audrey might obtain this time. To sum up, Miss Audrey is Miss Justice. This is an absolutely unmistakable fact. Sensing Force's long look, Audrey faced her with a kind smile. Chapter 540 New Members of the Star Conference. After the tarot session, Audrey found an excuse to take Susie, who was lying outside the door, in a carriage to Hastur's home. Although they are engaged, the two are not living together yet. As for when to get married, Earl Hall asked them to decide by themselves. The master is in the study on the 2nd floor. Azhara came out to greet her. She was talking to Audrey, but her shining eyes kept staring at Susie. Susie, play well with Azhara. Audrey stroked Azhara's little head and handed Azhara to Susie's care. I'll take you to the garden for a walk. Azhara walked in front with great dignity, and Susie followed silently. Only in front of Susie did Azhara find the joy of being a human being. Compared to a big golden retriever dog, a person can do more things. Flexible hands are far more than a dog's paws can compare to. For example, when playing chess. Although Susie is very good at reading, it is difficult for her paws to even grab a chess piece, so she can only push it. It is easy to play in the wrong position in this way of playing chess. Azhara missed it many times and defeated Susie in one go. On the 2nd floor, Asta is sorting out his various properties in Backland, preparing to return to South Wales at any time. Miss Sharon, aren't you here today? Audrey walked into the study and asked seemingly casually. She still has some things to deal with in Backland. Asta put down the documents he was organizing, got up and came to the sofa, pulled Audrey to sit next to him, and asked, Did something happen? Mr. Hastur, do you know that the war is about to begin? Yeah, I know. Audrey, who originally wanted to reveal the latest news to Asta, felt a little frustrated and said, When will you know? A few days ago. As you know, I have a good relationship with Bernadette from the Pirate Kingdom. It's hard to hide a lot of the latest news about the sea from me. Is it really just a few days ago? Audrey's serious tone made Haster silent for a while. Audrey, everyone has their own secrets. I don't want to hide anything from you. But there are some things that are not suitable to be told to you. Just when Asta was about to say this, Audrey said, everyone has their own little secret. And I do too. So Mr. Asta doesn't have to feel ashamed because he can't be honest. Audrey smiled brightly and placed her little hand in Haster's palm. Then let us each keep our own secrets and tell each other frankly when we feel it is appropriate. Audrey did not stay long. After discussing with Haster the possible strategic decisions of the top leaders of the Lone Kingdom, she left with Susie under Azhara's reluctant eyes. Pack your things and we'll return to South Wales in a few days. Butler Neil responded and began to prepare to leave Backland. In the early morning of January 18th, Sellos County of the Kingdom of Fenaport was completely attacked. At this time, the senior officials of the Fenaport Kingdom, who were still immersed in the lingering warmth of the new year, received the real news from Sellos County and hurriedly began to discuss countermeasures. At 8 o'clock in the evening on January 18th, Backlund and the lone royal family, who had also received the news, summoned several nobles into the palace to discuss the matter, and Haster was one of them. I can only ensure that South Wales will not suffer any losses. Asta made his own guarantee, which made the lone royal family breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that the young Earl Campbell would give up his choice at such a critical moment, in order to allow Haster to manage the entire Southwell County with good authority. The royal family of Lone appointed Haster as the Grand Duke of Southwell. Haster initially refused this unknown position, which had killed 3 archdukes. But when he thought that this unknown situation was caused by himself, he did not refuse. At the end of the meeting, the lone royal family allocated another 500,000 gold pounds for military expenditures from the treasury to Haster, asking him to upgrade his military equipment and ensure that South Wales was defended. As for the support for the Kingdom of Fenaport, it was not mentioned at all at the meeting. The so-called lip death and tooth coldness were just lips wishful thinking. The day after the meeting, Haster went to South Wales. He asked Butler Neil and others to take the steam train, and he took Sharon and Azhara through the travel portal directly to South Wales. So as not to waste time, Audrey chose to stay in Backland and did not follow to South Wales. Earl Hall regretted that he should have completed the engagement ceremony and the wedding together. On January 20th, the army from the southern continent took Sellos County as its stronghold. A steady stream of troops crossed the sea and arrived in Sellos County. Then, they divided into 3 groups and began an all-out attack on the Kingdom of Fenaport. On January 25th, the king of the Kingdom of Fenaport was suddenly assassinated while delivering a mobilization speech and died of serious injuries. On January 26th, the terrorist organization Aurora claimed responsibility for the assassination of the King of Fenaport. On January 28th, the turbulent Kingdom of Fenaport was still unable to organize an effective counterattack, and fortresses in various places were breached one after another. On January 30th, the Kingdom of Fenaport sent envoys to the kingdoms of Limburg, Sagel, Massey, and Lone to seek military assistance. On February 1st, in South Wales, inside the family castle, Haster was briefly enjoying the world of 2 people with Sharon. After he got engaged to Audrey, Sharon hid away on the pretext that she had to deal with temperance affairs. Until she came to South Wales, she had nowhere to hide. At night, Haster fell asleep early in Sharon's room and entered the Palace of Stars. Tonight's gathering of stars, with the addition of 2 gods from within the original barrier, the goddess of the night and the true creator, will definitely be more interesting than previous gatherings of stars. Haster can already imagine the shocked looks from the old days from the Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, and other outer gods. He sat quietly in his seat, thinking about possible situations that might arise tonight and related countermeasures to prevent the meeting from getting out of hand. After finishing thinking, Haster first scanned the stars where they were located, and then led them one by one to the Hall of Stars. The first one is the Jinn, followed closely by the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, the High-Dimensional Overlooker, the Original Hunger, the Night Goddess, and the True Creator. The Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods, who came first, looked at the last 2 members of the Gathering of Stars with a scrutinizing gaze. One is an inverted black cross, and the other is a mature, elegant woman wearing a complicated black dress, whose face is difficult to see clearly. The Jinn, who knew all the hidden existences within the original barrier, had a strange look in his eyes, and said solemnly, "The True Creator and the Goddess of the Night." The Mother Tree of Desire also recognized the Goddess of the Night. Part of the authority of the Crimson Moon was in the hands of the goddess of the night. Later, the goddess of the night made a deal with the mother goddess of the earth. During those years, he, the fallen mother goddess, and the night goddess competed for the authority of the crimson moon. Naturally, he could not forget such a familiar atmosphere. The gaze of the high-dimensional overlooker mainly fell on the true creator. He traveled back and forth to the land abandoned by God several times, but he never met the true creator. The other party obviously avoided seeing him on purpose. The scene was silent for a while, and after sizing each other up, Hastur casually introduced the true creator and the night goddess to the mother tree of desire and other outer gods. This is a great opportunity for communication. I believe you will have a great time chatting. Hastur leaned back slightly and looked at the back of the chair, waiting for the exchange between them. With the jinn around, it would be difficult for both of them to remain silent. I didn't expect that you two would be the new members. It seems that you also feel that the end is coming and everything is irreversible. The genie took the lead to break the silence. No one is sure what the outcome will be until the last moment. The goddess of the night responded calmly, not feeling frightened by the foreign gods in front of her. Are you planning to defect to our camp? Mother Tree of Desire asked directly. Do you need it? The goddess of the night glanced at them. You are outside the barrier, and we are inside the barrier. We have far more initiative than you. It is you who are asking for something from us, not us who is begging for you. The true creator also spoke at the right time. You can't open the seal left by the Lord of Mysteries. You can only look at the treasure mountain and sigh. And you can't go any further. The superstar master said indifferently. What if the Lord of Mysteries is awakening? The goddess of the night dropped an important bomb very casually. The eyes of the foreign gods such as the mother tree of desire and the superstar master all brightened up. But only the jinn god felt particularly uncomfortable and unhappy. He has not yet gotten rid of the seal of the wishing lamp and returned to the starry sky. Once the Lord of Mysteries wakes up early, won't he never have the chance to return to the starry sky? Damn it. The jinn cursed in his heart. When he awakens, the seal of the western continent will naturally shatter. But you are still blocked from the original barrier. The goddess of the night spoke in a gentle tone, a fact that made them unable to calm down. This is the real reason why the mother tree of desire and other outer gods have always wanted to penetrate the initial barrier through various means and spread their influence to the real world. Fight for time. Fight against other rivals, and fight against the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries.